In a world where reality and virtuality merge, a mysterious game called Myth takes the entire planet by storm. Inside this game, every player can cultivate martial arts, and the impossible happens, these powers can be brought back into the real world. Billions rush into the game, eager to change their destiny. But amidst the chaos, one man stands apart, Ding Ling. While others struggle to learn basic punches, he unlocks a hidden plugin. Divine skills automatically reach maximum level. Every technique he touches, from the 18 dragon palms to Duga 9 swords, from 9 yang divine skill to heavenly demon arts, all instantly reach their full potential. In just moments, he leaps from ordinary to invincible, a man who can shatter mountains, tear the sky, and rewrite the very laws of cultivation. From the battlefields of the Three Kingdoms, to the divine realms of Journey to the West in Fengshan, Ding Ling rises as the ultimate warrior. But this is only the beginning. Because when your skills are all maxed out, the only thing left to conquer is the entire multiverse. Chapter 1, Almighty King. Instantly maxed out. Ding Ling spent his life savings to buy an expensive gaming helmet. He was afraid that the helmet would be damaged, so he protected it tightly all the way until he rode an e-donkey back to the rental house. Only then did he relax a little. This is the 3rd year since he came to this blue star world. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person. When he came to this world that was almost the same as the Earth in his previous life, he could still only be an ordinary person. The competitive pressure is too great. Even the wedding gift Qian Dingling couldn't come up with it. Not to mention buying a house, a car, 3 gold items, transportation fees, banquet fees, etc. Therefore, even if he had a girlfriend, he soon broke up with her, and to this day, he is still a bachelor. Just when Ding Ling thought that this would be the end of his life, a turning point occurred. A month ago, an epic-making mythical game appeared out of thin air. This game is almost popular in hundreds of large and small countries in Blue Star at the speed of light. Especially after half a month of trial playing, the various emotional contents expressed by the internal beta players made the game even more popular. But it's because beta testers discovered that as long as people become stronger in the game, they will also become stronger in the real world. Although there are some prerequisites, as long as the conditions are met, the speed of becoming stronger will be beyond imagination. After some internal beta players shared before and after videos of their strength, agility, high jump, etc., it completely ignited the fire in many people's hearts. Groups of people bought gaming helmets one after another, entered the gaming world, and began their journey of self-improvement. Although many people failed to improve. But under the premise that the base of game players is increasing, more and more people are bringing out strong abilities from the game. When weak players suddenly transform into muscular men. Many men couldn't sit still at first. Which man doesn't have a wild beast living in his inner world? Which man doesn't long to be as strong as a dragon and be a hero? And with the tide of men entering the game, many elderly people who longed to become healthy and strong followed. Then the woman entered. Although there are many people who enter for different reasons, it is undeniable that this game is now known to almost everyone. Walking on the street, you can see advertisements for this mythical game everywhere, and you can hear groups of people discussing the content and gameplay of the game. Ding Ling, who is busy with work, also wants to get into gaming. He is even ready to buy a gaming helmet after saving some money. But 2 days ago, a library suddenly awakened in his mind. There is not a single book in the library except for the endless shelves. There is no explanation either. Even so, Ding Ling was extremely excited and happy. He spent a long time thinking about it, but couldn't figure it out. Finally, I discovered the secret of the library after accidentally flipping through a basic psychology book at home. This library can be used in real life. I just don't know if it can be used in the game. Ding Ling hugged his helmet, his heart beating fast. It's like a poor man who had nothing suddenly got 1 billion, or even more like a beggar who suddenly became an emperor. The exciting and dreamlike feeling is extremely real. After all, Ding Ling was ready to live a life of mediocrity. How could he remain calm when a legendary plugin suddenly hit him? He closed his eyes slightly, and then he saw a library very clearly. There are hundreds of books stacked on each of the top 5 bookshelves in the library. Have Ponzi psychology, high school physics, advanced mathematics, electromagnetism, architecture. These books were Ding Ling's discovery that the basic psychology at home had reached full level in an instant. After being mastered by him skillfully, he was surprised and happy, so he hurried to the library and frantically browsed hundreds and thousands of books. To be precise, I can only flip through it and just glance at it casually. But every book is no exception. All levels are reached instantly. It can be said without exaggeration. Now Ding Ling is clearly a master who has mastered dozens of foreign languages. Doctor of mathematics. Master of psychology. God of cooking. Master sculptor. Top chess player, calligrapher, top pianist, top painter, professional racing driver. Besides, Ding Ling spent more time looking for fitness books and various martial arts secrets. It's a pity. The martial arts secrets in reality are just fake. Although Ding Ling reached the maximum level instantly. But all I learned were routines. Now Ding Ling can say that when it comes to Tai Chi, Xingyi Quan, Luohan Quan, Chen Quan, Wing Chun and other boxing, poem, and body movements, he ranks second, and no one dares to say first. Because he has reached the full level of these routine martial arts. Who can compare with him? Fitness master. Pseudo Tai Chi master. Pseudo Wing Chun master. Master of Pseudo Xingyi. There are hundreds of various boxing techniques, palm techniques, and body techniques. They are all pseudo-level. Of course, the above library plugins are not listed. Ding Ling compiled them in his mind for convenience. I estimate that there should be real Tai Chi masters, Xingyi Quan masters, and Wing Chun masters in the real world, but it's a pity. I can't get in touch with these people. Ding Ling sighed. If he could learn so many martial arts in reality, he would definitely learn them first. But today he specifically took time off to visit libraries throughout the city. I also checked a lot of information online. Unfortunately, he didn't get the martial arts he wanted. Instead, he got various other messy books, which gave Ding Ling many more titles. Breaststroke Master. Butterfly Master. Running Master. Some libraries still have books that teach people about swimming, high jumping, running, etc., which are relatively unsophisticated. Ding Ling reached full level instantly. Really, in an instant, I mastered breaststroke, butterfly stroke, etc. You must know that although he was not a landlubber in the past, he was still close to it. He definitely had no chance to become a swimming master. But now he has a very clear feeling that even if he falls into the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, he can easily swim breaststroke, butterfly, etc. Of course he didn't try. Because he had tried various martial arts routines yesterday. The result is, he can perform the routines of martial arts that he has never known and understood extremely beautifully, and is better than many stars in the movie. Besides, many foreign languages that were incomprehensible in the past can be understood at a glance. This plugin is too powerful. Ding Ling was pleasantly surprised. If it weren't for mythological games taking the world by storm now. Just rely on his current professional level. What does he do that doesn't make him money? There is no need to be a hard-working code typist anymore. He decisively quit his job. Ignoring the strange looks from my colleagues and boss, I took my life savings and the funds I got from my recent resignation to buy this gaming helmet. I hope the game world will allow me to be exposed to more martial arts. Everyone else can bring their strength from the game back to the real world. Doesn't it make sense that I can't? As long as I can learn martial arts in the game and reach full level instantly. Then wouldn't I be so strong in reality? Ding Ling looked full of longing. In reality, for more than 2 days, he almost went through the skill books in various libraries. Of course he also read some comics, novels, and mythology books. After finding that they were useless, he stopped reading them and focused on reading various skill books. From various foreign languages, architecture, physics, chemistry and other basic skills in the Blue Star world. To medicine, medicinal material identification, acupuncture, Western medicine and other medical skills. Then to fitness, sword dancing, boxing, palm skills, body skills and other skills to improve physical fitness. It can be said. Ding Ling in just a few days. He has become an almost omnipotent master. This feels so good. Ding Ling felt like he was dreaming these past few days. In his previous life, he often read novels and saw various cheats, and systems. He also longed for the day when he got cheats countless times. But even after time travel, he shouted in his heart, "Grandpa, system countless times day and night." Also useless. He is still ordinary. That is, the library suddenly woke up a few days ago. Let him see hope. It made him feel like he was in a dream. I feel like I can really do anything now. Various skills are flying in Ding Ling's mind. He feels that his physical fitness has also improved a lot. Those fitness essentials, martial arts routines, running essentials, swimming essentials, etc. were instantly maxed out, allowing his muscles, internal organs, etc. to be forged. It can be said. Ding Ling's current physical fitness has doubled that of his past self. He also tried to move a 100 gene bag of rice at home and did a few standard squats with ease. Several highs. This was absolutely impossible in the past. You've really become stronger. Ding Ling clenched his fists and his eyes flashed. There are endless bookshelves inside this library. Now it's just a few bookshelves filled with all kinds of basic books. That's not enough. What will happen if I fill the shelves of this library with all kinds of skill books? Thinking about it, Ding Ling couldn't help but feel excited. But this is not possible in the real world. Because in the real world, the only knowledge points that Ding Ling can access at this level are in libraries, the internet, and other places. Some real essence may not be accessible until his status becomes higher. But what he is most eager to do now is to try the things in the game and see if he can learn them instantly and reach the maximum level. Let's get started. Ding Ling put on the helmet according to the instruction manual, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes slightly. The next second, his vision went dark. Ding Ling felt as if his soul and thoughts were forcibly carried away at this moment, breaking down a layer of barriers and flying towards another dimensional world. He felt dizzy. But not for long. His eyes lit up and he found that he had arrived in a new realm. He looked quickly around. This looks like an extremely vast square. The square was crowded with people. There is a circle of light under everyone's feet. Some of them are setting up stalls to sell items, some are talking loudly, and some are staring blankly at the void in front of them, mumbling something, as if they are talking about something. Ding Ling was a little surprised. He didn't expect to come to such a place. But soon, a prompt panel also appeared in front of his eyes. Character, Ding Ling. Age, 23 years old. Race, human. Alignment, none. Occupation, none. Level, none. Strength, bones 1, ordinary people are 1 point, wisdom 2, strength 2, ordinary people are 1, agility 2, constitution 2, defense 2, charisma 2. Weapons, none. Skills, acupuncture, level 10, swimming, level 10, fitness, level 10, elementary psychology, level 10, Xiong Chinese language, level 10, northern language, level 10, southern cuisine cooking, level 10, northern cuisine cooking, level 10, sculpture, level 10, watercolor painting, level 10, sketch, level 10, calligraphy, level 10, racing, level 10. There are hundreds of skills. In terms of painting alone, there are 7 or 8 types listed, including watercolor painting, comic painting, traditional Chinese painting, etc. Comprehensive evaluation, all-rounder. The Superman among new players. Given that the player Ding Ling is extremely outstanding, he is currently ranked first in the overall player rankings. Click to view the rankings. Ding Ling couldn't help being slightly shocked when he saw this. I just logged into the game, and I won first place before I even figured out the situation? Out of curiosity, he blurted out the words ranking list. The next moment, various rankings are out. The comprehensive ranking list was ranked first. And his name was bold and red, ranking first. First place, Ding Ling. New player. Current plane, none. Cleared planes, none. Almost at the same time. The whole square was boiling. Everyone, look, the comprehensive ranking list has been refreshed, and there is a first place out of thin air, named Dingling. My god, this guy is still a new player? Incredible! How did he do it? You know, Kong Tianhua, an old player in the internal beta, has been playing this game for a month. He is very strong in the game, with a force of more than 1,000 pounds, and has become a general. This Dingling is even stronger than Kong Tianhua in comprehensive strength. What the hell? Dingling is not on the other rankings. How come he is on the comprehensive ranking? Does he have any special comprehensive skills? The discussion was very loud. Dingling heard it clearly, but he did not discuss it with others, and continued to read the game manual. He did not forget the purpose of coming here. He read for a long time. Dingling finally understood and thought. There are countless planes in this myth game. From the planes of the Three Kingdoms, Sui Dynasty, Qin Dynasty, Ming Dynasty and other periods, to the martial arts planes such as the Legend of Condor Heroes, Demigods and Semidevils, the Smiling Proud Wanderer, Fengyun, and the Flying Dagger of Shaoli. There are also the fairy planes such as Journey to the West, Conferred Gods, the Legend of the White Snake, and the Legend of Neza, as well as the advanced fantasy and prehistoric planes, and the top chaos planes, etc. And what players have to do is to constantly improve themselves and break through the planes one by one, until the complete strategy is completed. Dingling was thoughtful. How can this game have so many familiar film and television worlds? This world is very similar to the previous life. Some literary and artistic works have everything. So Dingling has no chance to make money as a plagiarist, and is this game world developed by this Blue Star? Dingling is not sure. If the martial arts and abilities in the game can really be brought back to the real world, then the water of this Blue Star is too deep. Dingling was alert and solemn. He felt that he might have only touched the surface of Blue Star in the past few years. Forget it, let's start the game first. As a new player, there are only 3 choices for the planes that can be touched at the beginning. The end of the Sui Dynasty. The end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The end of the Qin Dynasty. Dingling chose the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The reason is very simple. Because the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty is a plane set up with reference to the romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Dingling is most familiar with the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although he knows about the end of the Sui Dynasty and the end of the Qin Dynasty, he can't be as familiar with it as the romance of the Three Kingdoms. How to choose? Of course, choose the one that is most familiar. Player Dingling is sure to choose the plane of the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty? Confirmed. The choice is successful, and the transmission will start soon. Boom! The next moment, the light circle under his feet circulated, and Dingling disappeared in the player square in an instant. The players were obviously not surprised by this, and were still discussing Dingling on the comprehensive ranking list, unaware that Dingling had just stood in front of them. An hour later, Dingling followed many players wearing armor and standing in the square, listening to General Chang Huan explaining the training essentials. Dingling did not expect that he would be randomly assigned to Han Fu's Jizhou camp. Every new player has the right to choose a plane at the beginning. But they do not have the right to choose a camp. Some people are lucky to become brothers with Zhao Zilong. Some may be unlucky to fall under Dongzhuo's hands and enjoy Dongzhuo's silver power all the time. He fell into the Jizhou camp, which can only be said to be neither good nor bad. An hour's time. Dingling has completely adjusted his mentality and started training with many players who are either full of resentment, or energetic, or full of desire. The opening is half an hour of running around the barracks with weights. After running, many people fell down directly. More people fell behind and couldn't keep up. And this is just a selection process. Those who performed well in the half-hour weighted run were directly assigned to General Chang Huan. Those who performed poorly were assigned to a military commander or a garrison commander. At this moment, General Chang Huan has taught the players the key to training. he said loudly. Those who stand out from me will be assigned to our Jijo's unparalleled General Panfong to learn higher-level martial arts skills. If you want to become stronger, work hard. Hearing the unparalleled General Panfong, many people's expressions were very strange. But under the gaze of General Chung Huan, they could not slander Panfong, so they could only hold it back, and their faces were distorted. Ding Ling was not among them. For him, the Jijo camp was just a springboard. As long as he learned all the skills, he could jump out from here and go to other places to study. He was also learning with the players at this moment. Of course, he paid more attention to the library. He found that a book was slowly condensing on a new bookshelf in the library. After Cheng Huan finished talking about the precautions and key points of the Zhuanggong, Ding Ling thought about it several times in his mind and made sure that there was nothing missing. This book took shape. Then, low-level Zhuanggong full level. Strength plus 0.2. Agility plus 0.2. Constitution plus 0.2. Ding Ling felt that his own strength was instantly strengthened a lot, and the whole person became lighter and more agile at this moment. The Zhuanggong that originally seemed quite difficult. At this moment, he did it like an antelope hanging on a horn, naturally, as if he was like this. It really works. Ding Ling was pleasantly surprised. I just don't know if I can bring this power back to reality completely. If I can, then this game is really amazing. I can't imagine the result of opening up the journey to the West Plane and the conferred God Plane in the future. If the players collectively cultivate immortals and become gods in the future, then reality will definitely be extremely exciting. Ha! Chung Huan obviously noticed Ding Ling too. Ding Ling was so conspicuous among the poor performers that it was hard not to attract Chung Huan's attention. What's your name? Chung Huan walked to Ding Ling and stared at him with his eyes, as if he was looking at a distinguished and extraordinary person. My name is Ding Ling. Ding Ling, really? Cheng Huan nodded with satisfaction. Your Zhuanggong has reached the standard. Next, you have two choices: continue to practice Zhuanggong, or practice a basic military swordsmanship. Continue to practice Zhuanggong. Ding Ling did not hesitate. Okay. I'll teach you, you listen carefully and watch. Chung Huan did not look like an NPC at all. His wisdom and behavior were no different from those of ordinary people. This is also the reason why this game shocked the world. It is so realistic. If you can be resurrected after death in the game world, many people would think they have traveled through time. Of course, no one wants to die, because death will not only cause a level drop, but it is also very likely that all of their items will be exposed. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one will do such a stupid thing as sacrifice. This guy. The other players looked at Ding Ling and couldn't help but be shocked, glanced sideways, and started talking in whispers. What they said was nothing more than saying that Ding Ling could never be a pure newcomer. Otherwise, how could he stand out so quickly? Isn't this a joke? Do you really think they are trash? But the next moment, Ding Ling was seen landing on the ground extremely vigorously like a horse, with his body ups and downs. It was clear that he had practiced the horse posting technique to the point of transformation. All the players couldn't help but be stunned, their eyes almost popped out, and then they all questioned and affirmed. This guy must be an old player. Otherwise, it would be outrageous. How could there be a person in this world who could instantly learn and do better than the original version after being taught it once? They didn't believe that Ding Ling would be so defiant. Only Cheng Huan believed it. He looked shocked and stayed blank for a while. Then he stepped forward and patted Ding Ling on the shoulder. It seems that you are very talented in Zhuang Kung Fu. Although I know the next advanced version of Horse Zhuang Kung Fu, Dragon Walking Tiger Zhuang Kung Fu, I am not able to master it skillfully. If you want to learn, I can take you to Pan learn from General Feng. Of course, if you want to learn sword skills, I can continue to teach you. I learn knife skills. Ding Ling answered decisively. Bit off more than you can chew. This refers to the inability to use and learn skillfully. But Ding Ling has the library plugin that reaches full level instantly. For him, he has many skills but no one can overwhelm him. The more skills you have, the better. Because after learning a skill, he can become stronger. Just after he learned the Maizhuang Kung Fu, he saw the game panel prompt again. Maximum level of Horse Zhuang Gong. Strength plus 0.4. Agility plus 0.4. Physique plus 0.4. This time, a lot of attribute points were added. Ding Ling not only felt a surge in strength, but also his body became lighter and lighter, as if he could jump more than 10 meters with a light jump. This feeling made Ding Ling feel very happy and comfortable. He liked this feeling of constantly improving himself. Those years of being a salted fish were really painful. Now that he has the opportunity to become a superior person, Ding Ling naturally has no reason to slack off. Therefore, when he heard General Chang Huan say whether to learn swordsmanship, he was so decisive. Okay. General Chang Huan looked at Ding Ling with softer and softer eyes. You didn't aim too high, but chose to learn simple swordsmanship first, which is worthy of recognition and praise. After you learn swordsmanship, I will recommend you to General Pan Feng to be a garrison commander in our army. As soon as these words came out, all the players looked at him sideways and envied him. Garrison commander. Going up to the next level are generals such as military marquis, military sima, and captain lieutenant. How many people dream of this rank? This guy named Ding Ling is definitely an old man who is cunning and pretends to be a new player. Other players are more and more sure, especially when they think of Ding Ling's amazing performance in the training and practice of weighted running, pole kung fu, and horse pole kung fu. They are even more sure that it is correct. You should know that new players are basically second-class disabled. Many of them can't carry anything on their shoulders or hands. Compared with old players, the gap is too obvious. Moreover, in order to gain the favor of some generals, many old players come to the new recruits camp for training, just to get a higher starting point, which has precedence. Ding Ling was speechless. He was not the kind of person in Chang Huan's eyes. The reason why he learned swordsmanship was that he thought Pan Feng was good at axe skills. If he didn't learn swordsmanship now, he would definitely experience more twists and turns when he went to Pan Feng to learn. It would be better to learn here. Of course, he didn't make it clear, but looked at Cheng Huan seriously and seriously. Cheng Huan was obviously a pragmatic general. He did not hesitate to start explaining the swordsmanship to Ding Ling. He did not hide anything. All the recruits present could listen. There were indeed many players among the recruits who were listening, but it was a pity that they had not even learned the most basic Zhuanggong, and they were still learning swordsmanship? After listening for a while, they felt that it was impressive, and then they buried their heads in practicing Zhuanggong. As for Ding Ling? After he heard Cheng Huan say it twice, a book automatically condensed on the bookshelf of the library. For big words were written on the cover of the book, Primary Swordsmanship. Primary Swordsmanship full level. Strength plus 0.1. Agility plus 0.2. Physique plus 0.1. The moment the book was condensed, the primary swordsmanship was full level. Ding Ling not only improved his strength a lot, but also his agility and physique. This swordsmanship is an external swordsmanship, which belongs to a kind of external skill. When it is practiced to the full level, it will naturally improve the 3 attribute points of strength, agility, and physique. Not only that, Ding Ling's combat power has been improved by more than a little. Before, he only knew some fancy moves, which had no lethality at all, but were extremely ornamental. It was particularly beautiful to fight with. But this elementary sword technique is different. Every move is life-threatening, and it goes straight to the vital points of people. It can be said that, with this sword technique in hand, Ding Ling's combat power can be said to have doubled instantly. Ding Ling was greatly encouraged and glanced at the character panel. Character, Ding Ling. Age, 23 years old. Race, human. Faction, Jizhou Hanfu. Occupation, soldier. Level, 1. Strength, Root 1, ordinary people have 1 point, Wisdom 2, Strength 2 plus 0.2 plus 0.4 plus 0.1, 2.7, Agility 2 plus 0.2 plus 0.4 plus 0.2, 2.8, Constitution 2 plus 0.2 plus 0.4 plus 0.1, 2.7, Defense 2, Charm 2. Weapons, a set of armor and a broadsword. Skills, low-level Zhuanggong, level 10, Horse Zhuanggong, level 10, Basic Sword Skills, level 10, Acupuncture, level 10, Swimming, level 10, Fitness, level 10, Basic Psychology, level 10. It's only been more than an hour since I entered the game. There are such big changes. The future is promising. In the real world, very few skills are offensive and can grow, and most of them are just for show. If he hadn't learned hundreds of skills, it would not be enough to improve his strength. And here he only learned 3. Strength, agility, physique, etc. have improved by almost 1 point. Facts have proved that what Cheng Huan teaches is real kung fu. Try it. Cheng Huan explained it 3 times. Seeing Ding Ling's clear and enlightened look, he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. He only explained it 3 times. It's impossible for Ding Ling to have a thorough understanding of this sword technique? You know, it took me 3 years to learn this sword technique to perfection. This was taught by the master himself. Okay. Ding Ling was not vague either. In order to learn more real kung fu, he would not be perfunctory. After all, only by attracting attention can he stand out and learn more advanced martial arts earlier. Swish! Ding Ling danced with a big knife, like a flying wild goose. His posture was so graceful and his body was so calm. It can be said that he was as natural as nature. This is clearly the state of practicing the basic swordsmanship to the state of great perfection, and there is no room for improvement. Cheng Huan's eyes were dull, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. When Ding Ling finished playing and stood still, he coughed dryly and said in disbelief, "Are you sure you just learned this sword technique?" "I'm 100% sure." Ding Ling replied solemnly. Cheng Huan was speechless. All the players couldn't help but secretly complain, "Is it interesting for an old player to come to the new recruit camp to show off? Too shameless." No player believed that Ding Ling was a newcomer and had just practiced sword techniques. If there really is someone who can play sword techniques better and more perfectly than the instructor after watching them twice, players are willing to call him the chosen one. Obviously, there is no such person in this era. Achievement Medal, champion in the new recruit camp. Note, there is no doubt. You can graduate from the new recruit camp and become the most dazzling one among them. It was at this time Ding Ling heard the game prompt sound, clicked it with his mind, and saw these 2 sentences. He was surprised and wondered, what is this achievement medal for? But he couldn't find the manual for a while, and he was too lazy to look for it again, just looking at Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan felt a little uncomfortable when Ding Ling looked at him, and he coughed dryly, restrained the astonishment on his face, and praised with a slightly red face. "Since I started my apprenticeship, this is the first time I have seen such a talented genius like you. Perhaps only General Pan Feng in his youth can compare with you." Hearing General Pan Feng, the players looked at Ding Ling with a playful look in their eyes. Whoever has read Romance of the Three Kingdoms doesn't know that Pan Feng is a fake. Although his name is so famous, he died faster than anyone else. He is the most unworthy of the name among the generals. Someone comparable to General Pan Feng. Doesn't that mean Ding Ling will die very excitingly in the future? This is what the players think. Everyone looked at Ding Ling and laughed secretly. Ding Ling naturally understood the players' thoughts. His eyes twitched, but he didn't refute it, just because he knew Cheng Huan's good intentions. It is rare to meet a responsible person like Cheng Huan in the new recruits camp in Jizhou. Therefore, Ding Ling listened very seriously. Cheng Huan was more pleased when he saw it. Such a genius, but not arrogant or impatient, will become a great man in the future. Achievement Medal, General Cheng Huan praised you 3 times, praising you from the bottom of his heart. Note, you have completely convinced Cheng Huan, a general under Han Fu. This works? Ding Ling couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he heard the prompt sound. Although he didn't know what the achievement medal could be used for, he instinctively felt that this thing must be worth a lot. Because it's not easy to get it. Don't look at him getting 2 in a short time. That's all because he cheated. How about trying it with an ordinary person? I wanted to take you to see General Pan Feng right away, but I saw that you were so talented in swordsmanship that I couldn't bear to bury your talent. Cheng Huan stroked his beard and looked at Ding Ling, as if he was looking at a treasure. There is a man in our camp who is proficient in swordsmanship. His name is Gao Lan. Although he is currently only a military commander, his military skills are enough to be our Jizhou general. I can introduce you to him. As for whether he will teach you swordsmanship, I'm not sure, but I will try my best to speak for you. Thank you, General. Ding Ling said gratefully. Although he didn't know how difficult it was to apprentice to other people, he knew it must be very difficult from the jealous eyes of the players next to him. Cheng Huan treated him like this, which was considered to be the utmost kindness to him. Although Cheng Huan was only a minor character in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. But it was also remarkable that he could leave his name in history. I have nothing to teach you. Cheng Huan sighed. Although I know a set of high-level swordsmanship, I am not very familiar with it. I am afraid of misleading the students, so I will not teach you. Ding Ling wanted to say it was okay, you can teach. But seeing that Cheng Huan had made up his mind, he did not speak. Wait here. Cheng Huan walked away directly with big strides, obviously preparing to build a relationship for Ding Ling. Many soldiers could not help but whisper when they saw this. After so many years, this is the first time I've seen General Cheng Huan lose his composure like this. It seems that this Ding Ling is really a genius. If he becomes successful in the future, General Cheng Huan will definitely have a good reputation for cherishing talents. Why don't you think about it? Ding Ling is still in the starting stage. If we make friends with him at this time, won't we have a chance to soar to the sky in the future? Everyone understands the principle that if one person succeeds, everyone will benefit. Many NPCs couldn't help but run over to communicate with Ding Ling with eager faces. Not many players came. After all, in the eyes of the players, Ding Ling is just a black-bellied old silver coin. If they get too close, they are afraid of being poisoned to death. There are also those who are not afraid of poison and ask Ding Ling about various matters. It was at this time. Ding Ling realized that they didn't know that he was the first in the comprehensive ranking. He was quite surprised at first. Later, he looked at the character panel carefully and was relieved. It turned out that the ranking can only be viewed in the player square. No wonder these people were unmoved when they heard their names. The issue of the medal must be answered in the player square. After a while, Cheng Huan arrived, and the players and NPCs who had been surrounding Ding Ling dispersed and returned to their respective teams. Cheng Huan seemed to be excited and did not care about the actions of the NPCs and players. He waved to Ding Ling from a distance. Ding Ling, come here. Ding Ling walked over quickly. Approaching, Cheng Huan laughed and said, I tried my best to persuade Gao Lan, and he finally agreed to teach you swordsmanship. But he will only teach you once. Whether you can learn it depends on your ability. Thank you for your help, General. Ding Ling said solemnly. When you become rich in the future, don't forget that you have someone like me. Cheng Huan smiled. Don't worry. I, Ding Ling, am not an ungrateful person. Yeah. Cheng Huan became more and more satisfied, and he liked Ding Ling the more he looked at him. Not arrogant or impatient, not humble or overbearing, not arrogant or boastful, knowing etiquette, gratitude, and righteousness. It was simply a gift from heaven to Cheng Huan. Follow me. Cheng Huan walked in front. Ding Ling followed closely behind him. Ding Ling knew Gao Lan, who was later one of the 4 pillars of Hebei. During the Battle of Guandu, he fought with Su Chu and there was no winner, which shows his ability. He was recognized as one of the 4 pillars in such a large area. It shows his martial arts and methods. As for Gao Lan's later death, You can see from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he died completely from Zhao Yun's surprise attack. It was not a fair death at all. Facing the surprise attack of a top master like Zhao Yun, how many people can resist it? This plane was created with reference to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which shows that the combat power of the generals is basically close to that of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Gao Lan is only a military Sima now. But the level of strength is definitely among the top few in Jizhou. Han Fu arranged such a great general as a military commander, but let Cheng Huan, who was far less capable than Gao Lan, be a general. No wonder Han Fu was unpopular later and had to withdraw from Jizhou. Ding Ling's mind was full of thoughts. After a while, Cheng Huan had brought him to another camp of new recruits. Here Gao Lan was also teaching the new recruits to practice basic standing exercises. Seeing Cheng Huan coming, Gao Lan asked his deputy to help lead the new recruits, and he strode to Cheng Huan, looking at Ding Ling, his eyes sparkling. Are you the peerless genius Ding Ling mentioned by General Chang? I don't dare to be a peerless genius. But I am Ding Ling. Ding Ling glanced at Gao Lan. Seeing that he was 8 feet tall, holding a long spear, and was actually a handsome man, he couldn't help but wonder how to learn spear skills from him. Come with me. Gao Lan turned around and went directly to the military commander's tent. There was no one in the tent. After he entered, he saw Ding Ling followed him in. He didn't waste any words, put down his spear, picked up a long sword on the weapon rack beside him, and said directly, I will only show you the high-level sword technique once. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your luck. Yes. Ding Ling was solemn and thanked him. Gao Lan waved his hand, indicating that Ding Ling didn't need to be so polite, and then he started to show his sword directly. Gao Lan's sword is a long sword. The sword skills he performed were obviously battlefield moves. The sword is breathtaking and the evil aura is strong enough to stop a child from crying. At the end of the game, powerful whirlwinds of energy were created out of thin air, and with a crackling sound, the weapon rack on one side was actually broken into pieces. Good sword skills. Cheng Huan also walked in and couldn't help but applaud and praise. Gao Lan, your swordsmanship is becoming more and more exquisite and perfect. It has reached the point where your strength can hurt people. It is really amazing. I am far inferior to you. After hearing this, Gao Lan relaxed his brows and looked happy. It was obvious that he really liked Cheng Huan's compliments on him. It seems that Cheng Huan relied on this method to get Gao Lan to agree to let Ding Ling learn sword skills. Ding Ling closed his eyes and carefully recalled the scenes of sword skills. On a bookshelf in the library in the Sea of Consciousness, a book was condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, advanced sword technique has been successfully condensed. Then, high-level sword skills fully achieved. Strength plus 0.3. Agility plus 0.5. Physique plus 0.3. Almost instantly, Ding Ling became completely proficient in mastering high-level sword techniques. It was as if he had practiced this sword technique for more than 10 years, and the various sword moves in his mind were almost deeply engraved into his instincts. Ding Ling had a feeling. Now I can easily perform this high-level sword technique. He was pleasantly surprised. Just because he discovered that this high-level sword technique was more than twice as lethal as the primary sword technique. With this set of sword skills, it is not a problem for him, Ding Ling, to double his combat power again. How about it? When Cheng Huan saw Ding Ling open his eyes and his face was filled with joy, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. He thought, it's impossible to learn high-level sword skills just by watching them once. He thought so, but he still asked instinctively. Have you memorized it? Or have you learned it? Learned it? Gao Lan looked sideways, unhappy. It took me 4 years to learn advanced sword skills. Although Ding Ling is a genius with swords, he can't learn it just by watching it once. Do you really think Gao Lan is a fool? Cheng Huan coughed in embarrassment. Gao Lan, you know that's not what I meant. I just couldn't help myself. You haven't seen Ding Ling learning pile skills and sword skills. If you had seen him, you would probably have the same thoughts as me. Oh, Gao Lan raised his eyebrows and didn't care about it anymore. He also looked at Ding Ling curiously. Cheng Huan admires you so much. It's really rare. If you remember this high-level sword technique, show it to me. If you really remember it, I will give you more guidance in the next time. Yes. Ding Ling was not polite either. He directly took the long knife from Gao Lan. The long knife sank slightly in his hand. I'm afraid it weighs 40 or 50 pounds. Ding Ling has now reached 3 points in strength, and can impressively exert a force of 300 kilograms. This long knife is a bit heavy for him. It's a bit reluctant to use for knife play, but it can be used. Ding Ling gathered all his strength and walked with all his strength, boom. The sword moves are like wind wheels that cannot be splashed by water, one sword after another, extremely sharp and fierce. It's like a warrior showing off his power on the battlefield. The force was so strong that the void crackled, and the last killing move fell with a click. The weapon rack that fell to the ground on one side was split into 2 halves again. Cheng Huan was stunned. Gao Lan was stunned. General! Ding Ling put away the knife and stood up, returning the long knife. Gao Lan took it with a look on his face, coughed uncomfortably, and asked with some uncertainty. Are you sure you just came into contact with high-level sword skills? It's a bit awkward to speak. It can be seen that he was shocked in his heart. Yes. General. Ding Ling replied solemnly. Gao Lan was speechless, but instinctively he still didn't believe it because this was so outrageous. It's simply a fantasy. No matter how talented you are, you will never do this. You must know that he has learned this sword technique for 4 years. Awesome, so awesome. Cheng Huan applauded and praised, looking at Ding Ling with surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that your talent is even more outstanding than I thought. I was not sure about recommending you as the village chief at first, but now I am very sure. Gao Lan couldn't help but look sideways after hearing this, and looked at Cheng Huan with a strange expression. General Chang, do you really believe this is true? Certainly. Cheng Huan stroked his beard and nodded. What else? Do you think it's fake? That's not true. I paused for a moment while looking up, and then came back after a long while. I just think this is too weird. Indeed. Cheng Huanshan agreed. But the world is full of wonders. Wasn't General Pan Feng so outstanding when he was young? It can be seen that we can't look at geniuses with ordinary eyes. Maybe Ding Ling's intuition and talent in sword skills are terrifyingly strong, just like General Pan Feng's intuition in axe. Gao Lan was stunned again. He looked at Ding Ling with a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was very torn. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, Ding Ling, I have a book of swordsmanship handed down from my family. It's called Battlefield Sword Technique. It's a real martial art beyond high level. It's just that I haven't fully learned it yet. If you really think you have outstanding talent in swordsmanship, I can write it down. Show it to you. His expression was very serious. But if you feel unsure, I won't give it to you. You can choose for yourself. I want to see it. Ding Ling said decisively. This is simply a blessing from heaven. Gao Lan is one of the 4 pillars of the master. He has not completely learned the battlefield sword tactics. It can be seen that it is difficult and precious. You can see, but if you don't learn it, you must become a servant in my Gao family. Because the sword manual cannot be lost. It cannot be leaked. Gao Lan's expression was solemn. But if you learn it, this matter will be over. He looked at Ding Ling with his eyes. This is a bet, do you dare to bet? He felt that he would win. The battlefield sword tactics are extremely profound. It is difficult to practice this sword tactics to perfection without fighting hundreds of battles on the battlefield. This is the opening statement of the sword tactics. Gao Lan didn't believe it at first, but more than 10 years have passed, and he still can't perfect this sword tactics. He has to believe it even if he doesn't believe it. Such a difficult sword technique. How could an outsider learn it in such a short time? Bet. Ding Ling had a desperate expression. If I lose, General Gao will deal with me. Ding Ling, you. Cheng Huan was a little anxious. This was a good seedling that he had finally discovered. Was he just poached by Gao Lan? Although he had confidence in Ding Ling. But he had heard of the reputation of this battlefield sword technique. Gao Lan's ancestors became famous all over the world with this sword technique. It can be seen that it is extraordinary. Such a sword technique is probably dozens of times more difficult than high-level sword techniques. How could it be learned in such a short time? General Chang, rest assured. Ding Ling seemed to be cheering himself up, and said loudly, I will definitely do it. He has read the self-cultivation of actors, the lines and performance of actors, the expressions and notes of actors, etc. He has raised the skill of acting to the maximum level in many aspects. He is not to say that his acting skills are superb. But he can definitely beat most stars in seconds. It can be said that his acting skills are quite outstanding. Because of this, he actually hid it from Cheng Huan and Gao Lan. Cheng Huan became more and more anxious, and he almost took Ding Ling away directly. Gao Lan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't wait to say, have you decided to gamble? Ding Ling is a talent. If he can be used for his own benefit and as an assistant, Gao Lan's career in the future will definitely be smoother. It's decided. Okay. Gao Lan laughed loudly, not knowing whether he was laughing at himself for getting a talent or at Ding Ling for overestimating his abilities. He took out a scroll of silk from his arms and gave it to Ding Ling, saying, this is the battlefield sword technique. I will only give you 1 day. After 1 day, if you haven't learned it, you must come to my Gao family with the sword manual. No problem. Ding Ling nodded solemnly. Great. Gao Lan nodded, looking at Ding Ling with a happy face. You can take your time here. I'll go out to explain some things. After that, he left. Cheng Huan stayed in the tent, sighing, looking at Ding Ling with pity and regret. Ding Ling did not explain, but hurriedly opened the battlefield sword technique and read it carefully. As he practiced the primary and advanced sword techniques to the full level. In terms of sword technique, Ding Ling's knowledge can be said to have surpassed many third-rate generals in a certain sense. He is no longer an idiot who knows nothing about martial arts. Because of this, he understands the value of the battlefield sword technique. No wonder Gao Lan is so confident that I will never be able to learn it. The difficulty of this battlefield sword technique is dozens or hundreds of times more difficult than the high-level sword technique. The two are not at the same level at all. It's like the difference between wood and metal. There is a world of difference. The high-level sword technique is called high-level, but in fact it is just a basic external skill. The battlefield sword technique in front of you is the real advanced martial arts. If you learn it, you can definitely become a second-rate general. Ding Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at it. Cheng Huan noticed it and was a little surprised. Did you understand it? I'm studying it. Ding Ling replied seriously and continued to look carefully. Ah. Cheng Huan sighed. Even if you understand it, what's the point? You definitely can't learn it in just 1 day. Even Cheng Huan, who is extremely confident in Ding Ling, is like this, so you can understand why Gao Lan is so confident and sure that Ding Ling will lose. This also proves from the side that this battlefield sword technique is famous and extraordinary. At least in this Jizhou area, it is definitely a well-known advanced version of martial arts. Although I can understand a little, it is really difficult to learn it with my qualifications. Ding Ling originally wanted to try to learn it by studying and practicing. But after studying for half an hour, it still felt very strenuous and laborious. Decisive to give up this thankless and stupid behavior. He has a plug-in. Why should he learn to study and practice martial arts like others? I will never do such stupid things again in the future. Ding Ling thought so in his heart, and then looked at the library. As expected. As he turned his attention to the library, he recalled all the details of the battlefield sword technique in his mind. In just a moment. A book condensed in the library. Then, Battlefield Sword Technique Full Level. Strength plus 1.3. Agility plus 1.5. Physique plus 1.3. Crack. Ding Ling's bones seemed to be making a crisp sound like bursting. This was the condensation of energy in his body, which greatly improved his strength, agility, and physique, causing his bones and muscles to undergo major changes. Ding Ling felt that his height seemed to have increased a little at this moment. He clenched his fists. A sense of transparent power came naturally. He felt that he could easily defeat the previous two selves. Not only did his strength increase by more than 100 pounds out of thin air, his speed also increased a lot, and his body became lighter and lighter, as if he could jump dozens of meters out of thin air with a light jump. He knew it was not an illusion. If he went all out now, he might really be able to jump that far. This feeling. It's really perfect. It's so cool. Ding Ling felt the joy of cheating again. Others worked hard for decades, but they couldn't compare to the moment when he cheated. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. How is it possible? Cheng Huan was shocked and looked at Ding Ling in disbelief. Your figure and height seem to have changed just now? How could this happen suddenly? Unless... He suddenly realized, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and he stammered. You can't you be? Yes. Before Cheng Huan finished speaking, Ding Ling said with a smile on his face, I have learned the battlefield sword tactics. Cheng Huan's face was dull, as if he was stupid. How long has it been? It seems that only half an hour has passed? I don't believe it. Cheng Huan took a long while to utter 3 words, and finally added, unless you demonstrate it once. Originally, Ding Ling wanted to say that it didn't matter whether you believed it or not, but Cheng Huan helped him a lot. If it weren't for him, his initial progress would not have been so smooth. At this moment, Cheng Huan looked like he was exploring, curious, and expectant. He nodded, picked up the long sword to the side, and then began to play the battlefield sword tactics. Boom! Once the momentum was launched, a tragic battlefield momentum exploded in all directions. Cheng Huan was the first to bear the brunt. He was horrified and couldn't help but step back 3 steps. He stopped at the door of the tent. He looked at Ding Ling, surprised and shocked. At this moment, he began to believe Ding Ling's words, because this battlefield fighting spirit naturally generated by the sword tactics was enough to prove that Ding Ling had already achieved a great accomplishment in the battlefield sword tactics. That's amazing. How long has it been? Clang. Long sword in hand. Ding Ling began to wield it, becoming more and more handy. Before, he felt that the long sword was a little heavy to hold as a weapon, but now he felt it was just right. When he used the battlefield sword tactics, the long sword was like Ding Ling's arm, hitting wherever he pointed. Sometimes it turned into a raging dragon that turned the sea upside down, sometimes it turned into a fiercely charging armored lion. Sometimes it turned into a divine blade that swept through thousands of troops. An ordinary long sword, in Ding Ling's hands, exerted a power comparable to that of a divine weapon. Clang clang clang. The last sword was slashed out, accompanied by the clang of the sword, poof. The whole tent was chopped through. Cheng Huan was so shocked that his scalp was numb and he could no longer speak. He looked at Ding Ling with more and more surprise, as if he was looking at an unparalleled general who was about to rise. Ha! What's the sound? Gao Lanjiang was in a happy mood teaching the new recruits basic skills. He seemed to have seen Ding Ling's end one day later. With a face of pain and helplessness, he followed him to the Gao family and became his own servant. But suddenly, he seemed to hear a loud noise, which came from the direction of his camp. What happened? Gao Lan looked over at Sun Shang in surprise. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be stunned. But it was because his tent collapsed. In the middle of the camp stood a young man holding a long sword. That young man was none other than Ding Ling. And standing next to Ding Ling was Cheng Huan. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with Cheng Huan's state at the moment. What happened? Gao Lan instinctively sensed that something was wrong. He thought of a possibility, but felt that it was too outrageous. But besides that, what could happen to make Cheng Huan lose his composure like that? Gao Lan was thinking so much that he no longer had the time to teach the new recruits. He waved his deputy over again, "Take them with you." After saying that, before the deputy could speak, he already ran towards Ding Ling's direction with his spear in hand. A group of new recruits were left looking at each other. Players don't know Ding Ling. But someone who can make their instructor Gao Lan go out several times must be a good person, but he didn't know he was aboriginal? Or a player? It should be an indigenous NPC. There seems to be no player in Jizhou who is doing particularly well at the moment, which can make Gao Lan, a master who will be one of the 4 pillars in the future, look at him with new eyes. Looking at how much Gao Lan attaches importance to that guy, it's obvious that he should not be underestimated. I just don't know which celebrity in history he is. The players couldn't help but look at Ding Ling up and down, secretly guessing. This mythical game is very real, and there is no player name marked above the head like other online games. Therefore, how to determine whether the other party is a player? We can only communicate through daily communication. In other words, those guys in the barracks who looked very weak at first glance during this period were probably players. Especially those who are still in their 70s and 80s and still participate in recruit training, they are definitely pure players. Just because in the world of the 3 kingdoms, there has not yet been a situation where it is necessary to recruit old people to serve as soldiers. And the kind that looks very strong at first sight. Most likely it's an NPC. Ding Ling looks very strong. He holds a big sword and lifts his weight as if it were light. This naturally attracts the players' attention. Gao Lan pays more attention than the players. He strode to the camp tent, stared at Ding Ling and took a closer look, and couldn't help but take a breath, just because he understood the changes in Ding Ling. He looked down at the camp tent again. Sure enough, he saw the mark on the tent. The traces were fresh, and it looked like they had been split open by weapons. The only person standing just now was Ding Ling. A force that can split open a tent with one strike, not intentionally, but with strength? Gao Lan's heart was beating fast. He circled around Ding Ling twice in disbelief and said hesitantly, "Ding Ling, I remember that you couldn't hold this long knife so easily before. Why have you made so much progress in just half an hour?" "Because I learned the sword technique on the battlefield." Ding Ling was high-spirited and activated her full-level acting skills, perfectly disguising herself as a confident and proud genius. "And I have thoroughly understood the battlefield sword technique. That's why we have such a result." Gao Lan opened his mouth wide and wanted to say a few words, but he felt his tongue was tied. He twisted his neck, and it took him a while to feel better. Then he looked at Cheng Huan with a smile and said, "Do you believe it? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be false?" Cheng Huan had already recovered from the shock inside. "I am 100% sure now. Ding Ling will definitely be an unparalleled general comparable to General Pan Feng in the future." Gao Lan's pupils suddenly dilated. "Although there have been speculations for a long time. But I really got this result. He still can't accept it. This is absolutely impossible." Gao Lan was even more excited than Cheng Huan, and his handsome face turned green, not sure whether it was because of embarrassment or because of shock and disbelief. "I don't believe it." "If you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do about it." Cheng Huan has now looked away. He is just a third-rate general anyway. Facing an unparalleled general like Ding Ling who is destined to become a first-rate general in the future, naturally he can only look up. Seeing Gao Lan's disbelief at this moment, he couldn't help but say, "That's the truth." Gao Lan glanced at Cheng Huan with an ugly expression. He had said nice things to him before, but now that he had received the benefits, he started to turn against him. Is this how a person should behave? Cheng Huan obviously noticed that his words and expressions might be misunderstood, and he immediately said solemnly, "Gao Lan, don't get me wrong. I was actually deeply shocked, that's why I said it so casually." "So be it." He looked at Ding Ling. "You performed the battlefield sword technique just now and let Gao Lan take a good look at your peerless talent and sword skills. After talking about it, I couldn't help but feel elated. Obviously, he felt honored and proud to have unearthed such a treasure. Yes, General. Dingling also hoped that Chung Huan would continue to take him to learn other martial arts moves, or try to see if Gao Lan could teach him spearmanship. There was no reason to hide his shortcomings. Clang! The long sword in his hand was slightly raised, and then the battlefield sword tactics were activated, and a tragic momentum naturally emanated. Boom! The sword followed him, and the long sword in his hand once again turned into a streak of silk, a dragon. Clang clang clang! A strong wind blew in his face. Cheng Huan was very impressed and praised him. Gao Lan had no expression on his face, but his pupils were shrinking smaller and smaller. God knows how shocked he was at this moment. The three views were shattered just like this. This guy is so strong. The players were a little distracted, looking sideways and talking. I've seen some first-class general swordsmanship is not as good as his. It's really beautiful. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Even from a distance, it makes people feel terrified. Yes. There are not many swordsmanship that is both ornamental and lethal in the Three Kingdoms world. This is obviously a famous general from Jizhou. I just seem to hear Gao Lan call him Dingling. Do you remember there was a famous general named Dingling in the Three Kingdoms? I have heard of Ding Feng and Ding Yuan, but this is the first time I have heard of Dingling. Boom! Dingling's last slash was like splitting mountains and seas. With a loud bang, the tent that had fallen to the ground was shattered again. It's embarrassing. Dingling put away her sword and stood up, speaking to Gao Lan and Cheng Huan. Gao Lan looked at the sky speechlessly, thinking, you are calling this a show of ugliness, so wouldn't it be better if I just dig a hole and bury myself? Okay. Chung Huan clapped, laughed, and praised. You're so good at it. With this sword skill, Dingling, you are more than enough to be a military commander. Don't dare. Dingling calmed down his momentum slightly. Confidence is a good thing, but if it is overacted and arouses Gao Lan's resentment, it will be counterproductive. Neither being humble nor being arrogant is the main theme, which will make people appreciate it more. Sure enough, when Gao Lan heard Cheng Huan's words, he looked a little unhappy, but Dingling's humble words made him look normal again. Gao Lan himself was just a military commander. As a new recruit, Dingling jumped up to his level in less than half a day. How could this make Gao Lingqing so embarrassed? Cheng Huan also woke up, coughed dryly, and immediately changed the topic. Dingling, you are so talented. I wonder what your plans are next. Should you follow me to find General Pan Feng? Or continue to study with Gao Lan? I am willing to continue studying with General Gao. Dingling climbed up the ladder very decisively. Gao Lan was speechless and waved his hands in frustration. I can't teach you anymore. What I'm best at is battlefield shooting. The second is sword skills. But these two martial arts are passed down from family. I made an exception and taught you battlefield sword skills. I can no longer teach you battlefield shooting. That's a shame. Dingling was sorry. Chung Huan glanced sideways. You still want to learn marksmanship? If possible, I would naturally want to learn. Do you think your talent in marksmanship is not inferior to that of swordsmanship? Yes. Dingling once again activated his full-level acting skills and started acting. I think I can definitely practice marksmanship. Don't act more confident. How could Chung Huan take him to learn marksmanship from other generals? Amazing. Cheng Huan instinctively praised him, but he still hesitated a little. After thinking about it for a while, he said, since it's no longer convenient for Gao Lan to teach you anymore, just wait here while I go find Zhang He and ask. I can say a few good words about Zhang He. Gao Lan seemed to admire Dingling very much, and couldn't help but interject at this moment. Zhang He is good at marksmanship. He has learned all the marksmanship from beginner level to advanced level, and then to the family tradition marksmanship. It may be difficult to pass down the marksmanship passed down from the family. But for other marksmanship, let's talk about Xiang Yi. There shouldn't be much of a problem.
This couldn't be better. Cheng Huan was overjoyed. Then Gao Lan, come with me.
Okay.
Gao Lan waved to Ding Ling. Ding Ling, let's go together. Almost at the same time. A beep sounds. Obtained the achievement medal, highly recognized by Gao Lan.
Note, your performance completely impressed Gao Lan and made him doubt his talent in martial arts. For this reason, he even had the idea of seeing whether your marksmanship talent is as strong as your swordsmanship talent.
Another medal of achievement.
Ding Ling became more and more curious about the function of this achievement medal. In fact, at first glance, this achievement medal is not something that ordinary people can get.
How easy is it to impress a historical figure? Ta-ta.
Gao Lan and Cheng Huan walked in front.
Ding Ling is behind.
Gao Lan touched the silk of the battlefield sword technique in his arms and felt infinite emotion in his heart. This was the first time in his life that he was struck by doubts by a new recruit.
He had a strong premonition.
Maybe Ding Ling can also create miracles with Zhang He.
Soon. Arrive at Zhang He's military camp.
He is also a military commander in the Jizhou barracks. When it comes to appearance and temperament, he is slightly better than Gao Lan.
He was also training new recruits, and Ding Ling could tell at a glance that 99% of the new recruits here were players.
Zhang He is a future five-sun general, his reputation will be resounding to future generations, and his name will remain in history. Players naturally like to practice martial arts under such famous generals. Zhang He was also very responsible and taught in a strict manner.
When he saw Gao Lan coming, he stopped his work and asked his deputy to continue training with the new recruits. He went to the camp with Gao Lan and Cheng Huan to talk. Ding Ling did not go in. Waiting outside the camp.
There are some things that are not convenient for him to say, and there is no point in going there at this time. But perhaps because of his improved strength, his five senses have become much clearer. Originally, it was impossible for him to hear other people's conversations clearly when they were farther away. But now he could hear clearly. Listening to the conversation between Gao Lan, Cheng Huan, and Zhang He in the camp. Ding Ling blushed slightly. But soon, he returned to normal.
After a while, Gao Lan opened the curtain and came out, waving to Ding Ling, motioning for him to come over. Ding Ling then entered the camp. Before I could stand still, I heard a clear voice asking, "Are you Ding Ling?" "Good." Ding Ling nodded instinctively, looked at the sound, and saw that it was Zhang He, and couldn't help but say, "I've met General Zhang. I'm just a military commander, so I don't need to be called a general." Zhang He smiled, waved his hand and said, "Just call me by my name." Gao Lan felt a little embarrassed while listening. He accepted the title of general calmly. Zhang He said this, and he felt that he needed to change, especially in front of a genius like Ding Ling. "I won't say any more nonsense." Zhang He is obviously a resolute person, and he starts to point out the core elements of elementary marksmanship at the beginning. "Just keep an eye on it. This is the elementary marksmanship that all the children of my Zhang family will learn." He practiced and explained while speaking, and he did not avoid Gao Lan and Cheng Huan. After 2 passes, he looked at Ding Ling. "How does it feel?" "Good." Ding Ling closed his eyes slightly. A book in the library then takes shape. Basic level marksmanship. Strength plus 0.1. Agility plus 0.2. Physique plus 0.1. Just for a breath. Basic marksmanship is at full level. Ding Ling has already understood the essence of this elementary marksmanship and is able to easily perform a set of marksmanship. Oh! Zhang He didn't believe it. Although this elementary marksmanship seems simple, it is the foundation of all marksmanship. Only by mastering this elementary marksmanship can you go further in the field of marksmanship. I spent a lot of time just learning this elementary marksmanship. It took 2 years until I had completely refined it to the point where I could no longer make any progress, and then I started practicing intermediate marksmanship. He paused and said, "Are you sure you have mastered this marksmanship?" If you have mastered it, I will continue to teach you the intermediate level. If not, you can leave now. He looked at Ding Ling with bright eyes. Don't lie to me. I don't have to lie.
Ding Ling walked to one side, picked up a long gun from the weapons rack, then walked to the open space on one side and started practicing.
Call out.
A spear was like an arrow piercing the air, or even more like a coiled poisonous snake. It was spitting in Ding Ling's hand, curling and bending, and it was harmful in every direction.
Phew!
A spear seemed to be able to pierce the void, but in an instant, it actually pierced 3 points of starlight.
Boom!
The spear hit the pillar on the side, causing 3 small holes half an inch deep to appear on the pillar.
Zhang He was shocked and stared at Ding Ling in disbelief.
Chen Huan became more cheerful and laughed.
As expected of Ding Ling. What a genius, so amazing. So good. So good. It's so flattering to me.
In order to let Zhang He teach Ding Ling how to shoot, he had boasted a lot about Ding Ling at Zhang He's place not long ago. Zhang He looked suspicious, feeling that Chen Huan was bragging, almost without concealing it. Now that Ding Ling has quickly learned the basic marksmanship, Zhang He's calmness no longer exists. How can this not make Chen Huan feel happy and feel that Ding Ling has given him a face?
Gao Lan thought the same way.
Although he was not as exaggerated as Chen Huan said, he also helped a lot, which made Zhang He feel that Gao Lan had changed and degenerated, and everyone started to join in the same trend.
Gao Lan naturally understood Zhang He's expression.
He felt aggrieved and depressed for a while. He was also very worried that Ding Ling would not be able to learn marksmanship quickly and let Zhang He fully implement his ideas. Then he would not be able to escape even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fortunately, to Gao Lan's great relief and excitement, Ding Ling turned out to be extremely talented in marksmanship.
Now it seems that Zhang He has the nerve to talk about him? I have already told you that he is extremely talented. Gao Lan couldn't help but pretend to sigh. You still don't believe it. Now do you believe that there are real geniuses in this world?
Zhang He was extremely speechless. From a young age, he has been one of the top geniuses in his clan, and even in the entire Jizhou. Especially when it comes to marksmanship and stick skills, he is unrivaled.
Now he suddenly discovered a talent that was 100 times more terrifying than him? 1,000 times? 10,000 times? Characters.
How could this not make Zhang He lose his composure and shock him? You must know that when he first learned this basic marksmanship, he had to lay the foundation for 2 years.
How old is Ding Ling? Not even a quarter of an hour.
This is too perverted.
Are you sure you haven't experienced similar elementary marksmanship before?
Zhang He deeply suspected that Ding Ling was playing tricks on him, and his face became uncertain.
Gao Lan took one look and knew what Zhang He was thinking.
After all, they had worked together for many years, and he also knew Zhang He's temper, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Zhang, if you don't believe it, you can teach me intermediate and high-level marksmanship, or even the 5 tigers soul-destroying.
Marksmanship handed down from your ancestors." Zhang He's face darkened.
The 5 tigers soul-severing spear technique was a secret passed down from his family.
How could it be taught secretly to outsiders? Unless Ding Ling signed a deed of sale to the Zhang family, there would be no hope. He didn't say this. If Ding Ling was really a genius, how could he sell himself to the Zhang family?
He was just doubtful and explained the intermediate marksmanship to Ding Ling again.
After 2 passes,
Ding Ling closed his eyes slightly. Another book on intermediate marksmanship came out of the library.
After a moment. Intermediate marksmanship full level. Strength plus 0.2.
Agility plus 0.3.
Physique plus 0.2. Ding Ling completely mastered the intermediate marksmanship in an instant.
Strength, agility, and physique have all been improved. The big gun weighing several dozen kilograms in his hand became increasingly light and weightless. Ding Ling has a feeling that he is probably considered a strong one among the second-rate generals now.
How long has it been? Progress is so fast.
If these powers can really be brought back to the real world, then this mythical world will be a paradise.
You demonstrated again.
Zhang He looked at Ding Ling with bright eyes. Ding Ling was also unambiguous. The spear came out like a dragon, clang clang clang. Sometimes the tip of the spear spits out a message like a poisonous dragon, sometimes like a python wrapping around it. A long spear points at the wooden pillar on the side, clang clang clang. This time, 4 stars lit up in an instant, leaving 4 small holes on the wooden pillars. And the depth seems to be deeper than last time. Zhang He was stunned. Cheng Huan clapped and laughed. Gao Lan was impressed. Come again. Zhang He also taught advanced marksmanship. In the process of teaching marksmanship, Zhang He tested it several times and found that Ding Ling did not know or understand this high-level marksmanship. If he can learn this advanced marksmanship quickly, it means that he may really be a genius. Zhang He taught it twice as usual. Ding Ling closed his eyes again. Subsequently, books on high-level marksmanship were successfully gathered in the library. In an instant. High-level marksmanship. Strength plus 0.3. Agility plus 0.5. Physique plus 0.3. All the secrets and essence of high-level marksmanship have almost melted into Ding Ling's bone marrow, making this high-level marksmanship an instinct for him. He didn't need to greet Zhang He and used his marksmanship again. Clang, clang, clang. The gun shot out like lightning, turning into a meteor that moved back and forth in the void, clanging. In just one moment, 5 holes were left on the wooden pillars. And it's nearly an inch deep. From the beginning, his combat power and marksmanship has doubled. You. Zhang He's eyes widened and his lips trembled slightly uncontrollably. He didn't know whether it was caused by shock, trance, or too much shock. Too strong. Gao Lan looked at Ding Ling as if he were looking at a rising god of war. If there is a god of war in this world in the future, it will definitely be you, Ding Ling. That's right. Cheng Huan was proud of it. It is my honor to have found Ding Ling from a group of new recruits, and it is something I will brag about in my life. He looked at Ding Ling and said solemnly. Ding Ling, you are extremely talented and have a bright future. Remember not to be too proud and complacent, and offend the masters, so as not to ruin your future. Before you achieve great success, you must stay stable. Ding Ling must remember the general's words. Ding Ling clasped his fists and replied solemnly. That's great. Cheng Huan was more relieved. Gao Lan also nodded secretly. There are many talented geniuses who died halfway because they offended too many people. Ding Ling is so amazing. He doesn't want him to die, and wants to see how far Ding Ling can go. After all, he and Ding Ling have a bit of master-disciple relationship. When Ding Ling becomes successful in the future, he can help him a little. Although Zhang He was arrogant and conceited, he was beaten down by Ding Ling several times and he also restrained his strange views on Cheng Huan and Gao Lan. For the first time, he publicly admitted that Gao Lan and Cheng Huan had good vision and that he was too narrow-minded before. But Zhang He changed the subject. Although I can't teach Ding Ling the 5 Tigers soul-breaking spear technique, I can teach Ding Ling the water and fire dragon prisoner stick technique that I accidentally got. Really? Cheng Huan was surprised and thanked Zhang He on behalf of Ding Ling. Zhang He raised his hand. Don't thank me yet. I have conditions. Just say it. Ding Ling said. Okay. Zhang He nodded. I won't be polite with you. I know you made a bet with Gao Lan. I also make a bet with you. If you can learn this water and fire dragon prisoner stick technique in a short time, I will teach you the diagram of this stick technique for free. If you can't, you must become a servant of my Zhang family. When Zhang He said this, he paused, his eyes seemed to be holding sharp swords, staring straight at Ding Ling. What do you think? Without waiting for Ding Ling's reply, he added. Of course, you can completely refuse. The previous instruction on marksmanship should be regarded as an offensive gift for what I just said. I bet. Ding Ling was very decisive. There are plugins. What he is least afraid of is similar bets. Are you sure? Zhang He was obviously a magnanimous gentleman. He thought about it and said. I'll tell you the truth. Ever since I obtained the water fire prisoning dragon stick technique, I have worked hard to study and practice it. However, because I have no good teacher to teach me, I am only at the entry-level level so far, so I cannot teach you personally. You can only practice by yourself by looking at the atlas. The difficulty is as high as climbing to the sky. If you, Ding Ling, can even master advanced skills such as the water, fire and dragon prison technique, I, Zheng He, will be the best. Zheng He only said this last sentence in his heart and did not say it out loud. Obviously. He was certain that Ding Ling would never be able to successfully practice the water and fire prisoning dragon stick technique. After all, even an outstanding person like him, Zheng He, has mastered this stick technique for 5 or 6 years, and it is still only at the entry-level level. This water fire prisoning dragon stick technique is a top-notch martial art that is as good as the 5 Tigers soul-severing spear technique. There is no one to guide you, and there are no transitions in elementary, intermediate, or advanced stick techniques. This is like asking a child to lift a jack or asking an illiterate child to write an article. To say it is difficult to reach the sky is not wrong at all. Sure. Ding Ling was not frightened at all and answered quickly. Cheng Huan and Gao Lang just wanted to stop them, but seeing Ding Ling's firm and confident look on his face, they couldn't help but feel unsure in thought. If Ding Ling is really sure, this is his chance. It would be unwise to interrupt rashly. But isn't the stake a bit too high? They did not want Ding Ling to become a servant of the Zheng family. Because once this happens, Ding Ling will have no future. How high a position could a domestic servant have in society? But thinking about Ding Ling's previous bet to learn battlefield sword skills, they became suspicious again and pondered. Ding Ling is extremely talented in pile skills, sword skills, and spear skills. Doesn't he also have such talent in stick skills? They couldn't believe it. Because this is too incredible. A person who has never learned stick skills must learn the top stick skills as soon as he comes on stage. The probability of failure is almost 100%. Good. Zheng He was also a straightforward person. Seeing this, he stopped trying to persuade him. Instead, he took out a roll of cloth from his arms and threw it to Ding Ling. Catch it. Ding Ling jumped slightly, reached out and grabbed the cloth in the air, like a nimble bird. His movements were very neat, and he caught the cloth easily. Zheng He's eyes brightened slightly. Your agility and speed are far beyond that of ordinary third-rate generals. In terms of strength, you are not inferior to second-rate generals, and you have great potential for development. I will give you one last chance. If you are not willing to bet with me, just return the cloth to me. No need to say more. Ding Ling opened the cloth and started to read it. While Zheng He felt regretful, his heart was filled with joy. In his opinion, he will definitely win this time. Gao exhibition failed before. That must be because Ding Ling has learned basic and high-level sword skills, and has already achieved certain attainments in sword skills. Coupled with his extraordinary talent, he will understand the battlefield sword skills in a short period of time. Although it is extremely shocking, it is not I can't understand it. After all, General Panfoam had a similar experience in axe. But this stick method is different. These are two completely different skills from sword skills. Moreover, there are no basic stick techniques for Ding Ling such as basic and advanced ones. Ding Ling is building a castle in the air out of thin air. How can this be successful? How can stick technique be accomplished without a foundation? Zheng He became more and more confident and waited for Ding Ling to fail. Ding Ling, on the other hand, carefully read the water, fire and dragon prison technique several times. A book quickly condensed on a bookshelf in the library, water and fire prisoning dragon stick technique. Then, water fire prisoner dragon stick technique full level. Strength plus 1.4. Agility plus 1. Physique plus 1.2. Click. This time, the strength and physique have increased a lot, and Ding Ling's bones have once again undergone huge changes, so that the external manifestations are extremely obvious. It can be clearly seen that Ding Ling's body bones suddenly lifted up a little. The armor that originally fit well is completely too small this time. The armor was loose before, but after being raised several times, the armor became very ill-fitting. And because this time the strength increased by more than 100 kilograms, plus the original strength of several hundred kilograms, it was so strong that the inferior armor was somewhat deformed. This scene fell into the eyes of Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan. It was terrifying. They looked at each other, and they could clearly see the horror in each other's eyes. No need to doubt. At this moment, Zhang Yi and the others completely regarded Ding Ling as a monster. How could a normal person practice martial arts like this? General Pan Feng is not so perverted. This is so explosive. Boom! Ding Ling danced the spear in his hand like a stick, but he saw stick shadows all over the sky. It was obviously a flexible spear, but Ding Ling was forced to use it with a sense of domineering power. It was like a fierce general holding a heavy stick, opening and closing in the battlefield, moving without restraint, and the fierceness of killing was enough to make the villains flee in fear. That kind of domineering aura. At one time, Gao Lan, Zhang Yi, and Cheng Huan thought that Ding Ling in front of them was a god who could imprison and capture dragons. Ha! When Ding Ling finished the water and fire dragon imprisonment stick method, he put away his gun and stood up, saluting the three people. The three people suddenly woke up. Zhang Yi even had a layer of fine and dense sweat on his forehead. He looked at Ding Ling as if he was looking at a monster. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Alas, I underestimated the real genius. It seems that in the eyes of the peerless genius, I, Zhang Yi, can only be regarded as mediocre." Zhang Yi was hit hard. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. He is called the little tyrant in the clan. He has no rivals in the clan with a long spear. Even if he leaves the family and sets foot in various places in Jizhou, there are few rivals. Unexpectedly, today, he was beaten to a pulp by a new recruit. His self-confidence was almost destroyed. Yes. Gao Lan agreed with him and said with great relief. Fortunately, there are only a few people in this world, such as Ding Ling and General Pan Feng, who have extraordinary talents in certain aspects. Otherwise, we really can't survive and have no face to survive. Cheng Huan also interrupted from time to time. The three of them were amazed from time to time. Zhang Yi couldn't help but step forward to touch Ding Ling's bones. As a result, he was more and more puzzled. How could Ding Ling be so amazing just because his bones didn't look or feel outstanding? Get the Medal of Achievement. Received the Medal of Achievement, the future famous General Zhang He couldn't help but be amazed. Note, your performance has completely impressed Zhang He. He once thought you were a pervert and an abnormal human body. I want to study you carefully and find out what qualities in you lead to your martial arts practice so quickly. You have to be careful, you better not die. Otherwise, the corpses might be snatched by him for research. His obsession with martial arts is beyond your imagination. Another Medal of Achievement. But this comment made Ding Ling feel a little weird, and he couldn't help but avoid Zhang He's random touches. Zhang He took the initiative several times, but Ding Ling retreated several times. He noticed it, couldn't help but retracted his hand in embarrassment, coughed dryly, and changed the subject. Ding Ling, your armor doesn't fit you, why not wear mine? I have a spare set. I have one too. Cheng Huan hurriedly said. Brother Zhang, you don't need yours. Besides, Ding Ling is our soldier from Jizhou. We can still get a suit of armor that fits well in the treasury of Jizhou. It's best to prepare a long knife and a long stick for Ding Ling. Gao Lan couldn't help but interjected. Ding Ling's attainments in sword and stick skills are so profound that it would be a pity to discard them. His attainments in marksmanship are also extremely good. Zhang He spoke at the right time. Being able to stab 5 times in an instant, leaving a nearly 1-inch hole in a wooden pillar, this kind of spear skill is something that many second-rate generals don't have. It's best to equip him with a gun, by the way. How to use so many weapons? Cheng Huan frowned and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's better to build a halberd for Ding Ling. The halberd has the functions of a knife, a gun, and a stick. If he uses this halberd, Ding Ling can perfectly bring out his special skills. If he goes to the battlefield, ordinary people will encounter him. With all kinds of killing moves, he will definitely be caught off guard and be knocked off his horse.
Good idea.
Zheng He agreed, it's just a pity that I don't know how to use the halberd.
If not, I could teach Ding Ling.
The three of you said something to each other, and the rules were set.
Ding Ling stayed by and didn't say much. Instead, he took the opportunity and looked at the character panel. Character, Ding Ling. Age, 23 years old. Race, human. Camp, Jizhou Hanfu. Occupation, soldier. Level, 1.
Strength, root bone 1 point for ordinary people, wisdom 2, strength 2.7 plus 0.3 plus 1.3 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 1.4 sadface 6.3, agility 2.8 plus 0.5 plus 1.5 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 0.5 plus 1, 6.8. Constitution 2.7 plus 0.3 plus 1.3 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 1.2, 6.1, Defense 2, Charm 2.
Weapons, a pair of broken armor and a broadsword.
Skills, low-level sword skills, level 10, horse-stake skills, level 10, elementary sword skills, level 10, advanced sword skills, level 10, battlefield sword skills, level 10, beginner, intermediate, advanced stage spear technique, level 10, water and fire imprisoning dragon stick technique, level 10, acupuncture, level 10, swimming, level 10, fitness, level 10, elementary psychology, level 10.
The power surged to 6.3. A full force of more than 600 kilograms. One punch can easily kill an ordinary person.
His agility was so high that Ding Ling felt like he was jumping 3 feet high anytime and anywhere, and he seemed to be floating on the clouds when he walked.
It's obvious. The agility improves too fast, and I still can't fully adapt to it for a while. I guess it will take some time.
However, Ding Ling is still very satisfied to have gained so much in such a short time after coming to the game world.
After all, he learned all the real skills.
Moreover, the improvement in strength, agility, and physical fitness is also real.
After a while, Ding Ling returned to the recruit camp. This time he put on a brand new and shiny armor.
The ordinary broadsword in his hand has also been replaced by a thick, high-quality long sword. Such long swords are used by generals.
Originally, Ding Ling was not qualified.
But Cheng Huan patted his chest as a guarantee and said that there was a wizard in the military camp who was qualified to use this sword.
This aroused General Pan Feng's great curiosity. He asked Cheng Huan to lead Ding Ling to see him.
Before Ding Ling could sit down in the recruit camp, he was dragged to see Pan Feng by a happy-looking Cheng Huan.
Can you let me have something to eat before I see the general?
Ding Ling felt extremely hungry at this moment.
He estimated that this should be the sequelae of body elevation and changes in body bones. Obviously, he needs to supplement nutrition at this time. He didn't know how to eat in this game.
After all, he had never experienced it before, so he could only ask Cheng Huan for help.
Come with me.
Cheng Huan glanced at Ding Ling and realized what was going on.
He pulled Ding Ling and left. I was negligent.
I forgot that practicing martial arts requires a lot of meat. You have made great progress in just 2 or 3 hours. If you don't add some meat in time, your potential will be damaged. While talking along the way, I was doing some popular science for Ding Ling.
Cheng Huan finally understood that Ding Ling was a pure newbie.
By the way, I heard the term cute new from other recruits, and it is quite suitable to describe the current Ding Ling.
Don't understand anything. But his talent is as powerful as a monster.
But this is fine, because it makes it easier for him to sell favors to Cheng Huan. This is called investing in advance.
An hour later,
Ding Ling ate enough to eat a whole cow before he felt full.
Cheng Huan was amazed. You are indeed a genius. Even in terms of food, you eat 100 times more than others.
Generally, a stronger soldier can eat about 10 kilograms of beef.
Ding Ling ate a full 7 or 800 kilograms. I really don't know how this stomach can hold it. Ding Ling was also puzzled. How could he eat so much?
He was also shocked, but when he thought about his progress and thought that this was just a game, he felt relieved.
Everything that is unreasonable can be considered reasonable in the game. After all, it is a game. However, this game is too realistic. After staying with Chen Huan, Gao Lan and others for a while, Ding Ling almost forgot that this is in the game world. Fortunately, eating meat is really useful. After eating a cow, Ding Ling felt comfortable all over and no longer hungry. After eating and drinking, come with me to see General Pan Feng. Cheng Huan was excited. That is our Jizhou's unparalleled general. All soldiers worship him. Ding Ling was speechless. At the same time, he was also a little surprised and doubtful. According to the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Pan Feng is just a fake. But judging from the attitudes of Cheng Huan, Gao Lan, Zhang He and others, this General Pan Feng is undoubtedly a real general. If General Pan Feng is really powerful, then there must be a big trick in the fight with Hua Xiong. Ding Ling's mind turned. But he didn't object to meeting General Pan Feng. Follow Cheng Huan to the central army camp of Jizhou. Walking all the way, Gao Lan and Zhang He also joined his team. After knowing that Ding Ling was going to meet General Pan Feng, they were very much looking forward to Ding Ling's performance in front of General Pan Feng. At the same time, they were also very curious whether Ding Ling could learn General Pan Feng's peerless axe technique. You must know that General Pan Feng's peerless axe technique has never been learned by anyone except himself. General Pan Feng was also extremely sad about this. Zhang once said that whoever can find someone who meets his qualifications and requirements will definitely gain his deep friendship from Pan Feng. Just for the friendship of General Pan Feng. Just worth a try. Besides, Ding Ling now has some kind of teaching friendship with the three of them, which can be regarded as discovered by the three of them together. Isn't it too much for the three of them to go together and gain Pan Feng's friendship together? They have this idea. They told Ding Ling about this together with a tacit understanding. Ding Ling naturally said there was no problem. The three of them couldn't help but feel relieved, feeling that they had seen the right person. Ding Ling couldn't help but become more pleasing to the eye. And their appearance is extremely abnormal in the eyes of other players. Some recruits who knew that Ding Ling was a player were even more excited. That guy actually got the favor of the famous generals Zhang He and Gao Lan at the same time. Why does he have? The most important thing is that this guy actually took care of Zhang He and Gao Lan in just half a day. This is incredible. Unthinkable. The players were shocked, looking at Ding Ling one by one with confusion, jealousy, envy. It can be said to be extremely complicated. It's like we are both students, one is ranked first in the country and has received praise and trust from various senior officials, the other is at the bottom of the class. That sense of gap is enough to kill. Fortunately, the only thing that makes these players happy is, there is only one such awesome character. Everyone is standing still learning pile kung fu. This guy is definitely an old player, but I don't know if he is on the ranking list. You must take a good look when you go back. What's his name? My name is Ding Ling. I remember it very clearly. The fact that Ding Ling is a player will be passed on to 10, and it will be passed on to hundreds. Soon the news spread throughout the camp. Everyone can't help but be shocked. Especially the new players who were in Zhang He and Gao Lan's camp were shocked to the extreme. Just because they thought of Ding Ling's performance at this moment. The sword skills, moves, and momentum are simply invincible. How could it be a player? They couldn't believe it. After several inquiries and identifications, they had to confirm and accept this fact. I didn't expect that Ding Ling is actually a player. It's so scary. That guy's sword skills are not so strong. I didn't expect that he is actually a player. I guess he is either an old player, or he is also a knife player in the real world. Otherwise, how could he be so ridiculously good? The gap with us is too big. Ding Ling didn't know that the newly recruited players in the Jizhou camp were already talking about him at a fever pitch. Now he has arrived at the Chinese army camp and met the legendary General Pan Feng. First meeting. Ding Ling was truly stunned. It's not fear or anxiety. But it was the first time I saw such a tall, burly, and muscular man with my own eyes.
I'm afraid it's more than 2 meters high.
Big and round, strong and sturdy are not enough to describe him.
His arms are so thick that he can run a horse.
Such a tough guy. The weapon in his hand, an axe, is even more exaggerated and scary.
Ordinary soldiers couldn't lift it at all, and it required 2 people to carry it.
Boom!
Panfone picked up the axe from the soldier's shoulder with one hand, and stood the axe on the ground with a bang, making the ground tremble.
Is this the peerless genius Ding Ling you call? Panfone looked at Ding Ling with interest, and after a while, he said with disappointment. Too skinny. Ding Ling was speechless.
He has grown, and evolved several times, and his height and figure are no worse than those of Zhang He and Gao Lan. Of course, compared to Panfone, he does look like a thin bamboo pole. Compared with you, General Panfone, I am naturally inferior.
Zhang He couldn't help it anymore.
But it's impossible to find anyone in the world who can match your figure, General Panfone. He said it very firmly.
Panfone said. It is rumored that Zhou Yuan Lubu is known as a flying general.
His height and size are not inferior to mine.
I don't know whether it is true or not.
Rumors are just rumors.
They can't be trusted. Gao Lan also said.
Besides, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish the slight difference between General Pan Feng's stature and Lubu's stature.
2.
Panfone no longer cared about height and figure, but stared at Ding Ling and said, Zhang He and Gao Lan are the bravest people in our army besides me. You can impress them too and get the praise of General Cheng Huan.
It shows that your talent is indeed extraordinary. So be it. Panfone was also unambiguous and went straight to the point.
I will personally teach you the basic, intermediate, and advanced axe techniques. If you are really like Zhang He, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan, who can understand and comprehend in a very short period of time, then I will teach you the 3 techniques.
16-way Tiangang axe technique. 36 Tiangang axe techniques?
This name looks so familiar. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through my mind.
Ding Ling remembered.
It seems that Cheng Yaojin's 3-blade axe in the Sui and Tang dynasties was derived from the 36 Tiangang axe method. Because this axe technique was too difficult, Cheng Yaojin only understood the 3 axes in front of him, splitting the head, picking teeth, and picking out the ears. As for whether this axe technique was learned by Cheng Yaojin, we will naturally know it later when we watch Pan Feng's teachings.
It is indeed the 36th Tiangang axe technique.
Zhang He, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan looked at each other, and they all clearly understood each other's faces and eyes, and they all thought.
No one can learn this axe technique except General Panfone. Learn it all.
It's just because this axe technique's killing moves are too fierce and sharp, and the techniques used are extremely complex and changeable. There is no such terrifying stature and bearing as General Panfone. It is absolutely impossible to learn everything.
It's like we can only learn the first few tricks, so it's better not to learn them.
Zhang He and Gao Lan naturally had the opportunity to learn the 36 Tiangang axe techniques. This is because Panfone never thought about hiding his clumsiness from beginning to end. On the contrary, he very much hoped that someone could inherit this axe technique and did not want this axe technique to be lost from now on. It's a pity that Zhang He and Gao Lan can't learn it either, so they might as well specialize in the family secrets. They understand the principle of biting off more than they can chew. In particular, the prerequisites for this kind of axe technique are extremely terrifying. Even if they have a strong understanding, they may not be able to grow to the stature and altitude of General Panfone in this life, so they will naturally give up practicing.
They brought Ding Ling here because they wanted to see if Ding Ling could fully learn the Tiangang axe technique, and if he could. That would be outrageous. Watch it. Panfone didn't waste time.
After saying a few polite words, he went straight to the core, principles, essence, and meaning of the basic axe technique. Zhang He and others on the side were also recognizing and listening, thinking thoughtfully from time to time. He explained it twice with gestures. Panfone stopped, looked at Ding Ling, and asked,
Do you need to explain it for the 3rd time? If you need, I can explain it again. His attitude was kind.
He was completely different from the Pan Foam I imagined. He was even more different from the character image in the TV series.
Ding Ling was full of emotion, but he said, "No need, General."
He closed his eyes slightly. A book had already taken shape in the library.
Basic Axe Technique Full Level. Strength plus 0.2. Agility plus 0.1. Constitution plus 0.1. It only took a moment.
Basic Axe Technique reached the maximum level. Ding Ling also fully understood the various techniques of Axe Technique at this moment.
He opened his eyes. Pan Fong immediately said, "How is it?" "No problem." "Oh?" Pan Fong was a little surprised. "If you can really master this elementary axe technique after just 2 explanations, then I must admit that you have an extraordinary talent." He handed the axe in his hand to Ding Ling. "Try it."
Ding Ling took it, his hand sank, and he almost lost his grip, and his feet staggered.
He was shocked. This axe must be more than 200 or 300 pounds. To fight with such an axe.
You will be injured if you hit it, and you will die if you touch it. No wonder Zhang He, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan admired Pan Fong so much. Just look at the relaxed and natural appearance of Pan Fong when he used the axe technique, and you know that he must be extremely powerful. A real fierce general.
Hua Xiong can kill Pan Fong in 3 rounds? Isn't this funny? There must be something hidden. I was negligent.
Pan Fong immediately took the axe from Ding Ling and told the soldier beside him, "Go get a lighter axe." After a while, the soldier came with a 60 gene axe and said it was the lightest axe in the barracks. Pan Fong looked at Ding Ling. "Can you do it?" Didn't he say he could do it? Obviously, he also realized that Ding Ling's strength was extraordinary, otherwise he wouldn't be able to catch and lift an axe weighing hundreds of kilograms. "Let me try." Ding Ling took the axe and weighed it. It was indeed a bit heavy, but it was still within the acceptable range. The previous long sword weighed 40 to 50 kilograms, but when Ding Ling used it, it was as light as a feather. Now it's just a little heavier, but it's not a big problem. Clang! He began to swing the axe. In his hand, the axe was as light as a goose feather. He chopped, or cut with great agility. Sometimes he looked like a crane spreading its wings and pecking at the enemy, and sometimes he looked like a fierce man who opened up the mountains. In Ding Ling's hand, the axe seemed to have become a magical weapon. In the end, he turned it into a wind wheel. With a crack, he split the earth directly. Good. Before Cheng Huan and the others could speak, Pan Fong applauded and praised. Cheng Huan, Zhang Yi, Gao Lan and the other 3 were right. Ding Ling is indeed a genius. He gave Zhang He and the other 3 an admiring look, and the expression on his face was self-evident. If Ding Ling really learned the 36 Tiangang axe techniques, Zhang He and the other 3 would receive his deep friendship. Zhang He and the other 3 understood, and they were all excited and happy. Cheng Huan was better. Zhang He and Gao Lan are only military commanders now. If they are promoted by Pan Fong, they will definitely have a bright future. Promotion is as easy as drinking water. Thinking of this, Zhang He and Gao Lan looked at Ding Ling involuntarily, with the expectation and encouragement in their eyes almost overflowing from their eyes. They were also extremely shocked by Ding Ling's talent and axe skills. But now the good news completely diluted this surprise. They now hope that Ding Ling can succeed more urgently than Ding Ling. Next is the intermediate axe skills. Pan Fong demonstrated it twice and looked at Ding Ling. Ding Ling closed his eyes. A book immediately condensed in the library, Intermediate Axe Skills. After a moment. Intermediate Axe Skills Full Level. Strength plus 0.3. Agility plus 0.2. Physique plus 0.2. The mysteries of various intermediate axe skills can enter Ding Ling's soul and bone marrow at this moment, becoming an instinct for him. His strength, physique, and agility have been improved again. Bones and internal organs were undergoing subtle changes. The axe, which was originally a little heavy, suddenly became lighter in his hand.
Dingling was not vague and directly performed the intermediate axe technique. Boom! He wielded the axe like a mad bull plowing the land or a dragon emerging from the water, with a majestic and heavy aura to the extreme. The iron-blooded domineering aura that came over them made Pan Feng, Zheng He and others become solemn. When Dingling finished performing a set of axe techniques, Zheng He and others applauded and praised, expressing their amazement. Pan Feng also nodded involuntarily and said, "Very good. In the whole world, I am perhaps the only one who can match your talent in axe techniques." He was amazed and looked Dingling up and down. "I never thought that I would actually meet a genius like you in my lifetime." He sighed and said, "It's a pity that you are so thin and small. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to learn the 36 Tiangang axe techniques. How can you know if you don't try?" Zhang He joined in. "You should know that Dingling's talent is too terrifying. If he can't learn it, who else can have the chance to learn it?" "That's right." Pan Feng agreed with Zhang He's words, and then began to explain the high-level axe technique to Dingling and practiced it. "Watch it. This is the true mystery and essence of the high-level axe technique. Only when you have completely mastered the high-level axe technique, you will have a 1% chance of learning the 36 Tiangang axe techniques, otherwise everything will be over." Boom! Pan Feng was tall and burly, with an axe in his hand, dancing like a demon king descending to the world and Pango creating the world. Dingling had a very intuitive feeling that if he faced Pan Feng at this moment, he would definitely not be able to stop his axe. Is this a super first-class general? Or a first-class top general? Dingling was surprised, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Pan Feng became more and more strange. Zhang He, Gaolan, and Cheng Huan obviously thought they were not as good as Pan Feng, but they watched with great interest. When Pan Feng finished, they all praised Pan Feng for being so amazing. Pan Feng waved his hand. "Enough, stop flattering me." He looked at Dingling. "Is it okay?" "No problem." Dingling closed his eyes. The book Advanced Axe Technique was immediately condensed in the library. In an instant. Advanced Axe Technique full level. Strength plus 0.5. Agility plus 0.3. Constitution plus 0.3. Compared to the emphasis on agility in spear techniques, this axe technique is obviously more strength-oriented. Each time it is upgraded, the points of strength increase are higher. This time, a lot of points have been added. The axe in Dingling's hand became more and more handy in his hand. He opened his eyes, then waved his hand, and actually chopped and cut with the axe in one hand. Clang! The axe was extremely efficient in chopping and cutting, and Zhang He and his men had no doubts. Dingling's current axe skills alone are enough to compete with many second-rate generals. Some third-rate generals would be killed by Dingling's axe just after they met. His axe skills have reached the highest level in the basic stage. There is nothing wrong with it. It is too perfect. After a while, Dingling put away his axe and stood. Zhang He and the others came back to their senses and applauded. Pan Feng was also surprised and looked at Dingling with admiration. "Your talent in axe skills is beyond my imagination. I didn't reach the perfect stage as quickly as you when I comprehended the high-level axe skills." His face was strange, and there were ripples in his heart. "I now understand the feelings of Zhang He and the others. Meeting someone who is more talented than oneself is indeed shocking, surprising, and disappointing. Shock and surprise are needless to say. Disappointment is naturally a blow. After all, he is no longer the unicorn who is far ahead in this industry. But the higher your talent and axe skills, the happier I am." Pan Feng changed the topic and laughed. "I am looking forward to your performance more and more now." He walked to the side, took out an ancient bamboo slip from a bookshelf and handed it to Dingling. "This is an ancient bamboo slip that I got from a mysterious place by chance. This bamboo slip is not rotten by water or burned by fire, it can be called a divine object." Seeing Dingling took the bamboo slip and flipped through it by himself, Pan Feng didn't mind and continued to explain with a smile. "I don't know the origin of the bamboo slip. I don't know who forged it.
But in addition to a set of 36 Tiangang axe skills, this bamboo slip also has a set of matching breathing methods.
But
Ding Ling suddenly looked up at Pan Feng. I didn't see the breathing method in this bamboo slip.
Zhang He and others also looked at Pan Feng.
The breathing method is extremely rare.
Some families regard it as a treasure and will never pass it on.
In the eyes of Zhang He and his people, the moves are dead, but the breathing method is alive. In terms of preciousness, the breathing method is far more precious than the moves, and can be regarded as the foundation of a family. Pan Feng was able to pick up the breathing method that matched the 36 heavenly gang axe techniques.
This luck is really great. There is a reason for that. Pan Feng's face showed a strange look. It's strange.
After I learned the breathing method, it suddenly disappeared from the bamboo slips.
After that, no matter how hard I tried to recall it, I couldn't remember it. So I'm sorry.
He regretted. I can't pass on the matching breathing method to you.
He sighed.
Without the matching breathing method, the difficulty of learning the 36 Tiangang axe techniques is beyond imagination. He pointed at himself. Even if it's me, if I don't have the matching breathing method, I will definitely not be able to learn all the Tiangang axe techniques. At most, I can learn the first dozen or so axe techniques. Because the more I go back, the more fierce the Tiangang axe techniques are, which is too harmful to the body. Without the breathing method as a match, it may hurt the internal organs.
It's really not worthwhile to hurt the enemy by 800. Pan Feng was still explaining the details and origins of the 36 Tiangang axe techniques.
Ding Ling listened and closed his eyes slightly. He had already read through the ancient bamboo slips. After closing his eyes,
in just a moment,
there was already a book in the library, with a few large characters engraved on it, 36 Ways of the Heavenly Axe.
Boom!
All kinds of incredible content, essence, and secrets were transmitted to Ding Ling's sea of consciousness, internal organs, and bone marrow, turning into his instincts.
36 Ways of the Heavenly Axe full level. Strength plus 2.4. Agility plus 1.6. Constitution plus 2.4. Crack. Bones are exploding. Internal organs are trembling.
Ding Ling's figure is changing, and his height is rising again with a crackling sound.
A wonderful force field change has occurred around him invisibly. It seems that there are fierce whirlwinds spinning around him. At this moment,
Ding Ling is like a mountain god who guards the mountain. An incredible breath of power surges out of his body, so much so that it begins to affect the void outside.
This?
Pan Feng shut up and looked at Ding Ling in disbelief, his eyes almost popped out.
This, how is this possible? No way?
Zhang He, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan were also in doubt.
It can't be that. How long has it been? Less than a quarter of an hour. Has he succeeded in practicing? This is absolutely impossible. It should be that Ding Ling's accumulation of experience has led to some subtle changes in his body.
It is impossible for him to succeed in practicing the 36 heavenly axe techniques.
After all, the time is too short.
Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan all admired Pan Feng's strength and had seen the first dozen moves of the 36 heavenly axe techniques.
I have to say, it's too difficult.
They tried to practice it, but they all gave up in the end.
It's not something that people can learn.
Besides, there is no matching breathing method to cultivate the internal organs. Even if they learn it, it is difficult to exert the power of the Tiangang axe technique.
Why learn it? But what about Ding Ling?
Without the breathing method,
he actually mastered the Tiangang axe technique?
Zhang He and the other two stared at Ding Ling with their eyes piercing with surprise, bewilderment, expectation, doubt, puzzlement, and other thoughts, which could be described as a mixture of emotions.
Clang!
Ding Ling opened his eyes. Without saying a word, holding the axe, he began to practice the 36 moves of Tiangang axe technique. This time, he gained several hundred kilograms of strength, became stronger, had longer endurance, and breathed longer. Needless to say, he was very agile. This made the 60-kilogram axe in his hand like a toy, light and fluttering, as if it had no weight at all. He used the 36 moves of Tiangang axe technique, which was as light as a feather and perfect as a feather. All kinds of incredible moves were displayed in his hands one by one. Each one was like a thunderbolt, an antelope hanging on a horn, without any trace or pattern to follow. But they were all like the work of gods, so exquisite and incredible that people could not help but be amazed. Boom! As the last move of the axe fell on the ground, with a loud bang, the ground was directly split into a long and thin gap of 4 or 5 meters in length. Ding Ling took a long breath and put away the axe and stood up. Zhang He and his companions were suddenly awakened, and some applauded, some were shocked, and some simply praised and exclaimed loudly. "It's amazing! Is this the 36 heavenly axe technique? I didn't expect that it would be so different in Ding Ling's hands. Too strong. Ding Ling is definitely comparable to a first-class general now. How long has it been? He has grown to this point, it's amazing. He is simply a god of war." Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Sheng Huan were amazed, and looked at Ding Ling as if he was looking at a pervert or a monster. How could a normal person make such great progress? Zhang He and the others are right. Pan Feng couldn't help but admired and praised, "It's really amazing, so amazing. I didn't learn so fast. You know, I was like a god possessing me, and I unknowingly made the matching. I've learned the breathing method, and I've also learned the 36 Tiangang axe techniques in a days." He stared at Ding Ling with bright eyes and said, "But you are different. You don't have the corresponding breathing method. I didn't have time to guide you. You just looked at the pictures and text, and in less than half a moment, you understood the 36 Tiangang axe techniques. This at such a speed that even I can't help but be amazed." He sighed. "Genius, really such a genius. I, Pan Feng, have finally found the successor of the 36th Tiangang axe technique. Now I have no regrets." He looked at Zhang He and the others and said with a smile, "I keep my word, and you three will be my friends from now on. If anyone dares to bully you and claim my name, they will say that they are the ones protected by me, Pan Feng." Zhang He and the others were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express their thanks. Pan Feng waved his hand, indicating that he should not be so polite in the future. They are all brothers and friends. After a few polite greetings, Pan Feng turned his attention to Ding Ling again. He circled around Ding Ling a few times. Unable to bear it anymore, he started touching Ding Ling's bones like Zhang He. That's the time. The beep sounds loudly. Obtaining the E-level achievement medal, you have received heartfelt appreciation and admiration from Jizhou's unparalleled God General Pan Feng. Note: 1. Your talent, understanding, and learning ability have completely overwhelmed Pan Feng. He can't help but start to explore the truth about why you are so awesome. He will touch your bones, and he may even invite you to conduct blood tests and other experiments together. There is no doubt that this is a martial arts member who is more fanatical than Zhang He. His tenacity in pursuing martial arts is beyond imagination. You have to be careful, don't die. Because the corpse falling into Pan Feng's hands may be even worse than falling into Zhang He's hands. Note: 2. Achievement medals are divided into levels. Congratulations, you have received a graded medal. This will bring you tons of benefits. Ding Ling's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that achievement medals had levels. And look at the comments. This achievement medal is indeed of great use, but I don't know how to use it. It seems that everything will have to wait until we return to the player's square to explore. As for Pan Feng? Ding Ling glanced at him and saw that his eyes were glowing green as he kept groping for her. Goosebumps appeared all over Ding Ling's body and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Pan Feng didn't seem to understand yet. Although his eyes kept changing, the confusion on his face became more and more obvious. Watching Ding Ling retreat, he couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to find out again. Ding Ling retreated again. Pan Feng moved forward again. Like this 3 times. Zhang He couldn't help but coughed a few times as a reminder. Pan Feng finally came to his senses, rubbed his hands in embarrassment, and said with an awkward smile, "This is the first time I have seen a genius like you, Ding Ling, and I am very curious about how your bones are. So I was very offended just now, I hope you don't mind.
What bad words can Dingling say? It can only mean it's okay.
Panfong felt relieved, and then said with a puzzled expression. I just touched your bones, Ding-ling, and there seems to be nothing surprising about you.
How did you learn the 36 Tian-gang axe techniques in a short period of time?
Swish. Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan all looked sideways at Ding-ling. Especially Zhang He, the desire to explore in his eyes was magnified to the limit at this moment.
He really wants to know the answer.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have done the same thing as Panfong before.
I don't know either.
Ding-ling activated her acting skills at full level and acted very confused.
I seem to be born this way.
Ding-ling planned to tell no one about the library plugin, and it was so bad that it got to her stomach.
Is that so? Panfong was very sorry, that's such a pity. I have to say.
Although Ding-ling's full-level acting skills do not help improve his own strength at all, it can still have miraculous effects when used in key places. Just like this moment, he had perfectly fooled and deceived Zhang He and Panfong. It's not that they're not smart. But Ding-ling's acting skills are so realistic.
Simply impeccable and extremely natural. This is the power of full-level acting skills.
If Ding-ling became an actor now, he would most likely beat up 99% of the stars, kings, and queens.
Really powerful guy. It seems that it may not be a matter of fundamental concern. Zhang He guessed.
It may be related to understanding, meridians, internal organs, etc., but with our current level and knowledge, we cannot explore these at all.
Maybe so.
Several people thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Everyone looked at Ding-ling with more and more strange eyes.
It's like looking at a rare treasure. Panfong even said bluntly. The 36 Tian-gang axe techniques without the matching breathing technique can damage the enemy by 1000 and damage yourself by 800. How did you achieve the complete set of axe techniques without any damage? Once you understand it, it will come naturally.
Ding-ling said it very naturally. But these words pierced Panfeng's heart like a sharp arrow, almost piercing his pride and self-confidence. His face looked a little unnatural. The expressions of Zhang He and his companions became even more exciting.
Each of them was like being hit by a critical strike.
But soon, they came to their senses.
Zhang He and Gao Lan thought.
People like Ding-ling are rare in the world, and there may be only one such person in this era.
He can be said to be a chosen person.
Such a genius is rare in 1,000 years. Although I am also a genius, there are people who can match my talent. For example, Zhang Yi Gao Lan is not worse than me, not to mention General Panfong, Zhou Yu and Lu Bu and others. Therefore, there is no need for me to compare with a monster like Ding-ling.
If not, my self-confidence will definitely be hit.
No matter what outrageous things happen to him in the future.
Just take it easy. Thinking like this,
Gao Lan and Zhang He were relieved and no longer entangled in why Ding-ling could learn the 36 Tian-gang axe techniques in a short time.
After a while,
Panfong took Ding-ling, Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, Cheng Huan and others to meet Jizhou Mu Hanfu.
Hanfu usually stayed in Jizhou Mu's exclusive mansion.
The gorgeous mansion made Ding-ling see for the first time how the rich and powerful people in ancient times lived.
It can only be said to be extremely luxurious.
Many of the furnishings and installations in the outer courtyard were the first time Ding-ling saw them.
He was an ordinary person in his previous life. He is still an ordinary person in this life. Although he has the library plugin, he has only had it for a few days. Ding-ling is still very poor.
His knowledge is still stuck in the past.
So when he first saw the luxurious life of the ancients, he couldn't help but secretly gasp. Too corrupt. But he quite likes it. Which man doesn't like to enjoy? Don't want to sleep on the lap of a beautiful woman and hold the power of the world when awake?
Ding-ling is a man, and he is no exception. But he also knows that it is not the time to enjoy now. He must make a concerted effort to open up all the game planes. When his strength becomes the strongest, his status will naturally be the highest.
What kind of enjoyment and happiness will there be at that time?
If he enjoys it in advance now, it is very likely that he will be overtaken by other people who have had adventures.
Besides, God knows how many years this game world will last.
If one day it suddenly disappears inexplicably just like he came, where can he find such a holy place for cultivation? Ding Ling knows the importance of things, so he will naturally not be dazzled by the luxury and beauty in front of him.
On the contrary, his heart is getting clearer and clearer.
Because at this moment, he already has a very clear goal: to open up the game planes.
Become the first person in the real game and real world. Ding Ling, come here quickly.
Zhang He waved to Ding Ling standing at the door with a happy face.
Not long ago, Pan Feng took
Zhang He and the other two to see Han Fu first. Looking at Zhang He's current appearance, if nothing unexpected happens, he must have been promoted. Although Han Fu was not very capable, he trusts Pan Feng very much and almost handed over the military affairs of the entire Jizhou to Pan Feng. With Pan Feng's help, it would be difficult for Zhang He and Gao Lan not to be promoted.
Ding Ling came here, naturally, to be promoted.
For such a thing, Ding Ling had no reason to refuse.
After the promotion, the resources he can obtain will be further improved, and there will be more masters he can contact. Otherwise, how can a commoner with nothing contact some people of extraordinary status?
Ding Ling was also going to deal with Su Chu, Dianwei, Xiao Mingde, Lu Bu, Zhao Zilong, Zhang Zhongjing and others, so he naturally needed some status, otherwise it would be difficult to get close to them.
Da day.
Ding Ling stepped forward quickly, was grabbed by Zhang He, and was taken to the main hall of the mansion.
After walking for a while,
arriving at the main hall, Zhang He indicated that the person sitting in the first seat was Han Fu, and he could salute.
Ding Ling saluted.
Han Fu nodded, stared at Ding Ling up and down for a while, and suddenly said, "Although General Pan Feng and others said that you are gifted and rare in the world, I still don't believe that there is anyone in the world who was more talented than General Pan Feng." He was tall and broad, with an elegant face and 3 long beards under his chin.
He was a man of good appearance.
But at this moment, he frowned and examined Ding Ling, as if he was looking at a poor and unsophisticated person. Obviously, he was not very optimistic about a soldier like Ding Ling. If Pan Feng hadn't spoken for Ding Ling might not even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. Seeing this, Ding Ling was speechless. He finally understood why Han Fu would get all the talents to turn against him. Compared with Zhang He and others, Jizhou Muhanfu was too proud, too arrogant, and too much of a bully and a dog-eye looked down on people. That condescending look, as if looking at an inferior, made Ding Ling very uncomfortable.
Compared with Xiao Mingde's unconventional talent selection, Han Fu obviously belongs to the traditional type of family background. Ding Ling is a player, an alien in the eyes of NPCs, with no background at all. How could he be taken seriously by Han Fu? However, Ding Ling didn't mind it. Jizhou was just a stepping stone.
Originally, he thought that after getting so many benefits, it would be unrighteous to leave Jizhou like this, but now seeing Han Fu like this, he was relieved. What he owed was the teaching and help of Cheng Huan, Zhang He and others. Even if he had to repay the favor later, it would be to Cheng Huan and others, but he didn't have to pay attention to Han Fu.
"My lord." Pan Feng was a little anxious, stepped forward, and said solemnly, "This is absolutely true.
If you don't believe it, just watch Ding Ling perform a set of hand axe techniques from a certain family."
"Okay."
Han Fu nodded reluctantly.
Ding Ling's eyes twitched, and he almost couldn't help but walk away. At least he held back,
comforting himself that Jizhou was a springboard, and he would leave when his status was raised.
"Ding Ling, try it." Pan Feng signaled Ding Ling with his eyes.
Ding Ling was also straightforward, holding a 60 gene axe and directly performing the 36-move Tiangang axe technique.
This Tiangang axe technique was extremely fierce and sharp.
The first 3 moves were nothing else but splitting the head, picking teeth, and picking ears.
These 3 moves were life-threatening, and each move was extremely exquisite. But they are the simplest 3 moves among the 36 axe techniques.
The other 33 moves are better than the last one. When he finished, it was like an axe god was dancing with a halberd, and there was a loud bang, as if the sound of
wind and thunder came out of thin air. Ha! Han Fu couldn't help but look straight at him.
The laziness and arrogance on his face were restrained a lot, and he looked at Ding Ling with surprise. When he saw Ding Ling finish a set of axe techniques without blushing or panting, he couldn't help but be more shocked and said bluntly, "As far as I know, these 36 Tiangang axe techniques must have a matching breathing method to learn them all."
How did Ding Ling learn it?
Pan Feng stepped out and said something. Han Fu became more confused and puzzled as he listened, and turned to look at Ding Ling again, stroking the 3 long strands of beard under his chin, and said after a while, "You were just a new soldier who had just joined the camp half a day ago. It is not right to promote you rashly, which is not right in terms of emotion, law, and reason."
My lord. Pan Feng couldn't help but want to persuade him.
Han Fu stretched out his hand, signaling Pan Feng not to say more. Zhang He and Gao Lan were promoted because they are highly skilled and have proven themselves. Ding Ling, you must also prove your ability to the world.
He thought about it for a while and said, "Let's do this." Not long ago, a wave of bandits came near Zhongqiu, Zhao State. You go and get the head of the bandit leader and I will promote you immediately. Ding Ling was speechless. Let him go alone to kill the bandit leader?
Although he was not afraid, there was no need to take risks. He still had to keep himself useful and learn more martial arts knowledge. He didn't know if he would lose all his martial arts skills if he dropped a level after death, so he couldn't experiment with this casually. And Ding Ling had a feeling that if he died, he might be in trouble in the future. So if he could survive, it would be best not to die. Thinking of this, Ding Ling had an idea: he should leave this government office and go to other places in Jizhou. He is now comparable to a first-class master. His martial arts are extraordinary. He walks alone in the wild and is not afraid of wild beasts, refugees, and bandits. After a while, Pan Feng took Ding Ling and others back to the Central Army tent. He summoned the generals and announced the appointment of Zhang He and others in public, and appointed Ding Ling as the military commander. First of all, thank you very much for your support for this book. Secondly, let me say a few things. 1. Update issue. From the 7th to the 11th, 4 to 5 chapters will be updated every day. Whether there will be an explosion in the future depends on the results. 2. Ranking issue. Although I rarely read the comment area, but I will occasionally read it during the new book period. I was in a bad mood because of a few comments. It's not that I'm sensitive. It's that some book friends didn't understand the situation and came to criticize me. I really can't accept it. I'm not like some authors who delete comments. I won't delete them. Comments are free. As for the deleted comments, they must have involved some publicity issues and were deleted by the Qi system. Normal comments, no matter how the book friends criticize, I won't delete them. Let's talk about the ranking issue. They said that I ranked very high, had a backstage, and had PV transactions. I was speechless. Just go to the Infinite Heavens category and look at the contracted authors and new authors on the new book list, and you will find that there are only about 110 new books in this category. On the day I published the book, the total number of new books was even less than 100. So when I came up, I was ranked 100. Then I was criticized. I hope some book friends can read and check clearly before criticizing. Alas! Writing a book is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and mentally exhausting. It's not easy. Let's understand each other. You can criticize the poorly written parts. I accept this. But you attack me without knowing it clearly. Isn't that a bit too much? I hope we can understand each other. I also read novels frequently, so I know the feelings of book friends. I will try to speed up the completion of the book. After it is put on the shelves, it will definitely be updated faster. This can be guaranteed. Thank you for your understanding. Let's encourage each other. And appointed Ding Ling as the military commander, commanding 400 elite soldiers to go to Zhongqiu, Zhao State to suppress bandits.
Ding Ling looked up at Pan Feng in astonishment. Pan Feng nodded and smiled at Ding Ling, indicating that he should not doubt. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ding Ling could not question at this time, so he had to suppress his confusion. Get the Medal of Achievement, you have become the military commander of the Jizhou camp. Note, this is the result of Pan Feng's efforts against all odds. He hastily promoted you with certain risks. But he believes that you have the ability. He is more certain from the bottom of his heart that you will not disappoint his high hopes. At this time, a prompt sound suddenly sounded. It made Ding Ling seem to understand something again. He took a long breath. He really didn't expect that becoming a military commander could also get a Medal of Achievement. What about becoming a garrison commander or a military officer? These two official ranks are lower than the military commander, and Ding Ling is not sure whether they can succeed. However, being an official actually has a Medal of Achievement. Ding Ling naturally had no reason to refuse. After a while, some generals glanced at Ding Ling with strange expressions, with scrutiny, jealousy, and envy in their eyes. They sighed and then slowly left. When only Zhang He and a few others were left in the big tent, Pan Feng then said, Ding Ling, I promoted you to the military Sima because I believe you have the ability. Zhang He, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan nodded involuntarily, obviously agreeing with this very much. But General, the governor of Jizhou. Ding Ling hesitated. Don't worry. Pan Feng made the decision and laughed. I have the final say in the military affairs of Jizhou. I took you to see the Lord before, hoping that you could leave a good impression on the Lord. It's a pity that he didn't promote you on the spot. Pan Feng glanced at Ding Ling. Ding Ling called the governor of Jizhou, and obviously did not recognize Han Fu. He also understood Han Fu's shortcomings, and his heart was also tense. A genius like Ding Ling can't be let go easily. With this idea in mind, he would not care about Han Fu's idea at all and directly appoint Ding Ling as the military commander on the spot. As the absolute commander of the Jizhou camp, he has the right and qualification. Go and come back quickly. I believe that some bandits will be easily defeated by you. He took new armor, weapons, and an official seal representing the military commander from the side, and handed it to Ding Ling in person with a solemn face. Ding Ling, don't let me down. Don't worry, General. Ding Ling responded solemnly. Half an hour later. Ding Ling was hungry again because of his rapid improvement, so he had a full meal of a cow again. Under the amazed expressions of Cheng Huan and Gao Lan. He wore a general's armor and held a Fong Tian Huaji weighing 80 kilograms, and appeared on the military field. He scanned the whole field. There were a full 400 elite soldiers. Each one was energetic and extraordinary. Their bodies were even stronger, sturdier, and taller, and they all held heavy machetes, and they were obviously soldiers with extraordinary combat power. Especially some of the garrison commanders and military officers, who were wearing armor that was different from ordinary soldiers, and looked outstanding and mighty. Meet the military commander. 400 people saluted and paid homage to Ding Ling. The sound shook the void in all directions. Ding Ling's body shook, and his pupils dilated slightly. 4. The first time, he felt the iron blood and heroic spirit. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. This was a manifestation of excitement and excitement. Sure enough, every man has a dream of becoming a general. I am no exception. Ding Ling thought so in his heart, and said something according to the procedure. After that, holding the Fong Tian Huaji, he easily jumped onto a strong horse, pulled the reins, and with the sound of the strong horse's cry, he shouted and drove the horse to gallop in front, rushing out of the camp like lightning. In the real world, he has read books such as Equestrianism, How to Control Horses, and How to Advance in Horsemanship. It can be said that his horsemanship has reached the maximum level. It is difficult to find someone who is better at horsemanship than him. Therefore, even if he has never ridden a horse, once he gets on the horse, it seems that his whole person is in harmony with the horse, and he can easily control the horse and achieve synchronization. These scenes fell into the eyes of Zhang He and others, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. This horsemanship is really amazing. I'm afraid it's hard to find a match in the world today.
I didn't expect Ding Ling's horsemanship to be so good. I was worried that he couldn't control this horse before.
It seems that I thought too much. Panphone was quite relieved.
This Ding Ling is really born to be a general.
His potential is more than that. If he returns successfully this time, I will persuade the Lord to promote him again.
Zhang He and others were speechless.
But thinking about Ding Ling's talent and strength, they were relieved. I have a history with Tong Yuan. Panphone explained.
Even if I promote him, I will only temporarily promote Ding Ling to Changshan County to be a local military officer.
General, do you want Ding Ling to learn martial arts from Tong Yuan? Zhang He looked sideways.
Yes.
Panphone nodded and smiled.
My breathing method is divine and cannot be taught to others. And your breathing method is a family secret method, and it is not easily passed on to outsiders. So I can only find a hermit to teach Ding Ling the breathing method.
And the only master I know is Tong Yuan.
He is also the most selfless and generous. As long as he likes his disciples, he will teach them everything he knows.
He said with certainty.
I believe Ding Ling is qualified to be favored by Tong Yuan. Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan nodded involuntarily.
How could Tong Yuan not favor such a genius as Ding Ling? How could it be possible?
The other generals just felt that they were not sure about the power of Ding Ling. But seeing that Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan all praised Ding Ling so much, they could not help but secretly keep an eye on him and prepare to make friends with him when Ding Ling returned victoriously. The fact that Ding Ling became the military commander was not concealed. There were even a few players among his 400 elite soldiers. However, these players were too surprised and did not have time to pass the news to others. Although so. But there were quite a few players who saw Ding Ling riding a horse and leading the army.
Soon, this news spread throughout the Jizhou camp.
All the players were stunned and then in an uproar. In less than a day, Ding Ling went from being an unknown soldier to a military commander. This is simply a fairy tale.
This is the first time I've heard such an outrageous thing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it?
Ding Ling is definitely a master in real life, and he is definitely a veteran player.
Look at how skillfully he rides a horse. Do ordinary families have the leisure and money to train such an equestrian master?
The players looked at him sideways. And some players who went offline and came online again even spread the news that Ding Ling ranked first on the comprehensive list and was still a newcomer.
It was like a mine. Thrown into a fish pond, boom.
The whole camp exploded. All players are in disbelief.
Really? Ding Ling is actually a new player?
This is just a joke. How can Ding Ling be a new player? I have seen with my own eyes that his sword skills are extremely sharp and fast. Ordinary third-rate generals are far behind. How can a new player be so powerful?
That's right.
Some people would believe such a ridiculous joke. Even though some players swore and categorically said that they had seen with their own eyes that Ding Ling was number one in the comprehensive rankings. But some players who have seen Ding Ling show his power with their own eyes still don't believe it. If you don't believe it, why not take the time to go to the Players Plaza and have a look?
The players who guaranteed for Ding Ling were anxious.
You will know the result after watching it.
Humph, I will definitely watch it.
But now is the best time to practice.
It will take too much time to go offline now and go online again.
Sooner or later, I will know whether what you said is true or false. Ding Ling took a map and looked at it carefully. He has studied all kinds of geographical knowledge in the real world, and now, he is a master of geography. Just give him a map and identify the topography and topography. He will never get lost.
Just like this moment.
If it had been the original situation, Ding Ling would have fainted while walking.
Because he is just an ordinary person.
Although he is not a road addict, he can never be able to auto-navigate in the vast mountains and mountains.
But things are different now.
He can compare maps and accurately find the correct route forward. In this regard, Ding Ling also had to sigh. Although many skills in the real world are useless. But it works wonders every time at the critical moment.
It seems necessary to go offline and then go online to search for some skills to learn. Ding Ling's library is magical.
As long as there are specific knowledge points and skills, they can be condensed into a book, and then the level can be reached instantly.
Therefore, the library and the internet are the places where Ding Ling learns skills.
A few hours later.
General, ahead is Zhao Guo's Hankyu.
A scout quickly rushed to Ding Ling, dismounted, and reported back the military situation.
General. Ding Ling glanced at the scout. This guy is a smart man.
Not surprisingly, 10% of the time he is a player. Just because the scout looked at him differently from other NPCs, and occasionally uttered one or two modern and fashionable words in his mouth, it was difficult for Ding Ling not to notice him.
Must be an old player.
Ding Ling thought this in his mind, nodded and shouted. Rest where you are for a quarter of an hour, and then go immediately to suppress the bandits.
Yes. General. 400 elite men suddenly agreed. They are all cavalry.
They all have sharp swords hanging on their waists, big bows on their backs, and long spears in their hands.
In addition, there is a big knife hanging on one side of the horse's belly. All are high quality.
I have to say that Pan Feng is really good to Ding Ling.
There are definitely not many such highly equipped elites in the Jizhou camp.
This guy looks pretty decent, but I don't know if he is really capable or if he has a silver pewter spear head. Several old players gathered together to rest and whispered. I heard that he is very capable, so he must be really capable.
Not necessarily. Maybe he's just a pretender? What's going on? You'll know right away. But if he is really inferior, it will be embarrassing for Dafa.
Not only is he embarrassed, but Pan Feng is also embarrassed. Ding Ling was able to be quickly promoted from a recruit to his current status as a military commander.
But what he strongly advocated. Ding Ling's current strength has reached over 900 kilograms.
The agility and constitution are also extremely high. It's reached his point.
Being able to hear and see clearly is the foundation.
He also faintly heard some people's criticism of him. But he didn't care. He just waved the Fengtian painted halberd a few times. After confirming that he could perfectly control the Fengtian painted halberd, he felt relieved. Along the way, Ding Ling danced and shook from time to time in order to perfectly fit with this Fengtian painted halberd. After a few hours, he was able to use the painting halberd freely. He can use Fengtian Huaji to perform stick techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and even axe techniques. Precisely because he can wield a variety of weapons, at his request. Pan Feng then went to the Jizhou government treasury to find a magic weapon painted halberd that had been sealed for many years.
Compared to other weapons,
this painted halberd is indeed a superb product, comparable to a divine weapon. It's not just the weight that's remarkable. Even the sharpness, strength, and toughness are far superior to previous knives, guns, and axes. Ding Ling was quite satisfied with this weapon. If not, he would not have been so cooperative in going to Zhongshu to suppress the bandits.
After taking so many benefits from Pan Feng, and also receiving a medal of achievement, how could he not give Pan Feng some face?
Ding Ling still doesn't know that Pan Feng is preparing to promote him and transfer him to Changshan to practice martial arts with Tong Yuan.
If not, motivation would definitely be higher.
A quarter of an hour later.
Set off!
Ding Ling shouted loudly. 400 elites mounted their horses one after another, armed with guns, and followed Ding Ling to Zhongshu in a vigorous manner.
It only took less than half an hour. The cry of killing came from afar. Ah, kill them! Don't let any of the men go. Keep all the women for me.
This rough voice. Such wild words. This familiar and routine villain dialogue.
Accompanied by the fierce fighting sound.
Ding Ling felt that the villain was speaking rudely, raised his eyebrows, and looked in the direction of the sound. On the road ahead, a group of big men holding swords and guns in incomplete armor were slashing at a group of men who looked like guards.
General! The scout came forward to report. These robbers are likely to be the bandits we are looking for. Ha! Ding Ling's eyes lit up slightly. It was so easy to find the bandits? How could we let them go? After killing them, we will return to Yeching to report. With this attitude, Ding Ling shook the painted halberd in his hand and took the lead in killing the big men. There were not many big men, only about 100 people. Ding Ling and his group rushed forward in a mighty manner, without any cover. Although these big men were fighting fiercely and excitedly, they also found the abnormality at the first time. Seeing that Ding Ling's side had many people in complete armor, they were elite at a glance, and they were shocked. They all stopped and retreated, looking at their leader. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. The leading bandit looked deeply at the beauties in the car. He waved his hand with a face full of reluctance. Brothers, retreat. Swish. The group of 100 people dispersed. Ding Ling's 400 men were all riding horses, not afraid at all, and chased separately. The strong horse under Ding Ling's seat was fast, chasing the bandit leader directly. The bandit leader's horse was a poor horse, which could not run fast. Ding Ling quickly caught up with him, put away his halberd, and stabbed him off the horse with a casual halberd. The bandit leader didn't even have time to scream or beg for mercy, and he died on the spot. The other bandits who wanted to rush over to rescue Ding Ling shouted and ran faster. Ding Ling chased and killed several people on horseback. Seeing that the others ran far away, he was too lazy to chase them, and ordered people to cut off the bandit leader's head. He himself was thinking. It was my first time on the battlefield, and I thought I would feel very uncomfortable. Now it seems that although I feel uncomfortable, it is not that strong. In the final analysis, it was because the gap between the two sides was too big. The bandit leader was not even as good as a third-rate general. He was killed instantly by Ding Ling. Ding Ling didn't even have time to use his moves. So, how could he feel so uncomfortable? The only two uncomfortable things. The blood that spurted out when he stabbed the bandit to death. And the head that was cut off and hung on the side, which was hideous and bloody and made people feel disgusted and horrified. But perhaps because of the terrifying improvement in physical fitness and the power of bravery all over his body, Ding Ling's blood boiled after the discomfort. It's just a small test. Ding Ling forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart, pulled the reins, and drove the strong horse towards the direction of the road. Not long after. Arrived on the road. Ding Ling saw a beautiful girl standing next to a carriage. This beautiful girl was obviously the leader of this group of people. A dozen guards with blood-stained armor stood on one side very respectfully. There were also some other servants, the same. Only the girl stood upright, and at first glance, she was a lady from a wealthy family who had been raised for many years, with a very unique and pleasing temperament. Seeing Ding Ling coming, the beautiful girl's almond eyes were as white as autumn water, and a ripple passed through them. She stepped forward to greet Ding Ling. "Hello, General." Ding Ling nodded, without saying much, and just signaled the scout to call the others back. The scout looked at Ding Ling with some surprise at this moment, and went very obediently. The scout was an old player. He has been playing this game for almost a month. He is also a person with some talent, and he has been taught by Zhang Yi himself, so his progress is very impressive, and his strength should not be underestimated now. He was a little proud at first. But today, when he saw Ding Ling killing the bandit leader with his own eyes, he was casual, natural, and relaxed. He was shocked, but also completely convinced. He walked and thought. I don't know where this Ding Ling came from. He is so strong that it's ridiculous. Just his observation. The bandit leader was definitely a master who was close to being a third-rate general, but Ding Ling stabbed him to death with a halberd as if he was killing a chicken. Seeing Ding Ling's unsatisfied look, it was obvious that he had not used his full strength and was not satisfied yet. What a pervert! The scout sighed. This guy is definitely the next Kong Tianhua. Kong Tianhua is now ranked first in the player power rankings. A real tough guy. In addition to the fact that he is very tough in the real world, it is also because he met a hermit master in the game and was taught a set of peerless magic skills. And what about Ding Ling? He was so tough after just staying in the Jizhou barracks for less than a day? Not really. He must be a beta test player. The scout was sure. I just don't know where he ranks among the beta test players. Why didn't I see him on the strength, agility, physique and other rankings before? General. The beautiful girl bit her lip, as if it was difficult to speak, but still pleaded with tears. I have a favor to ask. Oh? Ding Ling looked sideways. Just tell me. He would help if he could, and Ding Ling would never help if he couldn't or it was difficult. Although he likes beautiful women. But he is not a disgraceful dog. If not, he would not have agreed so straightforwardly when his girlfriend in this life asked for a breakup. The Baibua bandits suddenly broke into Zhongqiu City. They were numerous and killed people wantonly. My father and his people personally covered the retreat to help me escape. Now I think it must be. The beautiful girl told the details in detail. At the end, she was extremely sad and burst into tears. Ding Ling's heart tightened. Baibua bandits? He remembered. Guo Tai, Li Lu, Han Xian, and Hu Kai were the leading generals of the Baibua army. And Yang Feng seemed to have a close relationship with the Baibua army and had joined the Baibua army. Ding Ling was not afraid of these people. He was concerned about Su Huang beside Yang Feng. This man was one of the famous 5 generals in the future. A famous general of Chao Wei. I wonder why there are so few bandits. Why do we need support? Just some soldiers from the county town are enough to solve the problem. How could it be possible to alarm Jizhou Muhanfu? Now it seems that I may have killed only some minor characters. Ding Ling came here to suppress bandits. And now it seems. The bandits he wants to suppress are most likely the Baibua bandits. But the Baibua bandits are powerful. How can a mere 400 people deal with it? Ding Ling frowned and thought. Seeing this, the beautiful girl misunderstood and thought that Ding Ling was unwilling, and she couldn't help but feel even more sad. Ding Ling heard the low cry, looked sideways, and saw that it was indeed her, and couldn't help but say casually. Don't worry, when I gather people, I will rush to Zhongqiu and try my best to save more people. I am not sure whether I can save your father. Thank you, General. The beautiful girl cried with joy and bowed down hurriedly. Achievement Medal, received the high gratitude of Xinjiang, the eldest daughter of the Jin family, the richest man in Jizhou. Note, Xinjiang is grateful, polite, and affectionate. She is grateful to you. Now that you have stated that you are going to save her father, she is even more moved. There is no doubt that if you save her father, she will most likely be willing to marry you. Ding Ling was slightly startled. He didn't expect that the woman he saved casually was Xinjiang. There is something wrong with this script. According to the plot of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Xinjiang shouldn't be here at this time. But soon, thinking of the massive influx of players who knew the plot of the Three Kingdoms, Ding Ling felt relieved. Needless to say, the plot of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms must have collapsed now. No one can tell what the future will be like. But will this Xinjiang actually pledge her love to him? Ding Ling's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't help but look at Xinjiang twice. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Bright eyes, bright and shining. At first glance, she was just an ordinary beautiful girl, but now the more I look at her, the more beautiful she is. She is like fine wine, the more you taste it, the more delicious it is. This is a very rare girl with inner charm. Ding Ling saw Xinjiang's shy face, and it was obvious that he was staring at her and she noticed it. Ding Ling coughed dryly and turned his head away uncomfortably. He silently repeated in his heart several times, mind is emptiness, emptiness is color. Only then did he feel a little calmer. Now is not the time to be unbridled and indulgent. He did not forget his goal. He must clear all the levels before he can enjoy it. Da-day. Shi-lu-lu. The sound of horses neighing continued. It was the 400 elite soldiers who returned one after another, and many of them had a head hanging on the side of their horses. This was their trophy. Apparently, the small wave of banditry just now was no pressure for these elite soldiers. Ding Ling asked Xinjiang to hide in the dense forest with his guards. He led 400 elite soldiers and rushed towards Zhongqiu city like a torrent. Ding Ling also figured it out. He is now comparable to a first-class general. And he is proficient in weapons such as knives, sticks, guns, and axes. He also has the full-level 36 Wei Tiangang axe method as a trump card. There is no need for him to be timid. You have to know that he is leading 400 elite cavalrymen. If he can win, he will fight. If he can't win, can't he run away? Let's try the level of the Baibua bandits first. Zhongqiu Ancient City. Guo Taijian was sitting in the county magistrate's seat. Below him, on the left and right sides, sat a dozen burly and muscular men. These strong men were all eating meat and drinking from large bowls. At the same time, their eyes were constantly staring at the group of dancers dancing in the center, with a devouring light in their eyes. Some strong men are even more ready to move and can't wait. If Mrs. Guo hadn't controlled the scene, it would have been a mess. Mrs. Guo felt like a bright mirror in her heart. She picked up the summary booklet and read it. The more she read, the more satisfied she became. She stroked her beard and thought, I'm afraid this food, cloth, gold, and silver will not be enough for our army for a year. He was extremely satisfied. The rumors that the Jin family is rich are indeed true. The goods they left in Zhongqiu alone are enough to support my army for 8 months. Some of the goods of one family are worth a city. No, it should be more than a city. The treasury of the city. He thought about it and asked someone to bring Jinyi up. Jinyi is an extremely handsome and elegant middle-aged man. But at this moment, he was brutally dragged into the main hall of the county government office by a soldier. The dancer screamed in fright, and was pulled aside with laughter by the strong man next to her. Mrs. Guo ignored the crying dancer, just stared at Jinyi and said, Jinyi, what are you thinking about? As long as you agree to my request, I can let you go immediately. If not, we are enemies. Maybe one day I will come to your lair and put your wife and children to death served. Jinyi dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. She just lowered her head slightly and said nothing. It's really tough. Mrs. Guo felt troubled, but more importantly she was impatient and angry. If I hadn't seen how useful you are, I would have chopped you up right now. He waved his hand. Put it off and find a way to get him to agree. Yes. Commander. The soldiers dragged Jinyi away. Guo Tai frowned and thought about something, but suddenly a rapid shout woke him up. Report! Someone suddenly broke into the main hall. But it's a messenger. Mrs. Guo's brows were knitted into the character Chuan and she looked at the messenger with swords in her eyes. What happened? Reply to the commander-in-chief. The messenger soldier respectfully said. There is a man outside the city clamoring for a duel with the commanders. Will you challenge us to a duel? A strong man grinned. How brave. Does he know who we are? This man knows. The messenger replied truthfully. He said we are a bunch of fearless bears. Cowards, rats, thieves, and dirty people who only know how to bully the people. Mrs. Guo's eyebrows stood up like daggers. What else did he say? Old people hate being called old. Disabled people are most sensitive to others saying they are disabled. In the same way, as thieves, they are most offended when others call them rats or dog thieves. He also said that the handsome men are all useless bitches. They don't even dare to challenge him in a duel. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Guo laughed angrily and slapped the case. My Baibua army marches across the land of Jizhou and Bingzhou. The children stopped crying when they heard the sound. There are ignorant rats who dare to despise us. What do you think we should do? He looked at everyone in the hall. Of course I'll kill him. A strong man stood up, patted his chest, and said loudly. Commander, there's no point in killing a chicken with a sledgehammer, so let me, Hukai, go meet him. Let me go. Another rude man laughed and stood up. A mere little thief.
He dares to come to us and talk nonsense.
I will cut off his head. And make a urea pot. Let the world know the consequences of offending our Baibo army. Good.
Another powerful man stood up and walked to the main hall, bowed his hands to Mrs. Gui and said, "Not only must this man be killed with great fanfare, but he must be cut into pieces and subjected to 18 kinds of torture. Otherwise, the world will think that our Baibo army is easy to talk to, and then everyone will dare to provoke us. This is simply unacceptable. Tolerate." The strong men directly decided on the regulations by saying something to each other.
Mrs. Guat asked the messenger a few questions in detail.
When he learned that the person coming was really a horse, he couldn't help but said,
"Didn't you send out troops to hunt him down? His horse is fast and we can't catch him." The messenger said,
"If one person goes, he will kill him.
If 10 people go and disperse, he will kill them one by one.
If they gather together to chase him, he will run away and we will not be able to catch up. When we come back," he shouted again at the gate of the city. This happened several times, and we suffered a lot of casualties. We had no choice but to come and report to the commander.
Hateful. Hu Kai's eyes widened and he said angrily,
"It is unbearable for this man to kill a good man in our army.
I will go and meet him right away."
After saying that, before Mrs. Gui could say anything, she rushed out with a big knife in hand.
Not a moment.
Then they heard the neighing sound of horses and a sound of kicking.
The sound of kicking gradually faded away. It seemed that Hu Kai had already run away.
The remaining ones include the vulgar-looking Han Xian, the tall and burly Li Lu and others.
These people are all good soldiers. Seeing Hu Kai get the upper hand, he couldn't help but regret.
But let this guy take the credit.
It's such a good thing, I will definitely come out on top next time.
They obviously believed in Hu Kai's force. Continue to eat, drink and watch the dancers dance. Only Mrs. Gui was waiting quietly.
A long while. Report. A new messenger suddenly burst into the main hall.
Seeing his anxious and angry face, Mrs. Gui couldn't help being shocked and asked hurriedly,
"What happened?"
"General Hu was stabbed to death by the opponent."
"What?"
Mrs. Gui stumbled and almost fell down.
Han Xian, Li Lu and others also looked sideways in disbelief.
Hu Kai is comparable to a second-rate military general.
He is extremely powerful and extremely agile. How can that unknown person kill him? Tell me the details in detail. Guo Tai said angrily.
Yes.
Marshal.
The messenger immediately said. General Hu came out of the city gate and chased the enemy, but the enemy was so fast that he couldn't catch up for a while. General Hu seemed to have cursed the opponent a few times. When he saw that the opponent didn't reply, he turned around and came back. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the opponent suddenly rushed when the horse came to kill General Hu turned around to meet the enemy, but because he was too hasty, the opponent grabbed the flaw and stabbed him off the horse. Even though he was defeated, General Hu was still brave. Unexpectedly, the evil man stabbed General Hu several more times.
General Hu had no horse and could not outrun the opponent. He was stabbed to death on the spot and his blood drained to death.
We wanted to rescue him, but the man ran very fast and it was difficult to catch up.
Hateful.
Mrs. Gui gritted his teeth. If this person doesn't fry the oil pan, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart.
Commander, I'll go meet him.
Han Xian jumped up, holding a long spear, and went straight out without saying a word.
I'll go too. Li Lu said.
I can be on hand to respond and prepare for the thrust, so that the guy doesn't run away.
Guo Tai agreed.
Li Lu picked up a spear and rushed out in a hurry.
After a while, another urgent message came.
This time the sound was more urgent.
Mrs. Gui's face turned gloomy.
And the messenger did not dare to express her anger.
Speak carefully. Tell me in detail.
Guo Tai spoke word by word, suppressing the anger in his heart.
Yes. Marshal.
The messenger immediately began to tell the story in a serious manner.
General Han left the city, but the thief didn't even run away.
He confronted General Han and fought for hundreds of rounds. The thief suddenly changed his tactics and used a strange move.
General Han didn't care. He was killed.
He swept him off his horse, raised his halberd, and stabbed him to death with one halberd. General Li was horrified when he saw General Han being stabbed off his horse. He rode his horse to rescue him, but he saw General Han was dead on the way. In a rage, he fought with the thief. The two fought again for more than 100 rounds. General Li was defeated by the thieves and was knocked off his horse and stabbed to death on the spot. We wanted to save him, but it was too late. The more Mrs. Guo listened, the angrier she became, until her face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't believe that the top 3 heroes under him died for no reason. You must know that Hu Kai, Han Xian, and Li Lu are all comparable to second-rate generals. Although their skills are slightly inferior to second-rate generals, their strength is up to standard. They are all born with supernatural powers. If not, Mrs. Guo would not let them command an army. However, such a fierce general is here today. Mrs. Guo was so angry that her chest was heaving, and she shouted loudly,
"Bring me my sword. I want to take a closer look today to see who this rat is that dares to openly bully my Baibo army." The dozen or so warriors in the hall were also filled with indignation and clamored endlessly. But at this time, no one proposed to go out of the city to confront the enemy. The 3 strongest men on our side were all stabbed to death. Even a fool knows that the enemy must have real skills. Maybe he is still pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. If you go now, you will most likely die. As a gangster, it is instinct to bully the weak and fear the strong, because only in this way can they live long and live well. Seeing that the enemy is a tough opponent single-handedly, no one dares to say that they can win alone. They all propose to send out soldiers and horses to surround and kill him. Mrs. Gui nodded in approval. He is a steady man. He knew the abilities of Hu Kai, Li Lu, and Han Xian. Even these 3 were dead. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't say 100% that he could kill these 3 in such a short time. But the other party did it. He is a fierce rival. Play the drums. Gather the crowd. Mrs. Guo drank. After a while, Mrs. Guo took the lead. Thousands of ruthless bandits marched toward the city gate to kill someone. The Baibo army dispatched almost 70% to 80% of its troops. The purpose is to set up a dragnet to surround and block the enemy's path, so that the enemy will never be able to run or escape again this time. Ta-ta! Tap tap tap. Amidst the rumbling sound of horse hooves, the group quickly arrived at the city gate. Looking closely, they saw a man and a horse standing tall and proud 100 meters away. The horse looks like a top-notch war horse. No wonder he runs so fast. As for people? Mrs. Guo took a closer look, but when she saw that the other person had a handsome appearance, he looked like a pretty boy. She couldn't help but look around. Where did the messenger soldier die? Commander. The messenger came in a hurry. Mrs. Guo pointed at the boy. Is that him? Yes. That's him. The messenger was sure. Guo Tai's face was a bit ugly, and he lost to a pretty boy. He waved his hand, and the troops under his hand dispersed quietly. Mrs. Guo couldn't help but become more surprised when she saw that the other party didn't run away. He said loudly, "Rat, do you dare to tell me your name?" "I am." "I am you?" Guo Tai frowned and muttered it twice. He suddenly reacted and became furious. Seeing that the other party was another person, he didn't bother to cover it up and shouted, "Go ahead, kill that pretty boy. Group him." The dozen or so warriors under Mrs. Guo glanced at each other for a few times, then jumped out one after another, holding knives, guns, or spears to kill the little pretty face. Don't run away if you have the guts. They were afraid that the little pretty boy would run away when he saw the crowd and start shouting loudly. Unexpectedly, the pretty boy was very obedient. Not only did he not run away, he also raised the halberd in his hand and made a contemptuous gesture towards them.
Instead of being angry, the dozen or so athletes were pleasantly surprised. Everyone felt that this pretty boy was dead. How can he be worthy of the living souls of Hu Kai, Han Xian, and Li Lu if he is not cut into pieces and fried in oil? It's too late, it's fast. Because the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, and the horses were galloping again, the speed was extremely fast, and the two sides soon collided with each other. Guo Tai looked forward to it. Sonorous. Clang, clang, clang. But after hearing the sound of weapons clashing, among the lightning and flint, one after another figures were stabbed and chopped off their horses. Some were even swept away more than 10 meters away, their heads smashed to the ground, and their brains were broken to death. A few moments. Mrs. Guo didn't even react yet. More than a dozen athletes died. Hiss. Guo Tai's pupils dilated and he took a breath. The rest of the Baibua bandits were also terrified. At this moment, everyone understood. The little white face in front of them was just playing tricks on them before. He was fishing. Now that the fish were out, he didn't pretend at all and directly killed a wave. Achievement medal, your force shocked the Baibua bandit leader Guo Tai. Note, he originally thought that you were just a man with a force value comparable to Hu Kai, and you relied on horsepower and female dry tricks to win. But your strength was beyond his imagination. He even began to tremble, and become timid at this moment. He has lost the courage to face you alone. He will most likely give up fighting you alone and will resort to a large army to besiege you. The prompt sound passed by his ears. The little white face, that is, Ding Ling, raised his eyebrows, and then shouted decisively. Boom! Two troops suddenly rushed out of the dense forest on the left and right. In the distance, there was smoke and dust rising to the sky, and the sound of horses neighing split the air, as if countless armies were swarming in like a tide. At the same time, in the ancient city of Zhongqiu in the back, thick smoke suddenly emerged, and drums were beaten from time to time. The Baibua bandits began to riot. Guo Tai shouted. Don't be chaotic, gather. Gather. But before, because they were preparing to surround and kill Ding Ling. Although the number of Baibua bandits was huge, as many as 3,000, they were scattered. How easy is it to gather? In addition, Ding Ling killed the enemy several times. There were dozens of soldiers killed, and the number of strong generals reached 17 or 18, including 3 generals at the command level, Hu Kai, Han Xian, and Li Lu. The fierce power was terrifying. At this moment, the Baibua bandits were suddenly surprised to find that Ding Ling was not alone, but led countless cavalry, rushing towards them rapidly. The Baibua bandits panicked. Their instincts of bullying the weak and fearing the strong and fearing death took effect, and some of them even took advantage of the chaos to run away. Ding Ling also made a prompt decision and led more than 100 cavalrymen on the left to kill Guo Tai. His horse was fast and he rushed fast. The cavalry fell behind him. Ding Ling did not care much. The Baibua bandits were no match for the regular army. They were in chaos and disorganized at the moment. They were easily broken through by him. Clang! Clang clang clang! Ding Ling waved the Feng Tian painted halberd, and changed from time to time with the battlefield sword tactics, water and fire prison dragon stick method, 36 Tian gang axe method, and high-level spearmanship. A painted halberd, in his hand, used the taste of all kinds of weapons. Whether it was the battlefield sword tactics, the water and fire prison dragon stick method, or the 36 Tian gang axe method, they were all top-level magic skills. Ordinary people could not resist it at all. Even with high-level spear skills, with a random stab, 5 gunflowers flashed, and 5 soldiers were pierced in the forehead and died on the spot. He was covered in blood, like a killing god on the battlefield. He was more like a speedboat breaking through the waves, a god passing through the mountains. Wherever he passed, he was really invincible. No one could stand up to him. A painted halberd, a combination of various weapons, anyone who dared to block the way was stabbed to death, chopped to death, cut to death, and hacked to death. The way of death was different. But without exception, they all hit the vital points and died quickly. At this moment, Ding Ling had passed the novice period. Especially during the duel at the city gate, as more and more blood was seen, the number of people chopped and stabbed to death soared. His panic and discomfort had been completely eliminated. There was only a passion. This was a kind of heroic spirit in his bones that was activated when a man roared on the battlefield.
Ah! He's not a human. This guy is too strong. Run! There are also players among the Baibwa thieves.
Seeing that Ding Ling was as strong as a demon god, the old players who dared to confront him and tried to get experience points and treasures were easily killed. Other new players could no longer bear it, and shouted, riding their horses and running away. Their running was like a torrent effect, and finally swept groups of people to run away. Guotai couldn't stop him at all, and finally saw that Ding Ling was too brave. He turned around and ran away in fear.
Don't run, Guotai! Ding Ling shouted. Guotai's scalp numbed and ran faster.
Seeing that the general had run away, some of the other Baibwa thieves who still wanted to persist also fled. The last group of people who persisted were all more passionate and fearless Baibwa thieves, but the departure of the general completely crushed their beliefs, and they became part of the army of fleeing in panic.
Ha!
Ding Ling picked up a pistol on the side of the horse and threw it towards Guotai with all his strength. Swish! The pistol broke through the air, and with a swish, it hit Guotai's back, pinning him to death on the horse's back. His mount wailed, ran forward a few steps, and suddenly fell to the ground.
Ha! Ding Ling took a long breath. Thinking.
This javelin throwing skill is quite useful at critical moments. Javelin throwing skills are naturally learned in the real world.
It's already maxed out. Just in case. Ding Ling prepared a few pistols in advance. Now it really worked. He rode to Guotai's side and took a look at him. He was not dead yet. You, who are you? Guotai opened his eyes wide, glared at Ding Ling, and spoke breathlessly, his eyes full of regret, fear, and nostalgia for life. Ding Ling didn't bother to pay attention to him. He waved his hand. Someone immediately stepped forward and cut off Guotai's head. This is the key evidence to prove the success of the bandit suppression. It cannot be lost. Ding Ling asked someone to keep it. He led the team to kill some Baibwa bandits, and at the same time ordered, those who surrender will not be killed. Compared with cavalry, most of the Baibwa bandits are infantry. How can 2 legs outrun 4 legs? This order. 90% of the Baibwa bandits took off their armor, threw away their weapons, and knelt down to beg for surrender. Of course, there were also those who refused to surrender and fled desperately. For such people, Ding Ling ordered to kill them directly. And those who ran too fast and could no longer be seen, Ding Ling could only ignore them. It's enough to control the overall situation. Get E-level achievement medal, defeat the Baibwa army bandits in Bingzhou and Jizhou. Note, this Baibwa army will gather 100,000 people in the future and join hands with Xiangnu Chanyu Yufuluo to plunder various parts of the Central Plains, causing great damage to the Central Plains. You successfully prevented this catastrophe. Ding Ling was slightly surprised. He actually got the E-level achievement medal. This is rare. Even Zhang He only got an ordinary medal. Defeating the Baibwa bandits actually got an E-level medal. It seems that the Baibwa bandits did not have time to develop. Ding Ling was thoughtful. The reason why he divided his troops into 4 groups was to try out the details of the Baibwa bandits. He wanted to see if Su Huang was among the Baibwa bandits. Now it seems that there is no one. I think it is due to the participation of players. The development path of the Baibwa bandits is completely different from history. If there is really a brave general like Su Huang, I will most likely retreat. Su Huang is a top-notch general. Although Ding Ling is now quite powerful, he dare not say that he will definitely win Su Huang. Plus, the Baibwa bandits are numerous and powerful. How can we fight? Fortunately, he was relieved that his plan was successful. First, we will fight alone to test the enemy, show the enemy weakness, and kill the enemy's living forces. Then we will sneak into the ancient city with a few smart old players and wait for the signal to be released, set fire in the city, beat drums, etc.,
to disrupt the hearts of the Baibwa bandits. Then cooperate with the troops ambushing on the left and right, and the troops confusing the enemy's sight from a distance, so that the enemy will mistakenly think that a large number of troops have come, and they will be frightened and dare not fight. This is a strategy of waiting for the enemy to tire and creating something out of nothing. Finally, it is natural to capture the bandits and the king, and turn the tables.
This time it will succeed, entirely because I am strong enough and the Baibwa bandits are confused enough.
Otherwise, no matter how many strategies there are, it will be in vain.
If the enemy is Chow Manga, Ding Ling's strategy may not have any effect.
However, Ding Ling did not intend to develop in the direction of commander. His plan is to clear all the levels of the game by himself.
Just make yourself stronger and stronger. Why do you have so many conspiracies? As long as you are strong enough, the way to go is to push forward.
Get the Medal of Achievement, defeat 3 well-known historical bandits, Hu Kai, Han Xian, and Li Lu.
Note, Hu Kai and his 3 men are extraordinary in martial arts. You can defeat them.
It proves that you have reached the level of first-class generals. Your reputation will surely spread throughout Jizhou because of this battle. This is the prompt that appears after defeating Hu Kai and his 3 men.
Ding Ling pondered. As expected, the Medal of Achievement should be related to historical celebrities.
However, Cheng Huan, Zhang Yi and others, almost everyone contributed a medal.
Why did Hu Kai and his 3 men only contribute 1? Could it be that they died so there are fewer medals?
What is the specific situation?
Ding Ling didn't know.
But he came to suppress the bandits this time just to complete the mission. Now that the mission is completed, he doesn't want to stay any longer. But he didn't forget Jin Zhang's request for help.
He ordered to enter the city and ordered people to search. As expected, Jin Zhang's father Zhini was found. Zhini obviously understood the reason from other people,
and was grateful to Ding Ling. Achievement Medal, you have received Zhini's high gratitude. Note, Zhini, as the richest man in Jizhou, saw that you are handsome, powerful, and have saved his life.
He has already had a different idea about you.
If nothing unexpected happens, you will most likely become his son-in-law in the future. When Ding Ling heard the prompt sound, his expression froze, and he glanced at Zhini with a strange look in his eyes. Zhini didn't notice it at all, and continued to say some words of gratitude to Ding Ling, and invited Ding Ling to his hometown of Wuji in Zhongshan.
Ding Ling responded politely.
He said that it was still in the official business stage and he could only talk about it later when he had time. Zhini said it was a pity, but he still looked forward to Ding Ling's arrival.
After a while,
Jin Jiang was found by the guards sent by Zhini. The father and daughter reunited, and the scene was naturally warm. Ding Ling felt complicated and did not stay in the main hall for long, but went to the treasury. This treasury was where the Baibwa bandits stored their wealth. It has to be said, the money, grain and cloth were piled up like a mountain.
How much is this worth? Ding Ling took the account book and read it.
After finding that most of the wealth here belonged to the Jin family, he was relieved.
After thinking about it,
he took a small bag and filled it with a bag of gold. The rest was counted according to the account book, and the Jin family's was returned, and some of the people's were also returned in full.
As for the loss of the county government's treasury,
this is none of his Ding Ling's business.
He came to suppress the bandits. He has no obligation to recover wealth for the county government treasury. An hour later,
Zhini brought Jin Jiang to thank Ding Ling again.
Thank you, Mr. Ding.
If it weren't for you, we would not only lose our lives this time, but also our wealth would never be found again. Jin Jiang's beautiful eyes were like the fairy lake in the sky, and she was grateful and thankful to Ding Ling. She was shy, stepped forward, handed over a sachet with her beautiful hands, and said crisply,
"This is a sachet I wove myself last year. It is my favorite one. I usually carry it with me. Today I give it to you. I hope it will bring you good luck."
Ding Ling wanted to refuse, but seeing Jin Jiang's nervous, expectant, and shy look, he swallowed the words on his lips and took it silently. Xinjiang is also a lady from a noble family, a beautiful woman with inner beauty. If this Three Kingdoms world is not a game world, maybe Ding Ling might really marry such a wife home. Compare the girlfriends in the past and present lives. Xinjiang is top-notch in both appearance and temperament, which is a dimensionality reduction blow to his previous girlfriends. Ding Ling even thought at this moment, I have seen such a beautiful woman and got her favor. When he returns to reality in the future, will he be attracted by a woman who asks for hundreds of thousands of betrothal gifts at any time, does not take millions of money seriously, and even requires men to be able to wash clothes and cook, and be an all-round husband? Ding Ling once doubted whether he could find a wife in the future. But soon, he woke up. He is now a man with a cheat. Are you still afraid of not finding a wife? As long as you are good enough, what woman can't you find? It is very pleasant to get along with Xinjiang. This is a gentle, kind, and versatile girl. The longer Ding Ling contacts Xinjiang, the more he likes her. If he hadn't kept in mind that he must keep moving forward, he might have sunk into the beautiful fantasy of a beauty. Ding Ling finally chose to leave Zhongqiu ancient city. Zhini also kept hinting to Ding Ling, saying that Xinjiang was very happy that he accepted her sachet. This meant that he accepted her feelings. She was looking forward to him going to Zhongshan Wuji to marry her. Of course, it was just a hint, not too clear. But everyone was smart. Ding Ling understood. Zhini stopped there. At this moment, both sides said goodbye, naturally reluctant to leave. Both sides said a lot of emotional farewell words, and then ended their gazes with the sound of horses. Go! Ding Ling whipped his horse. He led hundreds of cavalrymen to the direction of Yecheng. The other 300 cavalrymen had already left with thousands of Baibua bandit captives. In order to calm these captives, each cavalryman prepared a bow and arrow, and at the same time completely stripped the captives of their clothes and weapons, leaving them only with a pair of pants to cover their shame. Let's go! Zhini saw Xinjiang staring at the distance in a daze, motionless, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Dad! Xinjiang is the eldest daughter. She usually takes care of some housework and business activities at home. On the surface, she looks like a weak Jiangnan woman, but in her bones she is a tough and strong person. She bit her lip and asked uneasily, Do you think Brother Ding will come to see us? Jin Yi hesitated. Dad, don't lie to me. Okay. Jin Yi thought for a while and said, According to my observations during this period, Ding Ling is really extraordinary. He knows almost everything about astronomy, geography, calligraphy, culture, etc. That's all. He was also very brave. It was remarkable that he killed thousands of Baibua bandits with only 400 men. He also stabbed and beheaded the leading bandits. Such a person must be a hero in these troubled times. He will not be restrained by a woman. And I dare to conclude that as long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become famous all over the world. His name will also be destined to be engraved in history books and be sung for eternity. Then, is it still possible for me and him? I don't know about that. It just depends on fate. But I think he seems to have a crush on you. If he gets married in the future, he might think of you first. When Xinjiang heard this, he couldn't help but smile happily and grin. As long as he comes to me. Don't think Xinjiang is a nymphomaniac. Flowers and butterflies come. At this moment, Ding Ling was already extremely outstanding, and with several changes in his body shape and appearance, his temperament, appearance, etc., became extremely outstanding. Appearance, temperament, martial arts, knowledge, etc. are all the best choices. In addition, he was helpful to her and did not covet their family's belongings. A person with such a combination of character and character? Zhini was tempted and wanted to take him as his son-in-law. How could Xinjiang not be tempted? Just like when a man meets an extremely excellent woman, how can he not turn his attention? Halfway, Ding Ling caught up with the large army. Seeing that it was getting late, he ordered a camp to be built. At the same time, 2 soldiers were called to guard the entrance of the tent and told them not to enter the account casually without his order.
After everything is in order, Ding Ling entered the account, lay down, and chose to return to reality. Call.
The world is spinning, it feels like a moment, and it feels like 10,000 years. When he was so dizzy, Ding Ling suddenly felt a lightness in his body, as if he had arrived in a new world. His eyes shot open.
That's right.
It is the familiar player square.
He glanced down. There is still the circle of light under my feet. He glanced left and right.
The huge square is full of people, so densely packed that at a glance, you can't even see the edge.
There are more and more people. Some players are discussing. But this square is also very magical. It seems to expand automatically.
It will expand the area according to the population, so that the square will always remain in a category that is not too spacious, but not too crowded.
This is nothing unusual.
A beautiful female player suddenly said.
Have you not been paying attention to the rankings recently?
Yao Yunxi,
I know what you want to say.
A tall male player interjected.
Are you talking about Ding Ling, who has suddenly emerged and made rapid progress?
Yes.
That's him.
Yao Yunxi nodded and said with a strange look on his face.
Not only did he suddenly drop to the first place in the comprehensive ranking list.
The strength list, agility list, and physical fitness list have also made rapid progress all the way, and now they have soared to second place. When she said this, she paused, with a look of shock in her eyes.
It's hard to imagine. This Ding Ling was just a new player 1 day ago.
Yes. In just 1 day or so, he actually accomplished something that many people may not be able to do in their lifetime.
It's so unbelievable. I really want to get to know him.
Other players also said. If you can get some secrets from him about his rapid progress, it will be a big profit.
That's right.
This person's progress is even faster than that of Kong Tianhua, the #1 closed beta player at the time. I heard that Kong Tianhua really wanted to meet this Ding Ling and see why he was doing this. In just 1 day, it has appeared on all the major charts.
You guys only noticed the first 4 lists, but not the skill list?
Yao Yunxi smiled slightly.
The top 10 on the skill list. Ding Ling alone occupies 4 seats. Don't you think this is outrageous?
The 36th Tiangang Axe technique ranks first, the water and fire imprisoning dragon stick technique ranks second, the battlefield knife technique ranks third, and the high-level axe technique ranks 10th.
It is indeed incredible that he alone occupies the top 3 seats, and what does it mean to suddenly appear on the list today?
Some players were very excited. This shows that Ding Ling may have learned these 4 kinds of real kung fu in just 1 day.
Wow!
All the players who heard this were in an uproar.
All of them are unbelievable. This is impossible. How can such a person exist in this world? But the reality is right in front of us now. Is there a possibility that the sequence of the list is wrong? Maybe there is a bug?
Ding Ling listened for a while and then stopped listening.
Now his heat is so explosive.
He felt that after he returned, it was necessary to cancel the rent and find a new house to live in. Otherwise, it might be found by some people with ulterior motives. After all, there are many players who have seen his true appearance. There may be some people among them who are very good at drawing.
If this person drew his appearance and posted it on the internet, didn't he become famous all over the world very quickly?
By then he will definitely be surrounded as a rare species.
In the world of the 3 kingdoms,
even the ancients like Zhang He and Pan Feng couldn't restrain their desire to explore and examine him in various ways. There will definitely be people in the real world who are more curious and have a stronger desire to explore. In order to avoid this kind of trouble, Ding Ling must take precautions in advance.
Fortunately, I came back early.
If it had been a day or 2 later, maybe some people would have taken over the rental house.
Ding Ling felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He doesn't want to be caught as a guinea pig. There is no shortage of strong people in this world. If a strong man kidnaps him and insists on studying him, what can he do? It's okay if he can beat him, but if he can't beat him, will he die? We can't sit still and wait for death. We cannot just wait for danger to come, we must nip the danger in the cradle in advance. Ding Ling is a person who has truly died once. Relatively speaking, the mind is much more stable than ordinary people.
Plus there were a lot of killings in the Three Kingdoms world. Not only is he becoming more and more stable now, but he also has a faint layer of
iron-blooded domineering energy.
Let's see how to bring strength back to the real world first.
Ding Ling opened the character panel. Character, Ding Ling. Age, 23 years old. Race, human. Camp, Jizhou Hanfu. Occupation, military Sima. Level, 1.
Strength, root bone 1 point for ordinary people, wisdom 2, strength 6.3 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 0.5 plus 2.4 equals 9.7, agility 6.8 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 1.6, 9, constitution 6.1 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 2.4,
9.1, defense 2, charm 2.
Weapons, a pair of general armor, an 80-pound Fengtian painted halberd, a 60-pound axe, a high-quality long knife, several shotguns. Skills, low-level pile skills, level 10, horse pile skills, level 10, elementary swordsmanship, level 10, advanced swordsmanship, level 10, battlefield sword tactics, level 10, elementary, intermediate and advanced spearmanship, level 10, water and fire prison dragon stick skills, level 10, elementary, intermediate and advanced axe skills, level 10, 36 Tiangang axe skills, level 10, acupuncture, level 10, swimming, level 10, fitness, level 10, elementary psychology, level 10. Achievement medals, 8 ordinary, 2 E-level.
Glory medals, 0. Ha! Ding Ling noticed something different from the game world.
That is, this player square actually has a list of achievement medals and glory medals.
Ding Ling has won a lot of achievement medals, and what is this glory medal? Ding Ling clicked on the instruction manual next to the achievement medal. After a while, Ding Ling suddenly realized.
By consuming the medal of achievement, you can bring your martial arts back to reality.
The more medals you have, the more strength you can bring back. Not only that,
the medal of achievement can also be used to open up the next dimension and exchange for storage space. The use of the medal of honor is even greater. Not only can it be exchanged for the world of Daoyun, but also for treasures that enhance the root bones, etc. Ding Ling was more shocked the more he looked at it.
He thought. And look at this explanation list.
The medal of honor and the medal of achievement seem to have more functions than this. It's just that I am currently in the lowest level of the Three Kingdoms plane and am not eligible to unlock other uses. Ding Ling's eyes flashed with a strange color. But if this game world is really as powerful as the introduction says, it's really amazing. The person who created this game must be an unprecedented top power. I just don't know if this great power is observing this game in the dark. Or did he create this game and no longer care about it? Thanks to Yippian for the reward of 100 book coins. Thanks to all the book friends who support this book. What is the specific situation? It is impossible for Ding Ling, who is at this stage of cultivation, to find out clearly. He just secretly warned himself. You must constantly improve yourself. Don't be arrogant. After all, who knows if there is a peerless master in the dark staring at the common people? The library's affairs must not be exposed. Ding Ling can see a library in his sea of consciousness with just a slight close of his eyes. He doesn't know if the great power can see through his sea of consciousness. But just in case, he still goes all out to become stronger. As long as you become strong enough, everything will be nothing to worry about. I am worried now, after all, it's because I am too weak. Ding Ling frowned and pondered for a while, calmed down, and turned to look at the character panel. The current strength requires 7 ordinary achievement medals to exchange to reality. Do you want to exchange? It actually requires 7. Ding Ling carefully read the instructions and understood. After entering the game, his strength, agility, and physique have increased by no less than 7 points. Some even exceeded some. The rules of the game are: strength, agility, and physique increase by 1 point each. The exchange requires 1 achievement medal.
Or if strength increases by 3 points. The same is true
if the exchange reaches 5 achievement medals or more.
The game rules will automatically omit some decimal points. This is why Ding Ling needs to spend 7 medals. The achievement medal is so useful.
If nothing unexpected happens, players should work hard to get achievements and the favorability of historical figures. But it takes more time to get favorability.
It seems easier to get praise, recognition, and amazement like me?
For ordinary players, it is easy to get favorability.
But for Ding Ling, who is a cheater, he needs to get recognition, praise, amazement, etc. It seems that I need to show off in the future.
Ding Ling woke up and no longer hesitated, and chose to exchange.
Exchange successful. Do you choose to return to the real world? Yes. Kong.
The light circle under his feet spun, carrying Ding Ling into the air and escaping.
In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the top of the sky. The next moment. Ha!
Ding Ling suddenly opened his eyes, looked around, and saw that he had indeed returned to the rental house.
He couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. The flight just now was too fast, and he almost suffocated. This game is really too realistic.
Ding Ling muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist.
Didn't they say that martial arts and strength can be brought back to the real world? Why do I feel that there is not much change? But the next second,
a continuous sense of power suddenly surged out from his limbs.
Ding Ling's body trembled, and the whole person almost flew up. This agility, physique, and strength are exactly the same as the experience in the game.
Ding Ling stared.
He danced with his fists and feet.
Using his arm as a gun, he used high-level gun skills to point out 5-star rays in the air. Using the leg as a stick, he could perform the water and fire prison dragon stick technique. One leg, kicking the void, like an iron stick sweeping through thousands of troops. Using the palm as a knife, the battlefield knife technique chopped the void with iron blood and murderous aura.
Very good. Ding Ling was surprised. Sure enough, the martial arts in the game can really be brought back to the real world. This is amazing. Ding Ling praised.
But then he thought of the library's heaven-defying.
He was relieved. Everything was unreasonable, perhaps just because he was too weak now. Just like an ant, it absolutely could not understand how a mountain that reached the sky could suddenly collapse. And the mountain that reached the sky in their eyes might just be a tree, and they could not perceive that humans cut down trees in a certain sense. Just like humans could not understand the gods of the fourth dimension.
Ding Ling suddenly felt extremely hungry. This feeling had also happened in the game world. He did not delay anymore and immediately took out the food he had prepared earlier. These foods include a lot of bread, instant noodles, beef jerky, etc.
Ding Ling ate all 30 boxes of stock. Still not full.
Not until he took out the things in the refrigerator and fried them to eat, did he feel a little satisfied.
Ding Ling was shocked.
He touched his stomach.
He thought, how can I eat so much? And my stomach didn't get bigger after eating. Could it be that the energy of the food I ate was used to replenish the consumption?
His previous strength rose rapidly. So much so that his height and body shape seemed to have changed.
He measured it. Sure enough, he grew a lot taller than before. His physique seemed to have become more robust. I really became a muscular man.
Ding Ling admired himself in the mirror. He found that his appearance and temperament had improved a lot.
He nodded secretly.
If this continues, it may not only be a matter of time for me to become a handsome man. But the most urgent thing is to leave here. The only valuable thing is the game helmet.
As for food? I just finished eating.
There were only
2 bags of rice left to cook.
He immediately started to pack. He packed his clothes and pants into boxes. He put on a hat, a mask, etc., and went directly to the landlord to terminate the contract.
The landlord is a beautiful woman, and she is easy to talk to.
She is just surprised why Ding Ling wants to leave suddenly. After all, Ding Ling has lived here for several years.
They can be said to be old acquaintances. He couldn't help asking a few more questions. Ding Ling was surprised. Don't you play myth games? Does this have anything to do with your leaving here?
The landlord returned the deposit to Ding Ling, looked up at Ding Ling, and said puzzledly.
You know me, I don't play games. I think you should play some.
Ding Ling also has a good impression of the landlord. Even before Ding Ling crossed over, his predecessor had pursued the landlord, but was rejected. Ding Ling accepted all the memories of his predecessor, so even if he had a good impression of the landlord, he did not pursue him again. The gap is too big, so he should not humiliate himself.
How rich is the landlord?
Just look at the dozens of buildings she owns in several big cities.
This asset is more than tens of billions?
A rich woman for sure. But the strange thing is that the only hobby of this rich woman is collecting rent. Apart from that, she reads novels, listens to music, does fitness, or goes to the park to listen to the old ladies and uncles chatting. She doesn't look like a woman in her 20s, but more like a retired old lady.
Really? The beautiful landlady nodded. Even you, Ding Ling, said so. It seems that it is really necessary to play a game. Don't look at me like that. The beautiful landlady glanced at Ding Ling and smiled. You never played games before, did you?
You suddenly started playing and suggested me to play.
I think this game must have something extraordinary and special, especially. She took out Ding Ling's previous videos and photos for comparison and nodded. I am now more certain that this game is worth playing. She seemed quite excited.
I heard that playing games can lead to secondary development, but I don't believe it.
But now seeing you like this, I believe it.
The beautiful landlord looked longing.
I can't wait any longer. Ding Ling was speechless. The landlord actually went to play games just to grow up again?
But seeing her flat chest, Ding Ling was relieved. This landlord is beautiful, but in terms of figure, she can really be a brother to Ding Ling.
What are you looking at?
The beautiful landlord slightly turned sideways, blushing and angry, staring.
Wait, in a few days, I will let you see a brand new Ouyang Lingling.
Perhaps it was because both of their names contained Ling in Ling.
Although Ouyang Lingling rejected Ding Ling, she had a very good relationship with him, just like a friend. When will we see each other again after you leave? Mountains are high and rivers are long, and we will meet again one day if we are destined. The two laughed and talked for a while. Ouyang Lingling invited Ding Ling, I have houses all over the country. Wherever you go, I can rent a house to you. I can continue to be your landlord. What do you think? Ding Ling didn't think so. Although Ouyang Lingling is trustworthy.
But Ding Ling would not put his personal safety on an outsider at this time. Before he has strong enough strength to protect himself.
Ding Ling would not let anyone find him. He left his residence and took his luggage to the black car market that day, rented a black car and went to the suburbs of the next city. Running all the way. After arriving at the destination, the black car driver saw that there was no one around, and looked at Ding Ling's handsome face, and wanted to blackmail Ding Ling, but was beaten by Ding Ling, and ran away without asking for money. Ding Ling saved some money again. He touched his face. He was wearing a mask, but he still looked easy to bully? What kind of look did this black car driver have? This is a rural area. We won't be found, will we? He contacted the landlord in his secret place with a public phone in advance. The landlord said he would arrive at 4 p.m. Ding Ling looked at his watch. It was 3:30. He waited at the agreed place, which was the entrance of the village. Half an hour later, a man arrived on time. He glanced at Ding Ling and saw that Ding Ling was wearing a hat and mask tightly. He was surprised, but he didn't live in this country all year round. It would be great to rent out this house and make some money. He didn't bother to think about it. He didn't sign a contract with Ding Ling. Ding Ling also saw this point and rented the house here. The man took Ding Ling to see the house and left after taking the money. Ding Ling glanced at the house. It was very dirty. This is what a place that you don't live in all year round is like. But there are home appliances, beds, etc., so he doesn't have to buy them. When renting a house, he usually rents a house with home appliances, otherwise it would be troublesome to buy them. The village is located at the foot of the mountain and is not big. There are only dozens of families. And most of them are vacant houses. The young people have gone to the city. Only the elderly and some left-behind children are left. The children are not very old. Generally, they are about 5 or 6 years old, playing in the mud. Seeing a new person in the village, they are very curious. They secretly observe Ding Ling from time to time, and point and laugh like silver bells from time to time. Ding Ling doesn't mind this. He also went through this age and knows that children are the most innocent. After he cleaned the house, he went out and took the initiative to chat with the old people in the village. After understanding the various situations here, he went to the hot springs in the mountains under the enthusiastic guidance of an old man and cleaned the wells in other places. In the future, we must rely on this well water for cooking and boiling water. Busy inside and outside. It took several hours. Ding Ling entered the room amid the children's laughter, closed the door, took out the game helmet, and prepared to enter the game. What made him feel relieved was that this gaming helmet could be used anywhere. It didn't matter whether there was an internet connection or not. Thinking of the internet, Ding Ling rolled over and got up again. He started to turn on his mobile phone, connected to the Wi-Fi of his neighbor, Uncle Zhang's house, and started surfing the internet. In order to prevent people from finding him, he had already removed the SIM card and bought a second-hand mobile phone. It can be said that he was fully prepared. This time, Ding Ling went online to learn some new knowledge. He searched for courses such as archery. After a while, basic archery full level, projectile skills full level, rapid shooting skills full level, continuous shooting skills full level. Various archery skills surged in his mind. Ding Ling, who didn't know archery before, instantly became an archery master at this moment. He had a very clear feeling. With his current strength, if he matched it with a good bow, he could easily shoot and kill a second-rate general. Very good. Ding Ling was very satisfied. Archery skills in the real world are so good. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he could train the archery skills of Huang Zhong and others in the Three Kingdoms world to the maximum level. Continue. Ding Ling searched for other knowledge points on the internet again. It was because of his previous actions in the Three Kingdoms world that he realized that the skills in the real world could actually be effective at critical moments. This time he took the initiative to learn as much as he could. After a while, forging defensive weapons skills to the maximum level. Forging offensive weapons skills to the maximum level. Wooden cow and flow horse making skills fully level. Ding Ling has read too many knowledge points in the ocean of knowledge on the internet. And because these knowledge points are basic skills, read it once. The library will immediately automatically condense a book, making Ding Ling's skills in this area reach full level instantly. This makes Ding Ling naturally become Forging Master, Master Carpenter, Master Caster, Master Brick Craftsman, Agricultural Master, Planting Master, Cultivation of Crop Masters. There are dozens more useful skills. It can be seen that there are hundreds of books condensed with knowledge points, all stacked on one of the bookshelves. Very good. Ding Ling nodded secretly, very satisfied. Perhaps it is because modern times pay more attention to the manufacturing of advanced weapons such as nuclear bombs. Therefore, this aspect of forging skills cannot be found on the internet or in bookstores. But ancient skills, as well as some basic modern skills, are not taboo in online bookstores. You can basically find it. Certainly. Some truly top-notch skills that can be passed down from generation to generation cannot be found on the internet. For example, Ding Ling has always wanted to learn real boxing techniques such as Xingyi Quan and Wing Chun. It's not available online at all. Okay. Now you can enter the game world. Ding Ling put on a gaming helmet. Choose to enter the game world.
A familiar feeling came along with the dizzying feeling.
The next moment. He has come to the player square again. At a glance. Crowds of people. All kinds of discussions flooded into my ears like a surging torrent.
Ding Ling shook his head and did not listen or look carefully.
Instead, opened the character panel. Really? The character panel is different this time. Added to the skill list: Basic Archery, Level 10, Basic Blacksmithing, Level 10, Basic Carpentry, Level 10, Basic Casting, Level 10, Basic Planting, Level 10, Basic Cultivation, Level 10, Basic Smelting, Level 10. There are dozens of them. Ding Ling pondered. It seems that many masters in the real world can only be regarded as proficient in basic skills when they come to the game world. But it's great to be able to get so many skills for free through reality. Ding Ling was very satisfied. It's not easy to acquire so many skills in the gaming world. You need to learn skills from real experts. And even if you find it, the master may not teach you. Just like a player. Some are lucky enough to be from the same sect as Zhao Yun, and may be able to learn some good martial arts by chance. But if you are assigned to a bitter and cold place outside the Great Wall, let alone learning martial arts, whether you can live comfortably is a big problem. Therefore, Ding Ling, who was assigned to Jizhou, is currently in a very good situation. The most important thing is that he met Cheng Huan, a person who was willing to help him. Thinking of Cheng Huan, Ding Ling has decided to change his destiny in the future and save him from disaster. Ding Ling continued to look at the character panel. Turn underneath. Ding Ling discovered something different again. In view of the extremely outstanding performance of the player Ding Ling, the road to glory is specially opened for the player Ding Ling. Note 1, the road to glory is the only way to obtain the Medal of Glory. Note 2, there are two paths to glory. Article 1, the road to the God of War. Article 2, the road to the Emperor. Player Ding Ling can choose one of the two.
Ding Ling read it carefully, his eyes slightly bright. I didn't expect that the Medal of Glory could be obtained through the Path of Glory. I used to wonder how to obtain this Medal of Glory.
Now I understand.
The basic conditions for starting the road to glory: the comprehensive level of strength must reach a first-class military commander.
Ding Ling met the conditions. So when you go online again, you can start this path. Which way to choose? Ding Ling almost didn't think much and directly chose the first option. He can cheat, becoming the God of War is best for him. And the road to the Emperor looks like it's about competing for world supremacy. He doesn't like to play tricks and intrigues, he prefers to shoulder and push through. Are you sure you want to choose the path of God of War? Sure. Choose successfully. Player Ding Ling has now started the road to the God of War. The rules of the road to the God of War are as follows. 1. You must defeat more than 20 strong planes. The more you defeat, the greater the glory bonus. 2. You must defeat the strongest person in the plane. Prove that you are truly the God of War. 3. You must make your name as God of War resound throughout the entire plane world. 4. There are dozens of different rules. The main ones are the first 3. Ding Ling pondered. It's not difficult to defeat 20 strong men. When we go back, we can discuss it with Zhang He and Gao Lan. Maybe we can complete 2 points of progress. It seems a bit difficult for the name of the God of War to be resounding throughout the world. What can we do to reach the world? A flash of lightning flashed across Ding Ling's mind. He thought of a way. It seems that the fastest and most time-saving way is to rely on one force and let the other party help promote it. Ding Ling didn't think about competing for hegemony. Because this is too time-consuming. The time ratio between the game world and the real world is 1-to-1. How many years will it take for him to fight for hegemony and unify the 3 kingdoms? Even if he could fight again and was more powerful than Tin Tong Yuan, it would take at least several years for him to dominate the 3 kingdoms. This is too time-consuming for Ding Ling. He needs to get through the 3 kingdoms in the shortest time,
and then go to other worlds to learn stronger and better martial arts and skills. If I can really clear the world of Journey to the West, then by then, let alone the Emperor of the Three Kingdoms, even the whole world will not be able to stop my slap.
Ding Ling looks forward to the future.
But soon, he came to his senses, suppressed this strange emotion, and chose to start the game.
Kong.
The circle of light circulated under his feet, taking him away and disappearing in an instant.
Did you feel that the person next to me just now looked very much like Ding Ling?
There was a girl who had been staring at Ding Ling. As she watched Ding Ling disappear, she clapped her hands suddenly and shouted.
That's right. It's Ding Ling. It's exactly the same as the portrait published on the internet. She was very excited. I didn't expect that Ding Ling was standing next to me just now. He looks even better in person than the portraits circulating on the internet. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Why?
Misstep, I didn't remember to stop him and ask him just now.
I also think he looks a lot like Ding Ling.
The girl companion was also quite surprised. I didn't expect that Ding Ling would come up to play games at this time.
What I'm most curious about right now is his identity.
The girl chirped. According to the information circulating on the internet, Ding Ling's performance in the Jizhou camp can be said to be unparalleled, crushing all players. Whether it is writing skills, sword skills, spear skills, geographical cognition, or killing skills, it seems that they have all cultivated to an extremely advanced level.
Many players from the Jizhou camp said they were amazed to see it with their own eyes.
Yes. For a new player who is so good at writing skills, geographical knowledge, etc., and there is no such course in the Jizhou camp, you can know by reasoning with your toes, Ding Ling must know it in reality these skills.
Many players have joined the discussion array. How can Ding Ling, who can learn these skills, be an ordinary person? He must be a rich and handsome man. And he is a high-ranking man. TSK.
A person like this who is at the top of the pyramid has also come to the game world.
I really want to be friends with him.
In this way, no matter in the game world or the real world, I can hug my thighs and lie flat. Many players become more and more enthusiastic as they talk about it.
Perhaps envious or jealous of Ding Ling.
Or worship or praise.
Or contempt, disdain. There are all kinds of things in the world. But without exception, they are all jealous of Ding Ling's family background from the bottom of their hearts.
In their opinion, the fact that Ding Ling performed so unbelievably in the initial stage of a new player must be related to his prominent and invincible family background.
Certainly.
In addition to being jealous, most girls also look forward to meeting and making friends with rich and handsome people like Ding Ling. Marry a young, wealthy, capable, knowledgeable, brave, rich and handsome man with a good family background.
Is it the dream of many women? There is no doubt about it. Ding Ling fits these women's dreams. At least that's what most of them think.
Ding Ling also absolutely couldn't imagine that he had been proven to become a top rich man. If he knew, he would only say that 3 people are like a tiger, and the rumors are terrible.
Then laugh it off. Game world.
Ding Ling woke up, called the soldiers stationed outside the door, and asked about the situation.
Only then did I know.
Because they were delayed here for a long time, many Baidwa thieves took advantage of the darkness to escape.
General, do you want to set off now? Let's set off. Ding Ling nodded. He couldn't control those Baidwa thieves who escaped.
But now that he is back, he will never allow this to happen. He immediately called some generals to a meeting and stated that they would sit together. If one of the Baidwa thieves escapes, a whole group of them will be killed. If a group of Baidwa thieves escapes, the entire village will be killed. This method works. After beheading no fewer than hundreds of people. See Ding Ling coming for real. Everyone among the Baidwa thieves was in danger, and some thought of resisting, but when they saw Ding Ling sitting upright on horseback, they couldn't help feeling frightened and lost their courage. Seeing this, some players hiding among the Baidwa thieves even secretly logged off and left.
Everyone was cursing secretly.
This Ding Ling is really a butcher, he kills without blinking an eye.
He is a ruthless man.
It seems that if you encounter him on the battlefield in the future, you will have to take a detour. For these players.
Ding Ling ignored it.
Because he can't wait for players to come online. He doesn't have that much time, nor does he have the inclination to fight with players. He has begun the path to glory.
He now needs to become a god of war for his own glory.
More than 10 hours later.
Ding Ling rushed to Yecheng almost by driving the Baibo thieves away. Countless Baibo thieves died from exhaustion and fell down along the way.
Those who actually made it to Yecheng alive were so tired that they lay down not far from the gate of Yecheng. The 400 cavalrymen all looked at Ding Ling with different eyes, especially some of the players were thinking.
Ding Ling has no mercy for the enemy, and is so hard-hearted. He is really a natural general.
This kind of person is suitable for this kind of battlefield of the three kingdoms.
After all, there is no child's play on the battlefield. The result of being too holy may be that he is killed by the enemy. Swallowed until no bones were left.
Players have experienced various baptisms in modern society.
There is almost zero tolerance for the virgin.
Therefore, although Ding Ling's attitude towards the Baibo thief made them extremely uncomfortable, they still recognized and appreciated this move from the bottom of their hearts.
They also understood that sparing the Baibo thieves might lead to the death of more innocent civilians. Just like the ancient city of Zhongqiu not long ago, how many families were destroyed?
General Ding is back.
Welcome the victorious return of Army Sima.
Pan Feng led Zhang He, Gao Lan, Cheng Huan and others out of the city to meet Ding Ling in person. But he had already received the news of Ding Ling's victory. Why is this so? But it was because the scouts from Yecheng had already been in contact with Ding Ling's troops. After learning everything, they hurried back to Yecheng to inform Pan Feng of the news. After hearing this, Pan Feng was ecstatic and angrily praised Ding Ling in public. Zhang Yi, Gao Lan and others also echoed constantly, and affirmed Pan Feng's wisdom. Pan Feng became more and more happy after hearing this, feeling very grateful that Ding Ling had given her face. I feel that although I have taken a risk, the rewards will definitely be more generous. It is precisely because of this that Pan Feng made a prompt decision and personally led the crowd to greet Ding Ling and cheer for Ding Ling. I've seen General Pan, General Zhang, General Gao. Ding Ling jumped off the horse gracefully, hung Fang Tian's painted halberd on the side of the horse, strode up to Pan Feng and others, and greeted them one by one. After seeing Ding Ling's victory, Pan Feng, Zhang He and his party were neither humble nor arrogant, neither surprised nor happy, and couldn't help but secretly praise in their hearts. This boy's character is becoming more and more stable, and he will become a great talent in the future. Obtaining the achievement medal, you have won the recognition of all the generals in the Jizhou barracks. Note, the news of your victory has spread throughout the Jizhou barracks under the deliberate exaggeration and publicity of Pan Feng, Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan. All the generals know your deeds and are curious about you.
Want to know more about you? The prompt sounds at the right time.
Ding Ling hesitated for a moment, then continued talking to Pan Feng and others calmly.
Pan Feng was obviously very satisfied with Ding Ling.
In full view of everyone, he praised Ding Ling endlessly. As far as I know, Huatai, Hukai, and Han Xian of the Baibo bandits are traveling across Bingzhou and other places. Wherever they go, they are like wildfire burning a prairie, with almost no grass growing. They are a bunch of thugs.
But many generals have taken advantage of them. There is nothing they can do. Ding Ling can defeat them all in one fight. It's really amazing.
He is completely underestimating his talents as a military commander. I will later recommend Ding Ling to Jizhou Mu and ask him to go to Changshan County to become a general guarding one side.
As soon as this statement came out, the whole army was in an uproar.
Except for Zhang He and a few others, everyone present felt that Pan Feng's decision was too much. After all, Ding Ling was just a soldier 2 or 3 days ago.
How many days has it been? Another promotion. That's outrageous. Many people expressed opposition.
Among them, Zhu Yi's side was the most vocal in its opposition. Zhu Yi, also known as Chu Yi, has a resolute appearance and a burly physique. He is famous for his ability in fighting. In the future battle of the Jieqiao, he defeated Gongsun Zan's 20,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry with 800 soldiers. One battle and he became famous all over the world. However, he was killed by Yuan Shao because he was arrogant and self-reliant. For such a fierce man, Ding Ling didn't recognize him at first. Later, he got acquainted with Cheng Huan and Zhang He and the others took the initiative to introduce some generals from Jizhou to him. Only then did Ding Ling meet Zhu Yi. Seeing Zhu Yi so fiercely opposed him at this moment, he couldn't help but be stunned and a little confused. But after thinking about it for a while, he was relieved. His promotion was indeed a bit too fast, and it was normal for Zhu Yi to be jealous and fearful. Zhu Yi. Pan Feng frowned, looked at Zhu Yi unhappily, and said, "Do you think you are better than Ding Ling? You have to fight to know." Zhu Yi raised his head and stepped out of the line, with a crossbow in one hand and a spear in the other, looking directly at Ding Ling. "If I wanted to fight you before, others would say that I was bullying the weak and taking advantage of my power, but now you and I have the same status and reputation. I think if I want to spar with you, you won't refuse me, right?" "I dare not." Ding Ling was polite and dignified. "If General Zhu Yi wants to spar with me, I would be more than happy." This is what he really thinks. The path of the god of war requires defeating more than 20 plain masters. Zhu Yi is likely to have the qualifications of a plain master. After the two of them started talking, Pan Feng couldn't stop them. He just said that the city gate was not a place for fighting and sparring, and they had to go to the arena. Zhu Yi and Ding Ling did not object. Then the group went to the arena. As for the Baibo bandits, they were assigned to do hard labor, and the heads of Guotai and others had been sent to the residence of Jizhou Muhanfu. This was evidence of Ding Ling's meritorious service, and it must not be lost. Naturally, Pan Feng arranged to send it to Hanfu as soon as possible. After a while, arena. The players who heard the news surrounded the place tightly. "Who do you think will win this time?" The players were very excited, just like people watching celebrities tearing up their fans. "It must be Zhu Yi. Do I need to say this? I also think it's Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi is the commander-in-chief of the First Deaf Soldiers. The family's secret method of first decide has been completely ruined. He is a truly top-notch general. No matter how powerful Ding Ling is, how can he be his opponent? Not necessarily. Isn't Ding Ling now ranked first in the comprehensive ranking list and second in the strength ranking? And he also knows the 36-way Tiangang axe technique, the battlefield sword technique, the water and fire prison dragon stick technique and other martial arts. Maybe we can defeat Zhu Yi." What kind of international joke are you kidding? Ding Ling is a new player. No matter how fierce he is, how can he surpass Zhu Yi, who is famous for generations to come? Players are divided into two camps. Most people think Zhu Yi will win. A small number of people think that Ding Ling also has a chance of winning. After all, Ding Ling is most likely a super rich and handsome man from a hidden family in the real world. With such a talented person facing off against Zhu Yi, maybe there is a possibility of a comeback? Very few believe that Ding Ling would win. These are the few players who have seen Ding Ling display his power in the ancient city of Zhongqiu. Ding Ling killed Guotai and other strong men with ease, as if he were playing. These players were shocked. At this moment, they also came to watch, and naturally they chose to side with Ding Ling. There was constant debate at the scene. Some people even took the opportunity to open the market and bet money on who would win. Zhu Yi couldn't wait to get onto the arena with his weapons. You can tell. He is a resolute and highly competitive person. He also felt that he was certain to win. Although Jizhou Barracks has now spread the word about Ding Ling's talent. But Zhu Yi didn't believe it. He felt that Ding Ling was most likely a liar. How could there be a person in this world who could learn martial arts after being taught it once or twice? Do you really think he, Zhu Yi, is stupid? As for why Zhang Yi, Gao Lan, and Cheng Huan were willing to clear Ding Ling's name, Zhu Yi only thought that they were colluding and working together in a mess. Today, I, Zhu Yi, will completely smash this unhealthy trend.
Ju Yi has great ambitions. He is not willing to just be a school captain. He wants to climb higher. Defeating Ding Ling and reducing Pan Feng's prestige is only the first step. Why hasn't Ding Ling come yet? Ju Yi looked forward with bright eyes. You must be afraid, right? Ding Ling is naturally not afraid. He did not go to the center of the arena immediately, but found Pan Feng and asked him for the secret elements of the dragon walking tiger stance kung fu. Pan Feng was stunned and found it difficult to understand. You've already done this, but you still have the heart to learn the dragon walking tiger stand kung fu? Isn't this just improvising? But he soon thought of Ding Ling's incredible qualifications and said with relief. That's true. To others, sharpening a knife temporarily is of little use, but you are different. He looked deeply at Ding Ling, stopped talking nonsense, and directly explained the secrets of the dragon walking tiger pole kung fu, and demonstrated the movements to clarify the key points. Ding Ling just looked at it once and then closed his eyes slightly. A book quickly appeared on a bookshelf in the library, Dragon Walking Tiger Stance Kung Fu. After a moment. Dragon Walking Tiger Pole Skill Full Level. Strength plus 0.8. Agility plus 0.8. Physique plus 0.8. Click. Ding Ling's body bones grew a little taller. This time he seemed to have broken through a certain bottleneck, and the fierce general's aura became stronger and stronger. Standing there, it gives people a sense of majesty and magnanimity. You? Pan Feng was stunned. Good. Ding Ling smiled and said, Thank you, General, for teaching me the technique. I have already learned the dragon walking tiger stance kung fu. Compared with Mazhuang Gong, the strength, agility and constitution are increased by 0.4. The dragon's walking in tiger's pile power increased by 0.8. Lives up to its name. After adding 3 items. Now Ding Ling's 3 items are Strength, 9.7 plus 0.8, 10.5, Agility 9 plus 0.8, 9.8, Constitution 9.1 plus 0.8, 9.9. Power breaks 10. Ding Ling suddenly felt as if he had transformed and entered a new world. The 5 senses are extremely sharp, and have been improved by a whole level compared to before. Not to mention, the stability and toughness of the muscles and bones in all aspects have been doubled. It seems to have only increased by 0.8 points. But physical fitness has undergone earth-shaking changes. It's like transforming into an immortal from the mortal world. The cicada pupa turns into a butterfly. The whole person seemed to have received a new lease of life. Is this super first class? Or is it a top-notch warrior? Ding Ling clenched his fist and felt a surge of power flowing through his arm. Really or not? Pan Feng was 90% convinced because of Ding Ling's previous performance, and 10% was doubtful because he had been studying this dragon walking tiger stance skill for a long time. Cultivation is measured in years. It can be said that except for the divine breathing method and the natural and transparent 36 Tiangang axe methods, there is no obstacle to learning. In other aspects of learning, Pan Feng is not much different from ordinary geniuses. It was precisely because he had studied for a long time that Pan Feng didn't believe that Ding Ling could learn it after just one look. Ding Ling didn't waste any time and just demonstrated directly. Call. After exhaling in one breath, Ding Ling jumped slightly, like a tiger landing on the ground, and a monstrous evil energy exploded from his body. Pan Feng was the first to bear the brunt and couldn't help but take a breath. This is indeed the state that occurs when the tiger pole kung fu and the dragon walking tiger pole kung fu has reached its ultimate perfection. It has actually been completed? What about the dragon walking kung fu? Ding Ling's body rotated slightly, and the changes were natural and random. In an instant, he switched to the mode of Long Xingdong. He seemed to be lying prone on the ground, his body was slightly tilted, but his upper body was hanging in the air, and his feet were firmly planted. The ground looks like a dragon flying above the 9 heavens, as if it will disappear at any time. It gives people a powerful impact of the coming of a real dragon. Hiss! Pan Feng's eyes twitched and he couldn't help but exclaimed. This is a manifestation that can only be achieved when the dragon Xingdong is perfected. You have really accomplished it. He had some doubts. Ding Ling, are you sure you haven't learned the dragon walking tiger stance kung fu before? Yes. Pan Feng was speechless inside. As expected of a top prodigy. I'm not as good as you. Received the Medal of Achievement, you make Pan Feng feel ashamed. Note, because of your outrageous performance, Pan Feng is deeply ashamed of his previous arrogance and arrogance. For the first time, he truly realized that he might not be a genius after all. In front of the real genius, he, Pan Feng, is just a mediocre person. And you are the real genius in his eyes. Another achievement badge. Ding Ling was surprised. You must know that he got an E-class achievement medal from Pan Feng before. How come I can get another achievement medal now? Ding Ling was puzzled at first. Then guess. Is it possible that someone who can earn an E-level achievement medal can earn an ordinary medal again? What is the truth? Ding Ling didn't know. He might have to go back to the player square and read the instructions to find out. But this was a good thing. Ding Ling didn't think much about it, but said to Pan Feng, General, you are too modest. Your talent is unparalleled in Jizhou, and the world praises you as an unparalleled general. Compared with you, I still have a long way to go. You are very good. Pan Feng looked sideways, stretched out his big hand and patted Ding Ling's shoulder, and said with admiration. Such a genius, yet neither shy nor arrogant. It's really rare. When I was your age, I wasn't as steady as you. He smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to indicate that Ding Ling did not need to comfort him. I know very well who I am. Comparing it to the original, the murderous spirit and blood in me now are not that strong. He looked at Ding Ling. Young people like you are the future. That's right. He told Ding Ling bluntly. I am going to let you go to Changshan County to become a military commander because I want you to send a greeting card to Tong Yuan. Do you know Tong Yuan? The famous Panglai gunslinger. Ding Ling nodded. Who among those who have watched The Romance of the Three Kingdoms does not know Tong Yuan? He was the master of the three fierce men of the Three Kingdoms, Zhao Zilong, Zhang Xiu, and Zhang Ren. It's good that you know. I won't say more. Pan Feng smiled mysteriously. When you defeat Zhu Yi, meet the Lord, and become a general in Changshan County, I will give you a surprise. Oh? Can Pan Feng call it a surprise? Ding Ling is looking forward to it. Ding Ling. At this moment, Zhang He rushed in and said to Ding Ling. Are you sure you want to fight Zhu Yi? Good. Ding Ling nodded. There is an uproar outside now. Many people believe that you can't beat Zhu Yi. Even Zhu Yi thinks that you are afraid of him and that's why you dare not fight him. Joke. Pan Feng chuckled, is Ding Ling afraid of Zhu Yi? He was certain, Ding Ling will win this battle. After seeing Ding Ling's talent and the momentum that just burst out, Pan Feng knew that Ding Ling must have broken a certain bottleneck and entered a new realm. This is when Ding Ling is at the peak of his energy, how could he fail? I think so too. Zhang He nodded, changed the subject, and said with some concern. But if Ding Ling is defeated, the consequences will be very serious. Not only will Ding Ling's future be damaged, but his reputation will be greatly reduced. Even your reputation, General, will be damaged. I believe in Ding Ling. Pan Feng glanced at Ding Ling and said, Ding Ling, I support you. Thank you two generals for your love and care. Ding Ling bowed, then held Fong Tian's painted halberd and walked out with a high head. It is rare to meet talented people like Cheng Huan, Zheng Yi, Pan Feng and Gao Lan in Jizhou. It is normal to meet someone like Zhu Yi who is arrogant and jealous of him. Ding Ling's mentality was very correct. He won't stir up trouble with his own people, but he will definitely not be afraid of getting into trouble. Soon. Ding Ling came to the arena. As soon as he appeared, there was a sensation at the scene. Screams, roars, the sound was endless, resounding through the sky. Among them, the majority of the players were melon-eating players who shouted the loudest, causing many NPCs to be infected by the atmosphere and start yelling. Ding Ling, I love you. Ding Ling, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Occasionally, some female voices entered Ding Ling's ears very abruptly. Ding Ling paused slightly and looked sideways. As expected, it was two women with heavy makeup shouting at her. Seeing Ding Ling, the two women looked like they were fainting, but they were ecstatic in their hearts. Ding Ling looks at me, he looks at me. He must like me. Oh my God. I'm attracted by a top-notch rich man. What should I do? What should I do? Should I clean it up and deliver it in person later? Go to his room? Or be more reserved and wait for him to come? Since some women learned that Ding Ling was the top rich and handsome man in the hidden family, they tried their best to lure Ding Ling, a wealthy man. It was obvious that these two women were one of them. They even spent a lot of money and bribed the goalkeeper to get into the arena. Ding Ling didn't know the reason, and was a little baffled, thinking, when did I become so charming? That's not true. He looked at the character panel and saw that the charm value was still 2 points, unchanged. He was confused. But there was no time to think about it anymore. Because Ju-yi was already looking at him and even despised him. Ta-ta. Ding Ling quickly walked to the center of the arena and faced Ju-yi directly. Ju-yi laughed and said, I thought you were too scared to come. He stared at Ding Ling with bright eyes. I'll give you a chance to surrender. Otherwise, if we get into a fight later, I won't be merciful. Yeah? Ding Ling was not surprised, smiled slightly, and responded with practical actions, sonorous. Fong Tian's painted halberd shook in his hand, and the sharp energy swept across all directions. I would like to see your martial arts skills, General Ju. I hope you won't regret it. Ju Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce look. He looked deeply at Ding Ling, kicked the ground suddenly, danced with the spear in his hand, and stabbed towards Ding Ling. The secret method passed down from the family is stirring in the body. With each breath, a mysterious force circulated in his body, and then poured into his right arm, making it seem to have the power to lift up the sky. He roared, and the spear pierced out of thin air with the sound of wind and thunder. With a spear, he suddenly danced out a dragon python that could swallow the sky. The people in the audience were shocked. Ding Ling also shuddered slightly, mustered all his strength, activated the battlefield sword tactics, and stabbed the Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand towards Ju-yi. Boom! A fierce battlefield fighting spirit turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards Ju-yi. A spear and a halberd. As soon as they touched, it was like a meteor hitting the earth. It went straight into a white-hot stage. Clang, clang, clang. Spears and halberds collided from time to time, and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Many people were shocked and their eardrums vibrated and they felt dizzy. They were shocked and looked at the field with wide eyes. Boom! In the blink of an eye, they fought for 10 rounds. Ju-yi became more and more brave. He shook his left hand. Suddenly, a crossbow arrow shot towards Ding Ling's head. Ding Ling shuddered, and his high agility was activated. The dragon-walking tiger stack technique was powerful. The whole person tilted slightly, like a real dragon lying on the ground, avoiding the arrow. Then, without even turning his head, he launched the water and fire prison dragon stick technique, sweeping towards Ju-yi. Boom! This attack was powerful and powerful. It gathered all the essence of the water and fire prison dragon stick technique. With one strike, the void was trembling and making a whining sound. What? Ju-yi was shocked. He couldn't believe that Ding Ling would suddenly change his moves. He couldn't stop him at all. He could only instinctively use the spear in his hand as a defense in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the halberd hit the spear directly, and with a loud bang, Ju-yi was swept away. Plop! Ju-yi fell off the ring of the arena. He rolled on the ground, unloading the terrible force, and then got up in a rather embarrassed manner. Concession. Ding Ling cupped her hands towards Ju-yi. Ju-yi's face was livid, full of unwillingness and dissatisfaction. How? Panfom stood on the high platform and looked at Ju-yi under the ring. Ju-yi, do you still want to compete? Good. Ju Yi is also a bachelor. I wasn't ready just now. If I do it again, I will definitely win. Shoo! The whole audience booed. Among them, some girls booed the loudest.
And these girls, without exception, are all players. Ju Yi was so angry at being booed, especially when he saw a woman coming to the arena, that he became even more furious. He thought that after the competition was over, he must repair the goalkeeper. How dare you be so bold as to let some women into the camp? It's nothing if a woman is dressed as a soldier. But these women wore heavy makeup, which was really eye-catching. After Ju Yi was defeated and noticed the scene, he would naturally be angry. On the contrary, Pan Feng was in a happy mood and did not bother to worry about these details. After all, the arena was not a solemn place, and there was no problem for everyone to participate.
Then do it again. Ding Ling didn't hear the relevant notification sound and couldn't help but glance at the character panel.
I didn't even see the progress bar for the road to God of War.
Can't help but wonder.
Seeing that Ju Yi still wanted to come, he just went with the flow.
Good.
Without waiting for Pan Feng to speak, Ju Yi jumped onto the arena ring again, with a crossbow in one hand and a spear in the other, his momentum and evil spirit rising.
Ding Ling, you are stronger than I thought. I will not be polite this time.
Ding Ling smiled and said nothing, too lazy to quarrel with him. Ju Yi understood Ding Ling's smile, and his face became more and more ugly. He stopped talking nonsense at the moment, shouted loudly, and activated Xiandang's secret method at full speed. The spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Ding Ling's neck and neck. His heart and other vital organs were stabbed.
Ding Ling already understands Ju Yi's spear and crossbow skills. Be prepared.
The big halberd in his hand sometimes turns into a sharp single-sword vertical slash, and the aura of the battlefield overflows, shocking the party.
Sometimes it transforms into a dragon prisoning stick, and every blow and horizontal stroke is awe-inspiring. Sometimes it turns into a giant axe that seems to be able to open up the world. With one strike of an axe, everything seems to be broken open. This time,
it's just that there are less than 10 moves.
Ju Yi was hit in the arm by a Tiangang axe.
With a scream, the spear fell to the ground. Before he could use the crossbow, the big halberd floated upwards with an extremely delicate move, hitting Ju Yi's other one.
Arm! Bang!
Ju Yi screamed again, and the crossbow in his hand fell to the ground.
Concession.
Ding Ling cupped his hands and
said.
Ju Yi was speechless.
His face was sometimes blue and sometimes white.
He seemed to have no shame in looking at Ding Ling anymore. He quickly turned around, jumped off the ring, and left quickly.
He didn't even need any weapons in the ring. This battle, Ding Ling wins.
Cheng Huan couldn't wait to jump onto the ring to announce the result.
All of a sudden,
the cheers were thunderous. Of course, there are more voices of discussion and quarrels. I didn't expect that Ju Yi, who is famous in later generations and exists like a god of war, would lose.
This is incredible.
You must know that Ding Ling is a newcomer.
Yes.
I was sure that he would lose before. I never thought that he would win so cleanly. If he hadn't kept his hand, Ju Yi might have died in the ring. This kind of force value is too terrifying.
He how to practice?
Previous doubters were stunned. The person who was sure of Ding Ling and bet on Ding Ling's victory, and who received a large sum of gold and silver for this, said ecstatically, I know that Ding Ling, who is ranked first in the comprehensive ranking list, will definitely win. After all, he is also the first among our players. If he loses to Ju Yi, Lu Bu, and Zhao Zilong in the future, how can we fight others?
That's right. Ranking first among billions of humans is very impressive.
Ding Ling is from a hidden family, so it's normal for him to win.
Skeptics can't help but attack supporters.
But one sentence from the supporters kept the doubters at bay, you bet on Ju Yi and lose, but we bet on Ding Ling and win.
The facts are in front of us. Do you still have the nerve to argue with us here?
The doubters were defeated. Obtained the Medal of Achievement, you have won Ju Yi's respect.
Note, Ju Yi is arrogant and only respects the strong.
Extremely contemptuous of the weak and unhealthy trends. He disdains forming cliques for personal gain, and disdains arguments.
He is an upright and brave person. There is no doubt that you faced him head-on twice. Win openly and above board. He was deeply impressed. Make him feel ashamed and ashamed. If he meets you in the future, he will most likely choose to avoid you. Because you didn't hurt his vitals or severely injure his arm, this made him feel grateful and ashamed at the same time. He has a lot of respect for you for this. Ding Ling glanced at the character panel. Quite unexpectedly, I received another achievement medal. He originally thought that after the previous achievement medal, winning the recognition of all the generals in the Jizhou barracks, it would be impossible to get the achievement medal from the generals in the Jizhou barracks. It seems he misunderstood. The last achievement medal may have been just that all the generals recognized his efforts in eliminating thieves. What about the path to glory? Ding Ling flipped the character panel to the bottom. Now he could see it clearly. The progress of the road to glory/road to God of War is as follows. 1. Defeat 20 or more Plane Masters, 1/20th. The progress of 2 and 3 is still 0. Only the progress of 1 has jumped forward 1 level. Ding Ling pondered. It seems that only when people are convinced can it be considered a complete defeat? There is no doubt about it. This progress bar must be from Ju Yi. Ju Yi is a real first-class warrior. If Ding Ling had not practiced the dragon-walking tiger posture in time to strengthen himself and break the shackles, he would definitely not have won so easily. Congratulations on your victory. Zheng Yi, Gao Lan and others also congratulated him. Ding Ling smiled and returned the greeting. Now there will be no more obstacles on your road to advancement. Pan Feng laughed. Even the troublemaker Ju Yi was convinced by you. I wonder who dares to say that you are a silver spear wax head. Come on, follow me to see the Lord. Pan Feng led the way and took Ding Ling and his party to the residence of Jizhou Mu. Some players in the arena were still discussing Ding Ling's affairs. Some female players followed Ding Ling and shouted, Ding Ling, how about leaving a phone number? Ding Ling, I live in. My phone number is. Remember to contact me. I'm always free. Although Pan Feng didn't understand what the phone number meant, he understood the enthusiasm of the female players and couldn't help but envy. Ding Ling, you can make a reserved woman chase you like this in public. You are the first person I have seen. Amazing. Ding Ling was speechless. He was actually very confused. Although he was much stronger than other players. But this was only in the game, no one knew that he had exchanged all his strength and returned to the real world, so why were these people so crazy about him? Especially these women, it was simply inexplicable. You know, a few days ago, he was still a single peg. The women in the company didn't even bother to look at him. Now it's suddenly like this, the contrast is too huge. Ding Ling is a little confused. Of course, he also guessed that it might be related to his handsomeness, the first place in the comprehensive ranking list, and his good performance just now. But it shouldn't be like this? Look at you. Don't you know the truth? Zheng He looked at Ding Ling with a strange look in his eyes and said, If not, you can ask those women in person, or I can ask for you. Forget it. Ding Ling shook his head. What the players think is none of his business. Now he just wants to complete the road to glory in the Three Kingdoms world. The benefits of the Medal of Honor are huge and should not be missed. Of course, the most important thing is that he has rented a house in the countryside. He lives at the foot of the mountain, and ordinary people can't find him at all. It's so safe, so there's no need to pay too much attention to the players' dynamics. After a while. Jizhou Mu's mansion. Han Fu sat in the first seat. He was looking at Ding Ling. Not only him. Tianfeng, Jushou, Dongwu, Minchun, Senshen and others were staring at Ding Ling. These people are without exception. They are all powerful figures who are famous in later generations. Ding Ling knew them because Zheng He beside him took the initiative to introduce them to him in a low voice.
Your big deeds have alarmed Tianfeng, Jusho, Gengwu, and all of them, so they all came to the meeting this time.
Gao Lan also whispered beside him. The news that you defeated Zhu Yi just now has also reached their ears. It seems that there will be fewer people who embarrass you. This is indeed the case.
At the beginning, many people questioned Ding Ling's skills and martial arts. But Ding Ling defeated Jizhou's brave general Zhu Yi twice in public.
He used ironclad facts to tell everyone that his ability was not exaggerated. I have seen the heads of Guotai and others. Han Fu pondered for a while and said.
I also said earlier that I would promote you immediately as long as you kill the thief leader.
Now it's time to fulfill my promise. My lord. Zhu Su couldn't help but stand up and objected.
Ding Ling is an alien, a new soldier, and General Pan has already promoted him vigorously. If my lord promotes him again, it would be unfair and people would be jealous of him.
Ding Ling glanced at Zhu Su. This guy is not interested in Han Fu, but he still calls Han Fu my lord? Compared with Tianfeng, Zhu Su is obviously more tactful. I just don't know if Zhu Su has contacted Yuan Shao now?
If he has, Han Fu's term as Jizhou Mu is probably coming to an end. Ding Ling thought, if this is true, I have to find a way out as soon as possible.
Be a general under Yuan Shao? It's better to work alone.
Ding Ling felt that working alone was too time-consuming and energy-consuming, and he chose the road of glory of God of War, and being a general was the most suitable for him. In this case, he must choose to be a general under the most powerful and courageous person.
Chao Manga. This name flashed through Ding Ling's mind.
Although Chao Manga has many shortcomings, at least he knows how to use people and does not despise people at the bottom. In addition, Ding Ling is not only in the Three Kingdoms plane. After completing the Road of God of War, it is estimated that it is almost time for him to leave this plane.
How to open up other planes?
Ding Ling knows that it is related to the Medal of Achievement, but he estimates that it must also be related to the Road of Glory. In this case, it is necessary to choose a good leader. He doesn't look down on people like Han Fu and Yuan Shao.
What the cavalry commandant said is wrong. Pan Feng couldn't help but stand up and angrily retorted. Ding Ling has outstanding military achievements.
He dealt with the Baibua bandits that troubled so many people with just 400 soldiers.
Isn't this enough to prove his martial arts talent?
He is fully qualified to be a general. If you don't agree, you can stand up and fight with Ding Ling. I believe Ding Ling will convince you.
Zhu Shou was speechless. How could he, a scholar, compete with Ding Ling in martial arts?
He said this.
Pan Feng asked. What do you want to compete in?
Chess, calligraphy, military tactics, governing the country, astronomy, geography, playing the piano, counting, and painting are all fine.
Zhu Shou was very confident and looked at Ding Ling with a sidelong glance. As long as you beat me in any one of these, I will choose to shut up. He looked at Ding Ling with bright eyes. I wonder what the military commander thinks. Okay. Ding Ling smiled slightly. Then let's compete in painting.
Okay. Zhu Shou was not afraid either, and immediately looked at Han Fu to express his attitude. Han Fu was also very interested and wanted to see what the result of this game would be.
You know, Zhu Shou is a famous scholar in Jizhou. In his personal eyes, Ding Ling is just an alien without organization, discipline, and family background. How can a soldier with no background at all be able to fight Zhu Shou? He seemed to have seen Ding Ling's embarrassment. Not only him. Many people present thought that Ding Ling would definitely lose.
After all, Zhu Shou was famous, and his proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting was not just a boast.
After a while, the pen, ink, and paper were ready.
Perhaps it was because of the players joining the Three Kingdoms game. The development progress of the Three Kingdoms paper soared to the modern craftsmanship level.
Extremely exquisite.
Especially the paper used by Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, was as smooth and thick as silk. While Ding Ling secretly lamented that the Three Kingdoms world was ruined, he was not vague. He wielded his pen and ink and came up with it at will. In just a moment, a lifelike landscape painting had appeared in front of everyone.
In terms of painting,
Ding Ling's skills have reached the top. Especially this time when he returned to the real world, he completely brushed up all kinds of painting skills in the online world just in case. Now in terms of painting, Ding Ling said that he was at the level of a grandmaster, and there was no problem.
A painting. Not only was it completed quickly. Moreover, the spirituality is extremely high. If you don't look closely, you will think that the landscape in the painting is real. Amazing. Tianfeng, Gengwu, and others are very knowledgeable. They understood it at a glance and were shocked. This painting skill. Too strong. Zhu Su will definitely lose. I didn't expect that a mere warrior could be so perfect in painting. This state is probably the state of a superb painter. Min Shun, including Han Fu, couldn't help but marvel at it, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Ding Ling began to become serious. Achievement medal, your painting skills are highly recognized by the literati present. Note, Tianfeng, Gengwu, Han Fu and others thought you were just a warrior, and they treated you with contempt. But you proved yourself with your strong painting skills. Let them all be shocked and ashamed. Just because they all know that no one can beat you in painting skills. Your paintings have entered the holy realm. It's not like ordinary people like them. Another medal of achievement. Ding Ling was slightly certain, and felt something in his mind. Sure enough. Soon. Zhou abandoned his pen and admitted defeat, and said with great admiration. With Hua Hua, I feel inferior, so I won't compare myself with you, so as not to humiliate myself. His painting was not finished at all. But it was because he was deeply touched after witnessing Ding Ling's paintings. He felt that even if he worked hard for 10 more years, he might not be able to catch up with Ding Ling in painting. If he continued to paint forcibly, it would be meaningless and he would be ruined. People laughed at him and said he couldn't afford to lose. Zhou was obviously a person who could afford to lose and let go. He expressed his attitude to Han Fu on the spot. I think General Pan is right. Ding Ling is such a talented person. Being a general won't be a big problem. Obtained the Medal of Achievement, you have won the respect and recognition of Professor Zhu. Note, there is no doubt that you defeated him head-on in Hua Hua Road. Let him choose to shut up and surrender. Ding Ling's eyes brightened slightly. Got another one. It seemed that what I had guessed before was indeed correct. This is the best and fastest place for celebrities to harvest medals. Han Fu nodded and was about to agree. Tianfeng walked out, saluted Han Fu, then pointed at Ding Ling and said, My lord, I want to show off to General Ding. Just call General Ding. It can be seen that Tianfeng has also recognized Ding Ling's status, talent and martial arts. Oh? Han Fu became more and more interested. What do you want to compare to? It depends on what General Ding says. Tianfeng looked at Ding Ling, paused, and added, Of course, we can't draw anymore. Ding Ling smiled, let's compare calligraphy. You can get achievement medals by competing. Ding Ling couldn't ask for it. He wanted to activate the legendary storage space last time. But there are not enough achievement medals to activate. This time he was going to try to make more money. Okay. Here comes someone. Prepare your pen and ink quickly. Han Fu shouted excitedly like a melon eater. Literati like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting competitions. This is just like basketball players who like to watch basketball games. It's not surprising. After a while, Ding Ling wrote eloquently. There are roads and hard work as the path to the mountain of books. There is no limit to learning and hard work. The writing is powerful and powerful as the sea. A dozen words, each word like a sword, seem to be engraved on the door of people's hearts. This is a wonderful piece of calligraphy. You can't find any flaws at all. There is actually a special artistic conception in it. Everyone was shocked. This is a masterpiece. It's incredible. Ding Ling's martial arts is so good, But how can he draw and calligraphy have reached the realm of transformation? Yes. It's extraordinary for an ordinary person to be able to achieve transformation in one line of work in his lifetime. How could Ding Ling be so extraordinary?
Zhou, including Tianfeng and Han Fu, were all shocked by this, and the eyes they looked at Ding Ling changed again. This time it became more solemn and admirable, with a hint of shock and disbelief in it. Received the Medal of Achievement, your calligraphy works have been highly recognized by Jizhou civil and military officials. Note, your calligraphy has reached the state of transformation. It has reached a peak level that many people cannot reach in their lifetime. What's even more rare is that your works combine the essence of calligraphy from various dynasties, using it to compete with Tianfeng from the Three Kingdoms era is like a dimensionality reduction attack. Ding Ling heard the prompt and nodded secretly, thinking, it seems that his calligraphy skills from various eras are very useful in the real world. Various fonts created in various posts written by top calligraphers of various periods such as Wang Shiji, Yan Jinqing, and Zhang Ji. They were all used by Ding Ling to brush up his calligraphy skills. One can imagine how high Ding Ling's calligraphy level is now. I lost. Tianfeng was dejected, but quickly swept away his negative emotions and looked at Ding Ling with admiration. At your age, it's really rare for you to be so proficient in calligraphy. I'm convinced that I lost to you. Get the achievement medal, you impressed Tianfeng. Note, Tianfeng originally wanted to test your skills. But the weight of you almost gave him a critical blow to his self-confidence. He once doubted his life and felt that his title of celebrity was in vain. Otherwise, how could you be crushed by a martial artist like you in the art of calligraphy that you are good at? Ding Ling smiled slightly when he heard this. They are all honest people. Each of these achievement medals was delivered well. Who else wants to compete? Ding Ling looked at the other civil servants expectantly. Zhou and others looked at each other, clearly seeing the confusion, shame, embarrassment, and shame in each other's eyes. I am confused because Ding Ling is so looking forward to the competition? What rhythm is this? It is shameful and embarrassing that so many celebrities were suppressed by a military commander. It's so embarrassing to spread the word. I'll do it. Sun Chen walked out confidently, looked directly at Ding Ling, and said loudly, I want to compete with you in chess. I just don't know if you dare? Why not? Ding Ling still smiled slightly, I accept it. Ha! Sun Chen was stunned. After making sure that he had not heard wrong, he saw Ding Ling's calm face and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, but soon regained his confidence, because he didn't think that a person could reach the peak level in martial arts, painting, calligraphy, and chess at the same time. And he is so young. Besides, chess is the best skill of his Sun family, how could he lose? He is not the only one who thinks so. Han Fu, Zhu Su, Tianfeng and others also believed that Sun Chen would win, and they all thought. Sun Chen is from the Sun family of Yingchuan. His father is Sun Sun, one of the 8 dragons of the Sun family. He received a good education since childhood and was awarded the title of a famous scholar early on. There is no reason for him to lose in the field he is good at against Ding Ling. Han Fu ordered people to bring chess pieces, tables and chairs and other tools. Sun Chen and Ding Ling confronted each other in the classroom. The two played Go. In the early stage of playing Go, the moves were very fast. All the literati watched without blinking. This included Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, who watched with great interest. He didn't even bother to drink a sip of tea and stared at it without blinking. And the military generals felt a little uncomfortable. It's okay if you understand. Those who don't understand are really on pins and needles, and they wish they could leave and go home immediately. This includes Pan Feng. Pan Feng doesn't know how to play Go. Looking at the expressions of the scholars Tianfeng, Zhu Su, and the generals Zhang He and Gao Lan, he could not help but feel depressed, thinking. Even my subordinate Zhang He and Gao Lan can understand the chess records. But I can't. This is so embarrassing. It seems that if you have time, you need to study it carefully. Pan Feng couldn't understand the chess game, so he asked Zhang He next to him about the situation in a low voice. Zhang He looked surprised and shocked.
It can only be said that the fighting was very fierce. Especially Ding Ling's chess playing, which can be said to be unconstrained and eclectic, and always unexpected. Sun Chen was often caught off guard and embarrassed. In my opinion, Sun Chen was destined to lose. So strong? Pan Feng was surprised. This is Sun Chan from the Sun family. Yes. Zhang He also sighed with emotion, watching Ding Lingru look at the god. So I say that Ding Ling is really an inhumane. I really don't know what he grew up on. How come he can do everything? And he has also reached the level of transcendence and sainthood, which is really amazing. It's amazing. Cheng Huan was very excited and in a surging mood. Discovering Ding Ling when he was at his lowest may be the most correct, luckiest, and most admirable thing in my life. Watch Ding Ling overcoming obstacles all the way, crushing all the celebrities. He is so proud. Gao Lan feels the same way. After all, compared to other people, his relationship with Ding Ling is excellent. The higher Ding Ling's skills are and the higher his status will be in the future, the happier he will be. The more I feel honored. Isn't this guy too awesome? There was an old player among the 2 rows of elite soldiers guarding the door of the chamber. He saw all this and was really shocked. Especially when he saw Ding Ling defeating various celebrities from the 3 kingdoms all the way, and when the celebrities doubted their lives and voluntarily gave up and surrendered, he couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. Is it possible that this guy really comes from a hidden family? He pondered. Which hidden family can cultivate such a heaven-defying person? This is simply not a human being. He is a walking monster. Most of the day later, I lost. Sun Chen's face turned pale, and he stood up tremblingly. He was about to salute Ding Ling, but Ding Ling stepped back, indicating that this was not necessary. Sun Chen sighed. A chess game has almost exhausted all my energy. I am mentally exhausted at the moment, but my heart is extremely clear. He looked at Ding Ling with bright eyes. Ding Ling, your chess skills are really amazing. I want to become chess friends with you. What do you think? Can Ding Ling refuse? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Sun Chen to refuse such a request in public? Ding Ling could only nod in agreement. Sun Chen was overjoyed and immediately saluted Ding Ling, saying that this was a courtesy between chess friends. Received the Medal of Achievement, your chess skills stunned everyone present. Note, this chess game has been completely reproduced by Zhu Shou, Tian Feng and others. There is no doubt that this chess game will be spread all over the world. Your name will be destined to be engraved on this chess game and every chess record. You will be famous throughout the ages. In the future, he may be known as the chess master in the 3 kingdoms world. Get the achievement medal, you have gained Sun Chen's friendship. Note, Sun Chen's chess skills are hard to match in the Sun family. You are the only master he has met since his debut. After his defeat, he originally wanted to learn chess from you as his teacher, but considering that he is older than you and bound by family rules, it would be inappropriate to rashly become your teacher. I want to become friends with you. Before you exhaust your chess skills. I'm afraid he won't let you leave Yecheng at will. Even if you leave Yecheng, there is a high probability that he will also follow you. Dedicated to the art of chess. He is beyond your imagination. Ding Ling glanced at the character panel. While feeling happy, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised by Sun Chen's special comment. But I soon lost my confidence. Sun Chen I followed. Anyway, he won't hang out with Han Fu and Yuan Shao. Wonderful. So wonderful. Han Fu applauded and praised. This chess game is really fascinating. He looked at Just Ho. Remember to make a copy for me. I will study it carefully when I get home. Just Ho nodded. Only then was Han Fu satisfied. He looked at Ding Ling, but this time he looked very pleased with him. Since ancient times, literati have always looked down upon each other. But literati also stick together. Naturally opposed to the military attaché. Although Han Fu was a shepherd in Jizhou, he paid more attention to the opinions of literati. Pan Feng is the only exception.
Because Pan Feng had a life-saving grace for him and he was from the same hometown. In addition, his ability is really unparalleled, so it is natural for him to reuse him. But this time he will look at Ding Ling in a different light. Naturally, Ding Ling proved that his talent and learning were truly extraordinary. He is a master who is not weak and even surpasses most celebrities. Such a distinguished person would naturally be treated as a guest.
Is there anyone else competing?
Han Fu looked to the left and right with great interest. He just wants to see where Ding Ling's limit is.
Gung Wu immediately stood up and competed with Ding Ling on geography.
After that, Min Chunbai played the Guqin.
Various comparisons along the way. By the time it gets dark, the last resort is to interrupt. At this time, no matter who it is.
The way he looked at Ding Ling seemed to be looking at a monster.
What the hell?
The elite soldier standing guard, that is, the veteran player, has not been offline.
He has been staring at Ding Ling. He is also curious about where Ding Ling's limit is.
As a result, now, his scalp is numb and he is dull and numb.
Is this definitely a human? It's incredible. Who would believe this fact if they didn't see it with their own eyes? It's so scary.
The old player felt tired and hungry, so he immediately changed posts with other elite soldiers and immediately went offline.
He is planning to spread the word. Let the world see what it means to be the strongest newcomer. What is the heir to the most awesome hidden family?
Ding Ling and his group had a good time eating and drinking in the meeting hall. Ding Ling was not tired, but he got hungry easily.
Fortunately, he ate enough. Eat and drink enough. Keep comparing. All the way down. Until now. Achievement medals, 20. This is a brilliant result. Really making a lot of money.
Needless to say, the next improvement in strength will definitely be able to be brought back to the real world perfectly.
Maybe it can also open the storage space, by the way? Come on, come on. General Ding, I respect you. At dinner. Drinking and drinking. All the literati toasted to Ding Ling with expressions of admiration.
Ding Ling can be called the Almighty King. Music, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and songs, astronomy and geography, agricultural planting and cultivation, etc., every line has almost reached the limit.
How can this not shock these literati to the point of crying out?
Han Fu, the Jizhoumu, was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground several times.
Ding Ling really knows too many things.
And every one of them can be said to crush the vast majority of people present.
Such an incredible performance. It's enough to make anyone move, tremble, and tremble. Many people begin to doubt life.
But when they saw that most of them were just like themselves and only Ding Ling was special, they were relieved a lot.
Of course they also wondered why Ding Ling was so great. Ding Ling said he was gifted. Just beat them down. Now.
Han Fu was also toasting Ding Ling.
General Ding.
Tomorrow the Changshan County Guard General's official title and clothing will be delivered to you. Ding Ling returned the gift and stood up to thank him. Han Fu laughed, obviously in a very good mood.
To put it simply, it's like a basketball fan watching a hearty basketball game.
The thrilling competition between Ding Ling and Zhu Shou, Tianfeng, Gungwu, Minchun, Senshen and others was far better than any mortal contest.
Han Fu was so happy to see him. Therefore, Han Fu's favorable impression of Ding Ling is now extremely high.
Not only did he give Ding Ling a medal of achievement, but he also took care of him. In order to make your general title more legitimate, I will contact the Imperial Court and ask the Imperial Court to issue an Imperial Edict as soon as possible to truly implement your official position. Ding Ling naturally thanked him without mentioning it. After a dinner party, the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Sun Shen, Zhu Shou, Tianfeng and others became close to Ding Ling and admired Ding Ling extremely. He sent invitations to Ding Ling several times, hoping to be a guest in his mansion. In order to invite Ding Ling as soon as possible, Senshin glared at Zhu Shou and others several times, hoping that they would not disrupt the situation. But after Zhu Shou and Tian Feng were impressed by Ding Ling, they became extremely curious about Ding Ling, and their minds were full of exploring the art of war, governing the country and other concepts with Ding Ling.
How could he heed Sun Chen's warning?
Zhang Yi saw something was wrong and quickly pulled Ding Ling away.
Pan Feng even said bluntly,
"General Ding has agreed to visit my house.
Everyone, you don't have to fight anymore." Sun Chen, Zhu Su and Tian Feng couldn't help but sigh and said one after another, "Then come to my house tomorrow." Gao Lan looked on with envy. When can he become the guest of these celebrities? He asked for it but did not get it. Ding Ling is now worried about which one to go to. This is the difference. There really is no comparison between people. How long has Ding Ling Kai been in Jizhou? You are already so familiar with Jizhou celebrities. He is indeed a genius. This further strengthened Gao Lan's desire to be on good terms with Ding Ling. Chen Huan was extremely pleased with himself. This is a talent that I, Chen Huan, value and discover. Final. Ding Ling went to his mansion and invited everyone. The mansion was given by Han Fu. Han Fu was greatly pleased, and with the help of Sun Chen, Zhu Shou, Pan Feng and others, he gave Ding Ling various awards and rewards, and the mansion was just one of them. Another party started at night. It wasn't until late at night that the show ended. After Ding Ling sent everyone away, he stood in front of his mansion and took a look. 2 stone lions guard the gate. A plaque hangs high above the door, with 2 bright characters engraved on it, Ding Mansion. I also own a house now. No, I own a mansion. Ding Ling walked into the courtyard of the mansion and couldn't help but sigh. This mansion is too big. Not to mention several thousand square meters. There are mountains and rivers, dense corridors, and all kinds of beautiful scenery dotted everywhere. If this were placed in the real world, it's impossible to buy it without $1 billion. Am I getting rich? Ding Ling raised his eyebrows. It's a pity that this house can't bring you back to reality. Moreover, he is going to Changshan County tomorrow. He will definitely not mess with Yuan Shao in the future. This house will definitely be taken away. It's only a day if you can stay. Ding Ling was very ambitious and picked it up for free anyway. Walk all the way to the inner courtyard. He also saw a handsome maid making his bed. Ding Ling's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the maid and thought, this maid is more beautiful than my girlfriends in the past and present life. This Han Fu is really generous. Such a high-class maid will give it away as soon as she wants. Meet the general. The maid looked dizzy at Ding Ling's pretty face and bowed shyly. Ding Ling came to her senses and didn't look any further. She just signaled that there was no need to be polite and asked about the maid's name, birthday, etc. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised when I found out her name was Zhao Bingxian. A girl with such a name doesn't look like she comes from an ordinary family. You will find out, if you ask carefully. Her father used to be an official, but during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, almost everyone in the family was killed. Only she and a few younger brothers and sisters managed to escape by being placed in a secret cellar. Talk about sadness. Zhao Bingxian couldn't help crying. Ding Ling casually comforted her with a few words, which unexpectedly caused Zhao Bingxian's tear glands to collapse, and her tears flowed down like a river. Ding Ling was stunned. Zhao Bingxian explained timidly. For example, the gentlemen in Yeqing just treat me as a low-level person and only know how to bully and suppress me. General, you are the only exception. She looked at Ding Ling emotionally and said firmly, I will definitely serve the general well in the future, but please don't drive me away, General. Ding Ling wanted to say, I'm leaving tomorrow. I will probably never visit this place again. But everyone has a love for beauty. Furthermore, this girl is very sensible, gentle and strong. Ding Ling softened her heart and agreed, and asked her to take her younger brothers and sisters over to live with her. Zhao Bingxian was overjoyed and knelt down to thank Ding Ling. Ding Ling helped her up. She repeatedly promised she would never betray the general and would definitely serve the general for the rest of her life. Ding Ling was speechless. Zhao Bingxian looked only about 17 or 18 years old.
If she were in modern times, she would probably still be in high school. But she has already experienced all kinds of worldly tribulations. Thinking about all kinds of things, Ding Ling got on the couch and fell asleep. Woke up. Ding Ling felt refreshed and was surprised. Sleeping for 2 hours in this game seems to be equivalent to sleeping for 7 or 8 hours in the real world. Is this because the quality of sleep in the game is better? Or is it because my physical fitness has improved? Ding Ling was thoughtful. The specific situation will be known when I go to sleep in reality next time. Ding Ling. Pan Feng brought Zhang He to find Ding Ling early in the morning. And presented the official seal, official uniform, etc. Ding Ling took them one by one and looked at the official seal, Tiger Guard Lang Zhang. This is a 7th rank official. It is much better than the military commander. This is also because the Han dynasty is about to collapse and the governor has great power. If it were in the past, it would never be possible to give Ding Ling an official seal so casually. Congratulations! Zhang He, Gao Lan, Cheng Huan and Pan Feng all congratulated Ding Ling one by one and said, "As long as the imperial edict arrives, your official position will be completely implemented, and ordinary people will not have the right to deprive you of your official seal in the future." Ding Ling smiled and nodded. "Besides, I said last time that I would give you a surprise." Pan Feng took out a handwritten letter and handed it to Ding Ling. "This is?" Ding Ling looked at the letter in his hand, puzzled. "This is a letter to Tong Yuan." Pan Feng laughed loudly and said, "Tong Yuan is an old acquaintance of mine. If you go there with my letter, he will most likely accept you as his disciple." "Oh?" Ding Ling was surprised. Tong Yuan is the spearmaster who taught Zhao Zilong, Zhang Xiu, and Zhang Ren. If you can become his disciple, then his progress must be rapid. After all, he can cheat. Ha ha. Seeing Ding Ling's appearance, Pan Feng seemed to have expected it. She laughed twice, patted Ding Ling on the shoulder and said, "I'm very optimistic about you. I believe you won't let me down." "Yes," Zhang He said from the side. "Anyone with real kung fu and a certain social status knows about the Panglai gunslinger, and many people want to worship him as their disciple. Including me. Unfortunately, the Panglai gunslinger is extremely strict in recruiting apprentices, and I don't meet his requirements." "Require? What does he want?" Ding Ling looked sideways. "Even geniuses like Zhang He don't meet the requirements?" Ha ha. Zhang He laughed awkwardly twice and then said, "When he recruits disciples, he must keep them by his side to teach and learn them all the time. He will not let them go until they have completely mastered the martial arts he teaches. I have family secrets to learn, and I also have to go to a private school. How can I stay on the mountain all the time? Learn kung fu from him?" "I see." Ding Ling was relieved. "So, if you are really spotted by the gunslinger, he will most likely let you learn his kung fu before letting you go. You have to be mentally prepared," Pan Feng said with a smile. "But Ding Ling, your talent is so incredible. You won't be able to stay in the mountains for long, so it won't affect your career as an official. Just pack up and get ready to hit the road." He glanced at the sky. "By the way, I forgot that we arranged a farewell banquet for you. You can leave after finishing this banquet." After the banquet, Ding Ling returned home, put on his general's armor, took his official seal, and held a Fangtian painted halberd, and was about to leave. The maid Zhao Bingxian looked at Ding Ling with tears in her eyes and asked Ding Ling to take her with him, saying that she would take good care of him. Ding Ling hesitated. Zhao Bingxian said immediately, "General, when you are away from home, you must have someone to take care of you. I can wash, cook, make and warm your bed. Think about it too. It's impossible for him to eat in the canteen with some soldiers every day? Or maybe go to a restaurant to eat? Besides, people need to take care of home hygiene, right? It's troublesome to invite people. Just take Zhao Bingxian with you." Ding Ling asked her if she could ride a horse, and Zhao Bingxian said yes. Ding Ling asked someone to bring a horse and let Zhao Bingxian ride it. At the same time, Zhang Yi was specifically asked to help take care of Zhao Bingxuan's younger brothers and sisters.
Zhao Bingxian was naturally very grateful for this. There was Ding Ling's advice.
Naturally, there is no need for the few people living in such a large mansion to worry too much.
Even if Yuan Shao takes over Yecheng in the future.
But with Zhang Yi and Gao Lan here, there is no need to worry too much.
Ding Ling rode away.
Zhao Bingxian also changed into a soldier's uniform and followed closely behind.
Arrive at the city gate.
But I saw Zhu Shou, Tianfeng and others coming to see them off.
After Zhu Shou, Tianfeng and others lost to Ding Ling, they admired Ding Ling extremely.
After several conversations, they were completely impressed by Ding Ling's talents and almighty. It can be said that he admired Ding Ling with all his strength.
There is no need to mention the several good intentions. It makes sense that we would come to see each other off this time.
I originally wanted to discuss the ways of governing the country and the art of war with you.
Zhu Shou deeply regrets. We'll just have to wait until next time. Ding Ling's eyes twitched. Can he say that he likes side pushing the most and hates conspiracy the most?
Every time he discussed the art of war with Jushu and the others, he racked his brains and was exhausted. It's just that Jushu and the others didn't know this.
I thought Ding Ling was really omnipotent. So powerful.
Naturally, Ding Ling would not take the initiative to expose such falsehoods.
This is not good for you. On the contrary.
The more powerful he makes others think he is, the farther and wider his reputation may spread. This will go a long way in helping him on his path to glory.
Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Tianfeng and others came up one by one to greet Ding Ling. Sun Chen was the most straightforward. He packed his parcel and rode a horse, saying that he would go to Changshan County with Ding Ling.
Everyone was stunned.
But those who know Sun Chen realized that he must be a chess
fanatic and want to learn to play chess with Ding Ling.
Ding Ling probably realized this through the achievement of the medal, so he urged Sun Chen and said that he would give him a chess book next time he came back.
With help from others, Sun Chen gave up the idea of following him to Changshan County. After saying goodbye to everyone one by one,
Ding Ling gave a clear shout, riding his horse and whipping his whip. Amidst the neighing sound of the horse, he and Zhao Bingxian walked further and further away until they completely disappeared. Tianfeng, Zhu Su, Xin Chen and other talents returned with a look of loss. On the way, they all lamented how such a genius as Ding Ling could be born in this land of China. Cheng Huan, Gao Lan, Zheng He and Pan Feng listened with great satisfaction. Just because they already regard Ding Ling as one of their own. Hearing a group of literati who used to be arrogant and condescending praise and support their friends in such an angry manner, it is natural to feel proud and full of achievement and glory.
And the players in Jizhou were even more excited. Did you see that?
Zhu Shou and the others came out to see Ding Ling off in person.
And they looked reluctant to leave. How did Ding Ling do that? He could make such a group of proud celebrities bow down to him in such a short time. It's incredible.
As far as I know, Tianfeng is extremely upright and conceited. He doesn't take ordinary people seriously at all, but he came to see Ding Ling off, and his attitude towards Ding Ling is very good, which is simply unbelievable.
Did you notice the way Zhu Shou and the others looked at Ding Ling? It was as if they were looking at a luminous body. Looking at a god. Ha! You really mean it? What did Ding Ling do? How could the celebrities in Jizhou, the celebrities who would be praised by Chao Mengda in the future, behave like this? The whole Yecheng was in an uproar. Especially after some new player came online and told what Ding Ling did in Jizhou Mu's residence, all the players were shocked. This is absolutely impossible. How can a new player defeat the famous scholars in all aspects? Even if he studies one course a year, he can't be so versatile. How old is he? Yes. So we all think Ding Ling is so scary. He must be a peerless genius cultivated by a hidden family. But why do I seem to hear someone say that Ding Ling is just an ordinary person? For a while, there were all kinds of things. Because this matter was too explosive, it once rushed to the top of the hot search list in the real world. The almighty King Ding Ling beats the celebrities in Jizhou. How strong is his background? This is the #1 hot search. Below are all kinds of discussions about everything. All kinds of outrageous narratives have received tens of thousands of likes. Someone commented below. I know Ding Ling. He is my former colleague. He is just an ordinary office worker. How could he be the heir of some hidden family? Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Netizens nowadays are so imaginative.
This sentence angered countless netizens. In particular, netizens and players from the Jizhou camp who had seen Ding Ling's majesty with their own eyes were furious at this colleague Ding Ling. I only stopped after I criticized my colleague until his account was deleted. Of course, I can't help but leave a sentence at the end as a souvenir. What the hell? You just want to make friends with the hidden family Ding Ling? Damn you. These words made many of Ding Ling's classmates and colleagues instantly become angry. Some people who originally wanted to say that I knew Ding Ling hesitated. In fact, Ding Ling's current appearance and temperament have changed a bit from those in the past. They were not sure if this was the same person. If not, wouldn't it be tragic if they were sprayed and had their accounts deleted? Therefore, many of Ding Ling's acquaintances decided to wait and see what happens. Ding Ling didn't know anything about these things, because he almost never goes offline. Even when I was offline, I hurriedly had a quick meal and then got online quickly. I didn't stop at the player square in the middle, and naturally I didn't communicate with other players. In order to make it easier for him to eat, he even gave some of his remaining money to his next-door neighbor, Uncle Zhang, and asked him to help cook, treating it as food expenses. Uncle Zhang is easy to talk to and will do practical things after receiving money. At least Ding Ling won't have to worry about being hungry in a short period of time. What to do if you run out of money? Anyway, now I don't have to worry about food, drink, and housing. Just wait until the food money is used up, then go out and earn some more. He is now the all-powerful king, but he is still worried that he will not make any money? He can make a lot of money just by translating some minor languages on foreign language websites. Yes. Ding Ling didn't panic at all. Unlike before, when I was too mediocre, I was always afraid of losing my job and not making money, and panic was a common thing. Now I am too calm. Obtained the Medal of Achievement, your fame has spread throughout Yecheng, Jizhou. Note, thanks to word of mouth from players, your name is known to almost everyone in Yecheng. Even across Kyushu, people are starting to notice you. Another achievement medal? Ding Ling was stunned. You can also get achievement medals by spreading your fame? Ding Ling pondered. It seems that as long as you are strong enough and have enough influence, you won't have to worry about achievement medals. He glanced at the character panel. I found another tip. Obtained the achievement medal, you became a fierce general in the Jizhou camp. Note, Hanfu admires you very much. I think that you are more than enough as a military attaché, and I am going to transfer you to a job around me. It was Pan Feng who insisted on making you the guard general of Changshan County, so you were awarded the title of General Tiger Ben. The relevant request for instructions has been sent to the imperial court by Hanfu. Soon the imperial edict will arrive and your official position will be fully implemented. Sure enough, being an official also comes with achievement medals. It's just that being a military commander and a Tiger General are ordinary achievement medals. There is obviously such a big difference. Ding Ling was puzzled. But I didn't think much more about it. It's good if you can get it. Galloping all the way. I met many robbers, and thieves along the way. But no matter who it was, they would all be killed and run away in panic when they encountered Ding Ling. Now Ding Ling can be regarded as an absolute master among the first-class generals. Zhu Yidu was defeated by him. Zhang He and Gao Lan fought with him in private, but were defeated by him one by one. It can be said that except for top players such as Zhao Zilong, Ding Ling is no longer afraid of anyone. Not only that. The progress of his current path to glory has also changed. 1. Defeat powerful players from more than 20 planes, 3/20. Zhang He and Gao Lan clearly fit the characteristics of plain powerhouses. Pan Feng also fits the bill. It's a pity that Ding Ling can't defeat Pan Feng.
Pan Feng may be far inferior to Ding Ling in terms of skill variety.
But its power combined with the 36 Tian Axe techniques is enough to absolutely crush Ding Ling.
There is no doubt about it. Pan Feng is truly superb.
It was precisely because of the confrontation with Pan Feng that she was suppressed by him. Ding Ling is now full of desire to become a first-class military commander.
I'm going to Changshan County to find the Panglai gunslinger.
I must learn his box pressing skills and become a super strongman.
Pan Feng is the guarantee.
In addition, he is already a Tiger General and the Garrison General of Changshan County.
It is in existence in
charge of a county's defense, arsenal, soldiers, etc. This will help him meet Tong Yuan and ensure a higher probability of his success in learning martial arts.
This day, Ding Ling came to Jinding City in Changshan County.
He took the official seal and went directly to the county governor. The county guard was a tall, pot-bellied man named Dong Xian. Ding Ling thought about it and didn't remember such a famous person in the Three Kingdoms. He still treated him politely on the surface. Unexpectedly, Dong Xian likes to bully others and has a strong desire for control. He didn't want to hand over his military power in the first place, and seeing that Ding Ling had a pretty face and was very talkative, he looked down on him and ignored Ding Ling. Ding Ling said a few words, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Ding Ling frowned and turned away.
Humph. Dong Xian glanced at Ding Ling's back with disdain. You dare to come to Changshan County alone to rob my troops? How can it be so easy?
But sir.
An aide was worried. He is a general sent by Jizhou Mu, a dignified 7th-rank official.
He is the garrison commander of our Changshan County. If we neglect him, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to Jizhou Mu.
What are you afraid of? Dong Xian was full of confidence. I am very close to Jizhou Mu, and I know what his temperament is like. He absolutely looks down on a warrior.
I don't know what method Ding Ling used to get this what a position, but it doesn't matter, I will report him now and let him go immediately. He stroked his beard proudly. I know a lot of people in Yeqing, Gungwu, and Minchun are my friends. Let them help say a few words, and get Ding Ling directly removed. Isn't it just a matter of a word?
Are you trying to frame Ding Ling?
Yes.
Dong Xian laughed.
This guy dared to turn against me. Then don't blame me for overturning his boat. I directly said that he was derelict of duty and bullied me. These 2 points alone are enough to make him drink a pot.
Ding Ling didn't know that Dong Xian was calculating him. But he knew one thing, he was not suitable for officialdom. He himself didn't have much obsession with officialdom, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen the path of the god of war.
For being an official, his attitude was to go with the flow. So, after seeing Dong Xian's attitude, he went directly to the archives to find someone to find the former residence of Zhao Zilong in Jinding.
Just find Zhao Zilong's former residence. Comparing the map given to him by Pan Feng.
It is not difficult to find Tong Yuan. The archives are also located in the Taisho mansion. Ding Ling rushed away, with a time difference. He wanted to take advantage of Dong Xian's lack of attention to overwhelm the guardian of the archives and obtain information points. He didn't care what Dong Xian thought of him. Anyway, he didn't like Dong Xian. If he got the knowledge he wanted, he would leave immediately to learn martial arts.
When he becomes a top-notch general, one person may be enough to match an army. Why should we be afraid of Dong Xian?
Really? The archives manager saw the official seal of General Hu Ben, and then looked at Ding Ling, who was wearing general armor. He stared at him with angry eyes, and his legs became weak.
Didn't dare to resist at all.
Obediently cooperated with Ding Ling to search for information. This archive contains information about all villages, large and small, in Jinding.
There are more than a dozen large and small villages in Zhejiakan.
It is not difficult to find Zhao Yun's village. Because Zhao Yun is already old and has already been registered.
Ding Ling asked all the archive staff to look for it. Zhao Bingxian and Ding Ling also followed.
In the end, Zhao Bingxian found it accidentally.
Ding Ling glanced at Zhao Bingxian appreciatively. Zhao Bingxian was happy. Being able to help Ding Ling was a great sense of accomplishment for her. After Ding Ling got the information, he left directly and rushed to Zayajayakan with a whip. 2 hours later, Ding Ling is about to arrive at his destination. Along the way, Ding Ling once again saw the chaos in Jizhou. There are really bandits and bandits everywhere. Especially after players have also participated in this world, the number of bandits is increasing day by day. There is no doubt that many players have already joined the bandits. Robbery and kill civilians and players. Of course, there is certainly no shortage of things like robbing wealth and sex. The real world is a society ruled by law, and controls are extremely strict. We have come to this era where etiquette has collapsed. Many players are already excited. If most of them weren't so weak, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Naturally, Ding Ling would kill such players without mercy. Ta-ta! Amidst the sound of horse hooves, Ding Ling rushed to Zayajayakan. Once again he saw bandits looting the village. Zhaojia village was robbed? Ding Ling raised his brows and told Zhao Bingxian to hide outside, then went in single-handedly. A large halberd danced like a whirlwind on the ground, and the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, and each of the thieves were easily stabbed to death. Dots of stars flickered in the void, and sharp axe lights flashed from time to time, as if an axe god was playing tricks on the world. It's obviously a halberd. But he used the essence of axe, spear, knife and stick techniques. The thieves killed suffered numerous casualties. Brother! Don't kill me! A bandit had good features, but there was an evil light in his eyes. He was holding a beautiful girl in his hand. When he saw Ding Ling coming to kill him, he knelt down and begged for mercy loudly. Seeing that Ding Ling had indeed stopped the scourge and glanced at the girl, he decisively pushed the girl forward and said flatteringly, "We are all players, we have to be merciful and merciful, don't kill them all." He smiled dryly and awkwardly, "It's not easy for me to practice martial arts. I don't want to die and lose all the skills I have finally mastered. Just let me go this time. Master Ding, Master Ding." Puff! Ding Ling struck down with his halberd, directly piercing his head. You. The player's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. "Be careful next time and don't meet me, otherwise I'll kill you all." Ding Ling said coldly that he didn't care whether he was a player or not, as long as he didn't like anyone who blocked his way, he would kill him. He rode his horse around the beautiful girl and killed the other thieves. One person, one halberd. But he killed hundreds of thieves and ransacked them everywhere. If they gather into an army, Ding Ling may not be able to defeat them. But if it is scattered in all directions, it will be completely out of place. No one is his enemy. Just like chopping melons and vegetables, they killed more than 100 people. Seeing that there was no one in the village, Ding Ling asked Zhao Bingxian to come over. Zhao Xiaoyu. After Zhao Bingxian rode over, he was startled when he saw the beautiful girl and couldn't help shouting, "Zhao Bingxian! It's really you!" The beautiful girl's beautiful eyes were dancing with rain, but the moment she saw Zhao Bingxian, she couldn't help shouting in surprise. "It's great that you're okay. Zhao Bingxian actually knows Zhao Xiaoyu from Zayajayakan?" Ding Ling looked sideways, surprised. Is it such a coincidence? I wonder why the Zhao Yun and Zhao Zilong the general is looking for sounds so familiar. It's really you who dare to love me. Zhao Bingxian dismounted and hugged Zhao Xiaoyu, saying many thoughtful words. After Zhao Xiaoyu's mood relaxed a little, she said, "Where's your second brother?" "My second brother has been practicing martial arts in the mountains for many years and has not come back yet." Zhao Xiaoyu felt a little depressed. Brother is seriously ill again. If your general hadn't come to the rescue in time this time, our Zhaojia village would have been doomed. How could brother Zhao Feng be seriously ill? Zhao Bingxian was in disbelief. I have the impression that he is very brave. It is common to go fishing on rainy days. How could he be seriously ill? This has something to do with the bandits all over Changshan County. Zhao Xiaoyu said this with a sad and angry face.
In recent years, bandits have become more and more rampant. Especially this month, the number of bandits has skyrocketed, and they come to harass our Zhaojia village and the neighboring village almost every 3 or 5 days. Our village has the eldest brother and some other good people, so we have survived until now. I heard that the neighboring village was trampled by bandits half a month ago. The men were killed and the women were taken to the mountains to be slaves. Speaking of this, she still had a face full of fear, and couldn't help but glanced at Ding Ling, who was sitting on a horse not far away. Seeing Ding Ling was also looking at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face felt dizzy for no reason. She dared not look at Ding Ling again, and quickly turned sideways to continue telling the story. My eldest brother was seriously injured in a battle with bandits 3 days ago. He has not woken up yet. The bandits tried several times and confirmed that my eldest brother must have been seriously injured, so they started a large-scale attack today. All the good players in our village were killed. At the most desperate time, fortunately you showed up. Take me to see your eldest brother. Before Zhao Bingxian could speak, Ding Ling suddenly said, "Maybe I have a way to treat him. His skills in Western medicine and acupuncture have reached the maximum level. In terms of medical skills, he may not be as good as Hua Tuo and others. But he is much better than many experts and famous doctors in the real world." Really? Zhao Xiaoyu was overjoyed and forgot to be shy. She saluted Ding Ling and led the way quickly, taking Ding Ling to their home. A lot of dead bodies were seen along the way. And white silk hung in every household. But without exception, these families would pay great respects to Ding Ling when they saw him, and some would even kneel down to express their gratitude. Ding Ling tried to signal several times that there was no need for such courtesy. But it had the opposite effect. In the end, almost everyone knelt down to thank him. Ding Ling saw that it was useless to stop him, so he could only accept it. He did not expect it to be such a coincidence. Not only did he rescue the people of Zhaojia village in such a timely manner, but his maid Zhao Bingxian was actually familiar with Zhao Yun and the others. This was too outrageous and too coincidental. But think about it, Zhao Bingxian and Zhao Yun both have the surname Zhao, and their ancestral home is in Jinding, Changshan County. Ding Ling was relieved again. They are all from the Zhao family of Jinding, so it is normal to have some connection. Day. Zhao Xiaoyu led the way and ran all the way. Ding Ling and Zhao Bingxian followed on horseback. Soon, they arrived in front of a courtyard. This is it. Zhao Xiaoyu was a little reserved, but since it was about her eldest brother's life, she didn't care about some vulgar etiquette and opened the door to let Ding Ling and the others in. Ding Ling gave the reins to Zhao Bingxian. I followed Zhao Xiaoyu into the courtyard first. I took a look. Perhaps it was because of the war that had just happened. There were broken things everywhere in the courtyard and the house. Zhao Xiaoyu saw Ding Ling wearing a general's armor, which was very powerful. From the small part of his sleeves that were exposed, it was obvious that he was wearing brocade clothes inside. He was a child from a wealthy family. Her family was too poor. Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling inferior, timid, and embarrassed. The closer she got to Ding Ling, the stronger this emotion became. It was only because of her eldest brother's safety that she suppressed this emotion. She pinched the corner of her clothes and took Ding Ling into the inner room, pointing to a man lying on the bed. He is my eldest brother Zhao Feng. Ding Ling stepped forward and looked at Zhao Feng. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a resolute face, a rather burly figure, and a pair of hands covered with calluses. At first glance, he was a person who worked and practiced martial arts for many years. But at this moment, he looked defeated, and his skin was cold. Ding Ling carefully diagnosed for a while and understood. This is the symptom of the wound that has not been treated in time after it has become inflamed. Ding Ling may not be able to treat that kind of internal injury. But he is the best at this kind of injury. He has read a lot of medical books in the library of the real world and the online world. He is a true master of medicine. A surgical expert. He immediately asked Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian, who had just arrived, to prepare hot water, needles and thread, etc. An hour and a half later, everything was ready. Ding Ling began to cut off the festering part of Zhao Feng's body with a red-hot knife, and then applied the hemostatic and healing herbs picked from the mountain to him in time. The herbs have been specially boiled by Ding Ling and have miraculous effects. After working for about an hour, Ding Ling finished with sweat all over his head. This was his first time to perform surgery on someone. Although the skills were already familiar to him and almost became an instinct, his technique was quite stable. Ordinary people would think he was a veteran. But family members know their own business. This is indeed the first time he has done such a thing. In addition, Zhao Feng is Zhao Zilong's elder brother, so Ding Ling will inevitably be cautious and nervous. This also made him spend a lot of energy on this treatment. Fortunately, it was successful in the end. Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian saw all this. They were extremely impressed by Ding Ling. At such a young age, he was incredibly brave and strong. He was actually a medical expert. Too amazing. They looked in admiration. Zhao Xiaoyu was even more grateful. For this reason, she specially killed the only old hen in the family to make soup and stew meat for Ding Ling, hoping that Ding Ling could eat well and eat more. Achievement Medal, you saved Zhao Feng, who was doomed to die. Note, according to historical trends, Zhao Feng would definitely not live for too long. Your treatment cured his fatal injury. Achievement Medal, gratitude from Zhao Xiaoyu. Note, Zhao Xiaoyu flashed by like fireworks in the tide of history. There is no doubt that without your rescue, her end would definitely not be too good. She herself understands this. She is already very grateful to you, and the moment you cured Zhao Feng, she has already thought of working hard for you. It is not difficult to marry her home as long as you work hard. In ancient times, it was very common to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You don't have to doubt your charm and ability. Received 2 achievement medals in succession. Ordinary Achievement Medal, 24. This is Ding Ling's current progress. Very impressive. There is almost no trace of Zhao Feng and Zhao Xiaoyu in history. I didn't expect to get achievement medals from them. Is this because they are related to Zhao Zilong? As Zhao Zilong is the most powerful figure in the middle and late period of the romance of the 3 kingdoms, his luck is undoubtedly high. As his relative, Zhao Feng, who has a high martial arts value, seems to understand that he has achievement medals. As for Zhao Xiaoyu, perhaps she is favored by Zhao Feng and Zhao Zilong, and is deeply grateful to him, so she will also have an achievement medal? Ding Ling was thoughtful, but he did not worry too much. After all, this is a good thing, and he hopes to get more. The next day, Zhao Feng woke up and was naturally grateful to Ding Ling. He learned that Ding Ling's trip was to find Zhao Zilong's master Tong Yuan. Zhao Feng wanted to volunteer to lead the way, but he was injured and could not move. Finally, Zhao Xiaoyu took the initiative to say, I have been to Penglai Mountains several times, I can lead the way. She seemed to be afraid that Ding Ling would not believe her, and said, I am actually quite good at martial arts. It's just that I fought several battles before, and I was exhausted and slightly injured, so I was captured alive by the bandits. With my skills, it is not a problem to go to some places deep in the mountains and old forests. Ding Ling thought for a while and said, You should wait until your eldest brother recovers. Otherwise, the bandits will come back, and you will be in danger, right? Zhao Xiaoyu was more grateful for this. In this era, there are not many big figures who can consider the position of untouchables. Ding Ling can be said to be the only general she has ever seen who knows how to empathize and consider the untouchables. Ding Ling did not know what Zhao Xiaoyu was thinking. He would do this. He also wanted to improve the favorability of Zhao Feng and Zhao Xiaoyu. It is convenient to abduct all 3 of Zhao Zilong's brothers and sisters. Even if he really decided to take the path of God of War and temporarily join a great leader, Ding Ling also hoped to bring a few more masters with him. In this way, his path to God of War would definitely be smoother. 3 days passed like this. During this period, Ding Ling went offline 3 times. He was always in a hurry. He still did not communicate with any players. However, he knew that his fame must have spread to many areas, because every time he went online, he could notice some players looking at him with weird eyes.
What do they mean?
Although Ding Ling was confused.
But he was too lazy to explore. He had moved to a rural area far away from the disputes in the city. There were only children besides the elderly. Without exception, they did not play games or use the internet. At most, they watched TV and movies on the TV through the internet. But what Ding Ling did not know was: first of all, thank you for the support of the book, friends. Secondly, let's talk about the update issue. 21 chapters have been updated in these 4 days.
It has exceeded the agreed minimum standard. Since the book was published, it has been updated to more than 80,000 words. If I continue to update 10,000 words every day, I won't be able to get newcomer recommendations.
Without recommendations, there will be no results. Without results, I can only starve. Starting tomorrow, I will resume normal updates of 2 to 3 chapters. Updates will be added according to the situation.
Many chapters will be released at once after the book is put on the shelves. After the book is put on the shelves, there are generally no recommendations to get, so I will update more, strive to update a lot every day, and finish it in one go.
I hope that if you see this, you can support this book and the author. Thank you very much. As Ding Ling's fame grows, his ranking on the rankings gets higher and higher.
Many of his past were uncovered by some experts.
And in order to find out the secret of Ding Ling's rapid growth, some real rich second and first generations even hired mercenaries to go to the city where Ding Ling was to look for Ding Ling. Of course, the results were not satisfactory. Ding Ling chose the time and place to hide very well. In a short period of time, there is no need to worry about being found. Even if he was really found, Ding Ling could hide deep in the mountains and hide for a while. Gaming helmets don't need to be connected to the internet at all, which is one of Ding Ling's confidence. If the helmet needs to be connected to the internet, it will definitely be troublesome. But luckily, not. Ding Ling cannot be found offline at the moment. These rich first generation and rich second generation want to find online. But Ding Ling's status and strength in the Three Kingdoms world are already extraordinary. Even if they really find him, they can't do anything to him.
Unless their strength or power can suppress Ding Ling. But at least for now, this is not possible. They then set up camp in the Players' Plaza. And Ding Ling came and went in a hurry, and their move didn't work. However, it increases with the number and time of squatting. The news they learned about Ding Ling was constantly changing. Ding Ling defeated Zhu Yi in full view of everyone. Ding Ling can be called the Almighty King. He defeated Jizhou celebrities Tian Feng, Zhu Shou and others, and made all the celebrities convinced, even at all costs. Ding Ling was promoted. He became a Tiger General. Ding Ling seems to be at odds with the governor of Changshan County. Ding Ling is decisive in killing. Some players said that he was killed twice by Ding Ling near Changshan County. The level of a skill dropped from level 2 to level 0. A month of hard work has returned to the starting point again. One by one, one by one. Very impactful. Many mercenaries were shocked. I can't believe there are such people in this world. After they confirmed this 3 times, they still felt that it was really incredible. So, they went to Yecheng, Jizhou one by one, and investigated secretly for several days. But the results were more shocking than the rumors. Han Fu kept the chess records of Ding Ling and Sun Chen, and he couldn't help but study them while eating. Tian Feng Zhou always praises Ding Ling highly when meeting everyone. Pan Feng is even more proud of being able to discover a talented person like Ding Ling. The mercenaries' jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. A newcomer. How can he be so powerful? Could it be that he is really a descendant of a hidden family? They were confused. Give all the details you uncovered to your employer. After the employer learned about it, he instinctively felt that the information was false, and got furious about it, but then every mercenary, detective, and player said the same thing. Even if they don't believe it, they have to believe it. Is there really such an all-powerful person in this world? He doesn't know anything, but he is so proficient? He loses all the celebrities in a row?
How old is Ding Ling? Even if he started studying in his previous life, he wouldn't be so awesome, right? The employer was stunned. One by one, they began to dig into the details of Ding Ling's past, trying to find clues that Ding Ling was the inheritor of the hidden family. How could a mediocre family produce such a genius? There must be a pair of unknown and terrifying black hands hidden behind the scenes. It is these black hands that control all of this. It was she, who perfectly covered all traces of Ding Ling. Make him look so ordinary. If it hadn't been for the birth of the mythical game, Ding Ling, the inheritor, might have remained hidden in the vast mortal world, unknown to anyone. It's so scary. As expected of a hidden family. Only the legendary hidden family has this kind of energy. Remember, don't make a big splash to investigate, so as not to anger the big shots behind Ding Ling. Then we will be in trouble. But the head of the family. I think Ding Ling may be an ordinary person.
Because according to my investigation, Ding Ling has been there since he was a child, from his birth certificate to his school certificate, as well as various classmates and colleagues, all prove that Ding Ling just ordinary people.
Some people refuted and objected. The head of the family side.
That's why I feel so terrible.
It was done so perfectly, and even though we knew something was wrong, we still couldn't find out the slightest clue.
This method is really outrageous.
Be careful. Don't offend anyone.
The person behind Ding Ling.
What the head of the family said is absolutely true. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst.
Be careful and sail the ship that lasts 10,000 years.
That's right. Regardless of whether there is a big shot behind Ding Ling or not, be careful. If there is, won't our family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, be destroyed in one fell swoop? This is not something we can accept.
With the help of Ding Ling's medical full-level skill.
A few days of recuperation.
Zhao Feng has almost recovered.
Without any worries, Zhao Xiaoyu immediately took Ding Ling to Panglai Mountain. The name of Panglai Mountain sounds very fairy. But in fact it is an unknown mountain hidden in Changshan County. This place is 30 or 40 miles away from Zhejiang. It was a difficult trek all the way through mountainous roads. Halfway through, because the road was too rough, Ding Ling had no choice but to dismount and lead the strong horse on the road. He walked like this for several hours. Only then did we arrive at the foot of Panglai Mountain. Here we are. Ding Ling finally saw many players. Hey! Look, does that person look like Ding Ling? Some players also noticed Ding Ling, pointed at Ding Ling, and whispered.
I didn't expect that he would come to Panglai Mountain.
Is he here to learn from a master?
We were assigned to learn from here from the beginning, so we have never left the deep mountains and old forests. It's different for people from the outside world to come to Panglai Mountain. They must pass the assessment, otherwise they can only return empty-handed.
Ding Ling understood and smiled slightly. He didn't need the assessment. Because Zhao Xiaoyu was an acquaintance in Panglai Mountain.
Ding Ling handed the letter to Zhao Xiaoyu and asked her to help pass it to Tong Yuan.
Zhao Xiaoyu nodded heavily and went up the mountain with the letter with a look of joy.
It was a very happy thing for her to be able to help Ding Ling. After a few days with Ding Ling's omnipotent and invincible image had penetrated into Zhao Xiaoyu's heart, making her admire and be obsessed with him.
After a moment,
Zhao Xiaoyu came down the mountain with a handsome man who was 8 feet tall. Second brother, he is Ding Ling.
Zhao Xiaoyu pointed at Ding Ling and said crisply.
The handsome man's eyes lit up slightly, and he walked quickly to Ding Ling. Without saying a word, he bowed to Ding Ling. My benefactor, please accept Zhao Yun's greetings.
Zhao Yun?
Ding Ling's pupil shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but look Zhao Yun up and down. As expected, he was full of heroic spirit, strong and handsome.
The first meeting between Zhao Yun and Ding Ling was very pleasant.
Both parties are polite, neither humble nor overbearing, and they both have a good impression of each other.
Therefore, after the initial run-in, the two soon started talking and laughing.
This scene fell into the eyes of the players, and it can be said that their outlook was almost shattered.
They can't figure it out.
Why did Ding Ling become so familiar with Zhao Zilong, whom they tried their best to curry favor with just after he arrived?
It's so irritating to compare people to each other. They sigh. How much effort did we put in?
In the end, we can only get some favor from Zhao Zilong.
What about Ding Ling? This guy is indeed the humanoid ferocious beast that others call him. It's so scary. Especially after seeing that Ding Ling didn't take the exam and just started.
They were so shocked that they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding Ling followed Zhao Zilong and others up the mountain.
Met Tong Yuan. There are some bamboo buildings scattered on the mountain. Tong Yuan lived in the bamboo building in the middle. He is practicing with his gun.
Ding Ling, Zhao Zilong, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Zhao Bingxian stood aside and waited.
A long while.
Tong Yuan stopped and turned around to look at
Ding Ling.
It was at this time that Ding Ling really saw Tong Yuan's appearance and figure clearly. Ancient and clumsy like a cypress tree reaching the sky. As powerful as a wild horse parting its mane. With gray beard and hair and rosy face, he looks like an old immortal who came from the clouds. When standing with a spear in hand, he looks like a spear god standing among the mountains and forests. This is a peerless master of martial arts and spiritual knowledge. Ding Ling hurriedly saluted him.
Tong Yuan waved his hand and said loudly, "I don't care about vulgar etiquette here. You don't have to do this anymore."
He asked Ding Ling to come closer and asked Ding Ling to stretch out his hand. He wanted to touch his bones to see Ding Ling's qualifications.
Ding Ling did not refuse. A long time.
Tong Yuan let go of his hand, but his face was full of confusion. According to what Pan Feng said, you are extremely talented and can be called a son of the times.
But why are your bones so common? Ding Ling was speechless and could only say that he didn't know. This is really counterintuitive.
Tong Yuan stroked his beard and stared at Ding Ling with piercing eyes, as if he wanted to see through Ding Ling.
I know Pan Feng is a person. He is definitely not a person who talks freely.
He will praise you so much in his letters and ask me to teach you breathing techniques and marksmanship.
Since I have a good relationship with him, I can agree. Ding Ling looked happy. Don't be too happy too early. Tong Yuan smiled and said,
I'll start with the ugly words. If you can't master the martial arts I taught you, I won't let you go down the mountain.
Unless you are willing.
He pointed to the players at the foot of the mountain.
Like them, start learning from Zhuang Gong. No problem.
Ding Ling activated her full-level acting skills and said with confidence,
I will definitely learn the breathing techniques and marksmanship taught by my seniors. Quite confident. Tong Yuan laughed dumbly. But often the more confident you are, the greater the blow you will receive. I hope you can hold on in the next period of time. Don't give up easily. Ding Ling naturally responded.
Zhao Yun looked on without speaking. When Tong Yuan asked Ding Ling to come to him again tomorrow, Zhao Yun pulled Ding Ling aside and said, Ding Ling, although the master is easy to talk to, he is extremely strict when teaching. You have to be mentally prepared. Because of Ding Ling's request, Zhao Yun changed his name to Ding Ling and stopped referring to his benefactor.
Don't worry. I know the severity. Also, I want to remind you a few words. You say.
Master's special skill, the spiritual phoenix breathing technique is really difficult. I have been practicing for a long time, and I still can't reach the transformation state. And the master's special skill 100 birds Chow Phoenix Spear is also very difficult. Although I have practiced it to perfection state. But it took a lot of hard work to learn this technique.
Zhao Yun was very devoted to Ding Ling. Everything is said in detail.
Ding Ling knew what Zhao Yun meant and nodded from time to time to show that he would pay attention. Zhao Xiaoyu also interjected from time to time and said a few words. The old master said that my second brother's talent is rare in ancient and modern times. But even so, my second brother has been learning breathing techniques and marksmanship for more than 10 years. So far, he has not mastered it enough to become instinctive. This shows how difficult this skill is. She paused, comforted Ding Ling and said,
Master is only very strict when teaching Kung Fu. He is usually very talkative. Don't mind it too much. Study hard and I believe you will succeed. It's obvious.
Including Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Yun, no one believed that Ding Ling could learn Tong Yuan's special skills in a short period of time.
Except Zhao Bingxian. She stayed in Yechun. But they are very aware of Ding Ling's terrifying record. He almost blindly worships Ding Ling. The next day,
Zhao Yun took Ding Ling, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Zhao Bingxian, who had finished breakfast, to visit Tong Yuan.
Still in front of the bamboo building.
This time, Tong Yuan seemed to be practicing a special kind of practice. He sat cross-legged on a bamboo, light and airy, as if he would fly away at any moment.
Every breath,
white air spurted out from his nostrils.
Ding Ling was shocked.
Zhao Yun explained in a low voice. This is the external manifestation of the spiritual phoenix breathing technique reaching the state of transformation.
This is amazing. Ding Ling was shocked.
Although he had seen many martial arts and fairy movies, it was still far less shocking than what he saw in reality.
Besides,
this is the world of the three kingdoms, not the world of martial arts.
Yes.
Master, his martial arts are superb, and I don't know when I can reach his level. Zhao Yun was very envious.
Ha!
Tong Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, and suddenly stretched his body, leaped more than 10 meters in the air, and floated in front of Ding Ling like a gust of wind.
Creak!
The bamboo he was sitting on made a creaking sound, bounced a few times, and became straight as a sword again.
Show me your spear skills.
Tong Yuan's eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like lightning as he looked at Ding Ling. Obviously at this moment, he had entered the teaching state. Although it came very suddenly, Ding Ling was well prepared with Zhao Yun's reminder, and immediately shook a long spear when he heard it. This long spear was lent to Ding Ling by Zhao Yun. Ding Ling only brought a halberd up the mountain, no spear. And Tong Yuan, as Zhao Yun said, would ask him to show his spear skills. Ding Ling was not vague. The high-level spear skills pierced 5 star points in the void like starlight shining in the sky, and the energy pierced the air, causing small whirlwinds on the spot.
After a while,
Ding Ling put away the spear and stood, bowing to Tong Yuan. Tong Yuan nodded, his tense face relaxed a little, and stroked his beard and affirmed. You have a good foundation in spear skills. It seems that you can skip the basic stage directly. Next, I will teach you a set of spirit snake spear skills. This is a set of real martial arts above the high-level spear skills.
Watch it. Sonorous. Clang, clang, clang.
Tong Yuan directly used a wooden stick as a gun, and while pointing out the essence of the spirit snake marksmanship from time to time, he also personally demonstrated and practiced the various mysteries of the spirit snake marksmanship.
It's obviously just a rotten dead tree. But in his hand, it turned into a magical ruler that seemed to be able to measure the heaven and earth, and a giant python that seemed to be able to choose people and devour them. At the extreme point, waves are made out of thin air, but a dead tree creates a wonderful and thrilling feeling of thousands of snakes dancing. Call. Tong Yuan took a long breath, put away the deadwood, and looked at Ding Ling. How does it feel?
He practiced the complete version of the spirit snake marksmanship.
If you find it too difficult, I can explain and practice separately.
Learn each move one by one until you understand it thoroughly. He pointed at Zhao Zilong and said. Zhao Yun is the most proud disciple of my life. It took a long time for him to learn the spirit snake spear technique. It took him 3 years to reach perfection. Although the spirit snake spear technique seems simple, it is actually extremely difficult to master it. It is extremely difficult to master the spirit snake spear technique. Most people can only learn the appearance throughout their lives and cannot truly understand the essence of this marksmanship. If you can learn this marksmanship within 2 or 3 years, I will teach you the advanced version of marksmanship.
If not, just go down the mountain.
It was obvious that only after he learned the spiritual snake spear technique, he would accept Ding Ling as his disciple and start giving strict and targeted instruction. Ding Ling understood in his heart, nodded, did not speak, just closed his eyes slightly, and all the knowledge points he had just seen and heard quickly flashed through his mind. A book also quickly condensed on the library bookshelves at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are several large characters clearly engraved on the book.
Spiritual Snake Marksmanship. Boom.
Spirit Snake Spear Skill Full Level.
Strength plus 1.1. Agility plus 1.3. Physique plus 1.1.
The essence of all kinds of spirit snake marksmanship suddenly entered the sea of consciousness. Incredible mysteries turned into instincts and engraved into the bone marrow. In just an instant, the spirit snake's marksmanship reached its full level, reaching a perfect and natural state.
Sonorous.
Ding Ling shook the spear in his hand. At this moment, the spear seemed to turn into a spiritual snake, scurrying in his hand, swimming in the void, with extreme flexibility.
Phew! 8 stars lit up in an instant.
Each one seems to be able to penetrate the world and shine brightly. After a complete set of the spirit snake spear technique, Ding Ling's momentum increased sharply, his aura continued to soar, and his entire body and height seemed to have reached new breakthroughs.
Become more perfect, powerful, and tough.
But it's because agility and physical fitness have exceeded 10 points. This allowed Ding Ling to break through 2 shackles again.
His aura of transcendence became more and more obvious. Zhao Yun stared.
This.
How is that possible?
Tong Yuan was shocked. He was so shocked that he unconsciously pulled out a strand of his beard, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice in pain.
Too strong.
Zhao Xiaoyu felt incredible.
This is the spirit snake spear technique. How can you learn it so easily?
Zhao Xiaoyu was also taught some marksmanship by Tong Yuan. He also knows a little bit about spirit snake's marksmanship, but he only scratches the surface. Because she was not from Penglai Mountain and was too dull compared to Zhao Yun, she was not accepted as a close disciple by Tong Yuan. Naturally, she was not required to learn skills before going down the mountain.
So she is free to go up and down the mountain.
As expected of a general. Zhao Bingxian looked full of admiration and adoration, especially when she saw the incredible expressions on the faces of Zhao Yun, Tong Yuan, and Zhao Xiaoyu. She felt even more honored. After all, she has already regarded Ding Ling as her main one. The stronger Ding Ling is and the more rare he is, the happier she will be. The sense of accomplishment and honor will naturally become stronger. This was how she felt in her heart at this moment, with an indescribable sense of satisfaction.
I even thought, Tong Yuan and Zhao Yun both felt that it was unlikely that the general would learn the spirit snake marksmanship soon, but what was the result?
Are you sure you haven't learned the spirit snake marksmanship before?
Tong Yuan questioned.
Sure. Ding Ling answered affirmatively. He was also extremely satisfied. As soon as you go up the mountain, you have to teach a marksmanship that is not much weaker than the sword technique on the battlefield.
Tong Yuan is so generous. Who would believe this scene if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes?
Zhao Yun took a breath, feeling a little ashamed. It took me 3 years of study to reach your level, Ding Ling.
Yes.
A genius like Zhao Yun has studied for 3 years.
Tong Yuan couldn't help but look Ding Ling up and down.
How is it possible that you learned it in less than half a quarter of an hour? And you also learned it to perfection, to the level of instinct. How is this possible?
Ding Ling said no more. Tong Yuan still looked in disbelief.
If Ding Ling was relatively talented, he would still be able to accept it. But Ding Ling was so talented that it defied common sense.
Tong Yuan couldn't accept it.
Because this is not in line with his worldview and outlook on life. He mused. Pan Feng said that you can be called a child of the times, which seems to be reasonable. Of course, the premise is that you are really amazing. But judging from the spirit snake shooting skills just now, you do meet the legendary characteristics of a child of the times. His eyes seemed to contain sharp knives, as if he wanted to see through Ding Ling. I still don't believe there are geniuses like you in this world.
So be it.
He waved the wooden stick in his hand. I will teach you another set of Lingi spear technique.
This Lingyi spear technique is as difficult as Lingxi spear technique.
But it is the basic version of my specialty, by Niao Chao Feng spear. Only after learning Lingyi spear technique and then Lingfeng spear technique, can you have the opportunity to learn and master my by Niao Chao Feng spear.
Now I am going to practice Lingyi spear technique. Watch carefully. Boom! A strong energy appeared out of thin air.
At this moment, a dead tree seemed to turn into a flying crane, sometimes flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, sometimes looking down at the mortal world, flying through the 9 heavens and 10 earths for 100,000 miles.
Sometimes rushing to the earth, the crane's beak is like a needle, as if to pierce everything.
A dead tree, but it was practiced like a dream. It was as if there was really a crane in front of him dancing with the world, showing the essence of his life. Ding Ling was fascinated by it.
At his current level, he could already understand some of Lingyi spear technique.
It was because he could understand that he realized the excellence of this spearmanship. This was another set of spearmanship that was not inferior to the swordmanship on the battlefield. Tong Yuan was much more generous than he had imagined. He originally thought that Tong Yuan would conduct various tests and put pressure on him. But there was no test. He directly started with the substantive teaching content. As expected, it must be Pan Feng's letter that played a key role. Ding Ling felt grateful to Pan Feng, thinking that it was necessary to change Pan Feng's fate of being accidentally killed by Hua Xiong. Of course, the premise is that the Three Kingdoms world will once again see a major event of the princes fighting against Dong. But with the intervention of players, the Three Kingdoms world will definitely be completely different. I just don't know if this major event will happen again as scheduled.
Boom!
A monstrous force turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards the bamboo and wood on one side.
With a loud bang, the bamboo and wood burst instantly. Ha!
Tong Yuan finished his work and stood up, looking at Ding Ling and smiling slightly.
How does it feel? Not bad. Ding Ling's full-level acting skills were activated, and he said confidently.
In fact, he only understood a few of the mysteries and essences of this spear technique, and realized that this spear technique was very powerful. If he really let him learn and practice.
Don't even think about learning it in a few months. This is still an ideal situation. If it's not ideal, 3 to 5 years is normal. Oh? Tong Yuan was surprised and doubtful.
He stroked his beard and looked at Ding Ling. He wanted to say a lot of questions, but after thinking for a while, he just said,
"Can you demonstrate it again?"
"Yes." Ding Ling nodded affirmatively, and then closed his eyes slightly.
The same trick was used again.
All kinds of things about Lingyi spear technique flashed through his mind.
Then, a book quickly condensed on the bookshelf of the library. Lingyi spear technique. Boom! Spirit crane spear skills max level. Strength +1.
Agility +1.4.
Constitution +1.
All the mysteries and essences of the spirit crane.
Spear skills were understood and understood by Ding Ling in this instant. All kinds of spear skills seemed to be engraved on Ding Ling's body as if they were instincts.
Ding Ling held the spear in his hand and shook the spear.
The man followed the spear. Clang, clang, clang. 9 spear beams were shaken out of thin air.
In an instant, 9 points of starlight flashed by, each of which seemed to be able to pierce a person's skull. The energy was so great that it was awe-inspiring, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye.
Shiu!
It seemed that the sharp cry of the spirit crane could be heard faintly. A spear danced to the end, like a spirit crane flying high, as if it was about to flap its wings for thousands of miles, overlooking the world. A spirit of domineering spirit was generated in the void.
Ha!
Ding Ling put away his gun and stood up, exhaled, and bowed to Tong Yuan to show that he had completed the drill.
Tong Yuan was stunned. How is it possible? Zhao Yun was dumbfounded. Too amazing. Zhao Xiaoyu trembled. You are worthy of being a general. Zhao Bingxuan's almond eyes were full of admiration. It took a long while. Tong Yuan seemed to come back to his senses. He was no longer calm.
He was not as serious as at the beginning. He just stared at Ding Ling, as if muttering to himself, and as if talking to Ding Ling.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. I have seen all kinds of strange people and things since I grew up. But a terrifying person like you, Ding Ling, let alone seeing it, I have never even heard of it. Even the legendary son of the times can't be so frightening. The only one who can make the master lose his composure like this. Since ancient times, I am afraid that only Ding Ling can do it. Zhao Yun thought so in his heart, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Ding Ling was getting more and more strange and shocked. He really couldn't understand how Ding Ling did all this. You know, he learned the Lingy spear technique for years. Ding Ling actually learned it in a very short time. Even if the master's practice time is included, it is only about half an hour. This is too incredible. Are you sure you haven't learned the Lingy spear technique before? Tong Yuan asked a similar question again. It can be seen that his mentality is very unstable at this moment. Sure. Ding Ling still answered very affirmatively. He activated his full-level acting skills, with a natural, confident and calm face. There is no trace of guilt at all. In the final analysis, Ding Ling is cheating, and this is not his own talent at all. So every time Ding Ling is asked this question, he has an inexplicable sense of guilt. At this time, acting skills can play its concealing effect. Of course, as time goes by, Ding Ling's face becomes thicker and thicker, and he becomes more and more accustomed to cheating, and his sense of guilt is getting weaker and weaker. I believe that after a while, this feeling of guilt may completely disappear. Ha! Tong Yuan took a long breath and forcibly suppressed the surging waves in his heart. His worldview and outlook on life began to become unstable at this moment. He needed to slow down. It took a long while. He recovered and stared at Ding Ling and said, I really can't understand your genius. Because this is beyond my cognition. He said to himself. I have been obsessed with cultivating immortals since I was a child, so when I was a teenager, I traveled around the country and learned hundreds of martial arts. Finally, I got the mysterious spirit phoenix breathing method and the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear method on Penglai Island. Relying on this inheritance, I worked hard for many years and finally became a generation of gun gods in the eyes of the world. But even if it is recorded in the inheritance, I can be regarded as having good qualifications. However, compared with you, I am really nothing. Senior is too modest. Ding Ling used his acting skills and said solemnly. In this era, there is no one else who can be called the god of guns except the senior. The senior has already reached the top of the mortal world. How can you belittle yourself? You are right. Tong Yuan was comforted by Ding Ling and couldn't help laughing. I am obsessed. He sighed. But your talent has never been recorded in the inheritance. You should know that the first person in the inheritance who was recorded in the inheritance was Qi Yu in ancient times. But even Qi Yu was not as terrible as your talent. That's why I feel that your existence is just like a dream and is incomprehensible. Qi Yu? Ding Ling was secretly surprised. Could it be that the inheritance of the god of guns came from Qi Yu? Tong Yuan seemed to see through Ding Ling's thoughts and said, this inheritance did not come from Qi Yu. But it records the execution by gun that Qi Yu knew. What are you talking about, senior? Yes. Tong Yuan stroked his beard and said. Qi Yu knew all the spear techniques of the spirit snake, spirit crane, spirit phoenix, etc. It can be said that the inheritance was born from Qi Yu. Later, it was modified and studied several times, and the name was changed, and it became the current spear technique. As for the name of the spear technique at the beginning? I don't know. So that's it. Ding Ling was shocked. I didn't expect that Tong Yuan's inheritance could be traced back to ancient times. No wonder he called himself the Penglai spear god. It turned out that it was because the inheritance came from Penglai Island. But as far as I know, isn't Qi Yu's magic weapon the Tiger Soul Blade? Who told you that Qi Yu only knew sword techniques? Tong Yuan's face showed a strange color. Qi Yu was proficient in all 18 weapons.
He might be the most proficient in sword techniques, but his spear techniques were also very good. Otherwise, it would not have been passed down to this era. They talked for a while. Tong Yuan put away his strange expression and became solemn again. Let's not talk about inheritance for now. Let's continue teaching. This time I will teach you the Lingfeng spear technique. Compared with the Lingyi spear technique, the Lingfeng spear technique is faster, more flexible, more swift, and naturally more difficult. It is not easy to learn. I spent a lot of effort to practice it to the perfect state. He glanced at Ding Ling. If you can learn the Lingfeng spear technique quickly this time, then... What? He didn't say anything else. But he started to dance with the dead wood. A dead wood seemed to have turned into a vivid phoenix at this moment. Boom! A random attack has great power. The most important thing is fast. It's so fast that it's like lightning. It pierces out of thin air and points out dozens of star rays. Unimaginable. If this shot landed on a person, how much damage would it cause? One spear stabbed, but it seemed like dozens of guns were stabbing at the same time. The force of each blow seemed to penetrate the tree. When ordinary people faced this shot, not to mention blocking it, whether they could preserve the whole body was a question. Call. After Tong Yuan finished practicing and explaining a set of marksmanship, he looked at Ding Ling. How? Can. Ding Ling Shirong nodded and closed his eyes slightly. A series of sharp and fast moves flashed through his mind. At the same time, a book was rapidly taking shape on the library bookshelf. After a moment. Lingfeng spear skill is at full level. Strength plus 0.8. Agility plus 1.6. Physique plus 0.8. Ding Ling completely mastered the essence of various techniques in an instant. He opened his eyes, held the spear in his hand, shook the gun body, and followed the gun, stabbing into the void, and 10 gunflowers were perfectly formed. Clang, clang, clang. A spear shot out like a violent storm, incredibly fast. See it with the naked eye. Only the shadows of guns can be seen passing through the void. It's impossible to tell where the actual gun body is. A long while. Ding Ling put away his gun and stood up, holding his hand towards Tong Yuan. Senior, please give me some advice. Tong Yuan looked at the sky speechlessly and said in his heart, you have learned so much, how can I give you advice? It's still so fast. Zhao Yun felt ashamed, and the pride in his heart was shattered. He no longer had the arrogant appearance he had earlier. Become more humble and steady. Just because of comparison with Ding Ling. Zhao Yun found out that he was a scumbag. How can this make him proud? Thinking again about all the instructions he gave to Ding Ling earlier, Zhao Yun couldn't help but blush and feel shy. Ding Ling is such a genius. Do you need to be afraid of this or that? It's entirely his fault. Too strong. Zhao Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Even though she had been shocked several times, this time she was still stunned and speechless. Just because no one knows better than her how much suffering her second brother suffered in order to practice Lingfeng spear. It's common to dance after hearing a chicken, but it's even more common to practice stabbing crazily with your hand as a gun at night. Look at the second brother. Look at Ding Ling again. How could Zhao Xiaoyu not be overwhelmed by the shock? I can't help myself. General. Zhao Bingxian looked at Ding Ling with blurred eyes, completely impressed by Ding Ling's style, magnanimity, and genius. A long while. Ding Ling was a little numb when he held his hand. Tong Yuan sighed. Your existence makes me start to doubt my life. What he said was straightforward, without any concern about his status as an old-timer. My mentality is very unstable right now. I need to take a day off. You can come with me tomorrow to learn the 100 Birds Chaofeng spear. Finished. He turned around and left quickly. It seemed like there was a terrifying monster chasing him behind him, and the description was quite embarrassing. Will behave like this. It can be seen that Tong Yuan's mentality has completely exploded now. Almost at the same time. The prompt sounds.
Obtained E-level achievement medal, you received high praise from Tong Yuan. Note, without a doubt.
You learned his spear skills 3 times in a row in a very short period of time. It shocked him so much that he couldn't help himself.
His outlook on life is on the verge of collapse.
His life's persistence and beliefs began to be rewritten at this moment. Your appearance caused Tong Yuan's thoughts and mentality to undergo tremendous changes. You have successfully made a generation of gun gods shocked and ashamed.
Another E-level achievement medal. Think of the one on Pan Foam.
Ding Ling guessed that this E-level medal might only be obtained from superclass masters. Or capture and defeat gangsters who can rewrite the course of history, etc.
Obtained the Medal of Achievement, you have been deeply recognized by Zhao Yun.
Note, Zhao Yun is grateful to you. Your performance today impressed him deeply. Zhao Yun's achievement medal does not have an E level. It can be seen that Zhao Yun is still in the growth stage. He has not yet become a super master. Ding Ling was relieved. I already have some ideas about how to obtain E-level medals.
The interior of Zhao Yun's bamboo house. Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian prepared the meals.
A few people sat down and chatted while eating. Zhao Yun looked at Ding Ling with admiration. You can now stab 10 gunflowers. This level is really very high. I can only stab 9.5 with all my strength.
You are better than me.
He seemed very depressed. I have been practicing marksmanship for many years. It can't even last as long as you have been practicing marksmanship for half an hour.
The gap is too big. He drank a glass of fine wine. But the more wine enters the intestines, the more bitter it becomes. He knew that this was due to the
bitterness in his heart and the sourness in his mouth, which made eating vegetables and drinking wine tasteless.
Yes. Zhao Xiaoyu looked at Ding Ling with reverence.
My second brother had a hard time learning to shoot, but to be able to reach the point where he is about to become a gunman today in more than 10 years is amazing. After all, even an average genius cannot meet the high demands of the master. The second brother can do it. He is really talented and has unparalleled qualifications.
But now compare it with you.
This. What is this? He did not continue. But Zhao Yun seems to be getting more miserable. After a few sips of wine, I still couldn't let go. Zhao Bingxian comforted him. When my general was in Yeqing, he was famous for his unparalleled talent. Whether it was General Zhang He, General Pan Feng, or even Jizhou Muhanfu, they all highly praised our general and considered him to be the best person in heaven and earth.
Ancient and modern times. A rare and unparalleled talent.
So there is absolutely no need for you to compare with him.
Because my general is too outstanding. From ancient times to the present, there may not be a single person like him.
These words are full of honor, pride, and belonging. She talks about my general, for fear that others won't know that she, Zhao Bingxian, is Ding Ling's. Zhao Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Bingxian, with a gloomy look on his face, and didn't know what he was thinking. But seeing Zhao Bingxian blush and shy, Zhao Xiaoyu stopped looking at her.
2.
Zhao Yun took a long breath and seemed to have seen a lot. Although I can't compare with a peerless person like you, Ding Ling. But the world is so big, I believe there will always be a place for me, Zhao Yun. That's for sure.
Ding Lingshirong said.
Brother Zhao, your martial arts are extraordinary and can be described as good. At first glance, you are the stuff of a peerless warrior.
I believe you will be engraved in history. Many players have said this to Zhao Yun. But Zhao Yun didn't feel anything at all. But the effect of Ding Ling's words was completely different.
Zhao Yun felt refreshed after hearing this, and he nodded and said with a smile. Even Brother Ding said so.
It seems that I will definitely be extraordinary in the future. This is like a beggar saying to Zhao Yun. The effect of telling an emperor to Zhao Yun.
The beggar said it, and Zhao Yun's heart might only be slightly disturbed.
The emperor said it.
Zhao Yun must be full of confidence and energetic.
There is no doubt.
At this moment, Ding Ling's weight in Zhao Yun's heart is so heavy. So heavy that Zhao Yun can't even detect it. Ding Ling admires Zhao Yun very much. Zhao Yun highly praises and recognizes Ding Ling.
After the two of them talked, they got more and more interested and talked more and more happily. Finally, they were having a good time.
They couldn't help but talk about Tong Yuan's martial arts.
Ding Ling was extremely shocked by Tong Yuan's martial arts that could stab out dozens of spear flowers in an instant.
Zhao Yun smiled and said, "Master, the old man, is a scholar. He has been studying spear techniques all his life, and has condensed hundreds of martial arts into spear techniques. He also has the assistance of the Spirit Phoenix breathing method. It is normal for him to reach this level." He looked at Ding Ling with envy and admiration in his eyes. "But with your talent, brother Ding, I think you will reach the level of master sooner or later."
"I am not sure."
He sighed. Ding Ling said with a smile, "Brother Zhao's talent is praised by your master repeatedly, which shows that he is extraordinary. I believe that as long as you work hard and practice diligently, you will sooner or later reach the realm of your master. I wish you good luck."
Zhao Yun laughed and was very happy.
"If one day I really reach the realm of my master, I will definitely drink 300 cups with you."
"It's a deal."
"It's a deal."
The next day,
Zhao Yun brought Ding Ling and others to see Tong Yuan again.
Tong Yuan still sat cross-legged on the bamboo.
But this time, he was no longer the master's demeanor as last time. When he saw Ding Ling coming, his breath was messed up and his body began to be unstable. He jumped down from the bamboo and came in front of Ding Ling and others. He seemed to have been thinking for a whole night. The dark circles under his eyes were quite obvious.
Seeing Ding Ling, Tong Yuan's expression began to be wrong. Zhao Yun understood.
Needless to say, his master still couldn't figure out why Ding Ling was so powerful. So much so that he couldn't sleep at night. This was indeed the case.
Tong Yuan was a persistent and stubborn person. He had to think through and study many things before he could let go. Otherwise, he would probably not want to eat or drink. That's why.
When he saw Ding Ling early this morning, he couldn't control his inner turmoil again, so that his face was obviously different.
"I won't talk nonsense." Tong Yuan took a deep breath and got straight to the point.
"If you can quickly learn my 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear today, I will be convinced by you."
"I won't accept you as my apprentice.
Because I don't have the qualifications."
"Senior."
Ding Ling was still waiting to say a few words. Tong Yuan stretched out his hand to stop him, sighing. "You can practice a martial art to the perfect level just by demonstrating and explaining it once.
How can I teach you? How can I accept you as my apprentice? Let's make friends through martial arts."
"Of course."
He paused. "The premise is that you can really learn my 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear quickly.
Let's set the deadline to 1 year, no, 1 month. His expression was very tangled. Obviously, when he said 1 month, he was also quite bitter. You know, whether it is Zhao Yun or himself, it took a long time to learn the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear. If Ding Ling can learn this spear technique within a year, he can be said to be a genius among millions.
1 month? That's simply unimaginable.
But thinking of Ding Ling's previous performance, he inexplicably felt a little bit of expectation and trepidation. Looking forward to the emergence of a shocking and extraordinary talent in this world.
Uneasy that if Ding Ling really learned it so quickly, should his title of Spear God be abdicated?
Yes.
Senior.
Ding Ling respected Tong Yuan very much.
Tong Yuan looked at Ding Ling with great satisfaction and admiration.
Such a genius, who was not arrogant, overbearing, or looking down on others, was very rare. You should know that he had seen so many people.
He had also seen Zhou Yuan Lubu.
That person was also a top genius, but he was too arrogant, didn't take others seriously, and was extremely arrogant. It seems that Ding Ling was just confident. This is the most correct and appropriate attitude to deal with the world.
Okay.
Tong Yuan nodded.
He had actually been observing Ding Ling in secret.
He found that Ding Ling was very steady and reasonable in his dealings with others.
This was very much in line with Tong Yuan's appetite.
If Ding Ling hadn't been so amazing, he would have been reluctant to accept this disciple. But it was precisely because Ding Ling was so amazing, far beyond his imagination, that he felt that he was not qualified to be Ding Ling's master.
Watch it. After Tong Yuan understood everything in his heart, he was unambiguous.
He immediately began to perform the spear technique of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear. He did not shy away from Zhao Xiaoyu, Zhao Bingxian and other women. He explained and demonstrated at the same time. In Tong Yuan's opinion, even if Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian showed this superior spear technique, they would not understand it.
Do you really think everyone is Zhao Zilong? Everyone is Ding Ling? Clang. Clang clang clang. Tong Yuan
still held a piece of deadwood. But in his hand, the deadwood seemed to have turned into a fairy weapon and a magic spear. As the deadwood passed, the starlight streaked across the sky like a meteor, extremely dazzling.
Clang clang clang.
Dozens of gunflowers were pointed out in an instant, and the blooming gunflowers even condensed into magpies in the air. Finally, the gunflowers exploded. In the air, it turned into a pattern of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The pattern flashed away. But it is as bright, colorful, and gorgeous as a meteor falling into the sky. It can be said that it has reached the ultimate level of martial arts narrative.
Good. Good work. Ding Ling, Zhao Xiaoyu, Zhao Bingxian, and Zhao Yan couldn't help but applaud.
Tong Yuan smiled slightly and looked at the deadwood in his hand.
Kaz. Kaka.
The deadwood turned into powder and scattered in the air.
Tong Yuan sighed.
I still have no way to penetrate a tree with strength without damaging the tree itself. Ding Ling was speechless, thinking, you are so powerful that you are comparable to land gods and martial arts masters.
If the requirements are so high, how will other celebrities and warriors play?
After Ding Ling watched the complete shooting of Bai Niao Chao Fenggun, I have a more complete and clear understanding of the sharpness of this marksmanship.
There is no doubt about it.
This is a shooting technique that is definitely not inferior to the 36 Tian Gang axe techniques.
In his later period, Zhao Zilong excelled in his skills.
On the basis of this shooting technique, he developed a 7-detection coiling snake shooting technique that was more suitable for him. This shows that his talent is astonishing. Of course, Zhao Zilong is still on the mountain now. Although he is ready to leave, he is preparing to stay on the mountain for a longer time because of Ding Ling's arrival. But it was because he realized his shortcomings. Comparing it to Ding Ling, his understanding is really poor.
Of course, this is only what Zhao Zilong thinks.
All players, including Ding Ling, know that Zhao Zilong is extraordinary and understand that his understanding is heaven-defying. However, being with Ding Ling, Zhao Zilong was deeply shocked. He would never believe the players who said that he had the best understanding.
Do you understand? Could you please help the book friends here to click on investment? There are investment tips on the Qidian app and this book page. Just click investing and sharing the profits. No need to spend money. You can also get certain starting coins. Thanks. Tong Yuan looked at Ding Ling with a very kind attitude. If you don't understand, I will explain and practice again.
Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian nodded instinctively.
They really didn't understand. Let alone remember, comprehend, and learn.
Seeing this, Ding Ling asked Tong Yuan to practice again.
Tong Yuan's spearmanship is very beautiful.
He has sublimated martial arts to a level that can be called art.
It's good to appreciate it more. Besides,
Ding Ling really can't just say it once. After all, yesterday's learning of the spirit snake, spirit crane, and spirit phoenix spearmanship has already shocked Tong Yuan. If this extremely difficult 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear can also be learned at a glance, mastered in a short time, and perfected to the point of becoming an instinct once mastered,
how would Tong Yuan feel about that?
You know, even though he knew that Ding Ling had already had an extraordinary understanding, he still believed that Ding Ling would most likely need about a month to learn the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spearmanship. I knew that he valued and affirmed the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique. Ding Ling asked him to demonstrate it twice before learning it, which would definitely make him feel better.
As for delaying it for a month?
Ding Ling hadn't thought about it.
Because it was unnecessary.
Moreover, he still had a long way to go on his road to becoming a god of war, and he didn't want to waste too much time.
Clang clang clang. Tong Yuan practiced again, still holding a piece of rotten wood.
After half a while of practice, he finished. He looked at Ding Ling. Ding Ling closed his eyes slightly, the formula appeared in his sea of consciousness, and the moves flashed through his mind. A book quickly condensed on the bookshelf of the library, 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique.
In an instant. Full level of 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique. Strength +2. Agility +2.6. Constitution +2. Crack. Boom. The bones are ringing. The internal organs are trembling.
Ding Ling's figure began to change again. His height rose a little amid the thunder. His physique became more sturdy and strong.
This kind of change? Tong Yuan was dumbfounded. No way? Zhao Yun just couldn't believe it. Maybe it's because of Brother Ding's accumulation of experience that he has changed so much? Zhao Xiaoyu guessed. General. Zhao Bingshuan's admiration almost burst out of her eyes. Boom.
Ding Ling clenched the spear in his hand tightly, and the spear followed him. At this moment, the whole person seemed to have turned into a whirlwind between heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, the spear power surged, and a bunch of gorgeous spear flowers were pointed out. It was more like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. There was nothing intact within 10 meters around, and all were broken by the spear light. 13 spear flowers were stabbed out in an instant. Each one bloomed in the air, and finally condensed into a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. This is obviously the iconic pattern of the great mastery of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique. Although it had been expected before. But when he really saw the scene, Tong Yuan was still shocked, his lips began to tremble, and he didn't know what to say for a moment.
Is this true?
Zhao Yun's jaw seemed to fall to the ground. I have been learning this spear execution for more than 10 years and it is almost perfect, but there is still a long way to go before it becomes natural and instinctive.
But now look at Brother Ding's appearance?
He seems to have taken a step ahead of me and reached this state of transformation.
Incredible!
Zhao Xiaoyu was shocked and his scalp numbed. Although I have known about Brother Ding's talent for a long time. But at this moment, I really felt his horror and amazingness. The difference between being able to run 100 meters in an instant and running 10,000 meters in an instant is huge.
But what about Ding Ling?
In their eyes, he seems to be such a person. It takes half a quarter of an hour to learn the Lingyi spear technique. It also takes about half a quarter of an hour to learn the Bai Niao Chao Feng spear technique.
Moreover, Tong Yuan and Zhao Yun seriously suspected that Ding Ling might have asked them to explain it again just to save their face. If not, he might have learned it after one more explanation. Thinking of this,
Tong Yuan was shocked, relieved, satisfied, and couldn't help sighing and feeling ashamed.
He was shocked by Ding Ling's terrifying talent.
He was relieved that this world was finally going to produce a truly heaven-defying strongman. He was satisfied that he could actually communicate with such an unparalleled genius in martial arts. He sighed and felt ashamed because what he had learned in his life could not match the other party's half-minute comprehension and practice.
Too evil, too perverted. Tong Yuan, such a hidden gun god, couldn't help but be amazed inside. This is also because I am old.
If I were young, I would have met a genius like you, and I would definitely be hit to the point of being autistic and doubting my life.
Ding Ling didn't say much, just kept silent. Steady, decent, not arrogant or impatient.
You have a bright future.
Tong Yuan praised Ding Ling.
I thought that no matter how talented you were, you couldn't learn it in a month.
But you.
He shook his head, obviously speechless.
That's enough. He sighed.
I originally wanted to keep the teaching of breathing method as a bottom line. But since you are so good, I will also teach you the Spirit Phoenix breathing method today.
Ding Ling greeted and thanked him. Tong Yuan waved his hand.
The moment you learned the Spirit Snake Spear method, you were qualified to learn the Spirit Phoenix breathing method.
But I didn't expect you to be so powerful. He paused and said. Listen carefully. He began to explain and practice the essence of the spiritual phoenix breathing technique. He still did not shy away from Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian. Obviously they don't think they can learn it. This spirit phoenix breathing technique seems to be a kind of breathing technique.
In fact, it is a way to strengthen the skin, muscles, and bones. This also requires some ancient methods to refine medicinal materials. Use the refined medicinal materials to make ointment for bathing, and then use breathing methods to absorb the nutrients of the ointment into the skin membrane, muscles, and bones.
This way,
the skin, muscles, and bones will become stronger day by day. Until you reach a transcendent and holy state, you can naturally jump dozens of meters easily, just like a god on land.
Ding Ling listened once. A new bookshelf in the library has gathered related books. Spirit Phoenix breathing technique. Just for a moment. Spiritual Phoenix breathing technique full level. Charm +1. All kinds of related mysteries are surging and surrounding in the sea of consciousness.
It turned into an instinct and rushed into Ding Ling's limbs and bones. Ding Ling's breathing pattern completely changed at this moment. He breathed in and out, rising and falling together, like an ancient spiritual phoenix lying in the lap.
This is the external manifestation of the creation of the breathing method that penetrates deep into the bone marrow and soul. Every breath,
Ding Ling felt like he was getting stronger.
Is this the true meaning of the spiritual phoenix breathing technique?
Ding Ling came back to his senses and thought thoughtfully.
It's not like some external martial arts training that makes me stronger instantly.
Because the essence of this breathing method requires the coordination of medicinal materials. But because I have cultivated it to Dzogchen.
In the future, you may not need to exercise at all.
You can still absorb the nutrients from the medicinal materials and improve your physical fitness by eating them directly.
Ding Ling has a deep understanding of the spiritual phoenix breathing method.
Reach the state of complete satisfaction.
Because the spiritual phoenix breathing technique penetrated deeply into the bone marrow and instinct, his body naturally gained an aura of nobility. This enhances his charm.
But strength, agility, etc. require the cooperation of medicinal materials. The breathing method is like this.
What about the internal strength? Ding Ling was thoughtful.
External skills directly extract strength, but you also need to replenish meat in time. The breathing method has unlimited potential, so you can improve yourself while taking medicinal materials.
What is internal strength like? Ding Ling didn't know. Because he is still hanging around in the historical plane.
He didn't know when he would be able to open the passage to the martial arts plane. But even the Spirit Phoenix breathing technique made him feel extraordinary and felt the infinite potential of this breathing technique. It is definitely a top-notch cultivation method that surpasses the 36 Tian Gang Axe technique and the 100 Birds Chaofeng Spear technique. This does not mean that it is exceeded in terms of difficulty, but that it is exceeded in terms of potential.
36 Tian Gang Axe techniques can only improve limited strength, agility, and physical fitness. The spiritual phoenix breathing technique is different. The strength, agility, etc. it can improve are definitely far beyond the 36th Tian Gang Axe technique. But the 36 Tian Gang Axe techniques are essentially technical attack techniques.
It is naturally different from the spiritual phoenix breathing method.
Did you successfully achieve enlightenment? Tong Yuan's eyes were as wide as copper bells.
Zhao Yun was speechless.
It felt like I had suffered a 10,000-point critical hit. How difficult is the Spirit Phoenix breathing technique?
It is even more mysterious and difficult to understand than the 100 Birds Chaofeng Spear technique. Just like a mortal learning the words of gods, gaining insight is as difficult as reaching heaven. Zhao Yun went through a lot of hardships in order to learn the spiritual phoenix breathing technique, and he took countless medicinal baths every day.
If his master hadn't had enough stock, he might not have been able to learn the spiritual phoenix breathing technique by himself. But even so,
after more than 10 years,
my spiritual phoenix breathing technique still cannot be perfected. Still unable to enter the realm of the phantom body of the spiritual phoenix. But what about Ding Ling? I saw Ding Ling, who had an inexplicable aura of nobility and dignity on his body. Zhao Yun's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost suffocated himself to death. Good. Ding Ling was very honest and had no intention of hiding anything. He also hoped to learn more martial arts and techniques through Tong Yuan. It would be better to have more techniques, because techniques can directly enhance his strength, agility, and physique. Hiss. Although it was already confirmed that Ding Ling must have succeeded in cultivation, he really got a positive answer. Tong Yuan and Zhao Yun still couldn't help but take a breath. Everyone looked at Ding Ling as if they were looking at a monster. Even the spiritual phoenix breathing technique from ancient times can be successfully practiced so quickly. It's really too powerful. Tong Yuan felt as if he had heard a fantasy. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even if 1,000 or 10,000 people told me this with certainty, I would definitely not believe it. Because it ruins the outlook on life. Tong Yuan's worldview and outlook on life were really shattered into pieces at this moment. He felt that his worldview and outlook on life needed to be rebuilt. And the initiator of all this is Ding Ling in front of us. Yes. Zhao Xiaoyu was also speechless. How long has it been? It's actually better than my second brother, who has been studying hard for more than 10 years. As expected of a general. Zhao Bingxian is completely obsessed with Ding Ling. Especially after seeing what Tong Yuan and others thought of Ding Ling, they felt a sincere feeling of satisfaction in their hearts. This is her general after all. Come and practice. Tong Yuan couldn't wait. Ding Ling nodded. Then the whole person seemed to have transformed into an ancient spiritual phoenix, walking on the earth, with his palms spread out like flying wings. Every step of the way and back, it was like a spiritual phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, overlooking the earth, with such a domineering and noble look. The aura swept across all directions like an overwhelming force. The shock caused Tong Yuan and his group's pupils to dilate. It actually happened. Hey! Compared with Ding Ling, I feel like a mediocre person. Zhao Yun sighed and felt ashamed. I'm really not qualified to teach you, Ding Ling. Tong Yuan smiled bitterly. From now on, let's make friends through martial arts. I look forward to the day when you become the god of war. It's not like calling Ding Ling the gunslinger. Instead, he directly determined that Ding Ling would be a martial god in the future. It can be seen that Tong Yuan absolutely recognized Ding Ling in his heart at this moment. Obtained the Medal of Achievement, you completely impressed Tong Yuan. Note, your genius makes even unparalleled gun gods like Tong Yuan feel ashamed and shocked. He even came up with the idea of letting you learn hundreds of martial arts in the world and become a true martial arts god. See this prompt message. Ding Ling couldn't help but his eyes lit up. And through Tong Yuan's achievement medal, he has already confirmed it. People with E-level achievement medals usually also have an ordinary medal. Panfeng is like this. Tong Yuan is like this. If Tong Yuan is really willing to let me learn Baizhi martial arts, then wouldn't I be so strong as to be unbelievable? Ding Ling looked expectant. But because of the continuous improvement, he just felt extremely hungry in his belly now. After communicating with Tong Yuan and others for a while. So he accompanied Zhao Yun to the deep mountains and forests and killed a tiger and a wild boar. Drag it back and grill directly. After eating and drinking enough, Ding Ling just felt so full of energy. Indescribably transparent and comfortable. Sure enough, after rapid improvement, you need to supplement meat. And I discovered something else. After improving in the game, return to reality and improve again. It seems that the energy required will be reduced a lot. Ding Ling ate real meat. And whether it is beef in the early days or tiger meat in pork now, the quality is extremely high. Far superior to the quality of bread, instant noodles, and beef jerky. And most of the food he eats is bread and instant noodles. It seems necessary to eat more. Ding Ling was thoughtful. You can bring your strength back into the game. I think I can take some energy back with me. It's just that you can't take it all back. If you replenish more energy, the energy replenished in reality may be much less. Ding Ling decided to try it later. If that's true, then just eat some in the game.
Anyway, in the game, his martial arts progress is very fast and his digestion ability is very strong. Just like this moment, Zhao Yun saw that most of the tiger meat and pork had entered Ding Ling's belly, and couldn't help but gasped. You are so delicious. It's a blessing to be able to eat. Tong Yuan looked at Ding Ling with strange eyes. When I was young, I could eat half a cow. That was the time when my strength improved the fastest. You can eat so much now, which shows that you have unlimited potential. Your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in the future. He is envious. Eat more. I look forward to hearing your name as Ding Ling, the god of war, resounding throughout the world one day in the future. Ding Ling had a great time chatting with Tong Yuan and Zhao Yun. After Tong Yuan let go of his grudge, he began to appreciate, recognize and admire Ding Ling more and more. He pondered for a while and said, the essence of what I have learned throughout my life is concentrated in marksmanship and breathing techniques. Although I also know a lot of other miscellaneous martial arts. But I guess you are not interested in learning them. No. Ding Ling answered quickly. I'm interested. Oh. Tong Yuan looked sideways, but thinking of Ding Ling's incredible understanding and learning ability, he couldn't help but feel relieved. That's true. For Zhao Yun and I, learning these miscellaneous martial arts is a waste of time, but for you, it's different. Zhao Yun was a little embarrassed. He knew that the master said this completely to comfort himself. Anyone in the world who knows the spear prodigy Tong Yuan doesn't know that he is proficient in hundreds of martial arts, and his talent in martial arts is astonishing. But even so, faced with the even more defiant Ding Ling, a generation of gunmasters can only lament that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. I know boxing, palm, sword, halberd, body, footwork, spear, sword, hammer, whip, fork, stick, shield and axe. Tong Yuan gave the rough names of more than a dozen martial arts. Ding Ling was speechless secretly. Although Tong Yuan is not as proficient in all 18 weapons, but the number of weapons he is proficient in is surprisingly as many as 10. In addition, he knows all about boxing, palm and body skills. He is indeed Panglai Tong Yuan, known as the land gun god. It is simply a walking human arsenal. One person may be able to compete with many martial arts schools. No wonder the 3 disciples who have been taught are more powerful than the other, and they can beat and suppress a large number of people at random. What do you want to learn? Tong Yuan looked at Ding Ling with bright eyes, stroked his beard and said, but it doesn't matter. I want to learn them all. Ding Ling answered decisively. Zhao Yun was speechless. Zhao Xiaoyu was surprised and then relieved. This is the wizard Ding Ling. Brother Ding quickly learned and became proficient in the spiritual phoenix breathing technique that I didn't understand. Isn't it easy to learn hundreds of miscellaneous studies? Zhao Bingxian looked like it was natural. If her generals can't learn it, then there's no need for others to learn it. All right. After Tong Yuan was silent, he nodded and agreed. He originally wanted to tell Ding Ling not to bite off more than he could chew, as he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. But thinking about Ding Ling's incredible talent, he was too lazy to think about it. Because the more he thought about it, the more his 3 views collapsed, although his worldview and outlook on life had completely collapsed and needed to be rebuilt. But the collapse after the collapse still made him feel extremely uncomfortable and depressed. Even a great gunsmith would feel depressed, bitter, and uncomfortable after being hit. If he told this, no one would believe him. Tong Yuan took a long breath and suppressed the boiling thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the shadow of an old friend flashed through his mind. He was thinking, if Ding Ling were introduced to this old friend, I wonder if he would doubt life like him and be so shocked that he couldn't help himself? At this moment, he actually started to look forward to it. I even made a decision in my heart. After teaching Ding Ling hundreds of martial arts, let Ding Ling go to Luoyang to learn martial arts from this old friend.
Thinking like this, Tong Yuan stood up, struck a pose, and said, I've taught you everything that can be taught in marksmanship.
I see that your body and palm skills are ordinary, so I'll teach you body skills first.
The most important basic skill in body skills is pile skills. Demonstrate the pile skills you know.
Ding Ling then got up and practiced 3 types of pile skills: low-level pile skills, horse pile skills, and dragon walking and tiger pile skills.
Tong Yuan nodded secretly and praised. Dragon walking tiger state kung fu is Pan Feng's specialty. It is the best basic state kung fu for learning heavy weapons such as axe.
You can practice this kung fu to the point where your body shape is perfect and your body can change freely.
It's amazing. He made a stance.
Since you have learned these 3 kinds of pile skills, I will teach you the flying crane skill.
This kind of pile skill has been lost. I learned it from an unknown old man when I was a boy.
He was most proficient in body skills. It's a pity that his family was in a difficult situation and he had no choice but to become a gentleman for the sake of his family's livelihood. In the end, he was severely injured due to a mistake. Before he died, he passed on this skill to me. I had lamented before that this old man's skills were probably going to be lost. Unexpectedly, I met you, Ding Ling, in my old age.
He smiled and said, It seems that there is a certain destiny. God wants me to pass on this skill to you. Just be careful. This is the real flying crane kung fu.
Tong Yuan is like a flying crane with its wings spread out, and his body is relaxed, as if he will fly away to the ends of the sky at any time.
He clearly explained all the essentials and secrets of Zhuanggong.
Next to them, Zhao Yun, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Zhao Bingxian were also listening. But they received a lot of knowledge today.
After listening for a while, they felt dizzy and resentful.
They put their heads aside and stopped listening. However, Zhao Yun listened very carefully.
Tong Yuan explained it once and looked at Ding Ling. How do you feel?
Good.
Ding Ling nodded.
Close your eyes slightly.
Call out.
Streams of light passed through the sea of consciousness, and a book quickly condensed on the library bookshelf, Flying Crane Stance Kung Fu.
In an instant.
Flying crane pile skill full level.
Strength plus 0.2.
Agility plus 0.6.
Constitution plus 0.2. As expected.
This time, the points added to agility are particularly high. Just like the spearmanship learned before, more emphasis is placed on agility. And the higher the agility, the faster the speed of the shot. Tong Yuan obviously studied the concept of the world's martial arts, only speed can't be broken very deeply.
In terms of speed, there is probably no one in the world who can match him.
Whoosh! Ding Ling took a long breath, relaxed his body, used his hands as wings, and hung in the air. The Feiha Zhuanggong was formed, naturally perfect and perfect. There was no flaw at all.
Sure enough, I learned it after explaining it once.
Zhao Yun was not surprised at all, but he was also hit hard. Hey, this Feiha Zhuanggong, I just understood it, and I haven't fully understood it, let alone learn it, master it, and turn it into instinct into my bones.
But Ding Ling did it. Monster. Pervert. Not bad. Tong Yuan's mouth twitched twice. Fortunately, he was hit and shocked by Ding Ling before.
Now seeing Ding Ling's performance, although he felt strange, he could accept it completely. Ding Ling quickly learned the phoenix breathing method and the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear method. It was normal for him to learn the Feiha Zhuanggong so quickly. Tong Yuan comforted himself in this way, and then stretched his body and said,
The advanced method of Feiha Zhuanggong is the Fian walking wall body method.
As long as you understand this method, flying over the eaves and walking on the walls, climbing mountains, and climbing high is easy.
Tong Yuan practiced and explained at the same time. After one time.
Thanks to Fantasy Liangzi for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to all the book friends who support this book.
Tong Yuan couldn't help but look at Ding Ling.
Ding Ling closed his eyes slightly.
A book immediately appeared on the library bookshelf, flying the eaves and walking on the wall. In an instant.
Full level of flying on walls and walking on walls.
Strength plus 0.3. Agility plus 1.2. Physique plus 0.3. Strength and physique are not added much. But the agility directly exceeded 1 point.
The magnitude of the enhancement was not small, causing subtle changes in Ding Ling's bones and meridians again. Whoops! Every time he breathed in and out, Ding Ling's whole body felt light and airy, as if he would fly away in the clouds at any moment.
Such agility! Zhao Yun was surprised and envious. Is it true that you can succeed in just one try? This is the special skill of the gentleman in Liangshang. A secret skill that has been lost. Ding Ling can't know it after just one look, right? Tong Yuan was shocked and confused.
Although he had already accepted the setting of Ding Ling's peerless genius. But when I think about the hardships I endured in order to learn how to fly over the roof and walk over the wall, I still feel a little sour and bitter in my heart.
Why? Tong Yuan couldn't help but feel envious. Sure enough, a peerless genius is different.
With this progress, learning hundreds of martial arts is just a matter of time.
Call out.
Ding Ling immediately started to practice the flying over the wall and walking over the wall. He felt as if some meridians on his legs were opened. He pushed his legs slightly and exerted force. In an instant, it was like a sharp arrow shooting out of the string, extremely fast. The whole person is like a maple leaf floating in the sky, and it seems that the weight can no longer be felt.
Is this Qinggong Shinfa? Ding Ling was surprised. Just the basic flying over the wall and walking on the wall makes me feel like this. I can't imagine what the real Qinggong will be like.
He kicked the ground hard with both feet, like a galloping horse. The desperate rabbit on the grassland flew to the side of the bamboo forest. With one kick, he stepped on the bamboo body with both feet and took 5 or 6 steps, directly. It rushed up to a height of about 6 meters on the bamboo body. At this height, Ding Ling had no choice but to fall down.
A height of 6 meters.
He spun in the air, released his strength, landed lightly on the ground, kicked off the ground again, and flew in front of Tong Yuan and the others like a discharged cannonball. He stood up suddenly and held his hands towards several people. Zhao Yun looked at the sky speechlessly.
Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian looked adoring.
Tong Yuan took a deep breath, calmed down the turmoil in his heart, and applauded.
It's so beautiful. This whole set of movements flows smoothly without any obstruction.
It shows that you have thoroughly learned and mastered the flying over the wall and flying over the wall.
The corners of his eyes twitched twice unconsciously, and he sighed.
Although I can't understand the thinking and cultivation path of a peerless genius like you. But this does not prevent me from continuing to teach you.
Come on, let's continue. He was really shocked by Ding Ling.
His scalp was numb and his hair was standing on his head. This was no longer enough to describe the horror in his heart.
Such a genius. He must not be allowed to teach and train alone.
Should recommend to other old friends.
This idea is getting stronger and stronger. Tong Yuan decided to send Ding Ling away after he learned hundreds of martial arts.
Such a genius, staying with him is a waste of time. He should spend more time on how to break through the world's barriers and become a true martial god.
Tong Yuan thought so, and his expectations for Ding Ling couldn't help but get higher and higher. The next thing I want to teach you is the palm technique.
I have learned 5 kinds of palm techniques.
Among them, the ones I am best at are Lian Lian palm and Bagwazang.
I am not familiar with these 3 types, iron sand palm, lion walking palm, and python walking palm.
Mastery, just a little bit involved.
When he said this, he began to explain to Ding Ling the secrets and essence of the Lian Lian palm, and he also practiced the moves.
Ding Ling read it again. A book immediately appeared on the library bookshelf, Serial Palm. After a moment. Serial Palm full level. Strength plus 0.9.
Agility plus 0.8.
Physique plus 0.9.
All kinds of mysteries about the Lian Lian palm flow among the limbs and bones, turning into an instinct that moves according to the heart.
Boom!
Ding Ling's figure was like a pine tree, and his palms were like lightning. In just an instant, he struck out 7 or 8 palms. Each slap was so powerful that it made a series of sounds, and the crackling sound shook the whole place.
You've learned it now? Zhao Yun was speechless and choked. So strong. Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxuan's admiration almost melted into their bones, and each of them looked at Ding Ling with eyes full of obsession.
Very, very good. Tong Yuan's hand stroking his beard trembled slightly. Now he is becoming more and more envious of this peerless genius.
It's really outrageous. In order to learn the
chain palm, his hands were swollen from practicing. I have been practicing for a whole year, but I still can't get it right.
Where is Ding Ling?
Can't think about it, can't compare with him, otherwise my old bones will probably burst from the blow.
Tong Yuan didn't think too much, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and began to teach and explain Bagua Zhang. After it happened again. Another book successfully condensed into the library bookshelf, Bagua Zhang. In an instant.
Bagua Zhang full level.
Strength +1.
Agility +0.7.
Physique +1. Boom!
Ding Ling's bones crackled, and he seemed to have broken some kind of shackles again. As Baguazhang reached its level, he not only turned Baguazhang into his instincts and engraved them into his bones. His body also seemed to have evolved and upgraded. It became lighter and lighter, like floating feathers. This feeling was like a new life, more like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, with an indescribable sense of ease and comfort.
Ding Ling was surprised. I couldn't help but glance at the character panel. Character, Ding Ling. Age, 23. Race, human. Faction, Jizhou Hanfu. Occupation, Tiger Guard General, 7th rank official. Level, 1.
Strength, Root Bone 1, ordinary people have 1 point, Wisdom 2, Strength 10.5 plus 1.1 plus 1 plus 0.8 plus 2 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 0.9 plus 1 17.8, Agility 9.8 plus 1.3 plus 1.4 plus 1.6 plus 2.6 plus 0.6 plus 1.2 plus 0.8 plus 0.7, 20. Constitution 9.9 plus 1.1 plus 1 plus 0.8 plus 2 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 0.9 plus 1, 17.2, Defense 2, Charm 2 plus 1, 3. Weapons, a set of general armor, a 80 Jin Fong Tian painted halberd, etc. Skills, low-level stance training, level 10, horse stance training, level 10, elementary sword skills, level 10, advanced sword skills, level 10, battlefield sword skills, level 10, elementary, intermediate, and advanced spear skills, level 10, water and fire prison dragon staff skills, level 10, elementary, intermediate, and advanced axe skills, level 10, 36 ways of the heavenly gang axe skills, level 10, dragon walking tiger stance training, level 10, spirit snake spear. Skills, level 10, Spirit Crane Spear skills, level 10, Spirit Phoenix Spear skills, level 10, 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear, level 10, Spirit Phoenix Breathing skills, level 10, Flying Crane Pole skill, level 10, Flying Eaves and Walking Walls, level 10, Chain Palm, level 10, Bagua Palm, level 10, Basic Archery, level 10, Basic Forging, level 10, Basic Carpentry, level 10, Basic Casting, level 10, Basic Smelting, level 10, Acupuncture, level 10. Achievement Medal, Ordinary 26, E-Level 3. Glory Medal, 0. War God's Path, 1, defeat more than 20 plain strongmen, 3/20. Ding Ling took a closer look. Finally noticed the source of the abnormality. It's agile. Agility suddenly reached 20 points. Moreover, a prompt message appeared behind agile. Ding Ling opened his mind and saw that it clearly said, Agility breaks the shackles again. It is difficult to increase agility by practicing low-level martial arts. Ding Ling studied it carefully for a while and suddenly realized it. After the agility reaches 20 points, it can be said that Ding Ling's speed has completely exceeded the limits of mortals. Ordinary mortals can run 100 meters for 9 seconds, which can be said to be almost impossible. But Ding Ling can now easily run into 8 seconds. And he is not as durable as ordinary people. His endurance, explosive power, leaping ability, etc., are all extremely strong. Agility is not only about speed, it also includes reaction, jumping, explosiveness, etc. After your agility reaches a certain level, if you want to improve it again, you will have to obtain more advanced techniques. If not, even if you learn low-level skills, they can only be used as a foundation to continuously strengthen yourself. For ordinary people, when they reach this stage, they will definitely give up learning low-level skills, but I am different. I can cheat. Ding Ling thought. I can definitely learn all the low-level skills and turn them into my foundation. He believes that as long as the foundation is rich enough, there will always be a day when the sand becomes a tower and the river becomes a river. How about it? Seeing that Ding Ling had been silent for a long time this time, Tong Yuan thought that he had not learned Bagwazang, so he couldn't help but comfort him. This Bagwazang is derived from the Fushi Bagua diagram and is extremely difficult to learn. Don't worry if you don't learn it thoroughly in a moment. You must know that I spent a lot of effort to learn this Bagwazang. Senior. Ding Ling looked at Tong Yuan with a strange expression, coughed dryly, and whispered. I have gained a thorough understanding of Bagwazang. Tong Yuan's expression froze, and he could no longer say any words of comfort. He said quietly after a long while. You have a clear understanding, why do you still look like this? I felt like I had broken through the shackles, so I fell into a certain amount of enlightenment. Ding Ling explained. Tong Yuan looked at Ding Ling carefully, even touched the bones directly with his hand, and said with relief after a while. Sure enough, the skin, meridians, and bones of your legs are so much stronger, more than 20 times stronger than ordinary people. No wonder you can break the shackles. He asked Ding Ling to practice Bagwazang. Ding Ling nodded and turned around. His hands moved back and forth in the void as if they were piercing flowers. At the extreme point, he could even faintly see a Bagua pattern condensing into shape in the void. Only then did Tong Yuan completely believe what Ding Ling said. He sighed so much that he even began to feel a little numb. Ding Ling's talent is so high that it can no longer be described in words. Although I know the iron sand palm, lion walking palm, and python walking palm that I will teach you next, I am not proficient in it. The main reason is that I don't think it is necessary to spend time practicing such low-level martial arts. If you are willing to learn, I will teach them to you, of course, because I am not proficient in them. It may not be explained in a very subtle way. I can only give you the original text records of these 3 methods one by one. I studied. Ding Ling was still decisive. Good. Tong Yuan immediately began to teach Shi Zhang. Ding Ling listened to the description. He closed his eyes slightly, and various details of the lion walking palm flashed through his mind. Then, there is an extra book on the library bookshelf, The Lion's Palm. Almost at the same time. Lion walking palm full level. Strength plus 1.1. Agility plus 0. Physique plus 1.1. Defense plus 0.2. Ding Ling felt that his strength and physique had increased significantly. Although this lion walking palm is far inferior to the 100 Birds chaotic phoenix spear, it still has its own uniqueness. If Ding Ling's agility had not broken the shackles and could no longer increase his agility, this lion walking palm would definitely increase his agility a lot. It's just that although the agility has not increased, there is an additional line of defense. Ding Ling was confused. Seeing the explanation behind Defense Plus, he clicked on it and took a look. A long while. He understood. It turns out that this mostly technical technique allows you to advance up to 3 physical qualities. Now that your agility is immobile, you can naturally improve your defense. The meaning is very simple. To put it bluntly, the energy that used to go to agility is now transferred to defense. But because a lot of damage will be done during the transfer process, there will definitely be a loss of defense points. Unless you practice defensive skills like the golden bell cover and the iron cloth shirt, the defense points will definitely not be depleted. I see. Ding Ling was relieved and no longer worried. He can practice most kung fu. If he finishes studying the hundreds of martial arts here in Tong Yuan,
he estimated.
That strength, agility, physique, and defense should be able to break the shackles one after another.
Even if Ting Tua transfers energy to the defense, there will be some loss.
But the large portion more than makes up for it all. Whoops! Ding Ling's figure is like a fierce lion, with a pair of palms that can strike like a tiger. His domineering attitude reaches the extreme. It's like a lion running wildly on the grassland and roaring up to the sky.
Comes with an awe-inspiring air. Good. Tong Yuan applauded and exclaimed. I haven't grasped the essence of this lion poem.
Unexpectedly, Ding Ling, you turned it into instinct after just listening to it once.
This kind of talent is really a natural martial god. He looked at Ding Ling more and more like looking at a treasure.
Zhao Yun felt more and more ashamed of himself. Ding Ling could learn every skill very quickly, and it was very good for him to understand it thoroughly in such a short time, let alone learn it.
Compare with Ding Ling. Zhao Yun felt like an ant and Ding Ling was like a god. He couldn't help but look up at Ding Ling.
Of course. He also remembered what his master said, not to compare with Ding Ling, otherwise, it would be enough to collapse his confidence.
Next, I will teach you the Python poem. I still only have the moves and the original text. I won't explain it to you.
After finding that the explanation was useless, Tong Yuan directly explained the original text and practiced the moves.
Ding Ling read it once. After a moment.
With a book Python poem in the library.
Maximum level of Python poem. Strength plus 0.9.
Agility plus 0.
Constitution plus 0.9. Defense plus 0.2. Whoosh! Ding Ling understood everything about Python poem.
His palms seemed to have turned into a huge poisonous python at this moment. He was full of murderous aura. He slapped and drilled into the air, just like a python piercing through the air and opening its mouth to bite people.
Tong Yuan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. It worked again. Ding Ling actually doesn't need to be explained.
Just give him a martial arts secret book, and he can learn it quickly and turn it into instinct.
This kind of talent.
Tong Yuan was so shocked that his hands and feet couldn't help but tremble a little.
For the first time, he really realized. Ding Ling might be more talented and more peerless than he thought.
In order to verify his conjecture. Thanks to 10 years in a flash, for the reward of 100 book coins. Thanks to all the book friends who support this book. The teaching method of Iron Sand Palm. Tong Yuan recited the original martial arts secrets he had memorized verbatim, and the moves were also very precise, without any annotations of his own.
He wanted to see if Ding Ling could also learn Iron Sand Palm quickly under such circumstances. Ding Ling did not know what Tong Yuan was thinking. He still followed his example. A moment later. Iron Sand Palm max level. Strength plus 0.2. Agility plus 0. Constitution plus 0.8. Defense plus 0.5. Crack. Bang.
At the moment when Iron Sand Palm reached the max level, Ding Ling's bones made a crisp sound again. He knew that the shackles of his body were broken again. This time it was strength and agility. He glanced at the character panel. Strength, Root 1, ordinary people have 1 point, Wisdom 2, Strength 17.8 plus 1.1 plus 0.9 plus 0.2 Sadface 20, Agility 20, Constitution 17.2 plus 1.1 plus 0.9 plus 0.8, 20, Defense 2 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.5, 2.9, Charm 3.
Sure enough.
Strength, Constitution, and Agility have all reached the limit of 20 points. Strength has reached a terrifying 2,000 pounds.
A random punch is enough to easily kill a calf.
If you add martial arts techniques to hit 2,000 pounds, a grown bull can be easily killed by Ding Ling. Ding Ling has reached the current level of strength. It can be said that there is 1,000 pounds of strength in every move, and he can be called a great general.
Because his physical fitness has reached 20 points. As a result, his endurance and stamina are particularly long, and he can fight at his peak for a day and a night. This is the benefit of physical fitness to the limit.
Needless to say, the advantage of agility can make Ding Ling's punching, gun and knife reach the fastest speed. If the strength and physique are equal to Ding Ling, but the agility is not as good as Ding Ling, then perhaps in a few moves, he will be defeated by Ding Ling's advantage of speed. All three items have reached the limit. Ding Ling only felt extremely relaxed and comfortable, with an indescribable sense of power flowing through his limbs, followed by a huge sense of hunger that swept over like an overwhelming force. Ding Ling knew that this was the sequelae of constantly improving himself. He told Tong Yuan about this. Tong Yuan was shocked and trembling, thinking, Ding Ling can really practice martial arts into a state of perfection in a moment without any explanation, just by relying on a secret book. This kind of talent, this kind of comprehension, this kind of luck. Is this sure to be a human? The Sons of the Times are definitely far inferior to him. The Sons of the Times Qi Yu and Huang Di. These are the two most well-known terrifying giants handed down from ancient times. But even these two giants, Tong Yuan believed that they could never be stronger than Ding Ling. At least in terms of martial arts talent. Is Ding Ling's potential going to surpass the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu in ancient times? Tong Yuan's heart was beating very fast. He had a hunch. He was about to witness the rise of a legend. Tong Yuan took the initiative to take Zhao Yun and Ding Ling to go hunting together. The most abundant thing in the mountains is fierce beasts. The three of them are peerless masters. With the joint efforts, 2 bears and a tiger were killed and carried directly back to Panglai Mountain. Panglai Mountain originally had no name. It was called Panglai Mountain because the Panglai gun god lived in seclusion here. The players saw that Ding Ling had received so much attention from Tong Yuan in just a few days. It even led Tong Yuan to take the initiative to help with hunting. This is unprecedented. It made all the players couldn't help but be surprised. This Ding Ling is indeed from a hidden family, and his methods are extraordinary. We have been here for so long, but we have never met Tong Yuan. Ding Ling met him right away, and seeing how they were talking and laughing, I seriously suspect that Tong Yuan has passed on all his unique skills to Ding Ling. As soon as these words came out, the players staying in Panglai Mountain were extremely envious and jealous. They were extremely jealous. This person is most afraid of comparison. Compare with Ding Ling. The sense of gap came up instantly. Many players couldn't stand this heavy blow to their spiritual. One by one, the martial arts practitioners began to be absent-minded, and they were scolded several times by the master who taught martial arts, and then they became more serious. When Ding Ling returned to the mountain, he started to barbecue. Several people did it together. The speed was naturally fast. After a while, Ding Ling was full and felt refreshed. Compare eating instant noodles and bread in the real world to eating the meat of various beasts and wild animals in this game world. The feeling is completely different. Do you want to continue practicing martial arts? Tong Yuan stared at Ding Ling with his eyes. His mentality at this moment is completely different from before. After realizing that Ding Ling's martial arts talent is even more terrifying than the Son of Time, Tong Yuan is particularly enthusiastic and proactive towards Ding Ling. He originally had absolute doubts about whether the mortal world can achieve a martial god. But now Ding Ling gave him a glimmer of hope. Maybe Ding Ling can reproduce the myth of Qi Yu and Huang Di in ancient times? Of course. Ding Ling nodded and said, "Okay." Tong Yuan stood up. "I'll leave all the body skills and palm skills to you. Next, I'll teach you boxing skills. I know 4 complete versions of boxing skills, namely Mantis Fist, Fengmen Fist, Kongmen Fist, and Kai Family Fist. There are also many other non-complete versions. But time has passed and I have not learned it for a long time. I have also forgotten the inner methods and only roughly remember some tricks. I will also teach you everything. You can remember and learn as much as you can. It's up to you. Anyway, I haven't mastered or learned most of them." Finished. Tong Yuan took the lead in practicing mantis boxing. His punches are like wind and lightning, and his speed is extremely fast. He is like a mantis attacking,
and he will definitely kill the enemy with one blow. The punches are extremely powerful. Attack people's vital points with every move. Tong Yuan didn't explain either. Just practice step by step and recite secrets. After a while, he stopped and stood up, looking at Ding Ling. Ding Ling closed his eyes. The scene just now passed through the sea of consciousness. A book immediately appeared on the library bookshelf, Mantis Fist. In an instant. Full level of Mantis Fist. Strength +0. Agility +0. Physique +0. Defense +0.8. Obviously, Mantis Fist is also a low-level martial arts, not a high-level one. Therefore, Ding Ling could no longer increase his strength, agility, and physical attributes. However, after the energy of these three items was integrated into the defense attribute point, although it was somewhat worn out, but it still improved the defense by 0.8 points. After defense is improved, Ding Ling felt particularly obvious. His skin and internal organs seemed to have received mysterious energy from being tempered over thousands of times, becoming more and more tough, powerful, and unstoppable. Ding Ling was pleasantly surprised. The defense was so strong and the effect was so obvious. If it continues to develop, will it be no problem to carry a sharp arrow in the future? Call. Ding Ling took a long breath and began to practice the Mantis Fist. Boom! The punch was punched with both force and speed, and the sound of wind and thunder sounded in the void. Ding Ling finished a complete and beautiful set of Mantis boxing moves that looked like art. Zhao Yun was amazed in his heart, and at the same time, he completely gave up the idea of competing with Ding Ling. I began to learn from Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian, and looked at Ding Ling with the eyes of a god looking up at the mountains. Sure enough, I learned it and turned it into instinct. Tong Yuan had already been mentally prepared, and without thinking too much, he directly taught the next set of boxing techniques. One set after another. Ding Ling was not surprised every time, he learned it and reached full level in a moment. Full level Fengmen Fist. Strength +0. Agility +0. Physique +0. Defense +0.6. Full level Confucius Boxing. Defense +0.9. Kai Family Boxing Full Level. Defense +0.6. The strongest one is Confucius Boxing, which is rumored to be a Confucian boxing method created by the Confucian Saint Confucius. It is a sage on the outside and a king on the inside. It can cultivate one's character and kill enemies. A boxing technique that coexists with elegance, beauty, and strength. Legend has it that in order to turn this boxing technique into instinct and integrate it into the limbs and bones, one must study Confucius's teachings hard and reach the realm of Confucian semi-sage. Tong Yuan was deeply aware of the difficulty of this method. I gave up after learning the introductory stage. But even so, Ding Ling still reached full level instantly. After defeating a set of Confucian boxing techniques, Tong Yuan and others saw the real boxing handed down from the Confucius family that coexists with Confucianism and Taoism. It's amazing. Zhao Yun was dazzled by what he saw. Ding Ling learns boxing, palm skills, and body skills one after another without stopping. Can Zhao Yun say that he has forgotten most of the mental formulas and moves? Where is Ding Ling? I have completely learned to merge into the realm of transformation. As expected of a person whom Zhao Bingxian admires to the core. Zhao Yun looked at Ding Ling with more and more surprise and admiration. This is the instinctive reaction of worshipping the strong. Good. Tong Yuan applauded and praised. Next, he practiced the fragments of more than a dozen boxing techniques. Ding Ling also reached the level instantly. It's just because these fragments are not complete versions, and some of them are just showy, without any intention. Although Ding Ling has reached the full level, he has not made much progress. Defense +0.1. This is the end result. It can only be said that the remaining chapters are the remaining chapters. But even so, it's better than nothing. Tong Yuan became more and more satisfied.
Because he found that even with the fragments, Ding Ling could cultivate to a level that was difficult for him to achieve in a short period of time. This kind of qualification is gifted with understanding. It is truly a blessing from heaven and earth. Next, I'll teach you the sword skills. Tong Yuan took out a piece of deadwood to make a knife. Every change is inseparable from its origin. At my level, even rotten wood can be turned into weapons with extraordinary power. Just be optimistic. What I am going to practice next is the Yunjing sword technique. I have practiced this sword technique to the point of great success. The environment can be transformed into the void, attacking and killing the enemy like a white cloud floating in the sky, making it impossible to guard against and unpredictable. Tong Yuan said something. Then the exercises started. He still followed the instructions and did not explain the secrets. Ding Ling's talent didn't need any explanation at all, so there was no need for him to waste time explaining it. After one pass, various sword moves and mental techniques flashed through Ding Ling's mind. Then there was an additional book on the library bookshelf, Cloud Strike Knife Technique. In an instant, full level of Cloud Strike Sword Technique. Strength plus 0.2. Agility plus 0.2. Physique plus 0.2. This is a martial arts book that is obviously of a higher level than Mantis Fist and Confucius Fist. It is a true high-level martial arts. It actually made Ding Ling's strength, agility, and physique even better. Although there is not much progress. But at Ding Ling's level, every improvement is a huge victory. Kong. He felt that his strength had become stronger. He held a spear in his hand, used the spear as a knife, and used the sword technique of Izumo's sword attack, and actually transformed into phantoms. When the sword finally struck out, it seemed that a wisp of energy had condensed. White auspicious clouds. This sword technique is so powerful. Zhao Yun was shocked. Tong Yuan praised. It's really amazing. You can learn such a difficult sword technique so quickly without any explanation. Then the next more difficult shield technique, halberd technique, etc. will be no problem for you. Next, Tong Yuan taught Ding Ling in order: halberd technique, spear technique, sword technique, hammer technique, whip technique, fork technique, stick technique, shield striking technique, and axe technique. Each one is far inferior to the 100 birds Chaofoam spear. Even worse than the cloud attack sword technique. Therefore, although Ding Ling has learned more than a dozen complete versions of various offensive and defensive methods with various instruments, there are also dozens of incomplete offensive and defensive methods. But the end result is defense plus 6.1. Even so, Ding Ling was already very satisfied. Because his current strength has changed greatly again. Strength, root bone 1 point for ordinary people, wisdom 2, strength 20.2, agility 20.2. Constitution 20.2, defense 2.9 plus 0.8 plus 0.6 plus 0.9 plus 0.6 plus 0.1 plus 6.1 Satface 12, charm 3. After the defense broke through 10 points. Ding Ling once again broke through a layer of bottlenecks. The skin membrane and internal organs have been tempered in an extraordinary way. To this day, Ding Ling is afraid that even if a sharp arrow pierces his body, he will not die. Of course, the premise is that it cannot penetrate vital parts, such as the heart, head, etc. You can imagine how powerful his defensive power is on his body. In terms of defense power, it is already more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Call. Ding Ling took a long breath, and his bones and meridians made an explosive sound. This was a sound that could only occur after reaching a certain level. Gulu. My stomach is growling again. This is hungry. Tong Yuan and Zhao Yun immediately took Ding Ling to hunt again. This time, I killed 3 wild boars, a tiger, and a giant python. Ding Ling carried 2 wild boars alone. On the way, many players saw this scene and were dumbfounded and speechless. Ding Ling is probably over 1,000 kilograms strong, right? He can carry such a big wild boar, and he can carry it so far and for so long. His endurance are really amazing. This guy can't really learn any peerless magical skills, right? Otherwise, how could he change so much in just a few days?
Can you be smarter? How many days can a person learn peerless magical skills? Martial arts novels are not that nonsense. Brother.
What Ding Ling did in Jizhou is known to everyone.
What's the point of criticizing me here? You have the ability to question Ding Ling in person and criticize other netizens.
The Panglai Mountain martial arts players were once again hit hard by Ding Ling.
Especially the next day.
When they learned that Ding Ling had learned martial arts and was about to return from the mountain, they were even more shocked.
Damn it!
This guy Ding Ling has actually learned a peerless magical skill.
In just a few days. It feels so fantasy. You wouldn't dare to think like this in your dreams. How did Ding Ling do it? It's incredible.
I wouldn't believe it unless I saw it with my own eyes. I feel like this is just a rumor that the three of them became a tiger. The players were talking a lot.
Those who have faith. There are also those who don't believe. Of course, there is no shortage of people eating melons and watching shows. After Ding Ling came back from hunting, Zhao Bingxian and Zhao Xiaoyu came over to help with the barbecue. After eating and drinking,
at the request of Tong Yuan and others, Ding Ling began to practice what he had learned in the mountains. From halberd, spear, shield, body, palm, fist, to Lingyi spear, by Niao Chao Feng spear. Various martial arts, change as you like, attack and defense as you wish. It was so mysterious that it was incredible.
Tong Yuan and his party were amazed. I feel inferior. In a few days, I have learned everything I have learned in my life. And most of them are better than me. Tong Yuan looked at Ding Ling with more and more satisfaction. At this moment, he completely regarded Ding Ling as a future martial god. After thinking it over, he was no longer depressed. Instead, he felt that it was normal for a martial god like Ding Ling to learn these martial arts skills to this extent. After all, he is a god among martial artists. After Ding Ling finished practicing, Tong Yuan asked Zhao Yun to compete with Ding Ling. Ding Ling's eyes lit up.
His road to becoming a god of war requires competing with the strong in the plain, and Zhao Yun definitely meets the requirements.
Zhao Yun waved his hands and said angrily, I am not as good as Brother Ding, so I'd better not compete.
Zhao Yun, who was dazzled by Ding Ling's speed of learning martial arts and whose mentality was unbalanced, no longer had the confidence to compete with Ding Ling.
Just give it a try. Tong Yuan saw Ding Ling's eagerness to try, so he went with the flow and said,
Zhao Yun, you have lived in the mountains for a long time, and you are going to compete with your peers, so as not to claim to be invincible and underestimate the heroes of the world.
Zhao Yun was speechless. He was indeed a little flattered by the outer visitor a few days ago. Although he was still steady, he still had a sense of confidence in his bones that his master was the best in the world and he was the second. And the arrival of Ding Ling. His confidence was completely shattered. He didn't even have the confidence to fight Ding Ling now, because he knew that if they fought, he would definitely lose. But the master said so. He could only cheer up, stand up, hold the spear in his hand, and stand opposite Ding Ling. In order to avoid hurting each other, you can use wooden sticks to compete. Tong Yuan asked Zhao Xiaoyu to find 2 light wooden sticks like white poles in the house.
Ding Ling and Zhao Yun each had one.
After the 2 sides stood again.
After Tong Yuan said start, they all used the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique to stab each other. Both of them used the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear extremely fast.
Clang! Clang clang clang!
One spear was faster than the other, piercing the void like fireworks. Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian couldn't see where the spear tip was with their naked eyes. They only saw the starlight shining in the sky, and the sound of bursting and breaking through the air passed by their ears from time to time. The 2 fought fast. In just a moment, they fought for more than a dozen rounds. In the void, a pattern of birds paying homage to the phoenix could be seen flashing by. The 2 white poles turned into 2 magic spears, exerting infinite power. Boom! But every time they collided, Zhao Yun was struck by lightning. He found that his strength was far inferior to Ding Ling. Whenever he was hit by the white wooden stick, he felt like being hit by a 1,000-pound hammer, and he felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood.
Bang, bang, bang. Another dozen rounds of fighting. 3 collisions in the middle.
Zhao Yun could no longer bear it, and with a loud shout, he jumped out of the battle circle and raised his hand and said,
Stop, stop, stop. I give up. Don't try again? Ding Ling felt a little unsatisfied.
Zhao Yun understood, his eyes twitched twice, and he shook his head decisively.
No more fighting. I have said long ago that I can't be your opponent.
This has further proved my words.
I am not as good as you in terms of skills and strength. If you hadn't been suppressing me, I would have been defeated long ago. Tong Yuan deeply agreed.
He also saw that Ding Ling's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear was suppressing him. If he fully exerted his strength, it would be a question whether Zhao Yun could hold off for 10 rounds.
In the final analysis, Zhao Yun has not fully grown up yet.
If he really grows up, it is estimated that he will not have a problem blocking Ding Ling for hundreds of rounds. But when Zhao Yun really grows up, how much will Ding Ling grow to? By then, Zhao Yun will definitely not be his opponent. Zhao Yun obviously thought it through and expressed his admiration for Ding Ling. Progress of the path of the God of War.
1. Defeat more than 20 plain masters, 4/20ths. Without a doubt.
The defeat of Zhao Yun just now counts.
That's enough. Tong Yuan no longer forced Zhao Yun, stroked his beard and smiled.
Zhao Yun is my most proud disciple. But I never expected that in my later years, I would meet a genius like Ding Ling. God has been very kind to me.
He paused and asked. Ding Ling, what are your plans for the future?
I want to learn more martial arts and improve myself. Ding Ling's reply was very natural, decisive and straightforward.
Oh?
Tong Yuan stroked his beard and smiled.
You are so strong, but you are still not satisfied? Learning never ends. I am still far behind you, senior. How can I say I am strong?
Zhao Yun was speechless. Ding Ling has begun to move towards the realm of his master.
What a high spirit and strong self-confidence is this? When will I be able to have such self-confidence? Spirit? Ha ha ha. Tong Yuan did not take it as an offense, but was very satisfied with Ding Ling's high self-confidence and unsatisfied attitude. You can think like that.
It's worth it that I passed on all my life's learning to you. It's worth it that I believe you will become the future God of War.
Tong Yuan paused and said.
I have an old friend who should be an official in Luoyang now.
If you want to continue learning martial arts, you might as well visit him.
He asked Zhao Yun to bring pen, ink, paper and inkstone. He spread out the paper, wrote a letter with a pen, stamped it, folded it, handed it to Ding Ling, and said with a hearty smile.
Take my letter to see him. He will definitely teach you martial arts.
Ding Ling hurriedly took it and stood up to express his gratitude.
Tong Yuan waved his hand and said. Don't be so polite to me.
What I am most looking forward to now is whether you can achieve the realm of the God of War on land. Can you replicate the legends of Qi Yu and Huang Di in ancient times?
Qi Yu, Huang Di?
Ding Ling was stunned.
These two are ancient gods.
Tong Yuan actually put himself on par with the gods, which shows how much he values himself. Ding Ling's heart was filled with emotion. He was very grateful to Tong Yuan and thanked him 3 times.
Tong Yuan insisted that there was no need for further courtesy.
Ding Ling then relaxed a little.
Take a night's rest. Tomorrow you can take Zilong and the others down the mountain. Tong Yuan smiled and said.
Zilong's martial arts have reached the top level of first-class generals. If he wants to break through again, he must rely on battlefield training or confront more masters. Let him follow you to Luoyang to gain more experience.
He looked at Zhao Yun. Zilong, what do you think? I will obey the master's orders.
Zhao Yun said respectfully.
Good, good.
Tong Yuan clapped his hands and praised.
My life is not in vain. I am able to see the rise of younger geniuses like you. I look forward to the day when I can hear about you on Panglai Mountain becoming famous all over the world and becoming the God of War. Tong Yuan's words still resonated in his ears. The next day,
Ding Ling led the horses down the mountain with Zhao Zilong, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Zhao Bingxian. He looked back at Panglai Mountain hidden in the clouds, and his mood was inexplicably complicated.
Didn't stay here long.
But it seemed like he had been there for many years.
Tong Yuan confided in him and taught him the Dharma without any reservation, which made him moved and grateful.
He feels that if he succeeds in his studies in the future, it is only right to repay this kindness.
Let's go.
Zhao Yun also turned around 3 times with one step. He was holding a famous Dewan horse named Yezhao Jade Lion and holding a silver gentian spear. Wearing a shiny silver armor, he looks majestic and majestic. These are the weapons, mounts, and armor given to Zhao Yun by Tong Yuan. This is all he has, and he can only apologize to Ding Ling for this. Ding Ling has weapons, armor, and strong horses, so naturally he doesn't need Tong Yuan's. Perhaps it was precisely because Tong Yuan paid Zhao Yun almost no thought of reward that he was so reluctant to part with him.
When can we come back? Zhao Yun looked at Ding Ling, obviously considering Ding Ling as his backbone.
It was originally according to Zhao Yun's original idea. He is going to join the army and serve his country. The best way to serve the country is to guard the borders, kill bandits, or fight against the barbarians who invade the Han territory. But his master asked him to follow Ding Ling to Luoyang to learn more. Zhao Yun had no reason to refuse. Growing up, he had indeed never been to Luoyang, and he was quite fascinated by the capital of the Han dynasty.
When I become the god of war, the best general in the world. Ding Ling raised his eyebrows and said.
Zhao Yun hesitated for a moment, then nodded honestly, indicating that he understood. If anyone else said this, he would feel too arrogant. But Ding Ling is different, he has this potential. Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian also held a horse each obediently. Zhao Xiaoyu originally had no horse. But there was no shortage of ordinary horses on the mountain, so she naturally got one.
At this moment she couldn't help but interjected. Second brother, Brother Ding, what about me and sister Bingxian? Can we go to Luoyang together? Follow if you want. Ding Ling didn't take it seriously.
It's not like he's going to fight for world supremacy or engage in any conspiracy. I went to Luoyang just to learn martial arts and become stronger.
It's not a big problem to bring a few people with you.
And Zhao Xiaoyu also knows martial arts. His skills are not weak, and he is more than enough to deal with a few thieves. But before leaving, it's best to clean up the bandits around you. Zhao Yun thought of the banditry in Changshan County and became worried.
If the gangsters come again while we are away, can Zayajayakan stop them? That's a problem.
Ding Ling pondered for a while and said.
I will write a letter to General Panfeng. I believe that with his help, banditry will not be a concern.
When the Zhao Yun brothers and sisters heard this, they were naturally very grateful.
The group of people chatted and drifted away.
The players who were staying on Panglai Mountain and at the foot of the mountain saw such a happy scene. They were disgusted and jealous, but also quite shocked.
It seems that the previous speculation is true.
Ding Ling really learned the peerless magic skill, so he was allowed to go down the mountain.
Incredible! How did he do it?
In just a few days.
I think this is a bit dreamy and should be fake.
But look at Ding Ling, he has abducted Zhao Zilong now.
How many people wanted to abduct Zhao Zilong, but they couldn't?
As soon as Ding Ling came, he did it in a few days.
Ah, I'm so jealous.
My god of war Zhao Zilong. Not a word about magical powers. Just the abduction of Zhao Zilong was enough to cause endless waves in the entire Three Kingdoms world.
After all, Zhao Zilong's popularity in the real world is unparalleled. Both boys and girls are extremely fond of Zhao Zilong.
Some players who were assigned to study martial arts in Panglai Mountain by chance felt ecstatic when they saw Zhao Zilong, thinking that their opportunity had come. Yet they worked hard for so long. It has no effect at all.
Ding Ling is here.
In just a few days, even people and horses were kidnapped.
This is simply unreasonable.
With the publicity of some thoughtful people, this matter quickly spread throughout the player square and reached the ears of many players.
Many players are in an uproar.
I'm amazed at Ding Ling's speed of progress in acquiring powerful generals.
Everyone was talking about it. Or discuss Ding Ling's family background, talent, and roots.
Or discuss how strong Ding Ling is and why he hides his clumsiness so well in the real world.
Because of Zhao Zilong's abduction, Ding Ling's name even began to fall into the ears of many players who didn't care about current affairs. It can be said, Ding Ling really became an instant hit. He was very popular before. But there are also many players who don't pay attention to the rankings and quietly improve themselves.
Therefore, I don't know much about him. But he abducted Zhao Zilong, which made many people curious and turned their attention to him.
They couldn't help but pay attention to Ding Ling. This attention.
They seemed to have discovered a new world, and they couldn't help but exclaimed, monster, and impossible.
Incredible. How could
there be such a person in this world?
Suddenly, everything is possible. There is no doubt about it. Ding Ling's level of attention reached a new peak at this moment. This shows Zhao Zilong's terrifying popularity. No other strong player would have received so much attention.
But Zhao Zilong is the legendary fierce man who can go in and out 7 times without any damage. Handsome, tall and handsome are his standard features.
Such an outstanding person. Who doesn't care about it? Certainly. Ding Ling is currently unaware of these. He followed Zhao Yun and the others back to Zayajayakan. I received warm hospitality from the villagers of Zayajayakan. Almost on the same day, a letter was delivered to Ding Ling in a hurry. It was jointly sent by Pan Feng, Jusho, and others. The person who delivered the letter was an elite cavalryman, who turned out to be an experienced player. Players can know that Ding Ling is in Zayajayakan, and Ding Ling is not surprised. He opened the letter and read it. Realize. Couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Zhao Yun looked sideways. The governor of Changshan County, Dong Xian, accused me of dereliction of duty and insulting him. Pan Feng, Jusho, Tianfeng, and others jointly rejected it. And they took advantage of the opportunity to read this Dong Xian book. As expected, Dong Xian will either abdicate the throne and make way for others. Go to Yecheng, or you will obediently hand over the military power to me. Isn't this a good thing? Zhao Yun expressed congratulations. Ding Ling nodded. I have long been aware of Dong Xian's dissatisfaction and malice towards me, so I went directly to Penglai Mountain to learn martial arts. I did not go to the barracks and other important places. I came back this time to resolve this matter, so I resigned General Hu Ben and directly go to Luoyang. Why don't you, a good official? Zhao Xiaoyu was surprised. I originally thought so too. I felt that it would be more convenient to have an official body to deal with things, manage interpersonal relationships, or strike up conversations and communicate with some people. But after seeing the kung fu of the old-timers, I realized that as long as if you are strong enough, what does it matter whether you are an official or not? Ding Ling activated her acting skills at full level and showed great confidence. As long as I become the best general in the world, many people will ask me to become an official. Zhao Xiaoyu, Zhao Yun and others suddenly realized it, and then nodded in agreement, feeling that what they said made sense. In troubled times, an army of thousands is easy to obtain, but a general is difficult to find. Everyone knows this. And the most powerful general in the world is extremely hard to find. If Ding Ling becomes the best general in the world, countless people will definitely rush to send him to the official position. Think so. Zhao Yun and others couldn't help but recognize Ding Ling's thinking mode more and more. Ding Ling didn't explain anymore and just said, it's just that now that Dong Xian has to suffer the consequences, there is no need for General Hu Ben to resign. I will keep him for the time being. I don't think he will be of any use. I had reason to resign before. After all, Dong Xian was almost openly dissatisfied with him. He could simply say that he was suppressed by Shangguan and was not suitable for the job of guard general, and then leave directly. There is no reason to resign now. Naturally, Ding Ling was too lazy to resign. There was no harm in staying, only benefits, so why should he resign? It was just as Ding Ling expected. Within a few hours, Dongxian personally came to Zhejiakan with a team of soldiers and horses to apologize to Ding Ling.
He looked embarrassed and ashamed, and did not dare to look directly at Ding Ling. Because of his complaint, he and Ding Ling can now be said to be incompatible. Even if he apologizes, I believe Ding Ling will not trust him. Just like his mental state. Even though he made amends and apologized, he still felt a knot in his heart and cared about it. And Dongxian only needs to maintain a superficial relationship, so that at least his life can be bearable. But Ding Ling would not coddle him. He directly took his military symbols, gifts, etc., and then told him, "You can get out." Dongxian paused, and a ball of fire suddenly burst out in his heart. He endured it again and again, but finally couldn't bear it anymore, snorted angrily, and walked away. He. Ding Ling disagreed. There is no record of Dongxian in the Three Kingdoms, so he must have died. There is no need to pay attention to this dead man Ding Ling. Anyway, he can't get any achievement medals on him. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? Zhao Yun was a little worried. If he wanted revenge, he would have done so long ago. Ding Ling said. But he doesn't dare. Panfeng, Jushu, and others have jointly warned him. Unless he wants to die, he doesn't dare to touch me. On the contrary, he really hopes that I can be more stable. Because if something goes wrong with me, the first person Panfeng, Jushu, and Sun Shen will look for will still be him. I see. Zhao Yun was relieved. He seemed to still have a lot of doubts. Ding Ling directly took the military talisman and rode towards the direction of Jinding City. Okay, follow me to the barracks. We will try to wipe out the banditry near Zhejiakan within 3 days. In this way, you can follow me to Luoyang with peace of mind. Zhao Yun was refreshed and immediately urged the Yezhou Jade Lion to follow him. Zhao Feng, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Zhao Bingxian also followed. Zhao Feng is also a second-rate military general, and he is more than enough to be a general in the barracks. Ding Ling is ready to promote him. In this case, Zhao Feng led troops and horses to guard Zhejiakan and Jinding City, and ordinary gangsters would not dare to get too close. After all, no one likes hard work. Blink. Just 2 days passed. During this period, Ding Ling wrote several letters and asked players and NPCs to send them to Yeqing to Panfeng, Sun Shen, and others. The reason why players and NPCs are allowed to deliver letters. It's because the roads are not peaceful now, and there are many people who are intercepted and killed while delivering messages, so players are relatively smarter. But players are not very stable, and it is common for some players to disappear halfway. So some more NPCs were sent to deliver it, just to make it more appropriate. The content of the letter is nothing more than the hope that Panfeng, Sun Shen, and others can take more care of Zhejiakan, and at the same time hope that they can be assigned a few lieutenants. Zhao Yun and Zhao Feng are very suitable. Hopefully they can convince Jizhou Mu to agree. The day after the letter was written, Ding Ling led 2,000 soldiers and horses to encircle and suppress the bandits near Zhejiakan. The siege lasted for 2 days. During this period, countless thieves and bandits were killed, and several weapons and armors, dozens of maids, and a few medicinal materials were seized. The house of the maids was destroyed. Ding Ling placed them in Zhejiakan. As for the captured equipment and armor, Ding Ling also gave them directly to the villagers in Zhejiakan and asked them to arm an elite squad. The people of Zhejiakan are inherently brave. This time with weapons and armor, he looked even more powerful. This is a force that Ding Ling can recruit at any time in the future. And medicinal materials? Ding Ling washed it directly and ate it raw. Kaz. After eating a piece of ginseng in one bite, Ding Ling felt that his limbs and bones began to slowly heat up. But it's because the spiritual phoenix breathing technique has reached Dzogchen and can operate independently to absorb the power of the medicine. As soon as ginseng enters the stomach, the medicinal power in it begins to be extracted and refined. The medicinal power enters the skin and meridians.
Ding Ling can clearly feel that his physical fitness is improving. However, this feeling of heat only lasts for a few breaths. Ding Ling carefully looked at the character panel. There is no change at all. It seems that there are fewer medicinal materials. Ding Ling thought. Then he swallowed all the medicinal materials raw. He is now extremely powerful, and his digestion ability is naturally terrifying. In addition, many medicinal materials taste the same as wild vegetables, so it does not affect digestion. The most important thing is that the Linghuang breathing method has the ability to absorb the medicinal power, so Ding Ling can eat it raw without worry. The Linghuang breathing method that has reached the perfect Rui realm has this power. The Linghuang breathing method that is slightly less comprehensible may need to refine the medicinal materials before absorbing the medicinal power through the medicinal bath. And this? Not only is it time-consuming, laborious and mentally exhausting. It will also waste a lot of medicinal power. Swallowing directly can perfectly absorb all the medicinal power. But even so, all the herbs went into his stomach. Ding Ling's character panel also changed slightly. Strength plus 0.1. Defense plus 0.1. Only two aspects were increased by 0.1. Ding Ling knew that the herbs must be too common for the bandits. There were only a few ginsengs, the most precious ones. Most of the others were ordinary herbs. How could they satisfy the cultivation and absorption of the spirit phoenix breathing method? It's better than nothing. Ding Ling clenched his fist slightly, feeling that his strength had improved a little, and he was quite satisfied. It's time to prepare to go to Luoyang. Ding Ling cheered up. I'll leave as soon as Pan Feng and Tianfeng's reply arrives. Only the official positions of Zhao Feng and Zhao Yun were confirmed. Ding Ling finally left with peace of mind. If not, there is no one guarding this place. Maybe banditry will happen again. If Zayajayakan is destroyed because of this, Zhao Yun and others will definitely be confused and extremely sad. Ding Ling now regards Zhao Yun as a friend. Naturally, they don't want Zayajayakan to be destroyed. Say it again. The people of Zayajayakan now recognize and admire him very much, and they almost respond to his call. Where can I find such naturally loyal subordinates? Ding Ling also did not allow Zayajayakan to be destroyed. Ding Ling thought like this and was about to get up and leave. Report! A scout quickly broke into the camp and loudly reported the military situation to Ding Ling. A bandit army came from a few miles away. There are no less than 3,000 in number. They are rushing towards our direction. Oh! Ding Ling was stunned, then laughed. These gangsters are really audacious. They know we are suppressing bandits. They dare to come in brazenly. This is a complete lack of regard for us officers and soldiers. Let me go meet them. Zhao Yun is eager to try. If we don't get rid of the bandits, how can we leave our hometown with peace of mind? In the past few days of bandit suppression activities, Zhao Yun has repeatedly rushed to the front. After experiencing initial discomfort, he performed very bravely. Killing bandits is like killing a chicken. It is truly invincible. Often with one shot, 7 or 8 thieves would be directly stabbed to death. One person is as good as an army. It's Zhao Yun he's talking about. And Zhao Yun is not at his peak now. He is still making progress every day, and is constantly moving towards becoming a top-notch warrior. Thinking about it, when he reaches the super level, there will probably be very few people in the world who can block his quick spear. Many of Tong Yuan's marksmanship focus on agility and speed. This is especially true for 100 Bird's chaotic phoenix spear. In addition, Zhao Yun has practiced the Linghuang breathing technique for more than 10 years and has taken medicinal baths countless times. His physical condition is terrifying. If not, he wouldn't have been able to confront Ding Ling several times. Even if Ding Ling loses her temper. But if a general warrior had a head-on confrontation with Ding Ling, he might be beaten to death. Zhao Yun's endurance, and physical fitness are evident. Good. Ding Ling smiled and said, I want to see which thieves are so bold. Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Bingxian did not come.
When Zhao Feng, Zhao Yun, and other generals heard Ding Ling's words, they all rushed out wearing armor and holding soldiers.
After a while, the troop count will be completed.
Ding Ling took the lead and rushed towards the bandits' position mentioned by the scouts. Zhao Yun, Zhao Feng, and other generals followed closely behind.
After that came 2,000 Yanjiang cavalry and infantry.
They were commanded by some middle-level generals and followed quickly in an orderly manner.
Logically speaking,
when commanding a battle, troops should be arranged in formation, with the soldiers charging first and then the generals confronting them.
Ding Ling was in the process of suppressing bandits.
I found that arranging troops to confront the gangsters was a complete overkill. The gangster didn't deserve his careful treatment. He only needs to lead Zhao Yun and other powerful generals to single-handedly challenge the enemy generals, kill the enemy leader, and the bandit army will naturally be in chaos, and then lead the troops to rush out, and the bandit army will collapse without a fight.
This method is tried and true.
But later, the bandit army also knew that Ding Ling's generals were powerful and refused to fight alone.
Even so,
Zhao Yun and Ding Ling can also find the enemy leader among thousands of troops and capture the thief first. The leader of the thief who was hiding far away was shot dead by Ding Ling with his bow and arrow. Ding Ling's basic archery skills are at full level.
With his super physical fitness, he can easily draw the 5-stone bow. When the bow is fully drawn, the arrow speed is extremely fast. The average thief leader is not even as good as a third-rate general. If he is targeted by Ding Ling, he will basically end up being shot.
It is precisely because of the cooperation of the 5-stone bow. Only then did Ding Ling feel that there was no need to make a big fanfare and arrange troops to confront the leader of the bandit. As long as he can take the enemy general's head among all the troops, the enemy's defeat is naturally doomed. Ding Ling touched the big bow on the side of the horse's back and thought,
"Now that I have control over the barracks, the only good thing I can think of is this 5-stone bow. There are not many 5-stone bows in Jizhou barracks.
Because people who can draw a 5-stone bow and are good at archery are almost extinct in Jizhou. Although Pan Feng is strong, his archery skills are average, so of course he doesn't need a 5-stone bow. Generally, a first-rate powerhouse would find a 3-stone bow or a 4-stone bow sufficient. Because pulling the 5-stone bow requires 600 kilograms of strength. Top-notch generals can pull away, but most of them are good at long weapons and breathing techniques.
Not many people are good at archery.
Therefore, they will not be equipped with such a heavy bow. Ding Ling was able to find this bow in the barracks treasury of Jinding City in Jizhou because no one in the army could pull it, and the bow had been gathering dust for a long time. With this bow, the leader of the thief is nothing to worry about. Ding Ling raised his eyebrows slightly.
He is thinking,
if I can get the archery skills of Huang Zhong and other fierce generals, and use this kind of bow, even if I go to the martial arts world, the average master will probably be shot by me.
He was ready to move. I began to think about when to go to Jingzhou to find
Huang Zhong and see if I could learn his martial arts skills.
Too many skills don't overwhelm the body.
Not to mention that max-level skills can also enhance your foundation and combat power. High-level skills can directly improve physical fitness. Low-level skills now also have the effect of improving defense. Ding Ling naturally has no reason to miss it. For him, the more martial arts and skills the better.
Ta-ta. Tap tap tap.
In the sound of kicking horses, Ding Ling and Zhao Yun galloped side by side.
It didn't take long.
They saw a group of thieves galloping on the road ahead. The thieves were like locusts passing by, and it was clear that there were many women and belongings mixed in their ranks.
No need to think too much. I also knew that this must have been plundered by bandits.
Zhao Yun was furious and wanted to rush out, but he finally thought that he was not on the mountain but in the army.
He couldn't help but look at Ding Ling and asked for orders to kill the enemy. Ding Ling nodded.
Zhao Yun was overjoyed, and immediately galloped out on horseback, came to the formation of the two armies, and shouted loudly, "How dare a group of gangsters dare to fight to the death with me? She looks fair and clean like a girl." A general rushed out from the bandit army. He was holding a spear. He was tall and strong, probably not more than 1.9 meters tall, and his whole body was filled with a strong aura.
Your grandfather's name is Wooloo. When you go to hell, remember to call me by my name. You will die. He killed Zhao Yun. The spear danced in his hand, boom. A wave of evil aura erupted, and boundless storms emerged out of thin air. Looking at his methods and demeanor, he was clearly a second-rate general. When the gangsters saw this, they became energetic and started making noises. Zhao Yun smiled slightly and was not annoyed. He clamped the horse's belly and waved the spear in his hand. The birds showed their power towards the phoenix spear with a clang. Clang, clang, clang.
While blocking the 5-deer spear, Zhao Yun's spear instantly lit up 9 stars.
Accompanied by a sonorous sound, poof. Wooloo didn't even have time to block Zhao Yun's move before he was stabbed in the forehead.
He couldn't help but widen his eyes, with a look of disbelief on his face. His huge body swayed, he fell down from the horse, and died with his brain broken. From the time Wooloo rushed out to the battle between the two sides, in just one round, it could be said that life and death were decided in an instant. The morale of the gangsters was greatly reduced and people were panicked. On the other hand, Ding Ling's side was greatly boosted in morale, beating drums and cheering loudly.
Suppress bandits for a few days.
Ding Ling and Zhao Yun have become god generals supported by everyone in the military camp. The defenders of Changshan County have always been very cowardly in fighting. They are often bullied by bandits and dare not attack them, so they can only passively defend the city. This makes banditry more and more rampant. However, the county guard was incompetent, and the general was shot to death with an arrow while fighting the enemy in anger. All the soldiers he led were killed without exception.
Since then, the remaining defenders were even more insecure and afraid of going to the battlefield.
And Ding Ling's arrival.
Let these defenders truly realize what the god of war is. Strong general.
Especially when Ding Ling and Zhao Yun teamed up to directly wipe out a bandit army without any need for them to take action, it was the first time for them to experience the intimidating power of a supermaster.
Yes. Today's defenders have great morale, and everyone is fighting bravely to take the lead.
In their opinion, to fight with such a general is to take credit.
How can we be willing to fall behind?
Everyone is in high spirits and has high morale. At this moment, seeing Zhao Yun's victory again, they felt that it was natural and at the same
time, their blood boiled with excitement. Everyone clenched their weapons and waited for Ding Ling's order to immediately charge to kill the enemy.
5 deer. The leader of the thieves was shocked. How is it possible that I can't even stop him for one round?
Could it be that the coming generals are Zhang He and Gao Lan?
But upon closer inspection, it didn't look like it.
He couldn't help but shouted. Can I tell you the name of the person coming?
Changshan Zhaozilong. Zhao Yunwan sits on the back of the Yezhao Jade Lion, holding a bright silver gentian gun in his hand, showing his majesty and magnanimity. I heard the words Changshan Zhaozilong.
The player on the leading thief side was confused first.
Damn it, it's Zhao Yun.
How can we win against such a tough guy? Why is Zhao Yun here? Damn it! Have you been addicted to the game world recently and haven't visited the Players Plaza?
As long as you have visited the plaza or gone online in the real world, you should know that Zhao Yun was abducted by Ding Ling.
Why don't you make such a fuss?
There was a tall and thin player who couldn't help but despise several players who looked frightened.
After hearing this, these players were shocked and confused. You damn well know that Zhao Yun is here, but you still dare to come and die?
I just came to see my idol, and now that I can see him, he is really majestic.
Don't look at me like that. After meeting your idol, I will take the opportunity to run away.
Relatively speaking,
there are not many players, no more than 100.
But their fear of fighting was very obvious, and it was easily passed on to other bandits.
Thieves are people who bully the weak and fear the strong.
Seeing that Ding Ling has such a fierce general, many thieves who think they are brave do not dare to rush out and die. When the leader of the thieves saw this, he secretly thought something bad and couldn't help but shouted.
It's just Changshan Zhaozilong, a nobody.
If you dare to come and die, I will help you.
He waved his hand and shouted. Come on! Kill him and avenge the leader of Wooloo.
Ding Ling saw that the bandit leader was tall and powerful, with big eyes. He couldn't help but take out a big bow and spurred his horse forward. When the distance was about 100 meters away, he suddenly bent his bow and set an arrow, and drew the bow to full. Call out! Loose the string! Call out! Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air, the arrow was like a stream of light, shooting towards the thief's head at an extremely fast speed. Careful! When someone saw Ding Ling bending his bow and setting an arrow, they wanted to laugh at Ding Ling for not knowing his own abilities. How could he hit the target when he was so far away? Therefore, the leader of the thieves was not alerted. But after seeing how terrifying the power of this arrow was, he was so frightened that he couldn't help but scream. But it's too late. The 5-stone bow was matched with Ding Ling's more than 2,000 kilograms of strength, and he also has full-level basic archery skills. What a perfect match! Even though the thief saw the brilliant starburst in the later stage and avoided the vital point in time, he was still shot through the shoulder blade by the arrow. The huge force also forced the thief's head to fly off the horse, knocking over a soldier behind him, and then rolled to the ground. The leader of the thieves is dead. Ding Ling took the opportunity to shout loudly, put down his bow and arrow, and charged out with Fong Tian's painted halberd. Kill with me! Kill! Kill! The morale of Ding Ling's side is through the roof. Our general is a god general, his bravery reaches an unbelievable level, and he can hit a thief in the head with one arrow from such a distance. Just ask the world, how many people can do this? With such a general, how could he not win the battle? On the other hand, the leader of the thieves was already panicking because the leader was captured. When they saw Ding Ling, the fierce generals headed by Ding Ling and Zhao Yun came towards them fiercely, and their livers and gallbladders were even more broken. More than 100 players were the first batch to run away. They were also shocked by Ding Ling's force. I've heard that Ding Ling is incredibly powerful. I didn't believe it, but today I finally saw it. The arrow just now was too terrifying. Li Damu, a second-rate top general, was almost shot to death. If I face this arrow, I will definitely die. That's because we were too far away. If we were closer, Li Damu would have no way to avoid it. He's too strong, he's just a beast in human form. The players turned their heads while running. Seeing Ding Ling leading the way, he was the first to rush into the bandit army led by Li Damu, with the Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand raised, occasionally shooting out a dozen stars, clang clang clang. In an instant, more than a dozen bandits were killed instantly. Sometimes the Fong Tian Hua Ji swept, like clouds rolling and spreading, and the cloud strike force directly swept away 5 or 6 bandits. Sometimes the Fong Tian Hua Ji chopped, and cut, turning as desired, just like a sharp axe creating the world. In an instant, 7 or 8 axes were chopped out, which could chop and kill several people. Ding Ling alone broke through the elite square formation at the front. The bandit leader's side was in chaos. This guy is too fierce. The players were dumbfounded. We are all players, how can he be so powerful? More players envied and jealous. I dream of riding a horse on the battlefield and killing enemies at will. Now Ding Ling has realized this dream before me. He is not an old player. Not to mention an internal test player. I really don't understand how he can be so awesome. It's too explosive. It's a pity that I can't take a video. If I had a mobile phone, I would definitely take a picture of this scene and send it to the internet. The clicks will definitely exceed 100 million easily. How did this guy practice? I really want to catch him and torture him. Ding Ling marched ahead to break the army. It's like a clipper breaking away from the big waves, unstoppable. Zhao Yun later cleared some obstacles for Ding Ling and perfectly acted as the strongest support, leaving Ding Ling without any worries. The two worked together perfectly. Just relying on the strength of 2 people, they killed and injured no less than hundreds of gangsters. The gangsters who were killed were frightened and fled in panic. Several thieves wearing general armor were even stabbed through their shoulder blades and other vital parts by Ding Ling. They were knocked to the ground and ordered to be tied up.
As for the leader of the thieves, he wanted to run away, but was caught up by the fast Zhao Yun and stabbed to the ground. If it weren't for Ding Ling, he would have survived. None of these thieves will survive. Surrender without killing. Ding Ling shouted loudly. The thieves who were killed by Ding Ling's side knelt down and begged for surrender. At the request of Zhao Feng and others, they lost their weapons and took off their armor. Everyone looked downcast, without the ferocious aura from earlier. As for some of the thieves who had fled without a trace, Ding Ling didn't bother to order people to hunt them down. He just ordered the rectification of this group of gangsters. After Ding Ling walked up to the thief leader. Seeing the frightened look on his face, I couldn't help but smile. May I have your name? Li Damu. The thief leader replied with an anxious expression. Li Damu? Ding Ling had long thought that the name Wulu was familiar. After hearing Li Damu again, he suddenly realized. Are you the Montenegrin army? Your Excellency, you have a keen eye. Li Damu said cautiously. Sir, I have no grievances against you, please let me live. The leader of the Black Mountain Army will definitely be extremely grateful to you. Zhang Fian? Or Zhang Yojiao? It's Zhang Fian. Li Damu was very restrained and nervous. When Zhang Yojiao was on the battlefield earlier, he was accidentally shot by a stray arrow and was seriously injured and died. Thinking of the arrow he had just hit, Li Damu couldn't help but shiver, and a sharp pain shot into his forehead. The veins on his forehead bulged in pain, and he took a breath. Naturally, he was even more afraid of Ding Ling, the instigator of all this. Such archery skills. Such great power. Think again about the way Ding Ling held Fong Tian's painted halberd when he discharged, killing the enemy with ease. Li Damu was even more shocked to the extreme. Just because he discovered that Ding Ling's strength far exceeded Zhang Fian and other leaders of the Black Mountain Army. It can be said, all the leaders of the Black Mountain Army together would most likely not be able to defeat Ding Ling. Thinking about this, he became more and more frightened, regretting blindly going down the mountain to attack Ding Ling's army this time. He thought that Ding Ling's officers and soldiers were just like the soft persimmons from earlier. Even if it is strong, it must be limited. There is a high probability that he can destroy the opponent, but there is a small probability that he will not win. There is no problem in escaping. Who would have thought that this time it would hit the iron plate with such a bang? I almost killed myself. Zhang Fian? Ding Ling pondered. Judging from historical trends and the plot of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Fian is a very knowledgeable, general, and knowledgeable person. From the fact that he surrendered to Chao Mengda, it can be seen that he did not have the ambition to dominate the world in the later period. What he wanted was probably a relatively reliable future. Thinking like this, Ding Ling asked Li Damu a few more questions. When I learned that Zhang Fian was operating not far from here, he immediately summoned some thieves and wrote several letters and asked them to send them to Zhang Fian for smooth progress. Ding Ling also asked one of his players to accompany him, and promised the player that if the letter was delivered successfully, he would teach him high-level sword skills. The player was overjoyed and hurriedly followed. No need to doubt. There are also players in the garrison of Ding Ling's Jinding city. Players are all over the world. Some were lucky enough to follow Zhang Liao and others, while others naturally followed some unknown people, and some even went directly to the mountains to become bandits. The players in Jinding City are currently learning only some pile skills and have not been exposed to the real long weapon skills. Ding Ling's promise was timely. Players will naturally work hard to complete it. Although there is no loyalty in their hearts, when it comes to cunning and cleverness, ordinary NPCs are really not as good as them. To drive players, all it takes is bundling interests. Ding Ling doesn't need their loyalty, he doesn't fight for hegemony. Same day. The messenger from Yeqing is back. He brought some good news. Thanks to the hard work of Pan Feng, Jushu and others, Jizhou Muhanfu agreed to the official positions of Zhao Yun and Zhao Feng. It can be said that Zhao Yun and Zhao Feng rose to the top in one step,
directly skipping the positions of Corps Commander, Chief Commander, and Village Commander, etc., and directly jumped to the position of Deputy General, which is one level higher than Army Sima.
There's someone in the court who likes to be an official.
Ding Ling sighed with emotion. Hand the general armor and official seal to Zhao Feng and Zhao Yun. Both of them were very excited. I am extremely grateful to Ding Ling. The two of them naturally knew that without Ding Ling, they would not be able to become generals directly.
Ding Ling
now has an extraordinary status and can receive great help from Sun Quan, Pan Feng, and others.
If it were before,
it's impossible for him to have such a big influence. But Pan Feng and others are so awesome. Ding Ling also secretly decided that he would need to help them in the future to repay this favor. Except for the good news about Zhao Feng and the others. Ding Ling's imperial edict has also arrived.
This time the edict was delivered by a eunuch from Luoyang.
Ding Ling only knew that he was the newly promoted Huangmeng of the imperial court, named Duan Mucheng.
Duan Mucheng? Ding Ling couldn't help but take a look at Duan Mucheng.
He saw that he had a fair face and a beardless face. He was quite handsome, but he had a strong body and a tall stature. At first glance, he looked like a man who practiced martial arts all year round. In addition to the way he spoke, Ding Ling realized.
Are you a player?
Hey.
Duan Mucheng's smile immediately revealed his true identity.
He was also looking at Ding Ling. Finally, I saw Ding Ling, who has been so popular recently.
He is taller and more handsome than the pictures circulating on the internet. Not bad.
Ding Ling raised his eyebrows and said. Your imperial edict has also been sent.
If nothing happens, I won't accept you. You can do whatever you want. Don't.
Duan Mucheng reached out and grabbed Ding Ling. It is rumored that you are the heir of a hidden family.
I am very curious and want to ask if you are?
Oh. Ding Ling has been offline several times during this period. Even because of his huge appetite and amazing progress in strength, he was once again short of money, so he had no choice but to borrow his neighbor Uncle Zhang's ID card, bank card, and other documents to go to an internet cafe to surf the internet and did several jobs that made him money quickly. Among them are extremely niche translation work in small languages, nearby repair work, etc. The reason why Ding Ling knows how to be a repairman is naturally because his skills in this area are maxed out. Wearing a mask, hat, and makeup to cover up, it is very easy to go to your home for repair services such as air conditioners, computers, refrigerators, etc. Although others were curious about why he was so tightly dressed, in a society governed by law, no one believed that he dared to commit murder in broad daylight when there were people at home. Once anyone asked, Ding Ling said that he had the flu, so no one asked any more questions. So Ding Ling made a lot of money during this period. But he estimated that he would not stay in the village for long.
Always ready to run away.
Ding Ling estimated that this time he would once again improve his strength and return to the real world. He would rent a new house again. It's not easy for him to stay in one place for too long.
Mobile renting is more suitable for him. As for how to repay Uncle Zhang's favor?
Ding Ling was going to return the borrowed bank card to him. There was a lot of money in the card.
It's a sincere thought. Most people would never lend their documents to others.
If Uncle Zhang could trust Ding Ling so much, it would be impossible for Ding Ling to trick him.
Now,
when Ding Ling heard that Duan Mucheng said that he was the inheritor of a hidden family, he couldn't help but be slightly startled, but he quickly came to his senses. It must be the result of false rumors. But the more chaotic the outcome, the better for him. It is easier for him to hide and cover himself.
Thinking about this,
Ding Ling activated his full-level acting skills and acted in an extremely cryptic manner, as if he was eager to clear up the relationship. He shook his head and said, "Rumors are terrible. I am not from a hidden family."
Yeah?
Ding Ling replied too simply. In addition, the expressions and movements are too natural and at the same time have a bit of an unforgettable taste.
Duan Mucheng did not believe what Ding Ling said.
He felt that Ding Ling must be
related to the hidden family. He couldn't help but feel excited and gossipy. Brother, can you tell me about the hidden family? I really want to know. Do I know you well? Ding Ling was surprised. Who do you think you are? He lowered his face and said. I'm going to rest. Go back. Brother, don't bother me. Duan Muqing seemed very natural and thick-skinned.
He didn't take Ding Ling's expression to heart at all and said with a smile. I'm a reporter in the real world. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me, I will make you look special.
Ding Ling left directly. Duan Muqing hurriedly followed.
Brother, please cooperate.
I am now the Huangmanlang of the Imperial Court. Give me some face. I am the one who has direct access to Tianting and can talk to Dongjua. Who knows, I will be able to find a better deal for you then. Errand. Ding Ling was too lazy to talk to him. This Duan Muqing looked like some kind of unscrupulous reporter.
If he really believed what he said, Ding Ling would lose his mind. But this kind of guy can get into such an important position as Huang Menlang.
This shows the corruption of Dongjua's system. Wanduzi is probably not far away. The participation of players will definitely catalyze and accelerate the progress of history.
I don't know if the three heroes battle Lubu will happen. But the prince's challenge to Dong will definitely happen in the near future. Ding Ling had to finish his business here and rush to Luoyang to learn martial arts. If we arrive too late and Luoyang is burned down like history, then Tong Yuan's old friend will definitely be missing. In the vast sea of people, where can we find this expert? Therefore, we must rush to Luoyang to learn martial arts before the princes attack Dong.
Brother, Ding Ling. Duan Muqing shouted. Aren't you afraid that I'll throw dirty water on you if you don't cooperate? Aren't you afraid that I'll say bad things about you in front of Dongjua? Ding Ling suddenly looked back at Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing was excited.
Brother, please cooperate?
Zhao Yun.
Ding Ling shouted loudly. Zhao Yun took a step forward and cupped his fists.
General.
In full view of everyone, Zhao Yun respected Ding Ling very much. Of course, in private, everyone talks about it, so there is no need to be so formal.
Kick this guy out. Ding Ling pointed at Duan Muqing.
If you really don't cooperate, just stab him to death. Ding Ling is not a soft persimmon who can be manipulated by others.
Still want to threaten him?
I'll fight you once and for all next time.
Ding Ling. You really dare not to cooperate with me? Do you dare to attack me? Do you believe that after returning home, I immediately encouraged Dongjua to attack you?
When Duan Muqing saw Zhao Yun striding towards him, he couldn't help but panicked and shouted. Stab him to death.
Ding Ling ordered.
Zhao Yun decisively shook the spear in his hand. Phew! 9 guns flashed past, and Duan Muqing was stabbed to death without even having time to say his last words. But Ding Ling knew that this guy couldn't die. It is expected to be resurrected soon. But the feud between the two was finally forged. Ding Ling was also helpless. He didn't want to deal with players too much. But that's how it goes sometimes. He doesn't look for trouble. Trouble will find itself at your door. This Duan Muqing is also seeking death. I knew he was impatient, but I kept stroking his beard. I guess this kind of thing is often done in reality. It's so audacious and has no bottom line. Ding Ling, who was put out of mood by Duan Muqing, was there the next day. Got some good news. Zhang Fian is willing to negotiate with Ding Ling. Place? Ding Ling looked at Zhao Zhantong. He is the player who cooperated to deliver the letter. He looks very smart. Under an unknown hill dozens of miles away from Jinding City. After Zhao Zhantong finished speaking, he looked at Ding Ling expectantly. Ding Ling smiled. And handed him the high-level sword technique secret book that he had prepared not long ago. This is the secret. Thank you, boss. No, thank you, General. Zhao Zhantong was overjoyed and instinctively blurted out a thank you to his boss. After he realized what he said, he quickly changed his words. Look at the way he looks. In reality,
it should be in the service industry. Otherwise, this instinct would not be engraved almost in the bones. Okay. You will lead the way later. No problem. Zhao Zhantang patted his chest and promised. An hour and a half later. Under the nameless hill.
Ding Ling led his army here. He saw a well-organized army, with about 1,000 people. Everyone was tall and strong, full of energy, and they were all strong and powerful. In addition, everyone was wearing armor and holding a sharp blade, which was definitely the elite among the elite.
Is this Zhang Fian trying to show him off?
Ding Ling raised his eyebrows and asked Zhao Feng to lead 2,000 soldiers to stand 100 meters away. He took Zhao Yun and the two rode to the center of the two armies. Ding Ling looked straight at the other party. He saw a man surrounded by the other side soldiers at a glance. The man was wearing armor, a golden helmet, holding a long spear, and a sword hanging on his waist. He was majestic, like a king.
Zhang Fian?
Ding Ling looked at the other party.
Ding Ling?
The man with the sword on his waist frowned and looked at Ding Ling. It was obvious that he was Zhang Fian. When he saw that Ding Ling and his companions dared to come to discuss, he admired Ding Ling's courage in his heart, and he couldn't help but shout, and flew forward with the sound of his mount. Behind him, there were several generals with different descriptions, but without exception, they were all extremely fierce. They stared at Ding Ling with their eyes, holding their fingers and weapons tightly, with hostility, vigilance, and tension in their eyes. He is indeed a young hero. Zhang Fian came closer and saw that Ding Ling had an extraordinary appearance and was young, so he couldn't help but praise him. Ding Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhang Fian was very courageous and had extraordinary talents. He knew that he had captured Li Damo and others, but he dared to praise him like this. No wonder he was able to hire millions of thieves and run rampant in the Black Mountain area, making Yuan Shao and others completely helpless.
This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have.
I won't waste my words.
Ding Ling calmed down and went straight to the point.
I came to discuss with you because I hope the people in the Black Mountain can restrain your troops and stop looting Changshan County. Thanks to Dragon God for the 100 book coins. Thanks to all the book friends who support this book.
Thank you. Especially near Jinding City. Ding Ling pointed it out specifically.
As for other places,
Ding Ling could only express his helplessness.
Single-handedly, he can stand up to the sky and be regarded as a garrison general of a county or city. He doesn't have the ability to take care of the affairs of Jizhou as a whole, let alone the Black Mountain thieves who span several areas of Jizhou.
Let them come out and talk.
It is also because the people Ding Ling captured this time, including Li Damu, Kusu and others, can be said to be leaders of the Black Mountain Army. If Zhang Fian doesn't care, people's hearts will definitely be scattered. When the time comes, it may not be so easy for him to decide the big and small issues in Montenegro with just one word. It was precisely because Ding Ling saw through this that he dared to let Zhao Zhantang take a few messengers to go directly to Zhang Fian for discussion. Now that Zhang Fian has arrived, everything is naturally spread out.
Zhang Fian saw that Ding Ling was so direct and without any ink, and said,
"This is no problem.
The premise is that you have to let my people go." He paused and said,
"Also, I am very curious about what level your combat power has reached. We might as well send military experts to learn from each other. In this way, we will know each other's basics, and it will be easier and easier to act in the future."
"Do you think so?"
"Good." Ding Ling agreed and raised Fong Tian's painted halberd. "Which one of you will try my hand at drawing a halberd first?" Ding Ling knew that Zhang Fian was very good and could command millions of Black Mountain bandits. How could he be such a straight man? There must be a lot of twists and turns and plans in my heart. But Ding Ling doesn't care about this. From the day he decided to take the path of the god of war, he decided to push everything with power. If you can't push horizontally, just keep going back to practice martial arts, and wait until you can push horizontally before pushing again.
As long as it's strong enough. All monsters are made of paper.
As he becomes stronger and stronger, Ding Ling becomes more and more aware of this feeling.
Before, he would have thought about becoming an official so that he could be close to Chow Mengda and others. But as his strength grows stronger, some of his ideas are also changing. This made Ding Ling lament more than once that the ideological changes brought about by strength are so great. It really makes a difference from day to day. Some originally customized plans may be modified or overturned as their strength increases. I'll give it a try. A strong man with no anger and self-restraint, good appearance and burly body rode out on horseback, raised a single sword in his hand, and ran towards Ding Ling. My name is Thunder Lord. General Ding, look at the sword. Ding Ling smiled slightly, clapped his horse's belly, and rushed towards Thunder Lord. The two soon got close. Thunder God shouted loudly, his voice was like a roar of thunder, deafening and breathtaking. He slashed down with a single sword in his hand, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. It seemed that it could break the whole world into pieces. Ding Ling was not afraid at all. Fang Tian's painted halberd shook slightly, and the cloud attack sword technique was like white clouds flying in the sky. With a clanging sound, it hit Lei Gon's blade, boom. A head-on blow, which caused severe pain in Lei Gon's wrist. With a scream, the hand holding the knife loosened, and the single knife flew straight out of his hand. It flipped in the air, and with a clang, it was inserted diagonally into the earth on the side. Superior. Call out. Fang Tian's painted halberd twirled and trembled slightly, and landed on Lei Gon's neck like a thunderbolt. Lei Gon's expression froze, his scream stopped, he didn't dare to move, his heart was like a drum, his eyes were as wide as bells, the fear and panic on his face could be said to be magnified to the limit at this moment. Concession. Ding Ling accepted Fang Tian's painted halberd. Lei Gon looked at Ding Ling in fear, he didn't want the sword anymore, and he angrily rode his horse back to the army. The whole place was silent. But in a blink of an eye, a mighty sound sounded from Zhao Feng's position. But it was Ding Ling's soldiers who were cheering for Ding Ling. The Montenegrin army wilted like an eggplant beaten by frost. Everyone is thinking in their hearts, General Lei Gon is a real second-rate peak military general. In terms of strength, he can even compete with the first-rate generals. Although his martial arts skills are a little inferior, his voice is like a thunderous roar, which often beats people first. It has a shocking effect and can catch the opponent off guard. In the past, General Lei Gon used this method to kill countless heroes. Unexpectedly, Ding Ling couldn't stop him even in one round, and his weapons were all knocked away. If Ding Ling hadn't stopped in time, he might have died. Get the Medal of Achievement. You have won the awe of the leaders of the Montenegrin army and the strongest elite group. Note, you are powerful beyond imagination. You successfully shocked everyone on the Montenegro army side. This includes all the leaders of the elite Black Mountain Army. Ding Ling heard the prompt tone and raised his eyebrows slightly. This is good news. Defeated Li Damu and didn't even get half an achievement medal. Neither does defeating Thunder Lord at this moment. Instead, I got one from everyone on the other side. Ding Ling was surprised and confused. He estimated that there must be some rules for the achievement medal that he had not fully understood yet, and the instructions would not explain everything in detail. Many things needed to be explored slowly by oneself before they could be verified. Who else wants to try? Ding Ling smiled slightly and asked in a clear voice. On the one hand, the Montenegrin army looked at each other, and all the leaders were indifferent. Zhang Fian coughed awkwardly and said, General Ding is brave. We are ashamed of ourselves. But what I said is to send the masters of the army to fight. General Ding takes action personally, which is a bit bullying. Oh? Ding Ling nodded, stepped back, and signaled Zhao Yun to go up. Anyway, it is highly unlikely that he will get the Medal of Achievement in a duel. There is no need to be aggressive. Zhao Yun's expression was lifted, he rode out, shook his spear, and shouted. Zhao Zilong of Shangshan, please give me some advice. I will meet you with Yudu. A fierce general with a sinister face, slender figure, and holding a spear rushed out and ran straight to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun stood in the center of the field without panic, waiting for Yudu to kill him, and suddenly used the spear technique of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, but a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix flashed in the void. The next moment, Zhao Yun's spear had been retracted. Looking again. But he saw that Yudu's helmet had been picked up and several holes were pierced in his armor. Yudu opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, turned around and rode back to the army. His face was burning, and he felt very embarrassed. It would be fine if he didn't have the courage to face Ding Ling, but he couldn't even beat one of Ding Ling's deputy generals. What a fast spear! Zhang Fian was shocked and seemed to think of something. This is the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique of Tong Yuan, the spear prodigy of Panglai Mountain. Not bad. Zhao Yun nodded without hiding anything. So you are the disciple of the spear god. I am so sorry. Zhang Fian said solemnly. In my early years, I also wanted to become the disciple of the spear god, but unfortunately I missed the chance and missed it many times, so I don't have this blessing. Zhang Fian used a gun and a knife. The sword is a saber. It can be seen that what he is good at is marksmanship. It's not surprising that someone who uses a gun would know the god of guns. At this moment, Zhang Fian saw that Zhao Zilong who walked out randomly turned out to be a disciple of Tong Yuan. She was shocked and couldn't help but secretly thought that she was unlucky. He originally wanted to deal with Ding Ling and test Ding Ling's skills so that it would be easier for him to handle in the future. Unexpectedly, Ding Ling took advantage of him. He was in great trouble. Ding Ling and Zhao Zilong can easily defeat the masters in the army. Especially Ding Ling, his combat power is astonishing. You must know that Lei Gong is the strongest in the army besides him and Zhang Baiqi. But even so, in a head-to-head encounter, the weapon was still knocked away with one move. It's evident how powerful Ding Ling is. In addition, Ding Ling's sword skills are as fast as lightning and as ethereal as floating clouds. Very extraordinary. It is more difficult to defeat Ding Ling than to defeat Zhao Zilong. Two such masters. Plus the soldiers and horses behind them. If Ding Ling gives the order, he will attack them now. There is a high probability that Zhang Fian will die here. Thinking about this, Zhang Fian was horrified. This time he really started to worry. He had been confident before and dared to come because he felt that Ding Ling's combat prowess was 10% on par with his own, and the dozens of leaders under him were all second-rate generals, and Zhang Baiqi was supporting him from afar. Reached the level of a first-class general. Under such careful planning, how could Ding Ling do anything to him? But now he has no confidence at all. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Zilong taking the initiative to challenge the soldiers again, he coughed dryly and sighed. Since we are the disciples of the gunslinger, it is normal for us to lose. We won't show off our embarrassment here. He looked at Ding Ling. General Ding only needs to return Li Damo and others immediately, and we will leave immediately. I promise you here that we will never plunder the Changshan County area again. Good. Ding Ling waved his hand. Immediately some soldiers took Li Damo and others over. Li Damo and his party were dejected and did not dare to look directly at Zhang Fian. I hope leader Zhang can keep his word. Ding Ling said loudly. If not, I wouldn't mind going to Montenegro. Zhang Fian's mouth twitched twice, nodded, and waved to leave. Ding Ling suddenly said. Chief Shang, I heard that you have excellent light kung fu and amazing boxing and kicking skills. How about we compete? This. Zhang Fian was stunned, and he didn't know how to answer Ding Ling's request. Refusal will inevitably damage the dignity. I agreed. It would be fine if I won, but my dignity would be damaged if I lost. He has a headache. I felt that it was inappropriate to come to see Ding Ling rashly this time. But not coming will also cause disunity within the Montenegrin army. This problem is not an ordinary headache. He decided that he would most likely stay away from thorns like Ding Ling in the future, not to be messed with. Don't you dare, Leader Zhang? The reason why Ding Ling challenged. But it was because I suddenly remembered the progress bar of the road to the God of War. It seemed that I needed to challenge more than 20 strong people from different planes, and the more challenges I had, the better.
Zhang Fian must be a strong person in the plane, otherwise it would not be possible for him to sneak into the bandit den and reach the position of commander-in-chief. He would not be afraid of leading 1,000,000 Black Mountain troops to fight against Yuan Shao and others. Good. Zhang Fian is also a passionate, heroic and aggressive general, but because he has been the commander for a long time, he is unable to do it himself. Now that he is provoked by Ding Ling, he can no longer hold back and asks others to hold the knife and gun for him. He took off his helmet, put on his armor, jumped off his horse, crossed dozens of meters like a gust of wind, stood in the center of the field, and looked at Ding Ling. In a bare-handed fight, I, Zhang Fian, have never lost in my whole life. If General Ding is brave, you can come over and give it a try. Good. Ding Ling laughed and asked someone to get weapons and helmets for him. He was also wearing a general armor, using the flying wall walking technique. Using his agility, he kicked the ground and floated over dozens of meters. After a few kicks, he flew like lightning and stood in front of Zhang Fian. Zhang Fian's heart shivered and she praised. What a handsome body, what agility! He was very shocked. As far as I know, most of the people in the world who are proficient in Shinfa are ordinary people. And for various reasons, most of their Shinfa have been lost in the long river of history and have not been passed down. Your Shinfa not bad, how did you learn it? This was passed down to me by a senior. Ding Ling made a praying mantis fist stance. Leader Zhang, please. Mantis fist. Zhang Fian's pupil shrank. There are flaws in every achievement, and there are flaws in every skill. It seems to have flaws, but it is extremely perfect. This state can be called the state of transformation into instinct. His heart lifted up, knowing that he had met a real master of boxing and kicking. He really couldn't imagine that at such a young age, Ding Ling could only be so good at weaponry and horsemanship skills, but how could he be so good at horseback skills, fists, kicks, and light body skills? It was simply terrifying. He was extremely vigilant and also made a hand gesture. Astonishingly, it was the Mang Nyo Kung Fu he inherited from Zhang Nyojiao. Both sides spread out their moves. Then they rushed towards each other in a tacit understanding. Bang bang bang. Zhang Fian and Ding Ling, both of them, are masters of the bull maniac skill. Once the skills and body movements are activated, they are like a bull charging at full speed, extremely ferocious and sturdy. When ordinary people are hit by his fists, they will feel like being hit by the horns of a bull, and breaking bones is the least of their worries. He punched and kicked with great force, and faintly heard the bull roaring, which is the embodiment of the bull maniac skill. Ding Ling's mantis fist flashed continuously and was extremely agile. Every strike could directly attack the opponent's vital points, just like a mantis catching a cicada, swift and sudden, and won by courage. Once the two fought, they hit each other several times quickly, making the void bang bang bang. The sound was so loud. It once reached the ears of the two armies. Both armies were stunned, watching with bright eyes, and silently cheering and encouraging their generals, leaders. Confucian fist. Ding Ling's fists changed, and suddenly he changed to a grand and elegant fist style with a murderous intent. This kind of fist style is more upright and fierce. Every punch can make a crackling sound. Zhang Fian and Ding Ling collided with each other several times, and they would grin and their hands would hurt. What he didn't know was that Ding Ling had actually retracted 30% of his strength. If he went all out, Zhang Fian would probably be knocked down by Ding Ling in 3 moves. Ding Ling didn't go all out because he wanted to increase his practical experience in fists and feet. After all, he had almost no experience in this area. There was no strong enough master to practice with. Now that he finally met Zhang Fian, Ding Ling naturally didn't want to beat him back so quickly. He needed to use him as a whetstone. When he has thoroughly mastered all the boxing and kicking skills, Ding Ling will naturally choose to end this competition cleanly. Kai Family Fist. The fist changed. From being mighty and fierce to being tricky and vicious. Zhang Fian was exhausted from dealing with it. After dozens of rounds, cold sweat broke out on his back. He looked at Ding Ling with incredible eyes. He really couldn't understand how a person could master several completely different boxing styles to the point where they could naturally enter the realm of instinct. This was too incredible. However, what made him even more unbelievable was that Ding Ling's change in fist style was just the beginning.
Fomen fist.
The boxing style was as erratic as the wind, and it was difficult to catch any traces. Zhang Fian was sweating profusely as if she was being walked by Ding Ling like a dog.
Bagua palm.
The boxing style suddenly changed to palm style, and each palm was so powerful that it seemed as if Bagua was falling, trapping people to death. Zhang Fian was beaten so hard that her eyes were swollen. His teeth were exposed in pain, and he instinctively opened his mouth to admit defeat. But Ding Ling's palm technique changed again, and the palm wind was full of murderous energy, and a burning air rushed towards him, forcing him to hold back his words.
Iron sand palm. Lion palm. Python palm. Chain palm.
Various palm techniques and fist techniques kept changing. With the light and agile body technique of flying over the eaves and walls, Ding Ling beat Zhang Fian so hard that he was completely lost in the end, like a challenger who was knocked out by the 18 arhats.
Bang bang bang.
The last few collisions. Zhang Fian could no longer hold on, and flew back, waving his hands and shouting.
I admit defeat.
Achievement medal, you have won Zhang Fian's recognition.
Note, you defeated Zhang Fian head-on.
And made Zhang Fian deeply realize what a real fist and foot kung fu master is. Your punches and kicks are varied, and each kind of punch and kick is perfect.
Zhang Fian was overwhelmed and amazed. Your kung fu completely convinced him.
At the same time, he was also confused and puzzled. Because he didn't understand why you, at such a young age, have so many punches and kicks. And each one has been cultivated to a high level.
This is very shocking and incredible to him. He will definitely ask you for advice on punches and kicks.
But in front of the public and the army, he can't wipe this face. Maybe if we meet again in private in the future, he won't be polite to you.
The prompt sound suddenly sounded.
Ding Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought Zhang Fian couldn't have a medal of achievement, but he didn't expect there was one.
Why didn't the other bandits have it? Or did they have it, but he didn't fight against them? So he didn't get it? Ding Ling was eager to try.
He wanted to see if he could get the medal of achievement by defeating those bandits.
But now was not the time to think about this.
He suppressed his thoughts, looked at Zhang Fian, and smiled and bowed.
Chief Shang, thank you. He.
Zhang Fian smiled bitterly. General Ding is a scholar with great talent in martial arts, which is really admirable.
I am not as good as you, but this is true. He sighed.
If there is a chance in the future, I hope we can sit down and have a good drink.
Definitely. Ding Ling nodded. He glanced at the character panel. 1. Defeat more than 20 plain masters, 5/20. Jumped forward 1 grid.
It seems that defeating Zhang Fian also counts.
As expected.
As long as you reach the first-class general, you are considered a plain master. Zhu, Zheng Yi, Gao Lan, Zhao Zilong, plus Zhang Fian.
5 masters in total.
Only 15 more people need to be defeated, and the first war god progress will be complete.
Who knows what wonderful changes will happen by then? Ding Ling is looking forward to it. In that case, I'll take my leave. Zhang Fian's face was burning.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In front of the leaders and elite legions of the Black Mountain Army. His best boxing and kicking skills were completely defeated by Ding Ling.
He was beaten all the way. Others could see that Ding Ling was holding back.
Zhang Fian reacted at this moment and thought about it carefully, and naturally noticed this.
He was shocked and thought. If Ding Ling didn't hold back, how many rounds could I last? This guy is so terrible.
He started practicing since his mother's womb, but he shouldn't be so powerful. How did he have such terrible martial arts? And he noticed that Ding Ling's control of boxing, body skills and martial arts was advancing by leaps and bounds.
10%, he was used as a whetstone by Ding Ling. Thinking of this,
his face was inevitably a little ugly. But Ding Ling and Zhao Yun were too fierce. Even with the support of 2,000 soldiers, he could not win.
If Ding Ling lost his temper, Zhang Fian would most likely die here.
He saw through this clearly, so even though he felt very embarrassed and his dignity was damaged, he could only suppress his depression and ride his horse to lead the crowd away. Now the minimum goal has been achieved.
And he can leave.
He was annoyed and regretful that he should not have agreed to a duel with Ding Ling on impulse, which made him very passive now. He thought he would definitely win in a duel with fists and feet, but reality slapped him in the face.
In the future, he will no longer be qualified to say that he is the best in fists and feet. Chief Shun, wait a minute. Ding Ling shouted.
How?
Zhang Fian looked tense and said. Does General Ding want to regret it? That's not true.
Ding Ling looked at Lei Gong and other generals with bright eyes.
I just want to challenge all the generals except you. Can you let them come together? I want to test where my ultimate strength is.
In the final analysis, it is still about achieving medals. But Ding Ling couldn't say it openly, so he could only find an excuse at will.
Zhang Fian was stunned.
Lei Gong and other generals were surprised and looked sideways, but soon a suppressed anger suddenly burned to the top of their foreheads. Lei Gong had the most outright and fiery temper, and couldn't help but say.
One person wants to defeat so many of us joining forces. Even Pan Feng may not be able to do it. General Ding, why do you do that?
If it was a battlefield charge and Lei Gong and his party dispersed to face Ding Ling, they would definitely die.
But join forces to confront each other. They think they will win. There are so many ants that they can kill an elephant. They are not ants. He is a real second-rate general.
And many of them have reached the peak of the second rate.
It's just one final step away from breaking into the first class. So many, dozens of bosses. Ding Ling wants to fight alone? You won't know until you fight whether you can.
Ding Ling activated his full-level acting skills, looked in all directions, domineering and wanton, and laughed loudly.
You leaders, don't you dare? He.
Next to Lei Gong, a tall man 8 feet tall was holding a mace and was the first to jump out with a sneer.
I, Zuomu Zangba, would like to try General Ding's skills.
I'm also here in Daijin to meet General Ding. An 8-foot-tall man with a simple appearance but eyes as sharp as swords rode out with a long sword in his hand.
Ping Han also came to meet General Ding. A man with a handsome face and monstrous ambition laughed loudly and whipped his horse into battle.
He shook the spear in his hand and made a wave of spear flowers.
General Ding is so heroic and bold. If he doesn't cooperate, wouldn't everyone in the world think that our Black Mountain Army is afraid of you? Good.
A 7-foot-tall strong man with a frivolous face like a prodigal leaped out of the queue, stared at Ding Ling with bright eyes and said,
I, Fuyun, will definitely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Our Black Mountain Army is not afraid of you.
I, by K, will also try General Ding's painted halberd. The handsome man by K, who is agile, has bird feathers on his head, and has a graceful demeanor, comes out laughing.
I am silly. I'm Yang Feng.
You do.
Luo Shi.
White Wave.
Colonel Zhua. Huang Long.
Lu Shi. Dozens of leaders rode out into battle, and without exception, their names were recorded in the history books. Naturally, no simple character can leave a mark in the vast history of the Three Kingdoms. At this moment, they all roared loudly, and the scene was earth-shattering. Many players hiding in the military formation secretly said,
Ding Ling will definitely lose this time.
Their vision was not as unique as Zhang Fian and others, so naturally they couldn't tell that Ding Ling was not interested in boxing or kicking.
I thought Ding Ling was just a bit more powerful than Zhang Fian.
So each one of them thought firmly.
I just don't know if he will be captured by Yudu and others after he loses. Yudu is a very cunning and insidious person. If Ding Ling is defeated, it will most likely be disastrous.
Most of these players are envious of Ding
Ling. It's not just Ding Ling's status as the heir of the hidden family.
Moreover, because Ding Ling had a smooth journey, even Zhao Zilong was willing to follow him around. This made their jealous eyes turn red.
Seeing that Ding Ling was so arrogant at this moment, they couldn't help but secretly despise Ding Ling for being so arrogant and stupid.
He is the heir of a reclusive family. If he were an ordinary person, so ignorant and unaware of his own worth, he would have been devoured long ago. Players are so sure. You do, Yang Feng and others are also sure that they will win. Zhang Fian was a little surprised and confused. He didn't dare to say victory or defeat, he just acted as a referee. In the expectant eyes of everyone, a clear shout signaled the start of the competition. Boom! Dozens of leaders rode out. Zhuozhu Zhangba rode the tallest horse, but he still ran the slowest because his body was too heavy and the mace in his hand was also extremely heavy. In the army, his strength is not weaker than that of Lei Gong, and he can be called a strong man. Roar! Yang Feng single-handedly swung his sword and roared. 7 or 8 leaders including Huang Long, Lu Shi, and Ping Han surrounded Dingling, and began to surround and attack Dingling. Each of them is very strong. Or a single sword is so fierce that it unleashes waves of energy, causing ripples in the void. Or the marksmanship is so sharp that it can make 5 or 6 holes in a person's body in an instant. Or if the force is strong and the force is heavy, a single blow from the mace can break boulders and skulls. A full 7 or 8 people all tacitly attacked Dingling with the most powerful blow. They had already agreed to take turns attacking Dingling. After everyone launches their strongest attack, they will leave the field and rest for a while, waiting for others to finish their strongest attack, and then come on stage one after another. Dingling will be tortured to death. Their ideas are good. But the reality is extremely cruel. Dingling went all out this time. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death if he kept his hand. He had no doubt that these Montenegrin army leaders were ruthless and vicious. You can see it right from the start. Therefore, Dingling turned his wrist, gave a clear shout, and the hundreds of birds shot toward the phoenix, clanging. Clang, clang, clang. 13 gunflowers emerged in an instant. Every flower contains fierce and terrifying murderous intent. The gunflower blooms in the void, turning into a pattern of hundreds of birds facing the phoenix. The pattern swirled in the void like a Tai Chi diagram, like a meteor streaking across the sky, accompanied by a clanging sound that passed through everyone's ears. Then there was a series of screams and the sound of weapons falling to the ground. But it was just a blow. Dingling used his more than 2,000 kilograms of power, combined with the 100 birds' chaotic phoenix spear and flying wall walking movements, and circled around on horseback. With 13 spears and flowers, he actually faced off against the weapons of Yang Feng, Huang Long and others, and defeated them. The weapons of 7 or 8 people collided violently, making them unsteady. There were 4 or 5 people on the spot who couldn't hold their weapons and threw them away. Yang Feng and Zhuozhu Zhangba were strong enough to hold the weapons in their hands, but their wrists were in severe pain and their bodies were shaking. They all looked at Dingling as if they were looking at ghosts and gods. This kind of power? This kind of shooting? It's just a single blow, so many people can't stop it even if they join forces? They were shocked, their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't calm down. Dingling did not pay much attention to their thoughts. With a clear drink, he used the Fong Tian painted halberd in his hand to kill dozens of leaders outside the circle such as Bai K. And others are also confused. They were already ready for the second, third, and fourth batch to come on stage to surround Dingling and launch their most powerful moves. Unexpectedly, Yang Feng and Zhuozhu Zhangba couldn't even take a single move. Bang, bang, bang. Dingling's attack was merciless. The Fang Tian Huaji in his hand swept across, and with the sound of bang, 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 Yang Feng, Zhuozhu Zhangba and others were all swept off their horses. They were already injured by the head-on collision, and when facing Dingling's sweeping halberd again, they instinctively blocked it with their weapons, and then they were directly pushed off their horses by a huge force. Ha! Bai K and others were stunned. But it was not easy to escape at this time, so they could only shout to encourage themselves and launch the strongest move to kill Dingling. Ha ha ha! Dingling's heroic blood was aroused, and he laughed. Come on! The Fang Tian Huaji spun, and the 36 Tian Gangax technique showed their power. The attacks were sharp and tricky, and they could always attack the enemy's unimaginable position, just when they just met and clashed. But listen to the clang. Bang, bang, bang sound continued. Bai Ke and dozens of other people were defeated by Ding Ling in a very short time. One person confronted all the leaders of the Black Mountain Army except Zhang Baiqi, Zhang Fian, and a few others. Complete victory! The whole place was silent. Zhang Fian's eyes were as big as copper bells. He took a breath and muttered. This guy, is he so strong? He was trembling when he spoke. But he was shocked to the extreme. You know, Zuoshi Zhangba and others have their own strengths and weaknesses. If they work together, 7 or 8 people can easily fight against a first-class general. Dozens of people can easily fight against several first-class generals. But even so, Zuozu Zangba, Yang Feng, and others were still defeated. And the defeat was ugly and tragic. What does that mean? A super master? Zhang Fian was horrified and her eyes changed again and again when she looked at Ding Ling. And he is also a top-notch master with both strength and skill. Such masters are very rare, but without exception they are all terrifyingly powerful. One person is as powerful as an army, and it can be said that they are easy to defeat. I unexpectedly met him here. Zhang Fian had a toothache. It's enough that Jizhou as Pan Feng, an unparalleled general. Now there is another Ding Ling. This is so difficult. It seems that I have to be careful in the future and not anger Ding Ling. Zhang Fian, who was originally worried about Xiao Zhoujiu, immediately restrained all her thoughts. Ding Ling is too scary. It's better not to provoke him. Be peaceful and friendly. Be a friend and be good to him and yourself. 1. The players were collectively stunned and horrified. How is this possible? There are dozens of powerful generals of the Montenegrin army. Everyone has extraordinary martial arts and their own unique skills. They were defeated so easily. Are you sure this is not an international joke? This guy Ding Ling. How did he practice? And did you just see the pattern of 100 birds facing the phoenix? It's exactly the same as Zhao Zilong's. Could this guy really have learned Tan Yuan's special skills? Right? It's only been a few days. There are not many players and they are hidden in the army. At this moment, everyone looks at Ding Ling as if they are looking at a ghost or a god. The disbelief in his eyes almost overflowed from his eyes. They are still like this. The other elites of the Black Mountain Army were so frightened that they looked at Ding Ling with horror and fear in their eyes. As for the soldiers on Ding Ling's side, their morale soared, and they all raised their arms and howled like ghosts, shouting loudly. General Kamui! Mighty! Mighty! Too strong! It was the first time that Zhao Feng saw Ding Ling attack with all his strength, and his blood boiled with excitement and admiration. Zhao Yun looked like it was natural. Of all the people present, perhaps he was the only one who knew Ding Ling's combat prowess best, so he was not surprised. Incredible! Zuozu Zangba, Yan Feng, Yudu and others were all dejected, as if they were mourning for their heirs. Thunder Lord was defeated for the second time, and his body was trembling. His face was as hot as fire. He was feeling ashamed of his previous speeches and questions. The previous shout asked how loud it was. How red is his face now? How ashamed he felt. Ping Han, Bai Ke and others were all eager to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. So many people joined forces. He was defeated by Ding Ling without any damage in a short period of time. If Ding Ling hadn't kept his hand. I'm afraid not all of them will have to answer here today. Thinking about this, Bai Ke, Zuozaya Zangba and others were horrified and moved. The eyes looking at Ding Ling one by one include shock, shame, panic, fear, envy, jealousy, fascination. It can be described as a mixture of emotions, extremely complicated. Obtain the achievement medal, you have won the Deep Awe of by Quebec. Obtained the achievement medal, you have been deeply recognized by Zuozu Zangba. Note, you single-handedly swept through the Black Mountain Army. It shocked them all. This time, their awe and fear of you are deep in their bones. Predictable. I'll see you on the battlefield in the future. They will definitely come around you. Or just let thousands of soldiers surround and kill you. I'll beat you to death with numbers. They are fascinated and afraid of your martial arts and martial arts. They want to be close to you and study you. But I'm afraid of you. Your majesty and bravery will surely spread throughout Montenegro and become famous throughout this battle. A warning sound passed through my ears. Ding Ling was slightly startled and looked at the character panel. Thought. I defeated dozens of Montenegrin army leaders and only received 2 achievement medals. Doesn't this make sense? Bai Kei and Zhuomuzangba have achievement medals on their bodies. This means that Yang Feng, Yudu and others must also have it. But Ding Ling didn't get it. Either the other party is not convinced. Or it's for other reasons. It was obvious from the comments that everyone was convinced. That can only be for other reasons. It seems like we need to study the rules carefully. Ding Ling was thoughtful. Ha! Ding Ling noticed the changes in the character panel. 3. You must let your name as God of War resound throughout the entire plane world. 2% per 100%. Previous progress is almost invisible. But it shows something faintly. It is estimated that there is not even 1%, but there are people who recognize his name as the God of War, so there is some progress, but not much. And now? Defeated Zhang Fian of the Black Mountain Army, especially the dozens of leaders of the Black Mountain Army in single combat. Completely establishing his reputation as a warrior. I see. Ding Ling suddenly realized. Want to become a god of war. Just do something extraordinary. Do things that ordinary first-class generals simply cannot do. I originally thought that I had to take refuge with a certain prince in order to successfully complete the singing of the name of the god of war. It seems like it might not be necessary now? Ding Ling pondered. He planned to wait and see. If you really don't need to take refuge with the princes, you can complete the mission of God of War and complete the Path of Glory in the Three Kingdoms Plain. That would be the best. General Ding. Zhang Fian rode over and called Ding Ling twice. Ding Ling came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Fian. Zhang Fian's heart instantly rose to his throat when he was looked at by Ding Ling. It was as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast. It was hard not to make Zhang Fian nervous. Before, he thought Ding Ling was just an ordinary first-class general, at best on par with himself. He just regarded Ding Ling as a flying eagle and a cheetah. But now? Ding Ling was like an ancient real dragon, a flaming phoenix, giving him an overwhelming sense of psychological oppression. Zhang Fian certainly knew that this was the sequelae of Ding Ling's several battles. It was completely psychological. But even so, he couldn't help being nervous. It was better not to know. Once he knew the horror of Ding Ling, it would be really difficult for him to stay calm, because Ding Ling could kill him at any time. Which strong man could be calm in the face of someone who could kill him? Zhang Fian swallowed hard, pretended to be calm, and laughed dryly. The competition is over. We admit defeat. I wonder if you can let us leave. He said it very tactfully. It was completely different from the attitude when they first met. This is the deterrence of the strong to the weak. Ding Ling knew it clearly, but still couldn't help asking a question. I wonder if Chief Zhang has a powerful medicine. Powerful medicine? Zhang Fian was stunned, but quickly reacted. Does General Ding's breathing method require a medicinal bath? Almost. Ding Ling didn't say that his breathing method has become instinctive, and he only needs to eat raw to digest and absorb the medicinal power. Thanks to Dragon God for the reward of 100 book coins. Thanks to all the book friends who support this book. Thank you. The corners of Zhang Fian's mouth twitched twice. Thought. Ding Ling is so powerful that he's not satisfied yet, and wants to improve himself by bathing in big medicines? He sighed in his heart, but said, no. Oh? Ding Ling looked deeply at Zhang Fian. When Zhang Fian's scalp was numb, she said, that's such a shame. Zhang Fian laughed dryly, feeling uncomfortable all over. Now he was regretting more and more that he had been too reckless to bring troops to discuss this matter.
being manipulated by Ding Ling.
This made him extremely uncomfortable.
But he didn't lie. He really didn't have any big medicine. Many people in the Black Mountain Army know the breathing method.
Although the breathing methods are different, some are strong and some are weak, but so many people understand it, the amount of medicinal materials required is terrifying. It is common for supply to exceed demand.
Where can I find extra for Ding Ling? I won't give it to you if you have it.
This is what Zhang Fian thought in her heart.
He didn't want to watch Ding Ling become more and more terrifying. And sit back and watch yourself not making progress. If there really is a great medicine, wouldn't he use it himself?
After being restrained by Ding Ling, the sense of urgency in Zhang Fian's heart suddenly amplified to the extreme. He felt that it was necessary to practice martial arts and breathing techniques. He never wants to experience such a battle of being manipulated by others again. And he also made a decision in his heart.
Unless you are absolutely sure, you must never provoke Ding Ling.
That's it.
Ding Ling waved his hand.
Let's go our separate ways.
Zhang Fian took a long breath and relaxed.
He felt a stickiness on his back.
Until then.
Only then did he realize that during this short conversation, he actually broke out in a cold sweat.
Zhang Fian left in a state of embarrassment with Zhuo Zhangba, Lei Gong, Yang Feng and others.
Li Damu and others were detained earlier, and now the leader who has joined the Black Mountain Legion is even more stunned and shocked. He feels lucky that he could survive in the hands of a fierce general like Ding Ling earlier.
Ta-ta!
A group of people galloped.
Soon after,
met the team led by Zhang Baiqi.
Commander. Zhang Baiqi is wearing a white general armor and a white helmet. He is sitting on a white horse.
His face is fair and handsome.
The weapon in his hand is a bright white silver gun. All in white. Majestic. Outstanding.
Standing tall in the army, he stands out from the crowd. When they saw Zhang Fian and his party, without exception, everyone looked frightened and described themselves as quite embarrassed.
They couldn't help but be surprised and stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? Why?" Zhang Fian was very depressed. "We'll talk about it when we get back to the mountain."
Zhang Baiqi became more and more curious.
"I just went to talk to a garrison general.
We are well prepared. There are also soldiers and horses led by himself to support him.
How could it be like this?"
He was puzzled.
Back to the mountain. Through the mouths of Zhuo Zhangba, Lei Gong, Yang Feng and others.
Only then did Zhang Baiqi learn the truth.
He was shocked. How could there be such a fierce general in the world? Absolutely true.
Lei Gong had a lingering fear on his face.
I thought Pan Feng was invincible.
But now it seems that Pan Feng may not be able to beat this Ding Ling.
Yeah. This guy is so scary.
Others also responded one after another. Ding Ling is said to be the absolute #1 military commander who is unparalleled and rare in the world.
Don't describe it that way.
They really couldn't accept the situation where dozens of their own leaders were defeated together.
Lost to the best in the world.
This makes them feel much better.
Are you #1 in the world? Zhang Baiqi is eager to try. I'd really like to compare with him. Don't.
Zhang Fian stopped. I tried my best to be teased by him.
Between you and me, how can we stop him?
Zhang Baiqi raised his eyebrows.
I'm just curious. Curiosity killed the cat. That's the end of the matter.
From now on, don't go to the Jinding City area of Changshan County without my order. If not, if you die or are caught, I will definitely not rescue you or lead the crowd.
Revenge for you.
Zhang Fian made a decisive decision and formulated the charter and plan. Some leaders wanted to object. But thinking about Ding Ling's terrifying power, he sighed in his heart and closed his mouth angrily.
Soon after, Ding Ling's reputation as the best general in the world spreads throughout Montenegro. Almost 3-year-olds know this. It was at this moment that Ding Ling's fame began to really grow. Ding Ling led the crowd back to Jinding City. This time, the support of all the soldiers for Ding Ling has reached the extreme. Everyone couldn't wait to make a promise to Ding Ling to throw their lives in blood. Ding Ling understood this from their burning eyes. He smiled slightly, quite satisfied. He didn't know about Zhang Baiqi, otherwise he would definitely ask to compete with Zhang Baiqi. But now that the Black Mountain Army has been dealt with, it is clear that they will not easily disrupt the order of Jinding City again. Ding Ling safely handed over the army to Zhao Feng. He himself took Xiao Yun to Luoyang. Zhao Bingxian and Zhao Xiaoyu wanted to follow. But this time I am not going on vacation, so there is no reason to bring it with me. Ding Ling asked them to practice martial arts and live in his new home in Jinding City. The new home was naturally a gift from the county governor as an apology. It was called a gift. In fact, it was also the residence of the garrison general, which was what Ding Ling deserved. He just took what Ding Ling deserved as an apology. Ding Ling despised this kind of villain and never dealt with him from beginning to end. He even told Zhao Feng that if there was a big problem that was difficult to solve, he could write a letter to Pan Feng, Tian Feng, and others for help. He talked about this with Pan Feng, Tian Feng, and others, and they would naturally help Zhao Feng after receiving the letter. In addition, Ding Ling also dealt with some trivial matters. Afterwards, he took a small bag of gold and set off with Zhao Yun. The gold was obtained when suppressing the Baibua bandits earlier, and it had never been used. Now that he was going to Luoyang, he must have money and things. Naturally, he had to bring gold. On the way to Luoyang, disputes continued. Bandits were rampant. Looting and killing were everywhere. The atmosphere of the chaotic times is becoming more and more obvious. Especially after some lawless players joined in, this chaos was magnified to the extreme. Zhao Yun was worried inside for the Han dynasty. Do you think the Han dynasty is really going to fall apart completely? Zhao Yun asked as he walked side by side with Ding Ling. Yes. Ding Ling did not hide it from him and said frankly. Since Dongjue entered the capital, the Han dynasty has become a dead bone in the tomb. When the governors and county governors of various states recruited soldiers on their own, the dynasty is destined to become a thing of the past. Then how can the world restore peace? Zhao Yun looked reluctant. The people are too miserable. Indeed. Along the way, Ding Ling even saw some tragedies of cannibalism in some villages. The real tragic and chaotic times have not yet come. Such a cruel thing happened. Although it was only on a small scale. But it was enough to move people and change their color. It is like this now. The future is simply unimaginable. This is also the reason why Zhao Yun sighed. He is kind-hearted and compassionate to the people, which is the most normal. Ding Ling can't say much about his kindness. Zhao Yun is kind-hearted, has a bottom line, has a pattern, has ambition, courage, and courage. This is his inherent quality. If he doesn't have these, he is not Zhao Yun. Naturally, he can't become the Zhao Zilong of Changshan that everyone admires. Ding Ling knew this a long time ago, so he chose to understand. Besides, although Ding Ling came to this chaotic world and killed many people, he is also a person with bottom line and principles, and will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Zhao Yun's murderous nature is actually very strong, and he kills the enemy without mercy. But it is rare that he has a bottom line and is kind and courageous, which is worthy of admiration and praise from many people. Like Chao Mingda. When there is no bottom line, there is really no bottom line, and the massacre of the city has been done more than once. Only because of his vision and courage, Ding Ling would consider joining him before. Otherwise, it would be better for him to go it alone. I chose the path of the god of war. The path of hegemony is not suitable for me. Ding Ling did not regret his choice. Hegemony is obviously more time-consuming, labor-intensive, and mentally exhausting. He already had a scale in his mind on how to choose. Go all the way west. The closer to Luoyang, the harder the people's lives are. The area in Heniai is a little better, and there are not many tragedies of cannibalism. In Gong County, which is not far from Luoyang, there are more tragedies.
Ding Ling even saw some soldiers robbing the people, whipping passers-by, and laughing from time to time, behaving very presumptuous and inhumane.
Whose soldiers are they? Zhao Yun was furious. Holding the dragon gallbladder bright silver spear, he was about to rush out to fight.
Ding Ling stopped him. If you save these people now, it is equivalent to forcing them to go to a dead end.
Why? Zhao Yun looked sideways.
They may not die now.
But you saved them.
If you kill these soldiers, the general behind him will know.
These people may be implicated and killed without exception.
You should be able to see that this is a group of inhumane soldiers, and the general behind them will definitely do such inhumane things.
Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and finally held back from doing it, but he was still angry all the way. Far away from Gong County. Halfway. A few disheveled soldiers saw that Zhao Yun and his men were riding fast and tall horses, and wanted to come over to grab the horses.
Ding Ling did not wait for Zhao Yun to do anything, and turned the Fong Tian Huaji, clang. With one halberd, he directly pierced the soldier's shoulder blade.
Ah!
The soldier fell to the ground and screamed. The other soldiers were furious and were about to fight back, clang clang clang. Zhao Yun could not hold back his murderous intent, and a long spear passed by, and starlight flashed in the void. With a bang, the 5 soldiers were all hit in the wrist, leaving a hole the size of a coin. With their arms so badly wounded, the 5 men screamed, threw away their weapons, and turned and ran. Ding Ling did not chase them, but just frowned slightly. He wanted to stay out of it and learn the skills first.
Unexpectedly, this place would actually encounter an outrageous robbery? Are they blind? Didn't they see that I was wearing the armor of a tiger general?
Ding Ling was stunned, and was caught off guard by these soldiers. It was precisely because of this armor. The war disasters along the way basically did not affect them.
Some bandits saw them and avoided them from a distance.
Of course, there were also some bold people who wanted to rob Ding Ling and his friends, but they were all killed by Ding Ling and his friends. After killing so many people, they had a murderous aura on their bodies, and they looked difficult to mess with. But occasionally there would be bandits and thieves who took advantage of Ding Ling's small number of people and wanted to rob and kill, or steal horses. All of these people were killed without exception.
After entering Hanoi, this situation decreased a lot. Arrived near Gong County.
Many soldiers were also very sensible and did not make trouble.
But the few soldiers just now, I don't know whether they were arrogant, or really blind, but they just came to rob? There's no other way.
Ding Ling thought about it, and directly stabbed the screaming soldier to death with a halberd, and rode his horse to chase the soldiers not far away.
Are you going to take action? Zhao Yun was inexplicably excited. He.
Ding Ling smiled bitterly. Since we have already taken action, we should try our best to eliminate all the troubles.
Okay. Zhao Yun was full of energy, and the whole person became active. His eyes were shining, and he tightly grasped the dragon gallbladder silver spear and said,
"The beasts in Gong County and the soldiers just now are wearing the same clothes and armor.
They must be the same group of people. We killed these people to act on behalf of heaven. Eliminate thieves for the people." Ding Ling nodded, without commenting.
His horse was fast. He quickly caught up with several soldiers, and directly killed 4 of them with a halberd, leaving one behind, interrogated him, and under his pleading, poof! He chopped off his head with a halberd. It turned out to be Hu Jin's troops.
Ding Ling pondered. Why is Hu Jin here? Shouldn't he be in Luoyang at this time?
Hu Jin, courtesy name Wen Kai, is a famous hero in Liangzhou, a subordinate of Li Ju, and the governor of Dongjun.
He is an important general under Dong Zhuo. This is the information Ding Ling learned. As for what position Hu Jin holds now, why did he lead his troops here? Ding Ling knew nothing.
But this did not affect his action.
Once he took action, if the players found out and complained, wouldn't Ding Ling's trip to Luoyang be a trap? Thinking of this, Ding Ling decided to take action at night. He looked at the sky.
It was not far from dark.
Dog day. There seemed to be the sound of horse hooves, and faint shouts could be heard. I heard the movement, just ahead. Come on. Go. Dingling suddenly turned his horse and walked back. Zhao Yun was stunned, and his passionate heart was suppressed. He followed Dingling almost instinctively. He believed in Dingling. Moreover, Dingling was better than him both on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, which convinced him and made him willing to follow Dingling. He walked away. Dingling hid behind a big tree and watched from a distance. Because of his amazing progress in strength, his five senses were extremely sharp and his eyesight was amazing. Although he could not see the appearance of people hundreds of meters away, he could roughly see how many people there were. Hundreds of elite soldiers. Dingling touched the bow and looked at the quiver on the side of the horse's belly. It's more than enough to kill them. Dingling took off his armor, tied up the horse, took out a single knife from the side of the horse's belly, tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, covered his face, and walked with the bow on his back. Zhao Yun was shocked and puzzled. Dingling explained a few words. Zhao Yun was relieved and didn't ask any more questions. He knew a lot about the group of aliens when he was on Panglai Mountain. Many people are no different from ordinary people. They are just more curious and more enthusiastic about him. There is only one alien like Dingling. And it is almost impossible to have a second one. Otherwise, those alien visitors would not be so curious about Dingling and have such a strong desire to explore. These days, Zhao Yun has seen all of this and knows it all. He just didn't say anything and didn't ask. At this moment, after hearing Dingling's explanation, he also began to choose to take off his armor, mask his face, abandon his horse, hold a single sword, and follow Dingling. The single sword is in the garrison of Jinding City in Jizhou, and the quality is very good. So Dingling and Zhao Yun each prepared one. This is also because their horses are all good horses and have horseshoes installed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to carry so many things and walk so far without damage. As for why horseshoes are installed? There are so many players. The technology of horseshoes has long been leaked and flooded. If Dingling doesn't install it, someone will suggest him to install it. Dingling stayed behind the tree for about a quarter of an hour. Seeing that it was getting dark, the moon had risen. And the searching crowd was getting closer and closer to them. At this moment, it was only about 50 meters away from Dingling. Dingling no longer hesitated, bent his bow and drew his arrow, aiming at a general on horseback in the crowd. Swish! An arrow burst out, puff! It hit the general's head. Because of the 5-stone bow and Dingling's great strength, the arrow went straight through his skull. It also knocked a cavalryman behind him to the ground. Enemy attack! Hundreds of elite soldiers shouted. Dingling ignored them. He was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. With just a little light, relying on the full-level basic archery skills, it was no pressure to kill the enemy in this vast territory. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! The sharp arrows were like the sickle of the god of death, and wherever they passed, elite soldiers were shot dead. Because they were close. Dingling was always accurate, and he could shoot through the abdomen of one person with one arrow, and then shoot the second person. It also caused a fatal blow to the second person. One arrow can often kill one person and seriously injure another. The efficiency of killing the enemy is high, there is no doubt about it. Zhao Yun was so excited that he kept passing arrows to Dingling. His archery skills were average. Instead of shooting arrows together, it was better to help Dingling pass arrows, so that the efficiency of killing the enemy would be higher. Swish, swish, swish. In just a dozen seconds, dozens of people were killed and injured. The 8 cavalrymen died the fastest. The archers followed closely behind. Without the cavalry charging, the archers attacked from a distance. The remaining soldiers who fought in close combat could no longer bear it, and they shouted and ran away. They did not dare to run in the direction of Dingling, because everyone knew that the archer came from that direction, and running there would die faster. Human nature is selfish. No one wants to die. Especially the first one to die. Now they can only bet that they will not be shot and that they can run the mileage of archery before their teammates die. Swish, swish, swish. Like flowing light, more like lightning, the sound of breaking through the air passed through the void, piercing the universe, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams that resounded through the wilderness. More than 90 elite soldiers died. The 2 elite soldiers who ran far away thought they could escape. Unexpectedly, a sharp arrow flashed behind them. Puff! They were shot in the back, and the arrowhead pierced the vital part of the back. They ran a few steps, staggered suddenly, and fell to the ground. They still couldn't believe it in their hearts. It's so far away? How can you hit it? How can you hit it? All dead. Ding Ling looked further away. The screams attracted more soldiers and horses to come towards them. Zhao Yun was not afraid but happy. Is this luring the snake out of the hole? You can say that. Ding Ling walked over and stabbed the enemy who was not dead yet. He also took off the armor of one of the generals and put it on himself. He also picked up some quivers and a spear from these elites. He stuck his single sword in the wilderness. Holding a long spear and carrying a quiver on his back, he strode forward, using his flying eaves and wall-walking skills. He was as fast as the wind and caught up with a frightened horse. He grabbed the reins and activated his full-level riding skills. He jumped up and jumped onto the horse's back. He clamped the horse's belly tightly and controlled the horse. Zhao Yun also changed his clothes and picked up a few quivers. He followed suit, discarded his single sword, picked up a long spear, and jumped on the horse. Both of them are now dressed in the clothes of Hu Jin's army. From head to toe. Including weapons. All changed. Masked again, on a dark and windy night. Ding Ling could only admit defeat if he could still be recognized like this. Kill. In order not to be recognized by others, the two did not plan to use the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear technique. Instead, they used the Spirit Crane and Spirit Snake Spear techniques. Not many people know these two spear techniques. Not many people can do them either. Moreover, it was very similar to the general execution by firing squad, without the obvious and easily visible iconic pattern like the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear. How dare you? Just 2 people dare to kill our people. Someone found Ding Ling and his men and shouted. Go, kill them. I'll cut off their heads and kick them like balls. Da-day. Hundreds of soldiers and horses rushed over. Each of them was full of murderous intent and murderous. Ding Ling and Zhao Yun were not afraid at all, raised their eyebrows, shook their guns and rushed forward. It was still a perfect and tacit cooperation. Ding Ling rushed forward. A long spear was sometimes like a spirit snake, choosing people to bite, and people were swallowed and died as the starlight passed by. Sometimes it was like a spirited flying crane, floating and flashing, and heads were pierced one by one. The huge force of more than 2,000 kilograms combined with perfect spearmanship. Ding Ling rushed on horseback, confronting ordinary elite soldiers. It can be said that the king-level strongman crushed the mortals. In addition, Zhao Yun was behind to make up for Ding Ling's shortcomings and eliminate the danger. Ding Ling rushed left and right without any scruples. When he was in the mood to kill, he went straight to the enemy generals, scaring the generals to yell repeatedly, but it was useless. Ding Ling was like a speedboat breaking through the waves. With a loud bang, he rushed to the generals who wanted to run, raised his gun and fell, and a bunch of gunflowers flashed. Through the void. Puff! The general's throat was pierced, and he couldn't die anymore. The remaining soldiers were shocked when they saw this. They fought hard for a while and found that the cooperation between Ding Ling and Zhao Yun was really unparalleled in the world. It was not something that people could resist. They couldn't help but scream in fear and fled in all directions. After Ding Ling and Zhao Yun chased for a while, they found that some soldiers could not catch up. Ding Ling bent his bow and put an arrow on it. Zhao Yun handed over the arrow and shot from a distance. Some soldiers who ran far away were also shot and killed in the distance. 2 people, 2 horses, 2 guns, and 1 bow. Killed 300 elite cavalrymen. Such a feat. Even Zhao Yun couldn't help but get excited. It's so exciting. It's so powerful. Keep going.
Ding Ling and Zhao Yun picked up some quivers and continued on their way. They walked a few thousand meters. They passed through a small forest.
They saw a tent. Listening hard,
they could hear the woman begging for mercy, the old man wailing, and the middle-aged man screaming.
Looking closely, but they saw inhumane scenes. Rows of ordinary people were beheaded. As for the woman, she was dragged directly into the tent.
Listening to the woman's pleas for mercy and screams, you can tell what happened inside.
Zhao Yun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water.
Ding Ling frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then began to ride his horse and hide behind a big tree, bending his bow and arrows to aim at some soldiers who were beheading ordinary people. Zhao Yun consciously took out his quiver and started passing arrows to Ding Ling.
Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced the air, and with a hissing sound, poof! He hit the forehead of a soldier who was about to chop off a young man's head with a machete. Because it's far away, arrows cannot penetrate the skull. But he still managed to kill the enemy with one strike. Enemy attack.
The soldiers were stunned for a moment, as if they couldn't believe that someone dared to attack them. You must know that they were the troops of General Hu Jin under Dong Zhuo.
Who dares to touch them?
But when he saw the arrow on the forehead of his fallen colleague, he watched as each of his colleagues were killed one after another in a very short period of time.
Even if they don't believe it, they have to believe it. He couldn't help but roared heartbreakingly.
Some soldiers immediately rolled to one side to find cover, while others drew their swords and roared to fight for their lives.
Some simply captured the common people and used them as shields. Reactions were mixed.
But what can be expected is that those who draw their swords and scream desperately will die the fastest.
Whoosh!
The arrows were sharp and fast, like meteors falling into the sky or meteorites breaking through the sky.
With a sizzling sound, soldiers were shot to death one by one. Just for a moment. The people's bodies were emptied out.
Some soldiers who rushed out of the camp were also faced with sharp arrows that shot through the air.
They were so frightened that they all turned back to the camp again. Call.
Zhao Yun couldn't help but let out a long breath and secretly admired him. If it were him pulling the 5-stone bow, he would never be able to hold on for so long.
Ding Ling did it with ease.
The endurance is so long-lasting and the breath is so long, it can be said that the kung fu has been practiced to the state of transformation. Zhao Yun felt that he needed to learn from Ding Ling.
Walk! Ding Ling put down his bow, hung it on the side of the horse's back, held a spear in his hand, and rode out to kill the enemy camp. He immediately killed the executioner. The second is to kill the archers in the open place. Are there any archers in the dark? Ding Ling didn't know.
But with their reaction, defense, and ability to withstand hits, they are more than enough to deal
with a dozen arrows at the same time. Not to mention the two of them joining forces now. There will be more arrows that can be blocked.
Zhao Yunchang went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times, and fired many cold arrows, but he was still unscathed, which is evident.
Boo-hoo!
As soon as Ding and Ling rushed within 50 meters of the enemy camp, they were shot with cold arrows by archers hiding in the dark. Ding Ling noticed it and casually pushed the arrow away. The rush speed is faster. After deflecting several waves of arrows, he rushed to the enemy camp gate and broke in directly. The enemy may be too careless or think that no one is likely to attack them. Therefore, the gate of the camp is open. Ding Ling galloped in immediately.
Entered the camp. Fight close combat. The perfect cooperation between Ding Ling and Zhao Yun once again produced a heaven-defying effect.
Wherever you go, those who stand in your way are invincible. These soldiers are scattered. There is no need to worry about not gathering into a military formation. Moreover, many soldiers were not wearing armor and were wandering around in the camp. Ding Ling rode his horse directly over the tent and stabbed him to death inside the tent.
Fight all the way to the Chinese army's tent.
Ding Ling saw a strong man who was 8 feet tall, with a beard on his face, disheveled clothes and armor, a drunken face, and eyes like bells. There were hundreds of elite soldiers and horses surrounding him.
This person must be Hu Jin.
Ding Ling was certain in his mind and pointed his gun in Hu Jin's direction.
General Hu. It's them.
A soldier pointed at the direction of Ding Ling and Zhao Yun and shouted.
Just the two of them. Two people dare to set up camp on horseback. General Hu was furious. You are completely ignoring me, Hu Jin. He shouted. Let me shoot them with arrows.
100 archers in the front row immediately bent their bows and aimed arrows at Ding Ling and Zhao Yun.
Compared with other soldiers,
these hundreds of soldiers are obviously the best of the best.
Unsurprisingly, they should be Hu Jin's guards corps.
Ding Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror, fearless, and he held the spear tightly in his hand. When the opponent's archer fired arrows into the air, his spear danced like a windwheel, crackling.
Sonorous. All arrows were blocked. He walked side by side with Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was slightly behind him by half a head.
The two of them joined forces, and the arrows of 100 archers were unable to penetrate their guns and hit them. Although the 100 birds Chaofeng gun cannot be used. However, the shooting skills of the spirit crane and the spirit snake are also extraordinary. With a random shake, Ding Ling can produce more than a dozen spear flowers, as fast as lightning. Although Zhao Yun is worse, he can also produce 9 spear flowers. Together, the two of them can block all the sharp arrows from the front. Sometimes it is impossible to prevent the cold arrows from slanting. But there are not many such cold arrows at this time. Because Hu Jin, except for the Chinese army, the other soldiers were already in chaos. At this moment, seeing Ding Ling and Zhao Yun running towards them unscathed, even Hu Jin panicked. Why are these two so powerful? The tipsy mind instantly became much clearer. He jumped on his horse and held a gun, looking at Ding Ling and Zhao Yun with a vigilant face, gritted his teeth, and shouted. Form a formation, charge. Ding Ling and Zhao Yun had already killed within 20 meters. At this close, archers were no longer of much use.
The cavalry lined up.
They formed a group to kill Ding Ling and Zhao Yun.
Fight close combat. The cooperation between Ding Ling and Zhao Yun reached the perfect state.
The 2 men and 2 guns were like a lawnmower passing through flowers and grass, easily killing and wounding 100 cavalrymen in a formation, and rushed to Hu Jin with blood on his body.
How is it possible?
Hu Jin was shocked.
He didn't even run away.
With a loud shout, he stabbed Ding Ling's eyes with a lightning-like gun, which was easily blocked by Ding Ling. He stabbed Hu Jin off his horse with a backhand gun, and then killed Hu Jin with another gun. Hu Jin's eyes were full of annoyance and regret. If he had run at first, he might have had a chance to escape. But then Ding Ling and the other two came close to him. If he ran again, he would undoubtedly have his back to Ding Ling and the other two, which was a way to die, so he suppressed his fear and suddenly gave Ding Ling his strongest blow. But his unique skills were blocked by Ding Ling. Where did this killing god come from?
This is too strong. Did I provoke him? Why does he want to kill me? With regret, confusion, anger, unwillingness and nostalgia for life. The light in Hu Jin's eyes became dimmer and dimmer until it disappeared completely. General Hu is dead. Someone shouted. Then there was a commotion in the Central Army. The group of people who were already very frightened of Ding Ling and Zhao Yun, now no one could command them, they just scattered and fled. Ding Ling ignored this group of people. Instead, he opened the Chinese army's tent with one shot and entered the tent. He saw a bed in the tent. Lying crookedly on the bed were several young girls who were half-clothed and looking dead. Except for the bed. There are also many wine jars placed. The pungent smell of blood and the smell of alcohol rushed straight into Ding Ling's nostrils. Ding Ling wrinkled her nose. His eyes scanned the scene and items in the tent like electricity. Seeing a package, he stabbed it with a gun and opened it. It was discovered that it was filled with gold. There is also a ginseng of unknown age. Ding Ling jumped off the horse, rewrapped the package, hung it casually on the side of the horse's belly, then lightly dodged onto the horse, turned around and left the tent directly. Almost at the same time. Received the achievement medal, horse tramples the enemy camp.
Note, 2 people, 2 horses and 2 guns overturned a barracks with more than 2,000 troops.
This is an incredible feat. What you do will completely shock enemies from all directions. Your achievements are hard to match. This is your moment of glory in glory. A beep sounds.
Ding Ling raised his eyebrows slightly.
Thought. Hujin is a general of Dongzhuo's side, but he doesn't have any achievement medals on his body.
Ding Ling was puzzled. Is it possible that others have swiped achievement medals from their bodies, and I can't swipe them again if I try to swipe them?
It seems like this is the only possibility. Ding Ling had a vague idea from the dispute with the Baibua thief.
Then to the Black Mountain Army, and now Hujin.
He felt even more like this. Apart from this, other explanations and reasons seem unreliable. If that's the case, I'm going to speed up the process.
Otherwise, all the achievement medals of celebrities in the history of the 3 kingdoms would have been wiped out. I guess I can only earn other achievement medals.
It's like this horse tramples the enemy's camp. Ding Ling could not have expected to receive the achievement medal of horse trampling the enemy's camp. But it's better to have it than not. He thinks very broadly. Brother Ding. Zhao Yun rode his horse to Ding Ling's side and whispered. What now? Do you want to leave? I wonder if anyone here will notice them.
Zhao Yun did not dare to speak too loudly, so as not to expose his secret to Luoyang.
Save the people and leave.
Ding Ling's change voice broadcasting skill was activated, disguising himself as a fierce general with a voice as powerful as the ocean lapping at the beach.
I told them to leave. Your voice. Zhao Yun was stunned.
Surprised. I'll teach you the techniques after I leave here.
There are many weird voice actors in the real world.
Since Ding Ling learned the broadcasting skills, his skills in this area have reached full level. It can be said that just in terms of skills, he has already stood at the top of the broadcasting industry.
After a while,
Ding Ling and Zhao Yun had already left the enemy camp and were going back and forth.
Not long ago,
he galloped around, using a powerful voice that was completely different from his own, telling the people to run south or into the mountains, away from here.
This is all Ding Ling can do. If he doesn't save these people die tonight. He saw an account book in Hujin's big account. It contains detailed records of beheading people in order to claim meritorious deeds. Needless to say, if Ding Ling comes later, none of these people will survive.
Now that he has saved them, Ding Ling can't control what happens to them in the future. He can only do his best to obey fate and hope that more of them can survive. Zhao Yun also understood this, so he did not ask for anything, but he was increasingly dissatisfied with the current situation of the Han family. He hopes this mess can end soon. The generals on Dongzhuo's side are really ungrateful and ignorant, and they actually did such a thing that killed the goose and retrieved the egg. They are trying to cut off Dongzhuo's foundation. Zhao Yun and Ding Ling took off the bloodstained enemy armor, threw it away, replaced it with their own armor, pulled out their own single swords from the wilderness, and hung them on the side of the horses. As for the 2 horses that were snatched back, Ding Ling and Zhao Yun chose to release their lives. These 2 horses are Shiliang war horses with distinctive features. Riding them is tantamount to announcing to the world that Ding Ling and Zhao Yun are the culprits of horses trampling on enemy camps. I also threw away the quivers, guns, etc. I picked up, including that package. Ding Ling kept the gold inside. Put it together with the original gold. He eats the medicinal ginseng raw. Click. Take 1 bite. The power of the medicine surges like a wave, rolling into the skin and meridians. The spirit phoenix breathing technique operates automatically. The power of the medicine immediately turned into an iron hammer and began to beat the limbs, bones, muscles, and internal organs continuously. Subtle changes are taking place in every part of the body. At the same time, a wave of heat rushed into my mind. Ding Ling felt a little hot all over. He can clearly feel that his physical fitness is improving. The feeling of heat lasted for 10 breaths. Ding Ling was not surprised but happy. You must know that the medicinal materials obtained by suppressing the bandits earlier can only maintain the feeling of heat for a few breaths.
One bite of today's ginseng can sustain 10 breaths. This is a great medicine.
Ding Ling felt great that he had found a treasure.
Needless to say,
this great medicine must have been used by Hu Jin himself for cultivation, but he was intercepted by Ding Ling before he could use it.
Ding Ling glanced at the character panel. Strength plus 0.2. Defense plus 0.2. Very good.
I ate so much before, but it only increased by 0.1.
Now 0.2 in one bite.
You have to know that Ding Ling has reached his current level of cultivation.
Ordinary low-level skills cannot increase his strength. This one bite directly increased his strength by 0.2, which is amazing. Ding Ling was very satisfied. He took another bite.
Whoosh! The medicinal power even turned into a white streak that gushed out from the tip of his nose, and soon shrank back, turning into an iron hammer and began to pound the meridians and membranes.
Strength plus 0.2. Defense plus 0.2. Another 0.2. Ding Ling was overjoyed.
He found that taking medicine seemed to make him practice faster. Of course, the premise is that there is medicine for him to take.
Crack, crack. After a few bites,
the whole ginseng was eaten raw.
The medicinal power was extremely surging, roaring and impacting in the body. If
an ordinary person took this peerless medicine that has been planted for who knows how many years, he would definitely die from bleeding from all 7 orifices because of over-replenishment.
It is no joke that the weak cannot be supplemented. But Ding Ling is different. His spirit phoenix breathing method has become an instinct, and he can automatically absorb and refine the medicinal power anytime and anywhere, just like a perpetual motion machine, so Ding Ling does not have to worry about the problem of the weak cannot be supplemented. Strength plus 0.8. Defense plus 0.8. Another 0.8 points increased. Ding Ling's strength has increased again. He felt that if he went to the enemy camp now, it would be easier. He glanced at the character panel.
His current strength is as follows. Root 1, ordinary people have 1 point, wisdom 2, strength 20.2 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.8 equals 21.5, agility 20.2, constitution 20.2, defense 12 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.8, 13.3, charm 3. Strength increased to 21.5. A total of more than 2,000 kilograms of strength. Absolute divine power. Defense increased to 13.3. At this point, ordinary beatings are of no use to him. The speed of penetrating damage repair will be greatly increased. One big medicine can increase the strength by 1.2 and the defense by 1.2. Ding Ling's heart was shaken, and his thoughts began to come alive. He didn't originally have such strong thoughts about big medicine. Because he took the medicinal materials used during the bandit suppression, the improvement brought to him was not obvious. Have the time to find medicinal materials. He might as well learn 2 more martial arts. The attribute points go up quickly, isn't it faster than taking medicine? But it seems that the effect of big medicine is also very good. This naturally gave Ding Ling another idea. If you encounter a treasure trove in the future, you will have to look through it. Don't miss it casually. Ding Ling made a decision in his mind. Zhao Yun watched Ding Ling eat a precious medicine, and then the aura in his body increased sharply. He couldn't help but be shocked and envious. How great would it be if I could be like you, brother Ding, who can absorb and refine medicinal power by eating it raw. Taking a medicinal bath is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive. It will also consume a lot of medicinal power. Eat it directly like this. How cool! Zhao Yun had experienced the pain of taking medicinal baths and knew the secrets, so he was particularly envious. Then you practice the Spirit Phoenix breathing technique well. If you don't understand anything, ask me. Ding Ling smiled. When you say that, I forgot to ask you for advice on how to change your voice. Zhao Yun was very curious. If you can learn this method of changing your voice,
Wouldn't it be much easier and easier to do some errands in the future to fish in troubled waters and disrupt the enemy's situation? That's true. I'll teach you. Ding Ling explained everything about voice-changing techniques. He has full broadcasting skills. Therefore, explaining the essence and principles is easy to understand. Zhao Yun's talent and understanding are so high that he is not far behind the three kingdoms. He understood, but really let him learn. He really couldn't learn it for a while, and while he was distressed, he admired Ding Ling even more. Versatility is fundamental. There are countless Ding Ling skills at your fingertips, and you never know what Ding Ling's next trump card will be. So mysterious and so powerful. In addition, he was also quite grateful for Ding Ling's cooperation in killing Hu Jin's army that was causing harm to the people, and his recognition of Ding Ling was further enhanced. He knew that if it weren't for his request, Ding Ling might not mind his own business. In essence, Ding Ling is not the kind of person who likes to mind his own business. Zhao Yun saw this clearly. And Ding Ling had already taken care of many injustices for him. Zhao Yun was grateful for this, and became more determined to follow Ding Ling. Ding Ling knew nothing about this. If not, I will definitely be very happy. After all, it is very rewarding to be followed by a peerless genius like Zhao Yun. The two rode on horseback overnight, far away from the crime scene. The next day, in Yanshi City, Yun lie in window seat on the first floor. Ding Ling and Zhao Yun were dining here, and they suddenly heard shouts and the clatter of fast horse hooves on the street. Follow the sound and look. I saw a strong general leading thousands of cavalry galloping through the street, menacing and threatening, as if he wanted to choose people to devour. Passengers, passers-by and ordinary people all gave way, showing fear on their faces. Ding Ling was curious and called the store owner to ask about the situation. The store owner didn't want to say anything, so Ding Ling gave him some silver that he had exchanged at the pawn shop in the ancient city this morning. All he had were large amounts of gold, and he still had to use silver for food and clothing, so he exchanged some money. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He quickly took the silver, bit it, and after confirming that it was genuine, he looked around and whispered, "Your Excellency, you don't know something. The general just now is General Li Ju, a popular figure in front of the current Prime Minister of the Imperial Court." Li Ju? Ding Ling raised his eyebrows. Li Ju, whose courtesy name is Jiran. One of the heroes in the late Han Dynasty. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, he was a warlord and powerful minister during the reign of Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty. His official positions ranged from Grand Sima to Grand Chariot and Cavalry General. After Dongzhuo's death, he and Guisi joined forces to beat the Han Dynasty, which was about to die, to a state of complete ruin. It can be said, without their last scourge, the Han Dynasty might have continued for a while, but their addition directly accelerated the demise of the Han Dynasty several times. Not only that, it seems that Hu Jin is his subordinate. Judging from his attitude of indulging Hu Jin, this guy is definitely a cruel person. But now that Li Ju was rushing out of the city in such a hurry, as expected, Hu Jin's incident happened. Really? The store owner whispered. I heard that early this morning someone was saying that General Hu Jin was killed by two unknown masters. And his military tent was completely overturned. The two men openly attacked Prime Minister Dong's elite troops at the feet of the emperor. This is nothing different. So I'm slapping the Prime Minister in the face. The Prime Minister will be furious. General Li Ju will definitely be scolded as well. Besides, General Li Ju was Hu Jin's superior. Someone killed General Hu Jin under his nose and escaped. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. The shopkeeper sighed. This world is too chaotic. If nothing goes as expected, Yanshi City should be closed down soon and checks on travelers coming and going will begin. I see that you two are outsiders, and you happen to be two generals. If you encounter Ju, there is no chance of trouble. I advise you to eat well, drink well, and leave Yanshi City secretly as soon as possible, to avoid being troubled by others. The store owner obviously knew the way Li Ju and his team worked.
For the sake of money, he revealed a lot of useful information to Ding Ling.
Money can make the world go round. It can be seen. Ding Ling thanked the store.
After eating with Zhao Yun, he bought some dry food and a jar of wine, and then decisively set off on the road.
And they stayed far away from Li Ju's large army. It's not that I'm afraid of Li Ju. But now we are getting closer to Luoyang. There was a real conflict. His plan to learn martial arts may be ruined. We can wait until he finishes learning martial arts to talk about anything else. Now he really doesn't want to cause trouble.
Zhao Yun obviously saw Ding Ling's thoughts and didn't say much, although he was very sympathetic to the suffering of the people along the way.
He was very dissatisfied with the tyranny of Li Ju's army. But how many people can he save alone?
He seems to have seen through this, and has been thinking about how to bring peace to the world and people's livelihood.
Ta-ta.
After the two of them left Yanshi City, they breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere of war and killing in Yanshi City is extremely strong and depressing. Even if he is as strong as two people, he doesn't like to be in this kind of place.
And almost less than half an hour after they left,
Yanshi City was closed. This is what Ding Ling heard from passers-by.
Ding Ling secretly thought it was a fluke. If he hadn't bribed the store owner, he might have missed the best opportunity to leave the city.
Then Li Ju's army would have nothing to do, and there might even have been a conflict.
This is not what Ding Ling wanted to see.
Fortunately, this did not happen. Ding Ling did not think about it anymore, but discussed the issues of broadcasting skills and spirit phoenix breathing method with Zhao Yun along the way.
Generally speaking, it was Ding Ling who taught and guided. Zhao Yun was learning.
He envied Ding Ling's talent more than once, especially when he was studying hard. Ding Ling was enjoying the scenery leisurely.
This contrast was even stronger.
While his self-confidence was hit, a high morale was quietly born. Even if he was not as good as Ding Ling, he would strive to be the second in the world. And he must work hard to not be left behind by Ding Ling.
Ding Ling's progress was too fast.
Zhao Yun was really worried that one day he would not even be able to see Ding Ling's back.
This day, the two finally arrived outside the ancient city of Luoyang.
Ding Ling looked closely. He saw that the height, width, and thickness of the ancient city wall were almost the limit of a city. From the outside, it is extremely majestic and magnificent. From such a distance, looking at the city, you can feel the heavy vicissitudes of history blowing in your face.
This kind of aura, ordinary ancient cities do not have it at all. Without a doubt.
The aura of this ancient city is raised by a human emperor, a peerless hero, and a group of extraordinary elite humans.
People can cultivate their aura by reading good books. The same is true for ancient cities.
With a group of talents in it, they can naturally slowly carve out their own differences. It sounds incredible, but in this world, as far as it seems, this is right.
This is Luoyang City.
Zhao Yun sighed and was shocked.
I have heard about Luoyang's extraordinariness for a long time.
Today, I saw it and it is indeed so.
Let's go. Ding Ling smiled.
The two fought side by side along the way, chatting and talking, and their feelings became deeper and deeper. At each other's request, the two called each other by their names. No longer saying Brother Zhao or Brother Ding, it seems too strange. Of course, this is in private. If Ding Ling was a general in public, Zhao Yun would still respectfully address Ding Ling as a general.
Da day. Riding on horses. Queuing to enter the city.
Found that the generals guarding the gate were blatantly accepting bribes.
Those who gave money were allowed to enter the city.
Those who did not give money were directly repatriated or driven away. Ding Ling gave Zhao Yun some silver. Although Zhao Yun felt ashamed of the corruption in the capital, he was weak and powerless, and could only go with the flow.
Entered the ancient city.
Ding Ling glanced at Zhao Yun and saw that he was a little depressed. He understood what he was thinking, but he did not comfort him. Many things are not useful for comfort, and need to be figured out by oneself. Fortunately, my geography skills are maxed out.
After Ding Ling entered Luoyang City, He turned around and almost got dizzy. Because Luoyang
City is very huge and the geographical conditions are complicated. It is common for people who are not familiar with this place to get lost if they enter rashly. Ding Ling activated his full-level geography skill, and compared it with the rough map given by Tong Yuan. He followed the map all the way and searched for the east of the city. The further east he went, the more dilapidated the houses became. But this made it easier for the two of them to do things. No longer had to worry about offending people for no reason. Some generals and officials would appear from time to time in the center and west of the city. All of them were very impressive, and the guards of honor they brought with them usually had more than dozens of people. There were also people who were beaten to death because they couldn't avoid it in time. Ding Ling saw one with his own eyes. It's only been a short time? Such a tragic thing happened? Ding Ling didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He saw such a bloody thing when he entered the ancient city of Luoyang. But he didn't choose to help it this time, and he also pulled Zhao Yun away. He saw the flagpole flying above the team that was beating people, with a big word on it. Gua. The man with the surname Gua was so unscrupulous and took human lives lightly. Only Gua si. Ding Ling couldn't afford to provoke such a big shot at the moment, let alone want to. Zhao Yun's face became more and more ugly. It was not until he rode his horse and turned many corners that he arrived in front of a dilapidated mansion that Zhao Yun's face returned to normal. Royal Mansion. Ding Ling looked up at the two words on the plaque. After carefully comparing the map and confirming that it was correct, he went forward and knocked on the door. Dong dong. Not long after, there were footsteps coming from inside. Click. The door opened. A thin, gaunt-looking boy with a sword hanging from his waist appeared. He looked at Ding Ling and Zhao Yun, and said with a vigilant face, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Master Wang." Ding Ling bowed and greeted them to show his goodwill, and at the same time took out a letter and said, "This is a letter from the gun god of Penglai Mountain. He asked me to give it to Master Wang." "Oh?" The young man's eyes lit up slightly, and the vigilance on his face faded a little. He took the letter and didn't read it. He just said to Ding Ling and the others, "Wait here for a while." He turned around and closed the door. Click. The door closed again. Zhao Yun was speechless. Is this young man Master Wang's disciple? Why is he so wary? Maybe he has experienced too much suffering. He has suffered too much to be like this. Ding Ling understood this young man. After all, this is Luoyang. Thinking of the scenes he saw not long ago, Zhao Yun stopped talking. After a while, accompanied by the sound of slightly hurried footsteps. Click. The door opened. An old man with gray hair, tall and straight figure, sword-like eyebrows, and bright moon-like eyes came into view. Ding Ling Zhao Yun was looking at him. He was also looking at Ding Ling and Zhao Yun. He did not speak. Ding Ling and Zhao Yun greeted and said hello first. "Greetings, senior." "Yes." The old man nodded and asked curiously, "Which one is Zhao Yun?" "Senior." "I am." Zhao Yun stood out. "Yes." The old man nodded at Zhao Yun in a friendly manner, then turned his eyes and stared at Ding Ling with a strange look in his eyes. "Then you are the unparalleled son of the times, the unparalleled super genius Ding Ling mentioned in Tong Yuan's letter?" Ding Ling did not peek at the letter. So he did not know how Tong Yuan described him. Seeing the old man say this, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks flushed, and hurriedly replied solemnly, "I'm not worthy of being the son of the times, unparalleled." "I am indeed Ding Ling." "Yes." The old man nodded, turned around and stepped into the door. "Come in and talk," he said again without turning his head. "Sure, help the guests lead the horses and clean up the guest rooms. After settling them, come to the study to see me." "Yes, master." The young man replied to the old man, then turned his head to look at Ding Ling and the others, and took the initiative to help Ding Ling and Zhao Yun lead the horses.
Ding Ling indicated that it was not necessary. He insisted on leading.
Ding Ling saw that he was so stubborn, so he let him do it.
But thinking of sure, Master Wang. A flash of lightning struck Ding Ling's mind. Could this Master Wang be the legendary sword god Wang Yu?
One of the disciples of the sword god Wang Yu is Shure. Moreover, Shure had a sword hanging from his waist, his hands were calloused, and he was quite methodical when walking. He was obviously a good hand with a sword. Besides, anyone who can become Tong Yuan's old friend must be a master.
Think of Luo Yang and Master Wang again.
Ding Ling guessed that the old man just now was probably the sword god King Yu.
He was slightly excited. This is Wang Yu.
An 18-year-old horse entered the Helan Mountains and returned with the head of the Chang leader.
No one dared to take the lead.
A peerless figure who has almost defeated all the invincible opponents in the world at the age of 30. Historically, as a knight-errant, he was able to rank as a hero in the official history of the three kingdoms where all the heroes gathered. There is almost no need to elaborate on how powerful such a person is. I didn't expect Tong Yuan to be so interesting.
He actually introduced Wang Yu to me.
Ding Ling's heart was filled with waves. If I could learn Wang Yu's martial arts,
then I can definitely make further progress. Not to mention invincible, it is probably close. Thinking about this,
Ding Ling's heart beat faster and faster for a while before he slowly recovered.
The best general in the world. So many people's dreams. Before Ding Ling got the library, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now that he has the hope of achieving it, how could he not be happy?
Although he will achieve this goal sooner or later by taking big medicine.
But not to mention that great medicine is hard to find. Even if you find it, how many plants can you take?
And learn from his master.
This process can undoubtedly be accelerated indefinitely. This is much more reliable than taking big medicine. At least that's what it seems for now. Especially learning from a strange person like Wang Yu is even more reliable.
Shure is taciturn and doesn't talk much. Along the way, I had very few interactions with Ding Ling and Zhao Yun. I only said a few words when arranging the bedroom.
Wait until everything is done.
Shure took Ding Ling and Zhao Yun to the study room.
The outside of the palace looks dilapidated.
In fact, there is a universe within it, and it covers a large area.
You can tell.
There was a great time here.
It's just that the sun is setting now.
Except for Shure and Master Wang, there was no one else in the entire palace.
Certainly.
Now there are two more, Ding Ling and Zhao Yun.
Ding Ling couldn't help but ask. May I ask if your honorable master's name is Wang Yu?
Good.
Shure nodded and looked at Ding Ling with a frown.
It's best not to say my master's name casually.
You should just call me Master Wang like outsiders. Sure enough, his name is Wang Yu. Ding Ling was delighted. But it's strange to say that.
Not a single player came to the mansion of the sword god of the generation. Also strange. Players are a species that claims to be all-pervasive.
Perhaps it has something to do with Wang Yu's refusal to teach outsiders? Ding Ling was thoughtful.
The game usually directly assigns newcomers an initial place to learn martial arts.
Ding Ling is at the Jizhou military camp.
The vast majority of newcomers also hang out in military camps in various places, or hang out in mountains such as Penglai Mountain, or go horse racing outside the Great Wall every day.
Wang Yu was hiding in a complex environment like Luoyang and still worked alone.
In such a sensitive period, it seems understandable that he did not gather people to teach newcomers. If Dong Zhuo misunderstood him for gathering a crowd, he would probably go to jail. If he was beaten to death directly, there would be nowhere to redress his grievances. Of course, there is a high probability that Wang Yu cannot be killed.
But he is getting older now, and presumably he doesn't want to run around anymore.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be only two people in such a huge palace. After declining to this point, Wang Yu did not invite anyone anymore, and his attitude was already obvious.
Ta-ta.
Although Shure is a man of few words, his words can go straight to the point and his actions are neat and tidy.
Make some precautions clear.
He led Ding Ling and the two of them into the inner courtyard, walked through a long corridor, turned a few corners, and arrived outside the study.
The study door is open. Stand outside the door. Can clearly see the inner scenery?
It covers an area of about 50 square meters and has several built-in bookshelves, all filled with bamboo slips or books. In the center, against the wall, there is also a weapons shelf.
An ancient sword rested on it. It's obviously a study room. But the furnishings and decoration are different. Somewhat different.
Wang Yu was standing in front of a bookshelf reading a book at the moment, seemingly not noticing the arrival of several people.
Master. Shure stepped into the study room and said respectfully. People have been brought here. Wang Yu nodded and put one bamboo slip back on the bookshelf.
He turned sideways, faced several people, and looked Ding Ling and Zhao Yun up and down.
I already know your purpose of coming. Ding Ling was overjoyed.
Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
But the ugly lies ahead. Wang Yu said solemnly.
Although I can sell Tong Yuan's face, it does not mean that I have to sell your face. If your qualifications and understanding are far from what Tong Yuan said, or your performance dissatisfied me, I will let you leave directly.
Zhao Yun looked relaxed.
Ding Ling activated his full acting skills and listened expressionlessly, but a trace of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Wang Yu saw all this and thought that Ding Ling was afraid, so he couldn't help but said. Of course, I don't force you to compare with the sons of the times, Shiyu, Huangdi, etc. As long as you can be comparable to Shure, I will keep you and do my best to teach you all my martial arts skills. Zhao Yun nodded, not taking it seriously. He has not yet mastered the spiritual phoenix breathing technique, and he is biting off more than he can chew. In fact, he is here more to accompany Ding Ling to gain experience. Ding Ling's full-level acting skills are in full swing at all times, and his performance is particularly serious and solemn. If he doesn't activate his acting skills, Ding Ling is afraid that he won't be able to hold himself tight. Only by letting Wang Yu recognize him can Ding Ling learn martial arts. Naturally, he should act more solemnly and not be too relaxed. If this angers Wang Yu, it will be a big loss. Didn't you hear Wang Yu say, it's far from what Tong Yuan said, so I'll let you leave? How did Tong Yuan describe Ding Ling? It's a huge compliment. What Ding Ling has to do now is to lower Wang Yu's expectations and not let him have them too high. Otherwise, if he doesn't perform well, he may overturn the boat in the gutter and force Ding Ling to leave. Ding Ling knows this well and naturally knows how to behave. Fortunately, the full-level acting skills have once again shown their power. As expected, Wang Yu lowered his requirements again and again. I don't require you to be the same as Shure in all aspects, as long as you are the same in one aspect such as your basic skills and understanding. He paused and waved to Ding Ling and Zhao Yun. Let's test the root bones first. Ding Ling was speechless, but stepped forward to let Wang Yu touch the bones. After Wang Yu finished touching, he frowned and said nothing, but turned to Zhao Yun to touch the bones. After touching Zhao Yun's, Wang Yu's tense face looked much better, and he couldn't help but look at Zhao Yun with admiration in his eyes. Zhao Yun's aptitude is unmatched, 1 in a million. He is a true martial arts genius. Wang Yu was satisfied. No wonder Tong Yuan said that you have extraordinary aptitude. You are an excellent material for martial arts. Don't worry, I will teach you swordsmanship and strive to make you a master of both spear and sword. Zhao Yun thanked him. Wang Yu waved his hand, indicating that Zhao Yun did not need to be polite, which showed that Wang Yu had recognized Zhao Yun. He turned to look at Ding Ling and said incredulously. As for you, Ding Ling, I don't understand why Tong Yuan said that you are not inferior to the son of the times, but I really can't understand how such a mediocre person can be comparable to Qiyu and Huangdi. Ding Ling's full-level acting skills are always activated, and his expression changes at the right time, becoming a little embarrassed. Zhao Yun was a little confused, and instinctively defended Ding Ling. Master Wang, Ding Ling's talent is definitely better than mine. Don't worry. I know you two have a good relationship. But you don't have to cover up for him against your conscience. Wang Yu looked at Zhao Yun deeply, and stretched out his hand to stop Zhao Yun, who was stunned.
You don't need to explain anymore. Everything is about the result. The result now is that you, Zhao Yun, are the real genius. And Ding Ling is just a mediocre person. Shure glanced at Ding Ling, with a strange color in his eyes, and was obviously thinking about what Wang Yu said. He probably didn't understand how a mediocre person like Ding Ling was praised by a generation of gun gods. It feels a bit dreamy just thinking about it. If I hadn't confirmed that the handwriting was indeed from Tong Yuan, I would have suspected that someone had forged it. Wang Yu was obviously not very satisfied with Ding Ling. This was too far from what Tong Yuan described. It was simply a world of difference. Fortunately, he automatically lowered his expectations, so he didn't get angry at this moment and directly scolded Ding Ling to leave, but decided to give Ding Ling another chance. He said bluntly, "The next part is to test your understanding." His voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the study. The most important things in practicing martial arts are just a few points. He paused, and then said, "The first is the technique. A good technique can help people go further. The second is the master. Good teaching can help people avoid detours. The third is the root bone. A person with a strong root bone is a genius, and his martial arts practice will advance by leaps and bounds without any shackles or obstacles. It is completely different for a mediocre person, and perhaps he will be better than ordinary people after practicing for a lifetime." Speaking of this, Wang Yu glanced at Ding Ling and the others and said, "Fourth is comprehension. Strong comprehension can help people understand all kinds of obstacles, and then quickly understand the true meaning of the exercises, so that they can practice with half the effort. Fifth is medicinal materials and prescriptions. Medicinal materials and prescriptions that match the breathing method will accelerate the growth of physical fitness, becoming stronger and more brave." He took a long breath. As long as you do these 5 points, it will be difficult for a person not to become a first-class warrior. However, he glanced at Ding Ling. You lost a ring in the most critical bone. I don't know if you still have a chance to grow up. Ding Ling was solemn. Zhao Yun was speechless and instinctively defended himself again. Master Wang, actually Ding Ling. That's enough. Wang Yu reached out and stopped Zhao Yun from talking again. I know you are eager to protect your friend. For Tong Yuan's sake, I will keep him to learn sword with you. As for how far you can learn, it depends on your luck. He walked to the weapon rack on the side, took out the ancient sword, stroked it gently, and sighed. The ancient divine weapon Changying sword has been covered in dust here for many years. It's really a pity. Shure said solemnly. Master is a generation of sword god. I think Changying sword has spirit, and it will definitely be very pleased to follow you. Ding Ling glanced slightly, thinking that Shure was taciturn with them, but he was quite talkative with his master. But Changying sword? Ding Ling looked at the ancient sword. This is a famous sword from ancient times. Its reputation will be passed down to future generations. It was once the sword of the Shang Emperor. I didn't expect that Wang Yu would get it. Let's not waste any more time. Wang Yu walked out of the study with a sword, and after a few leaps, he jumped to a martial arts training ground in the inner courtyard. The martial arts training ground is not far from the study. The area is not large. It covers an area of about 100 square meters. It is obvious that this is where Wang Yu usually practices martial arts. Or it is used to teach the inner courtyard disciples. Because there is a larger martial arts training ground in the outer courtyard. It goes without saying that it is used by the outer courtyard disciples. I will teach you advanced swordsmanship first. He did not teach the elementary and intermediate swordsmanship. Obviously, he knew that Tong Yuan had already taught it. Tong Yuan must have mentioned this in the letter. Otherwise, he would not have asked Ding Ling and the others about their progress in martial arts and swordsmanship. In fact, both Zhao Yun and Ding Ling have indeed learned the elementary and intermediate swordsmanship. Especially Ding Ling, with the blessing of the library, he reached the maximum level directly. Watch it. Clang.
Wan Yu drew his sword, and the ancient magic weapon Changying sword was unsheathed. Amid the clanging sound, a sword light flashed through the void, and sword shadows continued to overlap and flash in the air. It was obviously just an ordinary high-level sword technique, but Wan Yu made it beautiful, just like a full moon in the sky and the sun shining brightly, pleasing to the eyes, and making people feel refreshed. While dancing with the sword, Wan Yu explained the formula, mystery, and essence of the high-level sword technique.
After one time, he danced again.
Then he stopped.
He looked at Zhao Yun and Ding Ling. "How do you feel?"
Zhao Yun nodded to indicate that he remembered.
Ding Ling also nodded, and he closed his eyes slightly. A book had condensed on a bookshelf in the library.
Advanced Swordsmanship.
In an instant. Advanced Swordsmanship full level. Defense plus 0.3.
Because the 3 items of agility, strength, and physique have reached their limits, only truly advanced martial arts will increase the 3 attribute points.
This kind of basic martial arts obviously can no longer bring about the improvement of the 3 attributes.
The energy originally belonging to the 3 items has been transformed and turned into defense attribute points. Naturally, a lot of energy has been consumed. But being able to increase defense by 0.3 is also very good. Ding Ling can clearly feel that his skin membrane, tendons and bones have been improved and strengthened again.
This is no slower than taking a big medicine. And the potential is deeper.
Learning advanced swordsmanship has also improved his swordsmanship in this area a lot.
You have a good memory.
Wan Yu glanced at Ding Ling slightly. His expectations for Ding Ling had almost reached a very low state after
testing his root bones. Ding Ling's expression afterwards further reduced his expectations. Now Ding Ling's memory is top-notch. Naturally, he couldn't help but praise him. Zhao Yun wanted to say, "You underestimate Ding Ling's talent. He is the kind of peerless super genius who can learn a martial art directly after reading it once. He is a monster that human thinking cannot understand or quantify." Thanks to Yun Zai Ching Tian CHL for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to all the book friends who support this book. Thank you. Just remember the moves, names, formulas, and secrets.
This is not difficult for Ding Ling at all. Zhao Yun couldn't bear it anymore and defended Ding Ling.
Wan
Yu did not argue with Zhao Yun, but calmly nodded and said, "I'll give you 3 days to learn high-level swordsmanship. Come to me in the study after 3 days. I think it probably won't take 3 days."
Zhao Yun spoke.
Oh?
Wan Yu looked sideways. Sheree was moved.
You must know that it took him 3 days to understand the high-level swordsmanship.
As for learning it?
That naturally took longer.
Did it not take 3 days for the Zhao Yun in front of him to understand clearly?
He is truly a close disciple of the gun prodigy Tong Yuan. He is worthy of being praised highly by his master as a genius that is unique among thousands.
It is indeed amazing. How long do you think it will take? Wan Yu took the initiative to ask. I feel like that's a lot of time in the day.
Zhao Yun glanced at Ding Ling and saw that Ding Ling was calm and confident.
He couldn't help but feel reassured and said firmly. Half a day, no, 2, or an hour is enough.
Wan Yu laughed dumbly.
Zhao Yun, do you think this is funny? Or do you think this is humorous? Do you want to make me laugh? He looked solemn.
Learn martial arts, especially swordsmanship.
I don't allow this kind of formalism. I want it to be practical and effective.
We should respect each other.
Do you understand? Certainly.
Zhao Yun straightened his back and was full of confidence.
I'm not lying to you. I really think 1 hour is more than enough.
He thought of the scene where Ding Ling learned various boxing techniques, body techniques, palm techniques, etc. in a matter of seconds, and saw that Ding Ling looked stress-free at this moment, with an expression on his face that was becoming more and more confident. Sheree was surprised and shocked.
An hour? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Wan Yu was stunned and said seriously. Sure not.
Then you have learned advanced swordsmanship before?
No. Good. Wang Yu took a deep breath and refused to leave. He simply stood aside. He glanced at the sky and looked directly at Zhao Yun. I will wait for you here for an hour. If you can really learn high-level swordsmanship within an hour, I will teach you everything I have learned in my life, even my breathing techniques, without any reservation. If a person can learn advanced swordsmanship within an hour, can you do it without reservation? Zhao Yun is happy. He knew Ding Ling's true intention of coming all the way to Luoyang this time, so he naturally wanted to help. Certainly. Wang Yu nodded firmly. Such a swordsman genius, wouldn't it be a pity not to let him inherit my mantle? Good. Zhao Yun looked at Ding Ling with bright eyes. Ding Ling, did you hear that? This is an opportunity. Nature. Ding Ling nodded, feeling pleased. Zhao Yun is such a great teammate. This wave of divine assists can directly allow Ding Ling to successfully learn what Wang Yu has learned throughout his life. Although Wang Yu said before, as long as he can match Sherei, he will do his best to teach martial arts. But there is still a gap between having no reservations. What do you mean? Wang Yu glanced at Zhao Yun in surprise. Sherei was also puzzled. Ding Ling is only one person. Judging from Zhao Yun's intentions, why does it seem that he is trying to gain opportunities for Ding Ling? My point is obvious. Zhao Yun pointed at Ding Ling. The real genius is Ding Ling. What I said about learning high-level swordsmanship within an hour is not about myself, but about Ding Ling. What? Sherei was stunned. Wang Yu was astonished. After the surprise, he became furious. Zhao Yun, are you teasing me? Absolutely not. Zhao Yun solemnly raised his hands and said, I have always had great respect for my seniors. How dare you treat me so lightly and tease me? But you. I told the truth. Before Wang Yu could finish speaking, Zhao Yun decisively interjected. My master said that Ding Ling is a peerless genius. This is absolutely well-founded. If you don't believe me, senior, you can let Ding Ling practice some high-level swordsmanship. Speaking of this, Zhao Yun glanced at Ding Ling and asked if there was any problem. Ding Ling reassured him. Zhao Yun couldn't help but be determined. A pair of eyes radiates a dazzling look. Oh. Wang Yu was moved and couldn't help but look sideways at Ding Ling. Can you learn advanced swordsmanship within an hour? His tone was full of doubt and disbelief. Sherei's expression and eyes clearly believed that Ding Ling would never be able to do this. It is possible to say Zhao Yun. That's because Zhao Yun is a unique genius. Ding Ling, why? Even if you have great understanding, you will never be able to do it. Able. Ding Ling looked calmly at Wang Yu. I can practice it now for you, senior. Are you sure you're serious? Wang Yu couldn't help it anymore, his face looked a little ugly. If you tease me, I will beat you out immediately. Even if Tong Yuan comes, it won't be easy. Absolutely not. Good. Wang Yu nodded and said expressionlessly. Practice it for me. If you don't know anything, you are just talking shit. You have to pay the price for your big talk. Be low-key and pragmatic, especially when learning martial arts. The most taboo is to be ambitious and unrealistic. Do you understand? I understand. Ding Ling replied casually. Without any nonsense, he went straight into the martial arts training ground, glanced around, picked up a piece of broken wood on the ground, used the wood as a sword, and started to practice high-level swordsmanship. Wang Yu's high-level swordsmanship is an advanced version of the intermediate swordsmanship. It is more profound, mysterious, and amazing. But it is also inseparable from the essence of basic swordsmanship. Such swordsmanship is far inferior to the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear and the 36 roads of the heavenly axe. In addition to Ding Ling's high agility now, it can be said that he has reached a top-notch level. He used the broken wood as a sword, lifting heavy objects with ease, and was extremely natural and unrestrained, just like a wisp of breeze between heaven and earth, and wherever he passed, it could blow waves in everyone's heart. Swish!
The sound of breaking through the air rose with the dancing of the broken wood. It was obviously a piece of wood. But Ding Ling made it look like a peerless divine weapon. When Ding Ling finished his high-level swordsmanship, the whole place was dead silent. Shui was stunned. Wang Yu was dazed. Jia Yin was happy and instinctively wanted to cheer loudly and cheer for Ding Ling, but seeing the looks of Wang Yu and Shui, he also knew that he couldn't show it too much at this time, otherwise it would be a slap in Wang Yu's face, wouldn't it? He could only hold back, but he couldn't help but secretly admire Ding Ling when he looked at him, thinking that Ding Ling made him look so proud. It's really an honor to have such a friend. After a while, Wang Yu came back to his senses first. He coughed dryly, and couldn't help but look up and down at Ding Ling carefully. Ding Ling accepted it calmly. Wang Yu felt a little uncomfortable instead. He looked at Ding Ling, pondered for a while, and said, "Are you sure you haven't learned advanced swordsmanship before?" "Of course," Ding Ling affirmed. "If that's the case, it's a little unbelievable." Wang Yu told the truth. "I've been traveling all over the country, and I've seen all kinds of geniuses. But like you, I've never seen or even heard of one." He paused and said, "I can't understand how you can comprehend this swordsmanship in just a moment and practice it to the point where it becomes instinctive. This is beyond my comprehension. It stands to reason. Your physique is so ordinary that it's impossible to practice this swordsmanship to the point of perfection so quickly. But you did it. It's incredible." He sighed. "I seem to understand Tong Yuan's feelings now." But he turned to think of what he had said to Ding Ling before, and his old face blushed, feeling quite embarrassed. Shura remained silent, looking at Ding Ling with a probing and bewildered look. "Just relying on a set of high-level swordsmanship is not enough for me to conclude that you are a peerless genius." Wang Yu did not leave, and drew out the Changying sword again, looking at Ding Ling with his eyes. "Next, I will teach you a set of real swordsmanship. If you can also understand and learn it so quickly, I will admit that you are the son of the times." Ding Ling did not want to be the son of the times at all, and instinctively said a few words after being speechless. Wang Yu stretched out his hand to stop Ding Ling from talking, and said, "Don't mind what I said before. Look. This is the first swordsmanship of my unique skills, the double flower swordsmanship." Clang! A sword danced, and the sky seemed to be full of flowers. It looks like a double flower, but in fact, with the sword dance, it seems that thousands of flowers appear in the void. The flowers are gorgeous and dazzling, dangerous and sharp. A sword stabbed down, it will definitely kill people. This is a real swordsmanship to kill people. Wang Yu was also dancing with the sword while explaining the secrets. After one time, Ding Ling closed his eyes slightly. A book condensed on the bookshelf of the library at a very fast speed. Double flower sword technique. A moment later. Double flower sword technique full level. Defense plus 0.5. Various sword techniques appeared and flashed in his mind. Ding Ling had completely mastered this sword technique at this moment. Defense was also enhanced by 0.5. The membrane, meridians, internal organs, etc. were nourished by the mysterious energy and became stronger. Compared with high-level sword techniques, which are basic sword techniques, double flower sword technique is indeed stronger. But it is only a low-level martial art. There is still a distance from the high level. Obviously, Wang Yu's teaching of sword techniques is also like Tong Yuan, from simple to difficult, step by step. This is in line with the way of martial arts. Ha! Wang Yu also noticed the changes in Ding Ling's expression and eyes. Especially after the first time, Ding Ling actually closed his eyes. He was so surprised and doubtful that he stopped dancing with the sword and explaining, and looked at Ding Ling steadily. When Ding Ling opened his eyes, whoosh! An inexplicable sharp force flashed out from his body. This energy. Wang Yu was shocked, staring at Ding Ling in disbelief. You understood and learned it after I explained it once? Not bad. Ding Ling was also unambiguous and said honestly. I got it. Wang Yu's eyes twitched twice, instinctively disbelieving, and even wanted to scold Ding Ling for bragging, but the energy just now in Ding Ling's previous performance made him swallow the words on his lips again. He was just about to let Ding Ling practice, and seeing that Ding Ling didn't have a sword, he asked Ding Ling to wait and asked Sheree to go to the warehouse to get a sword. In Wang Yu's words, as a swordsman, you should have a sword. You have now penetrated the mysteries of high-level swordsmanship, comprehended the essence of Xuanhua, and have a sword aura on your body. You can be considered a swordsman. I will give you a sword that I treasure. He didn't say it to Zhao Yun. Obviously, in his heart, he thought that Zhao Yun was not yet a swordsman. Zhao Yun didn't care about this, he was very happy about Ding Ling's achievements. The more brilliant Ding Ling's performance, the more proud he was. There was even an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and pleasure in his heart. After all, Wang Yu and Sheree had doubted him before, and now the facts have proved that what he, Zhao Yun, said was right. Not long after, Sheree came with a sword. He handed the sword to Wang Yu. Wang Yu took it and handed it to Ding Ling solemnly. This is the Shuaiyue sword. It is a good sword that can cut iron like mud. I have treasured it for many years, and now I give it to you. I hope you will not let this sword down. Let it be as famous as you are. I will. Ding Ling took the Shuaiyue sword. His hand sank slightly. This sword weighs at least 40 to 50 kilograms. It is rare for a sword to be so heavy. He drew the sword, clang. A rather heavy, but double-edged sword as sharp as the moon and snow was drawn out by him. 2 words were engraved on the top of the sword. Shuoyue. With a slight flick of his fingers, clang. The sword body rang. Good sword. Ding Ling was delighted, and he performed the flying eaves and wall-walking body skills, jumped onto the martial arts training ground, and performed the double flower sword skills. Clang. Clang clang clang. The sword walks with him, and the sword body is like an extension of Ding Ling's arm. With a slight shake, sword flowers appear in the void. Ding Ling is extremely agile. This made his whole set of swordsmanship smooth, without any delay. It's as agile and swift as an eagle hunting. It is so graceful that it looks like a fairy scattering flowers. After a while. Sonorous. After returning the moon sword to its sheath, Ding Ling walked back to his original position and said to Wang Yu, "Senior, please give me some advice." Wang Yu was shocked. Although he had already had a hunch from Ding Ling's aura that Ding Ling might have really learned the double flower sword technique. But he never thought that Ding Ling would directly practice the double flower sword technique to the point where it becomes instinctive. This does not take 3 to 5 years of hard study and diligent cultivation. How is it possible? What about Ding Ling? Just watch him perform and explain the double flower sword technique once, and then it becomes instinctive? How is this possible? Wang Yu is still like this. Sheree's scalp was so shocked that his scalp was numb, and his outlook on life began to collapse. This can't be right? The taciturn man was so shocked that he couldn't help but say such a sentence, which shows that the waves in his heart must have rolled up thousands of feet high. It's incredible. Wang Yu took a long breath, walked around Ding Ling, and couldn't help but touch Ding Ling's bones again. You are still mediocre. Why are you so evil? Have you never learned the double flower sword technique before? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask something similar to before. No. Ding Ling still answered decisively. Good. Wang Yu nodded and said, "My secret skills are step by step. Some of the first swordsmanship may not be revealed to some outer disciples. But the later the swordsmanship is, the fewer people will come into contact with it." Thanks to Xingshan Ijio for the 500 starting coins. Thank you to all book friends who voted, tipped, read, reviewed, chapter reviewed, and praised this book to support it. Thanks to all book friends who have provided comments. Thanks. Even Sheree, he has not yet mastered all my true skills. Let alone other disciples. Wang Yu glanced at Ding Ling and said with a strange light on his face, "If you can learn all the secrets that I haven't taught to others, then I will really believe that you are a true and unparalleled genius." His words now are different from before. Apparently he has begun to recognize Dingling. He didn't say what era Dingling was a child of. Obviously he still can't let go that Dingling could master his unique double flower swordsmanship so quickly to the level of instinct. This caused his outlook to collapse. If he accepts this, the three views will surely crumble into slag. Therefore, Wang Yu did not praise Dingling too much. Obviously, he was guessing whether his swordsmanship was spread among the people and was learned by Dingling by chance. Once you have a guess in your mind, it will grow rapidly like weeds and take root deep in the soul. It will be difficult to understand and accept all this in a short time. Maybe he noticed it himself. Facing Zhao Yun's strange look, Dingling's eyes. A sword god like Wang Yu was actually a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly, quickly calmed down his abnormal state, and said seriously, "Next is the advanced version of the double flower sword technique, the 1,000 flower sword technique." He walked into the center of the field and began to practice and explain the 1,000 flowers sword technique. Compared to double flower swordsmanship, 1,000 flowers sword technique, faster and sharper. The sword flowers that shook out were even more like blooming flowers. Unexpectedly, unique patterns were woven in the void. The pattern flashed away, and it was hard to see clearly. What seemed to be roses were faintly visible. After practicing it again, Dingling closed his eyes slightly. A book condensed in the library. 1,000 flowers sword technique. After a moment. 1,000 flowers sword technique full level. Defense plus 0.7. In just the blink of an eye, Dingling completely grasped the essence and secret of Qianhua sword technique, and transformed everything about this sword technique into his instincts. At this moment, Dingling is clearly a master swordsman. The sharp aura unique to a swordsman is getting stronger. The defense has increased. Dingling opened his eyes and took a closer look at his body. The muscles, bones, organs, etc. were hammered again and improved a lot. But the 1,000 flowers sword technique is not a high-level swordsmanship. Although it is much more powerful than the double flower sword technique, it cannot be called an advanced martial art. But this doesn't matter to Dingling. Because as long as he has real kung fu training, he can quickly improve himself. The control of Qianhua sword technique has made his swordsmanship level increase crazily, his defense has further improved, and he has become more and more resistant to fighting. You know how? Wang Yu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Dingling was still the same as before, closing his eyes for the first time. When Dingling opened his eyes, he instinctively asked, "Yes. You try it." Wang Yu walked to one side and signaled Dingling to practice. His attitude this time was completely different from before. It was obvious that Dingling's progress was affecting him at an extremely fast rate. Good. Dingling walked into the martial arts training ground and pulled out the Shuoyue sword, clanging. Start sword dancing. He was so good at sword dancing that he was almost modeled after Wang Yu. And it should be even more graceful and tactful. Wait until he finishes dancing. The whole place fell silent again. A long while. Wang Yu applauded and praised. Amazing. Regardless of whether you have someone outside to teach you this swordsmanship, if you can practice the 1,000 flowers swordsmanship to a great level, you are already qualified to be called a great swordsman. Shure was silent, but his eyes were becoming more and more suspicious. It was obvious that Dingling's progress and sword learning speed completely overpowered him. Zhao Yun became more and more happy. Every time Wang Yu and Shure marveled, he felt honored. This is his friend after all. Comrades. Having such a comrade in arms and friend is something to be very proud of. Next is the 10,000 flowers sword technique. Wang Yu drew his sword again and practiced. This is the advanced version of Qianhua sword technique. It is a truly superior martial art. Only inner disciples can learn it. If you know this martial arts, it means that the person who privately teaches you the martial arts must be an inner disciple. Dingling was speechless. Wang Yu obviously couldn't accept that he had learned his secret skill so quickly, and now he was increasingly suspicious that someone was secretly teaching him swordsmanship. Ding Ling couldn't say much about this, he could only express it with practical actions.
After a while, one drill is complete.
Wang Yu instinctively stopped, but he wanted to see if Ding Ling could master such an excellent martial arts just by practicing it once.
If you can really learn it. Wang Yu became more and more certain that someone had secretly passed it on.
Just because he was able to learn this set of martial arts when he was young, and it took him 2 or 3 years to reach the stage of great success.
He has sword bones.
A genius who was born to practice swordsmanship. He didn't believe that a mediocre person like Ding Ling was more suitable for practicing swordsmanship than him. Ding Ling closed his eyes, watching a new book condense on the bookshelf.
10,000 Flowers Sword Technique. Then, maximum level of 10,000 Flowers Sword Technique. Strength plus 0.2. Agility plus 0.3. Physique plus 0.2. Bones crackle. The membrane is bulging.
As the essence of the 10,000 Flowers Sword Technique melts into instinct, Ding Ling's strength, agility, and physical fitness increased accordingly.
Ding Ling was happy.
At this moment, he saw the power of superior martial arts. This is a peerless martial arts book that is much more powerful than Yunjing Dao technique.
Don't look at it.
Agility is only 0.1 more than Cloud Strike.
But that's 0.1.
It can be seen that the Wanhua sword technique crushes the Yunjing sword technique in terms of speed and killing power. Yunjing's powerful sword skills allowed Ding Ling to win many battles on the battlefield. And the 10,000 Flowers sword technique is stronger than the Yunjing sword technique, which shows how terrifying it is.
How about it?
Wang Yu saw that the sharp sword energy on Ding Ling's body seemed to be going straight into the sky, and he couldn't help being shocked. When Ding Ling opened his eyes, he immediately asked impatiently,
"No problem."
This time, Ding Ling didn't wait for Wang Yu's signal, entered directly, and started practicing neatly.
Sonorous. Clang, clang, clang.
The new moon sword is like a crescent moon flashing past in the void.
Every flash will definitely leave thousands of flowers in the void.
The dense flowers rotate and fall, blooming in the void, creating flowers out of thin air. Picture. This is the scenery that can only be achieved by sword dancing when the 10,000 Flowers sword technique is mastered. It's just like the 100 Birds Facing Phoenix picture when the 100 Birds Facing Phoenix gun was completed. It can be seen that even though the 10,000 Flowers sword technique is slightly inferior to the 100 Birds Chow Phoenix spear, it is definitely not far behind. If it weren't for Ding Ling's physical fitness reaching a certain limit. With this skill, you can definitely increase your strength by more than 2 points, your agility by more than 2 points, etc. Sheree was shocked, his eyes were as white as copper bells, and he stammered. This, the perfect flower picture that has become instinctive.
How is it possible?
You must know that he has studied Wanhua for many years, but he has not yet reached this stage.
Where is Ding Ling? How long has he studied? How terrible.
Sheree was shocked and looked at Ding Ling in surprise. Regardless of whether there are inner disciples who secretly teach Ding Ling swordsmanship, being able to learn the 10,000 Flowers sword technique to this level shows that Ding Ling is definitely a master of swordsmanship. He is an absolute master swordsman who can suppress Shura.
He is not as good as him. It actually happened?
Wang Yu was also shocked and no longer calm. To be precise, he had not been calm for a long time, but this time, he even trembled slightly.
This is an expression of extreme surprise.
Obtain the achievement medal, you have received the deep admiration of Sheree. Note, when you learned the double flower sword technique and the 1,000 flower sword technique one after another, Sheree was already filled with waves in his heart. You also learned the 10,000 flowers sword technique to Dechengshi. He could no longer suppress the horror in his heart. His respect for you was sublimated to the extreme at this moment. Needless to say, if you really become a disciple of Wang Yu, he will take the initiative to abdicate the position of disciple to you. Because in his eyes, at this moment, your whole body is glowing. Obtained the E-level achievement medal, you have won the high recognition of the sword god Wang Yu.
Note, although Wang Yu has very few words of admiration, curiosity, and liking for you.
But deep down in my heart, I already care about you to the extreme.
For him.
Every disciple who can master the 10,000 flowers sword technique to the level of Deshang is worthy of his full devotion to teaching. He waited for many years until Shure arrived, hoping that Shure would be able to master the 10,000 flowers sword technique to a perfect level. You did it first. It can be said that at this moment, you have become an almost irreplaceable candidate for the successor of the sword sect in his heart. To him, you are truly a genius.
Received 2 medals in succession.
Ding Ling listened to the notification sound passing by his ears.
I felt a little happy in my heart.
Judging from the situation of obtaining E-level medals this time, it is almost certain that if we only talk about people and the Three Kingdoms plane, then perhaps only top-notch masters will have E-level medals.
Can get one again. Of course it is gratifying.
But Ding Ling thought of the notification tone and couldn't help but glance at Wang Yu. Seeing that he was looking at her with admiration, Ding Ling couldn't help but feel slightly reassured. From this point of view, it is safe to learn all Wang Yu's martial arts.
You're very nice.
Wang Yu's praise this time was very sincere.
If you learn this swordsmanship in just a moment, then I can only say that it is unbelievable and impossible. But even if you are taught by an inner disciple, to be able to cultivate to this point can be said to be a peerless genius. The joy on his face was very obvious, and he sighed. I originally thought that many of Sword Sect's secret skills would be brought into the coffin.
Now it seems that I can find a successor to pass them on.
Sword Sect? Zhao Yun was stunned.
Yes. A flash of pain flashed across Wang Yu's face. The Sword Sect can be traced back to ancient times, and it was very successful during the reign of Emperor Huang. Huang Emperor served as the head of our Sword Sect for a period of time. So Huang Emperor's swordsmanship is extremely amazing. Ding Ling was shocked when he heard this.
What kind of Sword Sect can be traced back to the reign of Huang Di? Isn't this too ridiculous?
But considering that this is a game world, and among the Three Kingdoms, as long as they are first-class generals, almost everyone has martial arts and breathing techniques.
He was relieved. How could the normal Three Kingdoms world be similar to a martial arts world? It's a pity.
Wang Yu looked up to the sky and sighed. The secret knowledge of our sword sect has always been passed down by word of mouth, so that as long as the master disappears or dies, a small part of the inheritance will definitely disappear. Over the years, so far, countless sword sect secrets have disappeared in the long river of time and can never be found again.
What a shame. Zhao Yun sighed.
It would be great if it could be recorded and passed down to this day.
You don't know something, Wang Yu said.
Some mysterious swordsmanship and breathing techniques must be practiced and explained by someone. It is impossible to learn them just by relying on secret books. If you learn them forcibly, you will become possessed at best, and you will become disabled and die violently at worst. It is precisely because many such things have happened precedent. Therefore, our sword sect has made a rule that it must be passed down by word of mouth and taught by the master. From ancient times to the present, peace times have been fine, but in times of war and disaster, the descendants of my sword sect will definitely fall into the trap. Once you enter the trap, the probability of death greatly increases.
Once he dies, this person's inheritance will most likely be gone.
He sighed. I can now be said to be the last sword god of the sword sect. If I can't pass on my unique skills before my death and find a successor for the sword sect, I won't be reconciled. Fortunately, God has mercy on me. He glanced at Shure, Ding Ling, and Zhao Yun with bright eyes.
3 geniuses were sent to me. Especially you, Ding Ling.
There was confusion on his face, but more of it was joy. Although I don't know how you can practice the 10,000 flowers sword art to a perfect level with such mediocre skills.
But you did it.
You are qualified to practice the real sword art.
Sword magic?
Shurei's heart beat faster and faster, with a look of fascination on his face.
Master, are you going to teach Ding Ling your special skill of sword magic? Good. Wang Yu nodded, stroked his beard and smiled. Ding Ling's 10,000 flowers sword technique has met the minimum requirements for practicing sword magic. But he can now step into this field. Of course I can teach him. I am also willing to teach him. Shi was ashamed. Master, I can't help you. You are already excellent. Wang Yu patted Shi on the shoulder. I searched all over the land of Kyushu to find a swordsman genius like you. Don't belittle yourself. You have a bright future, don't give up on your martial arts. You need to continue to work hard and practice with concentration. Yes. Master. Shi is solemn. Ding Ling. Wang Yu looked at Ding Ling. It seems that I am very lucky to meet you when I am old. One day, Shi will succeed in swordsmanship. I will go to Panglai Mountain to thank Tong Yuan. Thank you very much for sending me a successor of the sword sect. Senior has given you too much praise. Ding Ling is humble. He. Wang Yu smiled slightly and said, I don't praise others at will. People who don't get my approval can't possibly practice the 10,000 flowers sword technique, let alone the divine sword technique. Although I still can't believe that you learned the 10,000 flowers sword technique in an instant. I suspect that you may have met an inner disciple of my sect in your early years. But I am sure that I have never taught the sword magic to anyone else. Including my teacher. He only taught it to me. Therefore, I am currently the only one in the world who knows the art of sword magic. He said very firmly. If I die, this sword magic will definitely be lost. But things are different now. With you Ding Ling here, there may be hope. He also did not avoid Zhao Yun and Shi. Thank you, Dragon God, for the 100 book coins. Thank you to all book friends who support this book. Thanks. Wang Yu said directly. I'll just teach you the art of sword magic today. How much you can understand depends on your luck. Shi was excited. Zhao Yun was solemn. Ding Ling was happy. We have finally reached the critical stage of swordsmanship. The 10,000 flowers sword technique is only slightly inferior to the 100 birds chaotic phoenix spear. And the sword magic is much stronger than the 10,000 flowers sword technique. How terrible would that be? Ding Ling had no reason not to be happy. For him. He has a library and there's almost nothing he can't learn. Whether it's breathing techniques, martial arts, or various skills in the real world, he can learn them quickly. Be precise. As long as the library condenses these skills, martial arts, etc. into books, he can learn and achieve perfection in an instant. The more powerful the sword magic is, the happier he is. Watch it. Wang Yu walked to the center of the martial arts training ground, drew his sword, danced, and whirred. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. His whole aura changed drastically, and his dancing speed became faster and faster. In the end, almost all he could see was the flickering light. Wherever the sword light passes, splendor and color coexist. It's like a spring light breaking through the darkness. Bring the dawn. This is the first part of sword art, dawn sword art. It means breaking the shackles and illuminating the world. Breaking into the realm of the supreme sword sect. Only those who truly understand and practice the dawn sword technique to great perfection can be regarded as the true successor of the sword sect. It is also possible to step into the legend of the sword sect. Sonorous. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Yu danced his sword as if a god was messing with things, and his posture was calm and unrestrained, as if an immortal was controlling the world. At this moment, Wang Yu had the grace of a sword god. His radiance was so bright that it was hard to look directly at him. See here. Ding Ling couldn't help but be fascinated. He also confirmed some rumors about Wang Yu at this moment. If such a master of swordsmanship cannot take the head of a general out of a crowd of thousands of soldiers, then who else can do it? This is a true god of war figure. Ding Ling thought about the road to glory and thought. This is an almost impossible task for ordinary players. It's too difficult. The road to the god of war has more than a dozen rules. although mainly the first three.
But any one of them is extremely difficult for ordinary players. You must know that the players' qualifications are not necessarily better than those of the natives. Therefore, some martial arts natives have to practice for more than 10 years, and players may also need to practice for that long. Think about it, this is enough to make many players collapse. However, no one can refuse a game world that can improve oneself. No matter how slow the progress is, it is better than no progress at all. The path to the God of War requires defeating the strongest person in the plane. But whether it's Tong Yuan or Wang Yu, I can't beat them. It seems that it still requires more effort.
What about the road to the Emperor?
It's definitely on par with the road to the God of War. I guess there must be a lot of harsh conditions to trigger and complete. Thankfully there is a plugin, otherwise this road to the God of War would be too time-consuming and energy-consuming.
Ding Ling thought like this and glanced at the library.
A book in the library is slowly taking shape as Wang Yu continues to dance and explain.
After Wang Yu finished explaining, he put away his sword and stood up.
Call. The book in the library took shape instantly, with 4 big characters engraved on it.
Dawn Sword Art. After a moment.
Dawn Sword Skills Full Level. Strength plus 0.4. Agility plus 0.6. Physique plus 0.4. All kinds of incredible sword skills surged and boiled in my mind. At the same time, Ding Ling's strength, agility and physical fitness increased, making Ding Ling's body bones
become lighter and lighter. Endurance, cold resistance, etc. have all been enhanced a lot. Make a slight fist.
His bones seem to be trembling. This is a sign that the strength has improved a lot.
Very nice. Ding Ling was very satisfied.
You must know that after reaching the level of 10,000 Flowers Sword Technique, strength plus 0.2, agility plus 0.3, and constitution plus 0.2. And now the attribute points improved by the Dawn Sword Technique are twice as much as those of the 10,000 Flowers Sword Technique. It can be seen that the Dawn Technique can completely overwhelm the 10,000 Flowers Sword Technique.
This is also true.
If the difficulty of Double Flower Sword Technique is 1, the difficulty of 10,000 Flowers Sword Technique is 10, and the difficulty of Dawn Sword Technique is 100.
The whole thing improved tenfold. Although the attribute points have only been increased twice. But Ding Ling's understanding of swordsmanship has reached an advanced stage.
It can be said that Ding Ling can now completely crush the 10,000 Flowers Sword Technique with his Dawn Sword Technique. Of course, the premise is that no other method is used, only the sword.
This kind of anger? Wang Yu seemed to sense something and couldn't help but glance sideways.
After careful observation, he noticed that the sharpness on Ding Ling's body was mixed with thick and warm qi, and he couldn't help but be shocked.
You.
The majestic sword god was so shocked that he was speechless at this moment. It can be seen how surging his heart is.
Quite a while. Wang Yuekai straightened his tongue and said quickly and neatly. Ding Ling, have you mastered the Dawn Sword Technique?
Zhao Yun and Shure were still immersed in the power and majesty of Dawn Sword Technique.
Listen to this. I woke up instantly. Shure looked at Ding Ling in disbelief. Zhao Yun was surprised and happy.
He was so surprised that the Dawn Sword Technique was ridiculously difficult. It is more difficult to learn than 100 Birds Shooting Phoenix Spear, but Ding Ling can learn it in a moment?
And I only listened to it once. The good thing is that Ding Ling is his friend.
If he really learns it, he will naturally be happy for him.
Not bad. Ding Ling saluted Wang Yu. Thank you for teaching me.
You. Wang Yu was so shocked that his tongue was tied again. After a while, he said quickly. You definitely couldn't have come into contact with the Dawn Sword Art before.
How did you learn it? And you only listened to it once. After listening, understanding, you will naturally learn it. Ding Ling's full-level acting skills were activated, and his expression was very calm.
Wang Yu was shocked, and his 3 views were shattered.
How can it be so simple?
This is the Dawn Sword Art.
He didn't believe it. Try it, practice it for me.
Okay. Ding Ling walked to the center of the martial arts training ground and drew his sword.
Clang!
The new moon sword was unsheathed, like an extension of the arm. As Ding Ling moved away, it changed rapidly. Sometimes it was like snow flying on the Tian Shan mountains. The swords were scattered but perfectly formed into sword curtains. The sword curtains condensed into a state of flying snow all over the sky, rotating like a windwheel and falling in all directions, and the void was trembling when it hit. Sometimes it was like a blooming flower season, the swords condensed into a complete bouquet, and the sword light condensed into a sea of flowers, which was incredibly gorgeous and beautiful. But this sea of flowers was filled with murderous intent, and the ground seemed to roll wherever it passed.
Trembling! Clang, clang, clang!
The sword light flickered continuously, like a sword god dancing, a fairy from the sky. Zhao Yun and Shure were fascinated by it, and they were amazed in their hearts. Wang Yu was extremely stunned, horrified, confused, moved, and excited. He was overwhelmed with emotions. One or two words could hardly describe his mood at the moment. Wang Yu was shocked that Ding Ling had mastered the Dawn Sword technique to the point where it became instinctive. I am confused as to how there could be such a swordsman prodigy in this world. He practiced the Dawn Sword skill for more than 10 years before it became instinctive.
Where is Ding Ling? How could the gap be so big?
He, Wang Yu, has sword bones and is a natural master of swordsmanship.
A genius born for the sword. How could he be defeated by a mediocre junior?
I'm so touched because there are successors to the sword sect. The excitement is that sword sect may shine because of Ding Ling's existence. Spread the light of sword sect to the world again. Let the world know how powerful, glorious, and terrifying the sword sect is.
Yes. Wang Yu's mood at this moment is extremely complicated. All kinds of emotions are intertwined, it's a mess.
This was the first time in his life that he had such emotions. This is really a bit incredible. And all of this was caused by Ding Ling in front of me. It's really a miracle. Wang Yu felt ashamed inside. In vain, I thought you were mediocre, Ding Ling, and I thought I'd let you go because you couldn't learn high-level swordsmanship in a short period of time.
Now it seems, what's the difference between me and those guys in the palace who look down on others?
His face was burning, and he apologized to Zhao Yun. Although I am an old-timer, I still have the basic moral quality of correcting my mistakes when I know they are wrong. I misunderstood before that you were playing tricks on me.
I hope you don't mind.
Zhao Yun quickly said that he would never mind. Wang Yu nodded and looked at Ding Ling again, with surprise, shame, and burning in his eyes. It was very complicated. I need to apologize even more to you, Ding Ling.
Because I have deeper and more misunderstandings about you. Senior can teach me the Dharma seriously, I can't thank you enough. Ding Ling Shirong said. Senior, you must never do this, I can't bear it. All right. Wang Yu's old face seemed to be on fire, and he coughed a few times in embarrassment.
Especially when I think of the few times I questioned and even almost scolded him, I can't help but secretly think it was a fluke. If I really scolded him, where would I put this old face now? He really didn't expect such a terrifying and evil person to appear in this world. Although Tong Yuan said in the letter that Ding Ling is comparable to a son of the times, a super genius with an absolute bright future. I also mentioned that Ding Ling and Zhao Yun learned basic and intermediate swordsmanship.
However, Tong Yuan did not explain the specific process of Ding Ling learning martial arts.
I just used a lot of pen and ink to praise Ding Ling. Wang Yu was also curious before about what kind of genius Tong Yuan would praise so highly. But after meeting and touching the bones, he was disappointed. He felt that Tong Yuan was fooling and amusing him. He even had the idea of sending a mediocre person to entertain Tong Yuan at that moment.
But until now.
Only then did Wang Yu truly understand Tong Yuan's letter.
It can be said.
Every statement and every angry compliment Tong Yuan made were extremely correct. It's not even possible to perfectly describe Ding Ling's terror. Tong Yuan's letter only described half of Ding Ling's evil talent.
No. Maybe not even half. Because Ding Ling's terrifying talent has exceeded Wan Yu's knowledge. And such a genius.
He previously thought that he had learned the double flower sword technique in advance, which was why he could master various sword techniques so quickly.
It seems now. I underestimated Ding Ling. Wan Yu is ashamed. He is a mighty swordsman. Natural sword bones.
In terms of learning swordsmanship, he was completely crushed by Ding Ling.
There is no comparison. This is too far-fetched. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Because it's too outrageous. But Wan Yu seemed to have thought of something and was a little confused. Ding Ling, you are so talented and so incredible. Why did you act so embarrassed before, causing me to misunderstand and even lower my expectations of you? Senior despises my weak bones. Isn't it normal for me to be a little embarrassed?
Ding Ling's acting skills are at full level again, and his speech and behavior are extremely natural and nothing unusual. Wan Yu couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed when Ding Ling said this. He quickly turned over the matter and stopped mentioning it.
Instead, he said,
"You learned the Dawn Sword technique so quickly. Next, I will teach you the second part of the sword art, Sunset Sword technique."
Sunset swordsmanship? Good. Wan Yu sighed.
Originally, the Dawn Sword technique should be followed by the Dawn Sword technique, followed by the Zhongtian Sword technique, etc.
But these are missing. Is it because of the war and other factors mentioned by Senior? Zhao Yun asked. Good. Wan Yu deeply regretted.
Wars and other conflicts caused the death of the sword sect's predecessors, which naturally caused the inheritance to be cut off again and again.
It's a pity that there is no secret sword manual left behind. Zhao Yun sighed. If I had left it to Ding Ling now, he would definitely learn it. How is that possible? Wan Yu instinctively refuted. Since the sword sect has been passed down to this day, how many ancient geniuses have died suddenly because they secretly learned the secret manuals of our sect?
Without the guidance of the master, no matter how talented they are useless. It is precisely because we have seen through this that our sword sect does not leave any sword manuals.
The secret book is in the world. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Zhao Yun said bluntly.
Try that sunset swordsmanship.
Wan Yu stared at Zhao Yun, then couldn't help but look at Ding Ling. Are you serious?
Of course. Zhao Yun was confident as a matter of course.
I believe in Ding Ling. Ding Ling nodded calmly.
Sheree was speechless and moved.
Wan Yu was shocked and couldn't believe it was true. But thinking of what Zhao Yun said earlier in Ding Ling's incredible performance before,
he swallowed hard and began to doubt his life for the second time in his life. The first time was when Ding Ling learned the Dawn sword art in a moment.
Okay.
Wan Yu flew to the martial arts training ground, drew his sword, and said loudly, I want to see if there is such a peerless monster in this world that transcends the times.
Look.
This is the sunset sword art.
This time Wan Yu didn't explain it again.
He directly evolved the sword moves and said the formula.
In addition, it was to follow the secret book step by step. Of course Wan Yu didn't have the secret book.
But he knew that the secret book was nothing more than engraving sword moves, formulas, etc. It is absolutely impossible to interpret all the mysteries and essences of the sword moves. So Wan Yu's sword moves were also very conventional, and he did not demonstrate his understanding of the sword moves.
Even so.
But this set of sunset swordsmanship was still performed by Wan Yu freely, and the scene was beautiful with a bit of sadness and murderous intent.
After a while, Wan Yu put away his sword and stood, looking at Ding Ling. Are you sure there is no problem? I can try it.
Ding Ling closed his eyes slightly, and all the sword moves and formulas just now flashed through his mind. Then a book quickly condensed on the bookshelf of the library.
Sunset swordsmanship. In an instant.
Thank you, Dan Ma Lang Ma, for the reward of 1,500 starting coins. Thank you, Ake, for the reward of 100 book coins.
Thank you to all the book friends who support this book. Thank you. Sunset Swordsmanship Full Level. Strength plus 0.4. Agility plus 0.6. Constitution plus 0.4. The improvement of strength, agility and constitution is the same as that of Dawn swordsmanship. However, the sword moves and sword principles are two completely different swordsmanships. Their mysteries and essences can even be said to be completely opposite. One seems to break through the darkness and welcome the sunrise. Embrace warmth. The other seems to fall into the abyss and step into death. Step into darkness. The artistic conception given to people is completely different. Clang. Ding Ling leaped to one side, drew his sword, and the new moon sword was unsheathed. With a flick of his wrist, the sword body began to meander through the void like a dragon. Clang clang clang. One after another mysterious sword moves flashed in Ding Ling's hands like gorgeous fireworks, dazzling and overwhelming. Like seeing flowers in the fog, it was so beautiful, but I couldn't see it clearly. I could only see the hazy sword moves flash by, and the next moment, more mysterious and sharp sword moves came like waves. One move after another. The surging artistic conception was like the sun falling and darkness coming, with a bit of loneliness in the beauty and 3 points of sadness in the despair. It was like the last desperate blow. It was like a desperate struggle before death. Boom! The sword move suddenly bloomed, and the sword lights finally condensed into a picture of sunset. The pattern bloomed in the void for a moment, and suddenly exploded and dissipated. The fierce murderous intent burst out in all directions. Sheree and others who were quite far away felt a cold air coming towards them. They shuddered, and the eyes they looked at Ding Ling completely changed. Sher's pupils expanded to the limit, so that his eyes seemed to be completely occupied by confusion and shock. His mood was ups and downs at the moment. At first, he thought Ding Ling was a mediocre person, far inferior to himself, and he couldn't help but look down on Ding Ling. More focus was placed on Zhao Yun, the disciple of the god of guns. The result? It was exactly the opposite of what he thought. Zhao Yun didn't even show any performance, and his brilliance was completely overshadowed by Ding Ling. Standing next to Ding Ling, the disciple of the god of guns, a rare genius, turned out to be like a foil. And what about him, sure? Is he like a clown next to Ding Ling? A servant? Sure smiled bitterly. Ding Ling's performance was more and more amazing. Until now. He was so shocked that his scalp was numb. It was hard to imagine that there would be a human like Ding Ling in the world. It was too subversive. Too strong. Wan Yu was stunned. It's really possible? Of course. Zhao Yun was also quite moved, and he was more proud of Ding Ling. He is really a genius who can't be compared with anyone. When he said this, the expression of pride on his face became more and more intense. It is obvious that he completely regards himself as a member of Ding Ling's side. I need to relax. Wan Yu walked aside, took a few deep breaths, closed his eyes slightly, and began to rest. His worldview and life view were shattered. He thought he was the supreme sword. The first genius of kendo respected by countless masters. But now facing Ding Ling? Completely crushed. Nothing can withstand a blow. Wan Yu doubted his life and was extremely excited. So dizzy and breathless. He was afraid of losing face in front of Ding Ling and others, so he could only walk aside to calm his nerves, calm his breath, and calm his mind. After a while, the breathing method was running non-stop. He suppressed the complicated emotions that surged in his heart. Wan Yu finally recovered. He looked at Ding Ling and sighed. I have experienced so many things and met so many people since I was a child. Therefore, I have long been able to look down on all the geniuses in the world. But I have completely fallen here with you. Ding Ling hurriedly said. Modestly that he dared not. I now consider you my own. Wan Yu smiled slightly, as if he had accepted the cruel fact that he was not as good as Ding Ling, so his tone was much calmer and his expression was much calmer. So what I said to you was from the bottom of my heart. He looked at Ding Ling with admiration.
I thought that apart from those old guys, I would never see an equal opponent.
But now, I see hope in you. He went straight to the point and didn't waste words. Let's continue to teach, he said.
After the sunset sword technique, there are only some residual moves left in the sword god technique.
I will give them to you now.
The residual moves involve many kinds of sword techniques, which are really residual. Although they are not as good as the Dawn sword technique, they are much more powerful than the Thousand Flowers sword technique.
Quite impressive.
Ding Ling still reached the maximum level instantly.
The power he brought out. Not much weaker than Wang Yu. Wang Yu was relieved.
If you were lucky enough to find the complete secret book of these incomplete moves in the future, maybe you can learn other sword magic. If you learn the complete sword magic, then you may really become the land sword god and restore the glory of the ancient sword sect.
Ding Ling was speechless.
Wang Yu also reacted and laughed.
That's right. Now there are only a few of us in the sword sect. Where can we find other secret books?
He didn't mention it again, just looked at Ding Ling and said, I have now taught you all my sword skills. The only thing I have not taught you is the sword god breathing technique.
Do you want to learn it?
Certainly.
Ding Ling said very definitely.
But I heard that learning too much breathing techniques can easily lead to breathing disorders and unstable breath regulation.
The consequences will be very serious. Zhao Yun couldn't help but remind him.
Oh?
Wang Yu looked sideways and asked Ding Ling. So, you have learned Tong Yuan's spiritual phoenix breathing technique?
Yes.
That's a shame.
Wang Yu sighed. I originally wanted to teach you the sword sect's unique skill, the sword god's breathing technique, but now it seems I can't.
I don't think there's a problem. Ding Ling still wanted to try.
After all, he is cheating. This. Wang Yu frowned, puzzled. It is almost impossible for breathing methods to coexist.
Unless one is inside and the other is external.
But as far as I know, the Spirit Phoenix breathing method is an external breathing method like the Sword God breathing method.
It is absolutely impossible to coexist. It doesn't hurt to try. Ding Ling insisted.
All right. Wang Yu saw too many miracles in Ding Ling. After thinking about it, he finally agreed. There have been many geniuses who have tried to practice two external breathing methods at the same time, but the result was either visceral rupture, suffocation, head bleeding, or energy collision leading to broken meridians. He looked deeply at Ding Ling. So once you notice something is wrong, you must stop practicing immediately.
Clear. Ding Ling said solemnly.
I heard Wang Yu say it was so serious.
Ding Ling was also a little kicked.
I feel I need to be more careful later.
Just listen carefully.
Wang Yu also did not avoid Zhao Yun.
As for Sherei,
he seemed to have learned the Sword God breathing technique a long time ago.
The formula for the Sword God's breathing technique is. Wang Yu spoke in detail.
Ding Ling just listened once and closed his eyes slightly.
A book immediately condensed on a bookshelf in the library. Sword God breathing technique. In an instant.
Sword God breathing technique full level.
Charm +1.
All kinds of related mysteries, essences, and truths are surging in my mind like big waves. Then it quickly turned into an instinct that rushed into every part of Ding Ling's body.
Ding Ling's breathing pattern began to change. Between every breath and every breath. It's like
a sword god spitting out infinite sword principles and sword energy. A surge of supreme sharp energy soared straight into the sky. Just standing there, Ding Ling gave people a powerful feeling that was hard to look at. He is like an unsheathed divine sword, with its sharp edge so sharp that no one dares to approach him.
Is this an exposed manifestation of the sword god's breathing technique?
Sherei was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Even though I had been shocked by Ding Ling before, my scalp was numb and I couldn't help myself. But at this moment, he still couldn't stay calm and calm. You must know that the Sword God breathing technique is extremely difficult. He has been practicing for more than 10 years and is still stuck at the intermediate level. Not to mention Deshang, he has not even touched the high-level level yet.
Where is Ding Ling? How long has it been? Not counting the time it took for the master to teach the method, how many blinks did it take?
Wang Yu was also stunned. Of course he was surprised that Ding Ling learned the sword god breathing technique so quickly. But what shocked him was that Ding Ling could actually achieve the coexistence of two external breathing methods at the same time. How is this possible? Ding Ling, you. Zhao Yun is not calm anymore. He stared at Ding Ling, fearing that something unexpected would happen to Ding Ling later.
After all, fellow practitioners, the two external breathing methods are taboo. How many ancient geniuses died unexpectedly?
This is a profound lesson gained with blood.
I'm fine.
Ding Ling smiled slightly, feeling better than ever.
Are you really sure it's okay?
Zhao Yun, who was proud of Ding Ling and trusted Ding Ling extremely, was nervous and surprised. It is conceivable that the attitudes of Shure and Wang Yu at this moment can be said to be completely confused. Once again, I fell into a state of collapse of the worldview. Real. Ding Ling nodded and comforted Zhao Yun a few words.
See Zhao Yun relax.
He closed his eyes slightly and began to look at himself. He discovered that there were two kinds of energy intertwining with each other in his limbs, bones, and internal organs, and they had completely filled every part of his skin. The slight feeling of emptiness that was there was completely dissipated at this moment. The whole person became particularly enriched.
He pondered. Maybe it's because the breathing method has become instinctive, or because my physical fitness is extremely high? Or maybe it's because of cheating in the library?
These two breathing methods are almost all over the skin and meridians, and they are constantly being tempered.
Meridians, etc. But it seems that the two external breathing methods are the ultimate. At least that's what it seems for now.
Ding Ling glanced at the library and thought. What will happen if you forcefully practice the third external breathing method? He wondered whether there would be a third book on external breathing exercises on the library shelves by then. If not, instantly reach full level. Didn't he learn it again? Find a chance to give it a try sometime. Ding Ling thought that Tong Yuan was a mobile martial arts library, so he couldn't help but look at Wang Yu and asked him if he had any other secrets on external breathing techniques.
Wang Yu was speechless and sighed. You have broken the world's cognition.
You have broken the curse that it is absolutely impossible to practice two kinds of breathing methods externally.
You still want to practice the third kind? I think 2 is the limit.
Ding Ling replied truthfully.
I just want to try it and see the effect. It won't hurt if I try it.
Good.
Wang Yu nodded and said. I do know an external breathing method. This is a method passed down from my family.
I have been practicing this breathing method before I met my master. His spirits perked up slightly, as if he was caught in some kind of
memory.
However, the breathing method passed down from my family is not suitable for me. It is incompatible with me and it is difficult to fit in. I have been practicing for a long time, and I am still wandering in the preliminary stage. Later, I had to meet the master and was taught the sword god breathing method. I felt this the method is far superior to the traditional breathing method and more suitable for me, so I abandoned the traditional breathing method.
Go all out to practice the sword god breathing technique.
Sure enough. With the sword god breathing technique, I am making great progress with each passing day.
He paused here.
What suits you is the best. Even for me, it's difficult to improve when I encounter a technique that's not suitable for me. He looked at Shure, Zhao Yun, and Ding Ling. Bite off more than you can chew, remember. But thinking about Ding Ling's talent. Wang Yu was a little speechless, but he didn't waste any time and started directly talking about the key points and formulas of his family's breathing method. After saying that, he looked at Ding Ling. Ding Ling closed his eyes slightly.
Sure enough.
Then a book began to slowly gather on the bookshelf.
5 characters were engraved on it. Warrior breathing technique.
This is the breathing method passed down from Wang Yu's family.
If you practice to the extreme, you will definitely become a brave warrior. It's just ordinary to have an awe-inspiring temperament and to be powerful.
But at this moment, although the warrior breathing technique in this library was successfully condensed in the end, it was illusory and had no substance.
It is completely different from other substantial books. Isn't it true? Ding Ling was relieved. Thinking.
It seems that when the physical endurance limit is reached, the library will suspend the epiphany full level.
Perhaps when my physical fitness improves and I can fully adapt to the third breathing method, this library will allow the warrior breathing method to reach its maximum level? How exactly? Ding Ling didn't know. But he did know a little bit. The library will automatically reach its full level and become instinctive. Its ability to neutralize and adjust is unparalleled in the world. Countless geniuses in ancient times have failed. But only Ding Ling succeeded. This is a testament to the absolute magic of libraries.
It's a pity that although Ding Ling's physical fitness is high, it seems that two kinds are the limit.
If we really improve our physical fitness again, can we accommodate the third breathing method? Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Ding Ling can clearly feel the power of the two breathing methods.
If it is said that the previous digestive power will be slightly depleted, the loss is now almost negligible.
Not only that,
the efficiency and speed of digesting, refining, and absorbing medicinal power will soar. Moreover, the two breathing methods can exert their power at the same time, giving Ding Ling various amplifications.
Ding Ling nodded secretly, very satisfied with this. How? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. No. Ding Ling sighed.
Wang Yu seemed to be relieved, thinking, Ding Ling has broken the curse of not being able to practice two external breathing methods at the same time. He can be called the #1 genius in the breathing method since the beginning of the world.
If he can practice the third one together, then how should I describe him? God? Immortal? Thanks to Coke Sin Sin Chicken Wings for the 500 starting coin reward. Thank you to all book friends who support this book. Thanks.
Ding Ling was unable to expose the third breathing method.
Even so,
Zhao Yun, Sheree, and Wang Yu were no longer calm.
They all looked at Ding Ling as if they were looking at a monster or a freak.
Two breathing techniques are accomplished at the same time. The aura on his body combines the advantages of the phoenix spirit and the sword.
God! It looks extremely charming and impressive.
A collection of grand, noble, sharp, courageous, and supreme chi.
This kind of chi is so valuable. It's so enviable.
The hearts of Shiraji were stirred up.
Everyone stared at Ding Ling with burning eyes.
They found that at this moment, Ding Ling seemed to have two breathing methods that were automatically condensing and integrating.
Ding Ling's anger was constantly changing. The charm is getting higher and higher.
Originally, Ding Ling had grown taller and changed his appearance several times, making him look like a handsome man. Now the charm has increased. It makes him look more elegant and eye-catching.
It's amazing. Two kinds of breathing methods can actually enhance your charm, fellow practitioners.
Wang Yu praised, stroked his beard, and said with great satisfaction, Now that I, the sword sect, have to meet a perfect successor like you, Ding Ling, I have no regrets in this life.
Ding Ling said. I wonder if Senior has any other skills? Wang Yu was stunned. What do you mean? Do you still want to learn? Yes. Isn't it good to be a successor of the sword sect and a peerless swordsman? Senior doesn't know something. Zhao Yun couldn't help it anymore. Ding Ling learns everything quickly. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Wang Yu completely believed what Zhao Yun said at this moment. After all, I was slapped in the face several times before if I didn't believe it. It's enough to fall into a pit 2 or 3 times.
How can you fall down 5, 6, 7, or 8 times again?
Wang Yu thought he was quite shrewd, so when he heard what Zhao Yun said, he instinctively shuddered and said, Since Zhao Yun said so. Okay. I will pass on some of the skills I know to you. Thank you, Senior.
Ding Ling looked happy.
Shure smiled bitterly.
Wang Yu sighed. Sure enough, geniuses are different.
Although I know some other skills, most of them are inherited from my family. And they have been abandoned by me for decades, let alone practice.
If you hadn't reminded me today. I almost forgot that I also know how to pass down Kung Fu in my family. He paused and said.
In addition to the warrior breathing technique, the Kung Fu passed down by my family also includes the swift wind spear technique, Xiaodia pile technique, and Wang family boxing technique. I haven't practiced these Kung Fu to a great level, they can only be considered close to perfection. I am now 1 to 5. I will impart it to you 10 times.
First let's do the blast spear technique.
There are no spears here, so I'll show you the spear dance with a long sword.
Wang Yu spoke out the formulas and moves one by one. Ding Ling remembered it. A book then appeared in the library. Blast spear technique. After a moment.
Full level of swift wind spear technique.
Defense plus 0.5. The essence of various spear techniques flashed in my mind one by one.
Ding Ling had completely mastered this spear technique in just one breath.
Defense has also been enhanced by 0.5.
It is the same as the defense points enhanced by double flower sword technique.
In terms of difficulty, this blast spear technique is similar to the double flower sword technique.
However, compared to the double flower sword technique, the swift wind spear technique is obviously more suitable for battlefield fighting. From the warrior's breathing technique to the blasting spear technique, it can be seen that Wang Yu's ancestor must have been a mighty warrior who roamed the battlefield.
How? It's done.
Ding Ling nodded, drew his sword, and thrust out.
Sonorous.
It was obviously a sword, but at this moment, he used the weight, majesty and grandeur of the spear technique, showing his killing aura with each move.
Sure enough, the Dzogchen is complete.
Wang Yu praised. He is truly a peerless genius, a proud man who defies the will of heaven. Shura felt ashamed and looked at Ding Ling with eyes that looked up to the gods.
He was completely impressed.
Obtain the achievement medal, you have won the deep admiration of the sword god Wang Yu.
Note, you impressed Wang Yu again and again. Now he has been amazed by you.
In terms of understanding and other aspects, he has been amazed by you. He has a feeling of loneliness like the waves in the Yangtze River pushing back the waves in front, and the waves in front dying on the beach.
Another medal of achievement. It seems that after you brush the E-level, you can really brush another ordinary one.
Ding Ling nodded secretly and looked at Wang Yu expectantly. Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses and began to teach Wang family boxing techniques. When he taught it, he was serious and did not explain the secrets and essence. Now that we know that Ding Ling can understand clearly and achieve great success without explanation, then of course he won't waste time doing this. Furthermore, he himself has not achieved great success in boxing, so his explanation must be wrong, so he will not mislead others.
Thinking like this, Wang Yu's boxing skills became increasingly rigid.
The formula he spoke was word for word, as if he was following a script.
After one pass,
Ding Ling remembered and closed his eyes.
Books taking shape on library shelves. Maximum level of Wang family boxing. Defense plus 0.3. The boxing skills are very exquisite.
Although it is not as sharp as the spear method, it still has its advantages. Combined with other boxing techniques, it can better reflect its versatility.
Ding Ling was very satisfied. This boxing technique is just picked up for free, not to mention that it also enhances the defense attribute point by 0.3. 0.3 is not much though.
But Ding Ling also felt his whole body was hot, and the feeling of the mysterious energy beating his internal organs and membranes lasted for a while before it dissipated. He could clearly feel that his muscles and bones had become stronger. He secretly praised in his heart and couldn't help but look at Wang Yu again.
Wang Yu signaled Ding Ling to practice boxing first.
So Ding Ling jumped into the martial arts training ground, waved his fists, and practiced Wang's boxing. He fought vigorously and powerfully. A set of Wang's boxing was finished. Wang Yu applauded and exclaimed,
"It's amazing!
If my father knew that the family's unique skills were practiced to the level of instinct, he would be very pleased and die with peace of mind. He sighed, as if he thought of something bad, and his expression was slightly gloomy. But soon, he swept away his dejection and said with vigor.
Next is Xiaye Zhuanggong.
This Zhuanggong was given by the emperor at that time because of my ancestors' outstanding military exploits. It can be said that Xiaye Zhuanggong is the best Zhuanggong in the world today.
It is a royal secret skill. Ding Ling's expression was slightly lifted. Royal secret skill. He couldn't help but look at the direction of the Luoyang Palace. I wonder if there is a royal secret skill hidden in the Luoyang treasury? If there is, can he find a way to go in and take a look? Don't think about the royal arsenal. Wang Yu seemed to see through Ding Ling's thoughts. The royal arsenal had been divided up when Dong Zhuo entered the capital. Now the palace arsenal and weapon arsenal are in a mess. There is nothing good. It would be a waste of time for you to go there. How did the senior know? Ding Ling was surprised. I used to have an official rank. I just retired later. Wang Yu sighed. Besides, as the sword god of the land, I come and go without a trace. If I really want to go to the palace to see what's going on, who can stop me? After talking about it, a high-spirited and domineering attitude was undoubtedly revealed. Obviously Wang Yu was very confident in his martial arts. Ding Ling nodded secretly. Being able to fight against invincible opponents all over the world at a young age. Now that he is older, the sword god's breathing method has already entered the realm of transformation, and his strength has obviously reached an unfathomable level. So to speak. At the level of Tong Yuan and Wang Yu, martial arts moves can only be regarded as auxiliary to them. The truly powerful ones are breathing techniques. Because they can't cheat like Ding Ling. Therefore, you can only use breathing methods to quickly improve your physical fitness and strengthen yourself. Tong Yuan is like this, Wang Yu is like this. It's just that the two of them practice breathing techniques differently. Tong Yuan collected herbs by himself in the mountains and forests, often living in secluded places in high mountains and steep places. Wang Yu relies on being an official. The higher the official rank, the more knowledge points and information points he comes into contact with, and the more medicinal materials he can purchase and the merchants he comes into contact with naturally. Ding Ling will understand this, and he also learned it clearly from chatting with Wang Yu. It is rumored that Wang Yu is an official fan. Rather than saying that he is an official fan, it is better to say that he is a martial arts fanatic. He just felt that the speed of cultivation like Tong Yuan was too slow, so he chose an official shortcut and tried to use a large number of official resources to collect medicine. It's a pity that he was not as good as he expected, but because he was contaminated with filth and confused his mind, he was not as good as Tong Yuan, who had completely calmed down in the practice of breathing. If it weren't for the fact that his swordsmanship was superior to the 100 Birds Chow Phoenix spear in terms of skill. When the two confront each other, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. I think I realized this clearly. In addition, he was completely disappointed with the officialdom of the Han family. Wang Yu had already resigned from his official position and dismissed many of his disciples. He stayed in the palace to cultivate his mind and character while teaching Sherei. I originally thought that after Sherei became successful in his swordsmanship, I would have no regrets. I could go alone to the Tianshan Mountains to collect herbs and see if I could get through the barrier between heaven and man. But now. Wang Yu looked at Ding Ling with bright eyes. I see hope in you. Heaven? Ding Ling's eyes widened slightly. Good. Wang Yu stroked his beard and said. In order to make it easier for the world to understand. The general classification of generals and masters is easy to understand and simple and clear. There are soldiers, low-level generals, third-rate generals, second-rate generals, first-rate generals, and super first-rate generals. He glanced at Shiraji and others. Sherei is comparable to the weakest first